Good morning, LA. What a day we have for you on this incredible Wednesday, June 3rd, on what will likely be a sunny Southern California day. You are listening to the new 97.1 The Fan here in Los Angeles. And yes, you are listening to Derek and Decker right here. D-Fish in the house. You got me, your guy Deck, and we got a full show filled with so much to discuss. For instance, I don't know if you've heard about this team, D-Fish, the Rams. They've done some stuff. There have been huge moves, and could it be that more huge moves are on the horizon? Well, good news. We got ourselves a huge guest today to discuss it. At 7 a.m., Rams GM Les Snead joins D-Fish and myself right here live. And we got so many questions to talk to him about, not to mention the Dodgers get another one last night in Arizona. A phenomenal game, another multi-hit game for Shohei Ohtani. Freddie Freeman with a bomb. We will get into all of that and the Dodgers' future. We got to talk about the Major League Baseball proposed salary cap. And, of course, that wonderful Bruce Meyer, the head of the Players Association, who had some harsh criticisms of the proposed salary cap that was thrown the players' way. And, of course, we have ourselves, D-Fish, an NBA Finals that I can't stress enough. Couldn't be more fired up for. As good as last year's NBA's Finals were, and they were, there was something about it that had a little, I don't want to say lacking of zhuzh, because the ratings were there. We all watched, loved it. But, man, there's something about this Finals. I don't know if it's about the fact that the Knicks are in it and that they're the underdogs and it's a big city market like New York. I don't know if it's the excitement over this young kid, Wemby, who is just, I know his nickname is the Alien, but he really is an alien. And I mean that from every aspect of basketball, sports, and life, man. I've never seen a kid at 22 years old, handle the media as good as he has, handle the court as good as he has. Like, he's the total package, man.
He's authentically, who he shows us to be. Like he does everything that way. You're right about I think big market team, in the finals or in any pro sport championship, right? Super Bowl, it's different when there are certain teams that are in it. It changes people's awareness of it, the conversations around it. So the Knicks definitely drive water cooler, spaces that you're walking around the hallways at work, you're in a text group chat with friends and family, like the Knicks get everybody's attention.
Big time.
And then I think the Wemby factor, now you're talking about almost like a global type of audience. Like
big time.
He's a worldwide, global athlete that also then brings a different type of focus and attention to it. Everybody's fascinated with, like, he's doing things that are real, but it's like if you don't see it for yourself, it's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
And so, he's a guy that's making people turn on the television to watch and see, okay, I keep hearing about this guy, but what is he actually doing? And so it's going to be a fun series. That's the coolest thing about sports, too, man. Like, all of this stuff can be going on at the same time. We can spend 4 hours talking about a little bit of all of it.
Literally, we can pick one of these topics and go all day.
We'll have a great guest, that's as impactful as anybody in sports at the moment, because the decisions that he's making and the things that Les Snead and the Rams are pulling off.
And the decisions he may have to make going forward. Because what seemed like rumor yesterday, D-Fish, may not be rumor anymore.
The rumor thing is it's starting to impact me a little bit here, because the Myles Garrett thing was a rumor, and like 6 seconds later, the deal went down.
I know.
So now all of a sudden,
the idea of Aaron Donald returning to this team. Now, I'm still skeptical. The guy retired in, March of 2023. I know it's not a huge amount of time, but that is 2 full seasons he hasn't played in the NFL. Granted, those of you that have looked at Aaron Donald and seen his workout videos has seen he might be more jacked now than when he played. Can he still move at that speed? Can he still, the hand movement, can he still do everything at the line? I don't know. But boy, do I want to see it. Really, really, really bad. And here's the thing. Reporter Jordan Schultz did say, I texted Aaron Donald about coming out of retirement and playing for the Rams alongside Myles Garrett. And I quote, I'm for sure flirting with the idea. Hell of an opportunity with the Super Bowl in SoFi this year. If I can find the fire, it's possible. D-Fish, that's not sources and rumors and innuendo. That the source is Aaron Donald.
Yeah, that changes things in terms of the rumors and sources say. Like he's saying things himself. Like originally, it was something that people were thinking about, imagining, dreaming about. But clearly this is a real possibility for him in terms of how he's considering whether or not he can get to that point again. I will say one of the things that is really, I think, special about an athlete journey is like being able to do things on your own terms. And that was what was so powerful about Aaron Donald stepping away the way he did when he did it, because it was in 100% on his terms.
Which is awesome.
And everybody appreciated that about him, that approach. I think even fans who obviously love to watch him compete and play football appreciated the fact that he was able to make that choice, clear-minded, direct. It was about the rest of his life, his family, like he had done his part. And so for him to consider thinking about returning, I think we will give him the same grace and space to kind of like, if that's a decision he wants to make on his terms, we're all for it. Of course, because he's one of the most dominant guys to ever play defense.
No question.
But also, I think because we appreciate the fact that we know it's not just him trying to jump on and sneak a Super Bowl win, out of convenience. Like we appreciate the fact that if Aaron Donald is thinking this way, these are real thoughts. This is authentically the process he's going through. And if he can get to a point where he feels like he's capable of doing it and the team can pull it off from a contractual standpoint, et cetera, it's something that could actually happen. And man, to see those two guys on the defensive line together.
How terrified would you be if you were a quarterback in the NFC West?
Oh, my God.
I mentioned the other day, this morning was the worst thing that ever happened to Brock Purdy. He's just like, oh, God, I got to deal with this guy. You got to deal with that and Aaron Donald. Just imagine that universe. And those of you that are wondering, can Aaron Donald physically do this anymore? The answer truly is I don't know. But what I do know is that D-Fish and I, after yesterday's show, watched a YouTube video of Aaron Donald's workout just a couple of days ago. And he starts in a circuit training, dumbbell bench pressing 2 150s. Now, that's a 300-pound bench of dumbbell, and that's a very impressive bench. Now, can I do that? Yes. But
I cannot. So
that's not all he did in this circuit. First he did that, and I was going like, oh, whatever, I could do that too. And then he rolls off the bench and starts shrugging with the 150s, and I'm like, what? What is he doing? Like, what is he? He's repping 150 shrugs, and then I'm like, all right, well, at least he's done. He put down a dumbbell. No, he's not done. He's just leaning over and doing one arm bent over rows with 150.
So he carried around these 150s like it's a damn water bottle or something at the gym?
He carried it around, yes, like it was a pebble. And I'm sitting here going like, whoa, what? Oh, God. Anyways, Aaron Donald's very strong, and I would love to see him back in the NFL. Good news, I get to ask that question to a GM in less than 1 hour.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man. The strength obviously is there. I mean, it's that won't be even the question. Mm-hmm. I think when you think about the way Aaron plays the game, like those really short bursts of dynamic, explosive movement. Like, can your lower body handle that? Can your knees, your ankles, your calves, your Achilles, like those explosive movements are the ones that, like, if he really does start to. Like, we don't know how much football-specific training he's been doing outside of just lifting weights. So even if this continues to kind of be a possibility, there still needs to be a very respectful and appropriate ramp up to, him like actually getting out there and getting on the field. You just have to be smart about that aspect of it. But there's no question he physically still has the strength and the power to go out there and play football and push guys around the way he did back in 2023.
And those of you wondering, Jordan Schultz, not the only one that asked him that question. Yesterday, Pat McAfee asked him the same question. He said something similar to Pat McAfee. He said he's 35 and he's got to see if the fire can light back up. I mean, I will admit this. As a guy that did retire, when I retired, I was one of those guys that was very lucky. I got to retire, quote unquote, on my own terms. Not exactly on my own terms, but a semblance of it. I hung them up. They didn't hang them up for me. But, they were going to. I just beat them to the punch. D-Fish, what was your retirement like? Like, how hard of a decision was that for you? And was there, even after you retired, was there, like, maybe a team that kicked the tires, be like, are you sure you want to retire? You want to come back for one more?
No, actually, and I know we haven't talked about this story yet, but the Russell Wilson story of, like, his decision recently
going to CBS.
Going to CBS instead of being a backup with the Jets, that was probably more in alignment with what my decision was like. The opportunity to probably still play basketball was probably still there. Physically, I had just played 81 out of 82 games that season.
So you still could do it.
I could still do it. But I was presented with an opportunity to coach the New York Knicks and work with and for Phil Jackson as the president of the team.
Which obviously, that's a no-brainer.
Literally within 2 weeks of playing in the Western Conference Finals against the Spurs in 2014, which sucks that we lost, and I won't cry on while we're talking right now.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Hold it. Save it for hour 3. We need. That's when the ratings are. That's when the
I'm
ratings.
here for you, Fish.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Appreciate that. Within 2 weeks of that last game, Game 6 in Oklahoma City, like going through the process of deciding, do I still play and continue to, do what I love to do from that aspect of basketball, or is it time to truly consider, like, what the next iteration of my life and professionally should look like? And the decision to get into coaching and and have an opportunity to maybe coach for 18 or 19 years, which was as long as I played.
Yeah,
that was something that was really intriguing to me. I was excited about doing it. I've always been a leader of teams and groups and people that I've worked with, so it was a natural transition. But I didn't really feel like I retired as though I wasn't as interested or physically couldn't still play. It was almost just sliding into a different aspect of basketball. And, yeah, still chasing it to this day.
I get it. Similar. Oh, what do you got, hype man Raj?
Yeah, now, so the question with that, Fish, I got you how you slid into retirement, but how many, after 2 years, do you feel you could come back and play 65 out of 82 games? Because you played every damn game. You said 81, not 82 your last game?
Yes.
So do you feel after 2 years, which Aaron Donald is facing, could you come back and still be effective, or what would be gone? Explosiveness, quickness?
Yeah, that's a great question, Raj. I think in a very specific role, yes. Like I could have. I was already in a place like different than Aaron Donald. Like he was still at like an all NFL level when he stepped away from it. Like he was probably the best defensive player in the league.
Unquestionably.
When he stepped away.
He was a monster.
That wasn't me. I was already in a quality backup role, behind Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, like other good players in Oklahoma City, great players. So I didn't have the responsibilities that Aaron Donald had. I don't think his role would be to carry the load the way he did in 2023. But yeah, in a very specific role, in particular with a ramp up, like knowing like, okay, the season starts in October, I'm going to use this next 3 or 4 or 5 months to get ready for, playing 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 14 minutes a game. I probably could have pulled that off, but football is just such a different sport.
I mean, it's
man.
violent.
It's just different. But if anybody can do it, clearly number 99 can do it.
No question. And by the way, since you didn't ask me the question, could I have come back 2 years later? Yes, I could have.
I already knew. It was a foregone conclusion, baby. I already knew.
And I would have been just as bad as I was when I retired. But I could have done it.
Would have been still falling off those two-seamers on your leg.
Excuse me. Not all the time.
Ankle, not leg.
Ankle. Ankle was what I always fouled it off of. That being said, I was offered a contract from the Angels to come out and retire. I was. I don't know why. And I laughed when they called me. It's like, hey, you want to go back to AAA and come out of retirement? I'm like, no. God. There's so many things I'd rather do, like throw myself off a building. All right, guys, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome over to Derek and Decker here for the next 4 hours. Great jam-packed show for you. We got an NBA Finals. We got GM of the Los Angeles Rams, Les Snead, joining us in less than 1 hour in the 7 o'clock hour. Cannot wait to talk to him about all things Aaron Donald, all things Rams, this incredible Myles Garrett get, not to mention the extension that they did with Stafford. How did it affect their actual draft this year? Because the reports are, once they got the information that they were going to make this potential trade, that's why they ended up getting Ty Simpson, knowing they wouldn't have draft picks in the next couple of years. So what can I say? 4D chess being played by Les Snead, and I cannot wait to talk to him about it and learn from him in all of this. But D-Fish, we also had ourselves a Dodger game last night, and a damn good one. Dodgers get the win 6-5 in Arizona, and here is a little bit of a nice sound off of Freddie Freeman's bat.
Fan drills the ball to deep right field, and he has taken his old buddy deep. Freddie Freeman with a 2-run home run, and the Dodgers lead quickly.
2-0 in the first. Shohei Ohtani was already on second base. And, of course, that was from Sportsnet LA last night. Freddie Freeman homering off Michael Soroka in the first inning in that victory. That was, of course, the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. Another great game, but something I got to say about the Dodgers right out the bat. Shohei Ohtani, double, triple, and he's starting tonight. This guy is just unbelievable. Phenomenal job by the Dodgers last night, holding off a late inning comeback from the Diamondbacks. They are currently, as we all know, in first place in the National League West. They are 39-22. They are looking to become the second team to hit the 40-win mark behind the Atlanta Braves with their 41 wins. We'll find out tonight as Shohei Ohtani takes the mound for the Los Angeles Dodgers against Zach Gallen, who is absolutely their ace over there in Arizona. But listen, I got to ask you this real quick, Fish, because yesterday after the show, did something I haven't done in a while. And I'm in a lot of pain. Raj, I'm in a lot of pain. I went back to the boxing gym yesterday, and, after going, say, a month or two without hitting up a boxing gym and cracking the pads, you know what really hurts? Your hands. Like Mitchell Robinson's hands hurt right now. Because I don't know if you heard of this about Mitchell Robinson. The pinky injury is not his actual pinky, it's his actual hand. It's a boxer pinky injury. And my question is simply this. If it's not necessarily your pinky, and I know his game is not necessarily shooting, what do you think about what he can do just with his hand?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, Mitchell Robinson, like you said, he's not a shooter or like a finesse guy. Mm-hmm. I think they'll probably have it protected with some type of padding or splint taping job or something. He's more of a defensive rebounder. Offensive rebounding is really where he adds tremendous value to the New York Knicks. Mm-hmm. He's not a great free throw shooter, so people won't expect him to make his shots even when he shoots the ball.
Yeah,
everything he does is right at the basket. So he could still be impactful and effective for the Knicks with this injury. Sure, when he goes up to try to dunk the basketball or finish at the rim, he's definitely going to get hit on that hand really hard. It'll be interesting to see how he reacts to that.
This is going to be such a great finals,
yeah.
And I can't wait to talk about it. In fact, we're about to talk about it. Coming up, NBA Finals start tonight. Of course, Wemby, Jalen, and Mitchell Robinson's pinky hand. We got so much to discuss, and we were looking forward to discussing with you. Remember, Les Snead joining us in the 7 a.m. hour to talk everything Rams. We're off and running, people. It's Derek and Decker right here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. D-Fish and Decker with you here for the next 4 hours. And, of course, reminder, in just 30 minutes' time, Rams GM Les Snead joins the program to talk to D-Fish and I about all things Los Angeles Rams, the moves that they made, the incredible offseason they've had, the run they've had since moving back over to Los Angeles, and, of course, the potential things that can happen in the future. Man, it is a phenomenal week to be a Rams fan and an LA sports fan. You got Dodgers we just discussed, of course, but we got to get into it. The NBA Finals, Game 1 tonight. Man, I mentioned in the first segment, this thing has got everything to it. It's a dream type of finals. Oh, you like big markets? New York City. Oh, you like small market underdogs, quote unquote? Well, you got San Antonio, one of the youngest NBA teams to ever make it to the finals. You want star power? You got Jalen Brunson. You got Wemby. This is going to be a badass finals. And as you all know, it's already written in the stars. I know who I got, and I'm looking forward to us calling our shot later because Air Corgi is out there making his predictions too. And you know, D-Fish, he's never wrong.
No, he's never edited wrong.
Why do you hate dogs?
What is your issue with dogs?
I love dogs. I just don't think dogs can pick who's going to make free throws.
Yet somehow he did. That's all I'm saying,
It's
D-Fish.
magical. It's magic.
So Game 1 tonight. What are your thoughts? Like, let's get into this series. How does this matchup actually work?
It's an interesting matchup. Two teams that are, they peaked at the right time. The Knicks, played like great basketball so far in this postseason, and they pose different challenges to the Spurs, compared to even what the Spurs saw in the Western Conference. Like, I think the Thunder and the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards coming back and even being healthy and available for that series was a miracle. But a lot of the Timberwolves and Thunder's offense and how they play revolve around a lot of isolation and dribbling and ball handling from Anthony Edwards and then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And the Spurs, their defense is able to really load up. Wemby can cause big problems when he's on the back line of a defense that's able to key in on one guy. When this series starts tonight, pay attention to how the ball moves with the Knicks, the player movement. Mike Brown, who is coached in several different places, but in Sacramento, really the ball movement and the player movement is going to be different. It's going to be harder for Wemby to pick somebody to just stay on and be able to do both, cover the rim and cover the perimeter. And so, I feel like the Spurs are more prepared because, like, to beat the Thunder in 7 games, like you have to just get to an all-world level to do that. But the Knicks are capable. And they're not here by accident. It's not luck necessarily. They earned the right to be here. So I'm excited. I just want it to be a competitive series, and I also want to see, like, obviously here in LA, you want to see like how can Lakers, how can you match up with these teams? What personnel decisions can you start to visualize needing to be made in order for you to be in this situation next season? So it's the finals are always intriguing from that standpoint. You're watching two teams currently go for the crown, but then obviously, like, teams in every market are looking at it, trying to figure out how do we match up with this, and we want this opportunity to play for the title next season.
Also, question here, like, do you think any Knicks fans are currently experiencing some PTSD? And hear me out on this, because keep in mind, 53 years since they won a championship. But the last time they were in the finals, what team did they look at across the aisle? It's the San Antonio Spurs.
Yes.
So there's something about this. Do you think there's any of that's in the back of the head of, not this Knicks team, obviously, because they were all children when that actually happened. But Knicks fans don't forget. Trust me. I was living in New York the last 4 years. They love bringing up that they won a championship in 1973.
No, yes, the fans will definitely not forget that the Spurs, beat the Knicks in the finals in 1999. But these players, like you said, I don't think that'll be on their minds much at all. And obviously 27 years later, like it's so different. Like I think the ratings in that finals, suffered for a couple reasons. One, that season was coming off of a work stoppage at the beginning, and so just getting NBA fans back invested in NBA basketball was a challenge coming out of the work stoppage. And then the small market idea of the San Antonio Spurs, like Tim Duncan wasn't a household name at that time.
Because he was also 22 at the time.
Yeah, he was. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between he and Victor Wembanyama. And so, but now, I just think with social media and digital content and the way the game has grown globally, like it doesn't necessarily take only big market teams having success in order for fans to be engaged and excited about what they're going to see. So I'm looking forward to this one, man. I really want to see this game one tonight. I want to see how the Knicks are going to handle the rust that's come from not having played a game in 9 days. And then I want to see how the Spurs turn the page from the Thunder series and have kind of like recovered as best as they possibly can. They've played, 13 grueling games against the Wolves and the Thunder combined. The Knicks have played 8 games and had a ton of rest. So we'll see how it goes as this series unfolds.
Well, let's talk about that man, Wemby, because I got to say, I've never seen a guy this young, this wise beyond his years. I don't know if he came in ready-made like that. I don't know if how much Pop had to do with it as well, and nurturing him as well, but it seems like he's just always had it together since he's walked through the door. Because can you remember another fanfare of a foreign-born player that has come to our league with the expectations that Wemby had out the gate? He showed up, and he was the biggest star in the game on like day one. So much so that I'll never forget it. It was like 2 weeks before he even showed up with the team. Vegas security staff had to pull Britney Spears off of him. A real thing that happened in Vegas. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And yet he still remains humble and, again, I'm going to use that word, wise beyond his years. Here's a little bit of Wemby talking about the team's youth being their strength.
The lack of experience is a strength of us.
What do you mean by strength?
Because we don't know. We can do impossible stuff because we don't know it's impossible.
Just gold. Gold. By the way, that was from NBA Today, and this guy he seems to have it all at 22 years old.
He approaches everything this way, on the court, off the court. I won't get into a bunch of detail. There's a couple of things that we've worked on together, and I've seen this mindset.
Awesome.
Like, this is true. This is not for TV. This is not for sports writers. This is not a character that he's playing. This is truly who he is, and he makes business decisions this way. He's very intentional about the type of career he wants to envision for himself, and he's going to do the work necessary to have those things come to fruition. Again, it reminds me of, what it was like being teammates with Kobe. Kobe wasn't, he was 4 years younger when he came into the league. Mm-hmm. So he wasn't as ready to articulate it verbally in the ways that Wemby does. But the vision was the same. Like, this guy, Victor Wembanyama, is like visualizing being the greatest player to ever play basketball. He wants to be the Defensive Player of the Year and the MVP of the league in the same season. Mm-hmm. He wants to accomplish these things, and he's going to do the work necessary. So, again, it makes this series and this finals more intriguing than it would be if it was just the San Antonio Spurs in the finals without him. Mm-hmm. The Spurs have been to the finals and won 5 titles in the last 20 years or so. So it's not so much that it's the Spurs are back. It's like, this is the reason why people are going to watch the finals differently this year. There are going to be kids that didn't even know who he was. They just heard his name, that are going to watch him actually play basketball for the first time and be moved by how somebody with this size and length can do the things that he's doing.
And it's another thing, like, and I saw like Greeny talking about this the other day. Could it be that we have a foreign-born player as the face of the NBA? Yeah.
I mean, Shai Gilgeous has been the face of the league the last 2 years.
Yes, he has.
He's been the MVP. He's not an American-born player.
Joker as well.
Nikola Jokic, Joel Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could go down the list. I don't think it fits into those boxes anymore. It's why the NBA has been intentional about growing globally. Is that the face, quote unquote, of the league doesn't have to be. I mean, we enjoyed tremendously the growth of the league around Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, those eras, et cetera. Shaq, Kobe, but the NBA has grown beyond the borders of the U.S. and the fandom has as well. There are hundreds of millions of people around the world that enjoy NBA basketball. Mm-hmm. So we don't have to put face of the league into certain boxes of where they're from or could we. No, we do. Yeah. And it's okay.
And make no mistake, global brand. Just look at Steph Curry's bank account today. $1.13 billion.
That's the face.
For a 10-year shoe deal that will last long past his playing career, likely. Unless, of course, he wants to play till he's 50, which, sign another one. Do it. Why not? Guys, there are so many LA sports athletes right now, and some of them are really, really, really making waves throughout their respective sports. But here's the deal. Which ones are the faces of L.A.? We will discuss right here when we do Top 5. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Simpson.
should be on the list. I'm gonna go with Myles Garrett first. He's new. He can't be too high on the list yet.
All
He
right,
just
so
got
number
here.
5 from Miles.
Yeah,
All right,
I like
okay, I like it.
I'm really hotly debating this still as we speak.
But
But I'm going to agree with my guy, D. Fish, man.
I see.
Myles Garrett, you don't get a Myles Garrett every day. That being
Nope.
said, I want to point this out.
Yeah.
This could change in a couple of days if an Aaron Donald comes out of retirement. But as of now, the 5th most popular star in Los Angeles, Myles Garrett. Thank you, Les Snead. I can't wait to thank you in 15
Just
minutes.
jumping off the plane, already in the top 5.
Top
All right,
5.
I feel you. Fisher, number 4, top athlete in Los Angeles right now.
This is a tough one. So it's between 2 Dodgers.
Okay, well, give me
Okay.
one.
I'm gonna go with Mookie Betts. 'Cause
All right.
This is my
Okay.
list. This is not assuming what other people.
It's your list.
No,
It's
I
my
love
list.
me some Mookie Betts. I've never been quiet about that.
Okay.
I'm a Mookie Betts
So
guy.
what makes Mookie Betts get on number 4 in top LA stars?
Let's take a look at how many championship rings has he won since he's been here?
got like 3.
Got it. All right.
All right,
Yeah.
there you go.
He's a champion.
And he's a
That's how-
champion at Lucky Strike.
That's how
Bowling.
he
Dude.
got on this list.
Bowled a 300.
And he's a great dude.
Yeah. Feel that. Number 4 for you, Cody.
Number 4 for me.
Yep.
Listen, I'm actually going basketball, and it's weird that he's only going to be 4 on the list considering the career he's had. But now it's been 8 years in Los Angeles,
Right.
and I still think it's going to be 9. I'm gonna say LeBron James at number 4.
Okay.
and it's kind of staggering to put LeBron James number 4 on any list, but
Right.
on this list, because you're about to hear some other names, number 4.
Number 4 for you. Okay, what you got, D-Fish?
LeBron is 3 on my list.
Okay.
He's 3. Yeah. I mean, I know seems like he's been around forever, even in LA, but yeah, he's not on this list. He's still a top 5 guy for sure. I got him at 3.
No question.
Okay, all right. Top 5 athletes in L.A. Cody Decker, what you got?
I have to throw a quarterback on this list, and it sure as hell ain't going to be Justin Herbert.
No.
Matthew Stafford,
Okay.
reigning NFL MVP, and the man won a championship his first day walking into this city.
Sure did.
And he's going to win another one, man. He's going to win another one.
Okay, all right, I feel you. What you got, number 2, Fish?
I'm gonna go with number 77, Luka the Don.
Okay.
Yeah, Luka Doncic. And he's 2 on this list. I mean, he and LeBron are close, but he's the young gun.
Yep.
People are excited to see him get out there for the next 5-7 years wearing that Lakers uniform. So I'm gonna go with Luka the Don.
All right, now your number 2 for you, Cody.
I want to paint you a picture.
Oh, I like
Me
painting.
sitting in a gigantic booth on a stage at Radio Row, me sitting there interviewing the great legendary Emmitt Smith. And I'm getting ready to ask him so many questions about this upcoming Super Bowl. I can't wait to get all these questions.
Yeah.
And then an alert hits my phone,
Uh-oh.
and the conversation changes. Emmitt Smith, tell me what you think about Luka Doncic going to Los Angeles, because this is more important than any Super Bowl ever.
Yeah.
And they all agreed. Number 2, Luka Doncic
Yeah.
is the future.
I saw what you
of
did
this
with the
place.
Dallas connection, too. Both played in Dallas.
Yeah,
I see what you did
And by
there.
the way, he was not happy. He was not happy
yeah,
about
all
that.
right, that's all right. Sometimes you got to call an audible. Your number 1 sports star in Los Angeles right now, Derek Fisher, is?
The number 1 sports star in all of the planet, LA included.
There's only one.
Number 17 for the boys in blue. Shohei Ohtani.
All right.
Is number 1, man.
Yeah.
And he's your favorite player's favorite player.
Yes.
Everybody respects this guy, what he's accomplished out on the field, getting it done. I'm going with Shohei.
Never seen anything like it.
Yep.
Shohei Ohtani. You know what it was? Not too long ago, I did a thing for Overtime where I think I told you this. I did a thing with Shaquille O'Neal, and I'm sitting there, and the question was, who's a bigger sports icon in Los Angeles, Shaq or Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah.
And I had to sit there and explain to gigantic Shaquille O'Neal why Shohei Ohtani is a bigger LA sports icon. And you know what Shaq did after that? I was expecting him to stand up and step on me, but
Right.
instead he looked down and looked back up at me and said, "You're absolutely right.
You're right.
You're
Okay.
right. He really is. He really is great." And Shohei Ohtani
Yeah.
is the number 1 guy, not just in baseball, not just in LA.
Yeah.
He's the guy worldwide in sports sports right now. This guy's Messi right now.
Yeah, I don't know if Ronaldo and Messi, like worldwide, because soccer is just so much bigger in a lot of more places, but definitely in the U.S. for sure.
No question. Shohei Ohtani can do it all. By the way, he's pitching tonight
Uh-oh.
for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah.
And looking very, very, very forward to seeing that as well. And look at us. That was our top 5 LA sports stars. Hey, Raj, anybody in the chat giving their list right now?
Well, what they are giving is we put up a poll earlier. Do you believe Aaron Donald will come out of retirement? And guys, it is straight up 50-50 right now. I've never seen the questions were let's go, yes, and then no way. It is 50-50 on the fans thinking if he'll come out of retirement.
Okay.
And, of course, we'll have to ask a question to that in about 10 minutes to a certain guest.
That's actually what it is, it seems like.
Yeah.
To be honest.
It is a 50-50 coin flip. So actually, we nailed that. By the way, a few people in the chat. No Drink Rob. Ohtani #1 before we even got into it. Myles Garrett from Good Karma Sucks. Myles Garrett is now the greatest defensive end to ever play for the Rams. Sorry, Mr. Donald. He has more sacks. Well, for now. You don't know what's going to look like.
We also got Donnie Boy saying D Fish #1. Also says LeBron is a soft 4, so you came ahead of LeBron there, D Fish. There you go.
Dom also said, "Dang, Trout got snubbed." You know what? I'm going to push back on that.
That's his fault.
It is his fault because he shouldn't be in Anaheim. He should be somewhere else fighting for championship. This is a question. I have an honest question for everybody in this room. And this is not a knock on Mike Trout in any semblance of the phrase. This is more of a knock on the Angels than anything else. Honest question. Do you think Mike Trout, based on his name recognition alone, is like popular enough or well-known enough in the zeitgeist of America to like go and make a phone call to any reservation to get to like a restaurant? And I mean like anywhere, like Spago's when it was like the place type of thing. Like Madam Webb's when it was a thing, like whatever.
No. I think because of his name is like if you're in sports, you know it. Even if you're not a baseball fan, like Mike Trout, you know. But it also like could sound like if you call somewhere and say, "Hey, it's Mike Trout. I'm trying to book this." It sounds like a very normal name as well. It's not like it's
my accountant, Mike Trout?
Yeah, it's not like it's Mike Krzyzewski. You know what I mean? Where like even if you don't know Mike Krzyzewski, like the name will capture you. Like even watching March Madness, you don't watch basketball. Krzyzewski is like different.
Yeah, you can't forget that.
But
name.
Mike Trout is almost like Mike Johnson. Like it doesn't sound differential enough to just kind of automatically go, "Oh, this must be the outfielder for the."
But that makes me so
Angels.
upset because
Mike
Trout should be able to get a restaurant reservation anywhere he wants.
Maybe in LA, sure. I think in LA, people should know that name.
Yeah.
But outside, like if he was in New York right now, NBA Finals are coming, and they just got a call. Well, I don't know because he has the golf club in New Jersey.
That is going to be big. That thing with him and Woods.
Yeah.
Mike Trout, please let me play that place. I just want to play. Oh, I just want to play that place.
Yeah. Now Mike Trout is he's a household name that almost like slips out of your brain at times.
Yeah, someone on the chat says Mike Trout will forever be the could have been dude. That's Dommy P.
Don't say that.
323.
Because here's the thing. Like what he's accomplished, multiple MVP. He's going to go down as one of the greatest players who ever lived. I just hate that what he's been kind of stuck with. He's gotten to play one playoff series his entire career. The most important at bat he ever had was in that World Baseball Classic, the final where he faced against Ohtani. It was a 3-pitch strikeout. It was the most electric at bat I ever watched in my life. I felt like the well-being of my life was dictated by that play, and it was unbelievable. And I was thrilled to see Mike Trout in it. Granted, I was sad to see him go down in 3 strikes to Ohtani, but man, maybe it is one of those would have, could have been. Because if he was like a Philly, the Phillies might be in the midst of a dynasty right now.
And that happens. I mean, we had the last week we had the top 5, our top 5 guys that had not won a ring yet or won a championship, in their sport. And I think somebody may have had Mike Trout on the list, or he may have even just missed that list because there were 5 other names that we had even on that list. And so it's just unfortunate, but also fortunate. The fact that he is a part of this conversation, even though he hasn't, been on like these great championship level teams. He's not a national big superstar name that comes up first always. He still accomplished a lot and been one of the greatest guys out on the field. And so, it's not over. Like there's still possibilities that,
of course,
he gets to a situation where winning the World Series is a real possibility. That would be great. I think the whole world would smile if he could get his hands on the World Series trophy.
Man, I would be for even just just an opportunity to see him play in the playoffs. Just that alone would make me happy. But guys, we are very excited because coming up, we don't have just any GM. We got the GM of the moment. The GM that pulled off one of the most incredible trades that we've seen in the NFL in years, just since, the last time he pulled off one of the most incredible trades we've seen in years. The great Les Snead joins us right here on Derek and Decker next. I can't wait to ask him so many questions. We got to get into the new moves with Myles Garrett. We got to get into the extension, of course, over there with Matthew Stafford. And the Aaron Donald of it all that looms over the potential for this upcoming season. Guys, hour 2 coming up. Derek and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan for the next 3 hours. Join us. Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan. You're listening to Derek and Decker right here. Of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA Fan. Of course, get in the chat. Join us at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And about to be joined by the great GM of the Los Angeles Rams, Les Snead. Got so many questions for him. Very excited. In fact, we have him on the line now. Joining us right now on the line, the GM of the Los Angeles Rams, the man of the hour, the great Les Snead. Les, how you doing this morning?
With an intro like that, I'm really good.
Well, man, what can I say? I don't know. My first question was going to be, how do you keep doing this? But my question is really simply, when did it become apparent that Myles Garrett was a realistic opportunity, and when did the ball start really getting rolling to make this incredible trade?
I can't say it was a long journey in terms of, let's call it, trade discussions, and try to keep it simple. They adjusted his contract sometime in March, where they basically pushed a bonus back from being paid right then in March till August, right? So they were not sure if that was a signal or not, could have easily just been a trend, but they moved. You know, what that did is, if he were to be traded on June 1, the new team would have to pay him that bonus, and it wouldn't be the Browns paying him. So we took that as an opportunity to call the Cleveland Browns, Andrew Berry, their general manager. And I have a really good relationship with Andrew and really enjoy just chatting football with him. And again, Myles Garrett, I'll say it a lot. He's going to be on the Cleveland Browns. I call it Mount Rushmore when it's all said and done. He's one of those players who's going to be on that mountain. And they've always been, you know what, it's best for the Browns to continue playing football with him. But sometime between then and now, I kept pestering, I kept, being persistent, almost jokingly at first. But it led to some serious discussions. And I think at that moment, when it did flip to, wow, this is actually a realistic opportunity. And at that point, we realized, you know what, we better seize this with all we got. But I can say this, once it was finally done, kind of over the weekend, where we agreed and this is what we were going to do, there was this element of relief, and okay, finally we can move on with our summer.
Man. Oh, man.
Les, Derek Fisher here, man. Thank you for joining us, and just congratulations on where you guys are and where the team continues to be headed. Talk to us about your mentality as the general manager behind what seems to be a true intentionality around acquiring veteran stars and guys that can have impact now, compared to maybe some teams that focus on, younger, cheaper guys and really try to kind of balance their salary cap in a different way.
Really good question, Derek. In this case, and a little bit different than our last, let's call it 3 seasons, where we were intentional about retooling our defense. We did that with let's call it draftees on rookie contracts. We did, we probably hoarded some picks over those last few years. But during that 3-year run, right, we did earn some efficacy. We like to say efficacy because there is evidence that, right, we could win. There's efficacy that we could get to the playoffs. There's efficacy that we could win a division and contend. I always say this, Derek, and you've been in sports, both of you have been in sports a long time. What is evidence? Evidence is in the past. So, hey, no double entendre intended. We still have miles to go before we start keeping score this season, and we have a lot of work to do to become the best we can be until then. And that's always been our mentality. But at the end of the day, it's hey, we have a quarterback who's playing at an MVP level, and we have a surrounding core that has proven they can contend. And in those moments, some people call them windows, right? It was, okay, we're in this window. Is this an opportunity that we can add a play? And they don't come around long, Derek. This almost seems like maybe more like an NBA trade, right? Where, wow, the reigning defensive MVP, there's an opportunity to acquire him. You kind of see these trades. Maybe I'm wrong because I'm just a fan of the NBA. But those type players moving more than they do in the NFL.
We are talking right now with Rams general manager Les Snead. And Les, speaking of that MVP quarterback, can you touch on what he's brought to the team, the franchise since you acquired him in 2021, and the future with Matthew Stafford?
You know what? I think what he's done for us is I mean, it's right there on paper. It's in his resume. The season after we traded him, very similar to the trade we just made. Right there was an element of a bullseye on your back of, okay, we're moving on from a successful QB. We're bringing in Matthew Stafford, who might be more in his prime where Jared was still getting there. So there was a reason and intentionality. We did that because the team, we felt like it was. Guess what? Derek will appreciate this. He made the shot, right, during that run. And it did, along with his teammates, right, making plays, and it led to a special moment in Los Angeles. And even as we've retooled since then, right, he was a part of steadying the ship and then, right, making the plays, leading, not just playing football, but leading the team, all of those things. What he does bring is, though, when you go out on Sunday and play football, the team feels like, okay, we have a legitimate shot to win the day, right? If we can do our part, if we can protect Matthew, let him do his thing. So we're not hoping when he's the QB. And the cool thing for him, it's obvious he's in the back nine of his career. But he's one of those guys, if he was a pitcher, Cody, if he was a pitcher, and he could throw 100+ miles an hour, I don't think there's going to be a day in his life where he couldn't throw 100 mile an hour. His arm is live. So that's not what's gonna, that's not what's gonna probably, get him to say, you know what, I've had enough, because his arm's live. But the ability to play quarterback, self-explanatory, and we're jacked at, right, he's playing some of his best football right now and then.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about your relationship with Chris Shula. Not only you guys have to have a great relationship. Not only were you able to retain him, because I'm sure a lot of teams are calling one to hire him as a head coach, but you also got him one of the greatest defensive toys to ever play with in life.
Did you ever?
Talk to us about Chris Shula and how impactful he's been for the staff and for the team.
Oh, we had a better relationship today. Just kidding on that. I can say this: the journey with Chris. Chris has been here since we hired Sean, so that's been since 2017. So when you're in the bunker, right, doing hard things together for that many years, there's definitely a special bond to see him evolve from a position coach to the coordinator, and then evolve as a coordinator. So, but it definitely takes Chris, his staff, Sean. They do a really, really, really excellent job of, hey, let's call it laying out, right, how a move like this, right, not only can help, right, not only what Miles can do, but how it can affect, right, how it helps the other players, and also affect how other teams are game planning against Miles and what that can allow him to do. So it's not just, oh, wow, let's go get the best defensive player on the planet right now, but it's also how that compounds, how that moves to a second, third, and fourth level, and how it helps our defense. So really, really good relationship with Chris. He's a bright young coach. He's a patient coach, Derek. So, he's one of those that knows this is a really, really, really good spot. He's having fun, let's call it doing this chapter of his life, and patient on waiting for that next one that surely will come at some point.
We are talking with Rams GM Les Snead here on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. Les, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, speaking of all the defense going on, Aaron Donald, it's a thing that's been out there. People really, really are excited about an idea or prospect of potentially coming out of retirement. Is that a realistic possibility?
Here's what I can say. I know he's chatted with our head coach, Sean McVay. It's more realistic today than it was, let's call it 2 weeks ago last year. I don't want to think like that. I'll let him make that decision. But you know what? If y'all want to keep talking about it on the radio, and maybe that inspires him to, let's call it, do one last dance.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, why not, right?
Oh, why
We'll
not?
We'll let him sit, toss, and turn, and determine whether what I think he's tweeted it right or talked about it right. Let's see if that fire's there, because I can tell you this about Aaron. Now, hey, he's going to send out his workout videos. I don't think he's missed a day of working out in his life. I don't think he's missed it since he's retired. May not do 2 a days now, but the one thing I do know about him, he's one of those human beings that if he truly doesn't think he can be one of the best, he probably doesn't want to. It's an interesting personality trait, just kind of who he is at the core, which you always appreciated, and that's probably why he left when he did. He was like, you know what, as he said, I'm full. But we'll see if he's gotten a little bit hungrier since then.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Last one for me. What experiences have shaped, like, just your approach to team building and roster construction? Like it seems different, but it's about winning. It also seems, but it obviously be better coming from you.
That really good question. I think the approach is if let's go back to that saying window. If you're in the window, right? I would say you don't want to be reckless, but at the end of the day, I'll use the term "don't be scared." Let's not be scared to go for it. I always say, what if we were playing golf? What if we were at Augusta? What if somehow we find ourselves like in that final pairing or one of the final pairings on Sunday? And at the end of the day, let's just act like I'm not a golfer, right? But I'm a caddy, and the person I'm caddying for, you can just tell he's hitting it, he's swinging it, he's hitting it pure today. And oh, by the way, at some point on that course, right, you're going to have to have some courage to go, you know what? We're not going to lay up here. Let's try to drop that ball on the green and putt for eagle, make that putt, right, make that run for the green jacket. And that's the moment where you probably tap your the person you're caddying for on the shoulder and go, hey, this is the time, this is the moment, hey, we got to have it. You're swinging it well. Let's go for that green jacket. Then point being, Derek, is this. Probably would rather, right, make that swing, go for it in that moment, and put it in the trap and not get that green jacket versus this, not doing it, laying up, then watching someone else do it. I call it this, living with regret versus, we swung, we tried, we lived in that moment, we came up short. So, right, that's kind of in all of sports, back when I could play, right, not as fortunate as you two, wasn't as gifted as you two, right? So, it stopped in college, but as I was a part of teams and organizations, I don't know how it all accumulated, right? Probably even those moments of watching Derek the Lakers. For some reason, I was a Lakers fan. I'd read some books on Phil Jackson. But, right, you could tell that, oh, by the way, y'all were going for it, right? Not nuanced in it, but you weren't there just to, finish third. And with that, it's that courage to kind of go for it when it's time to go for it.
Well, man, the fact that the Rams are not only in the window, they have seemed like they've been in the window since they've been back in Los Angeles. And Les, that is very much attributed to your incredible work. We cannot thank you enough, Les Snead, for joining us today on Derek and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And good luck this season, and thank you so much for joining us. And also, just for giving the excitement to the LA fans right now, man.
Oh, that you can tell when there's some moves that I call that are fundamentally sound, right? You go, this is going to really help our team. But the fans don't really, it didn't get the fans excited. You can tell when there's some moves where, right, it woke the fan base up, ignited them a little bit. Doesn't happen in June. That's always a cool moment because being a fan is special. As a kind of a leader in sports, you understand that responsibility. Right. I mean, fans give their heart and soul to a team, and win or lose, there's a lot of emotions, a lot of joy, a lot of fulfilling moments, and man, there's a lot of painful Mondays being a fan as well. If you're a fan of football as well. So.
Absolutely. Well, Les Snead, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon out at camp.
All right, looking forward to seeing y'all. Thanks for having me. Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much for joining us. The great Les Snead, GM for the Rams, that just joined us right here on Derek and Decker. And Aaron Donald's a realistic possibility.
Yeah, that was interesting. He definitely didn't tamp it down. He actually encouraged us to keep posting Aaron Donald workout videos and hyping him up even more.
Hey, he did not kill that vibe.
Nope.
He did not kill
Nope.
it.
I'm keeping the party going, baby. Aaron Donald, come on. And he said it. Les Snead said it. It's up to us, Los Angeles. It's up to us right here on the Fan LA. We need to get Aaron Donald back, and we're going to spearhead this thing. We need him back. We got to get that fire. How do we get that fire?
And the impact has hit our YouTube community. The poll, which was 50-50 on is Aaron Donald coming back during this interview. And now, after this interview, do you believe Aaron Donald will come back and go to YouTube and vote? It is up to 58% yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that practically means he's coming back. That's what it means, right, Raj? Ah! Dude, how exciting this team is right now. And also, I really love the approach. That's the other thing that he just said that really kind of stood out to me. The question you asked about the approach and the win now mentality. That's what the Rams have been since they've moved here. It's at first when they made those moves early on when they got Jalen Ramsey, they gave up a lot for Jalen Ramsey. And I'm thinking, man, they're just going to kick it down the curb. This team's going to be really struggle bus in 3 years. They just keep finding a way to keep extending that window, and it is fascinating to see for this team.
I mean, what this tells me is also when Les Snead decided Sean McVay was the guy to coach his football team.
What a get!
Like I truly believe he felt like they could be in the window as long as Sean McVay had the pieces. Mm-hmm. And so it's like he truly understands Sean McVay's ability as a football coach, that if you provide him with the type of roster and personnel that can go out and make the plays, that he can put them in position to be successful and they can go for Super Bowls. And that's what they've been doing.
Also, that answer was the perfect answer when you asked him, how is it great to get back Shula on the defensive side? He's like, well, he's happier with me today.
Yes, he is. Yes. Every coach loves to have great players.
Man, and by the way, it's already in the chat right there. Dom says, quote, I quote, "Lord Jesus, we believe." Yes, you should. Aaron Donald, it could actually be real. And listen, that's not just from Aaron Donald. That was the thing that actually really excited me when I asked that question. Because, I could always expect, and I think even you might have even expected, you were a GM, you get a question like that, you can see a guy kind of pulling himself back, like, we see he's working out, it's great stuff, it's really, really fun. He sounded pretty interested in this. He's like, oh, no, yeah, if he wants to come back, there's a seat right here.
Yeah, I mean, in basketball, you technically can't say anything about potential free agents.
Tampering.
Like if they're not, I guess if Aaron Donald retired as a Ram, then maybe technically they still have his rights. Mm-hmm. So maybe he could speak on it. But in basketball, coaches literally and GMs have to avoid even saying names of guys. Otherwise, it's considered tampering and you're influencing whatever. But that didn't happen this morning.
No.
And we appreciate it.
Boy, I am so excited for what the Rams can do going forward. I mean, they are the odds-on favorite, not only to win the NFC West, not only to win the NFC, but to win the Super Bowl. And the last time there was a Super Bowl at SoFi, it was the Rams in the Rams house holding that trophy. Whew, it would be great to see again. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick little break. Coming up, we are going to react more to what Les Snead said. Your phone calls, 855-97-LA-FAN. What do you guys think about the Myles Garrett trade? What do you think about Aaron Donald potentially coming back out of retirement? What do you think about the Rams season as a whole coming forward? And the NFL season. Let's hear from you guys. Of course, get in the chat at the Fan LA. It's Derek and Decker right here for the next 3 hours, right here on the Fan LA.
Let's call it 2 weeks ago last year. I don't want to think like that. I'll let him make that decision. But you know what? If y'all want to keep talking about it on the radio, and maybe that inspires him to, let's call it do one last dance.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Right?
Oh, why not?
We'll let him sit, toss, and turn, and determine whether I think he's tweeted it right or talked about it right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that fire's there.
Let's see if that fire is there. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, the new 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker with you right here for the next 3 hours. And, of course, that was Rams GM Les Snead. We just had a great interview with him, asked him all kinds of questions. One, how did this Myles Garrett thing come to fruition? His approach to being a GM, of course, what everything Matthew Stafford has brought to this team over the last year. Then, of course, the question of the day, Aaron Donald, and you heard it right there. He made it sound like it would definitely be of interest, to say the least. And what can I say? I'm interested. D-Fish, you're interested. Raj, you're interested. L.A., I have to assume you would be very interested of a return of 99 to the Rams.
It is very intriguing, man. It's not just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's not a ceremonial thing. Like Aaron Donald, the level of like competitiveness and toughness that he played with, like there's a recognition that he would be capable of like not having played in a few years and still have like the requisite, required things it would take to play in an NFL football game.
Yes.
Like that's not everybody. Phillip Rivers returned right this past season from the quarterback position where it's like there are different things required to make a comeback as a quarterback. You're probably still throwing the football. You're not required to move and run. You're not required to
Which he did neither of those things.
Right. So, but Aaron Donald, that's different. Like to be in the trenches as a defensive lineman, an edge rusher, a power
tackle
guy. That's not something that you can just show back up and do. But because it's Aaron Donald, that's why we're excited, because we remember what he was like, and from what we can see, he doesn't look like he's that far removed from
he
what
looks
he was.
ridiculous. Again, yesterday, those of you that didn't listen to the 6 o'clock hour, both D Fish and I yesterday, we were starting to talk about this and kind of pontificating with each other. Could he? Really? Realistically? Because it's a great talking point. It's a great idea. It's a great radio line for everyone to call in at 855-97-LA-FAN. But also, realistically, years off the NFL? Come on, man. No way. And then we've pulled up a very, very, very recent workout video from Aaron Donald. And he goes up there just throwing up some dumbbells, bench pressing dumbbells, 150 apiece. Now, that is a 300 dumbbell bench press, and I'm like, that's impressive. Can I do that? Yes, but that's because I'm ungodly strong and I work out a ton. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Great. And then he just rolls off the bench and doesn't put the weights down. And I'm like, oh, why is he holding the weight still? And he just bangs out 20 reps of shrugs for his traps with 150-pound dumbbells. And then like, okay, well, that's insane. I'm glad he's going to stop now. And he dropped the dumbbell. And I'm like, D-Fish, why did he only drop one dumbbell? What's happening? He bends over, just a bent over row with a 150, which, by the way, is literally double the weight I'm even willing to try on that exercise. So I'm just sitting there with my mouth wide open going, dear God. Yeah, I think he could play in the NFL still.
Yeah, the power, the strength is still there. When people ask me now if I still work out, I'm like, I don't, because when I worked out, I wasn't lifting 150-pound dumbbells, but that type of training, like that much like power, force, anger, like everything in it, I don't need to do that anymore. And watching him work out, though, like made me want to go work out.
Yeah.
He's still in that mindset of like training as though he's still playing football. And so, again, it's just a matter of some of the on-field things. You don't know if he's done any type of training at all, if he's been on the field, if he's done any of the typical kind of training exercises that defensive players do. But if he gets a taste of that, and still, to me, the hardest part for older veteran athletes is not being able to do it again. It's, can your body recover from doing it again so that then you can do it again? That's going to be the question that he has to answer for himself, is can he train the way he trained, as we saw in the video?
Still can.
But then can he go out on the field and do some of the exercises, the swim moves, chase, hit the pad, get back up,
and then
like
recover.
all the things, and then recover so that then he can do it again next Sunday and then next Sunday.
Yeah, because he's a monster, but he is still, listen, I know 35 is not the age we once discussed it as, but that is still a high number in the NFL.
It is. And, to his credit, and a positive thing is that his body hasn't taken that punishment over the last few years.
So he's fresh.
So he is fresh. His body is as healed and recovered as it could possibly be from the NFL career that he's had. But those would be the key things, right? Can he recover from being who he is? Because he only knows one way to play and train. And so his ability to recover from those things will be the key.
And those of you that were wondering, well, can Les Snead even comment on Aaron Donald? Yes, he can, because it would not be tampering. He is not a free agent. Aaron Donald did retire when he did, but he was walking away from a contract extension. So the Rams still hold his contractual rights.
Correct.
So if he wants to come back, it's right here in L.A.
Yeah.
And Les Snead sounded more than happy to welcome him back with open arms. And those of you that are wondering what Aaron Donald is saying, well, he apparently texted Jordan Schultz. This is a tweet from Jordan Schultz, reporter out there. I texted Aaron Donald about coming out of retirement and playing for the Rams alongside Myles Garrett. His response: I'm for sure flirting with the idea. Hell of an opportunity with a Super Bowl in SoFi this year. If I can find the fire, it's a possibility. So it's on us, LA. It's on all of us here at 97.1 The Fan LA. The voice of you, the voice of LA sports. Yeah. And you guys, we need all of you to start this campaign. Get Donald his fire, because we need that fire right now in L.A. I can't believe this is a real thing. I'm so excited. It's just, and by the way, if they get back Aaron Donald, I'm not saying it's a wrap. Obviously, anything can happen in the NFL. Injuries happen. Things just go south sometimes. But, dude, if they get Aaron Donald also with, and make no mistake, they also got great secondary pieces. They got Pro Bowlers there. They have gone and attacked this team's deficiencies in ways that I didn't even think were possible. And you might get back an Aaron Donald? Not a wrap, but about as close to a wrap as I can think of in the NFL. I've never seen a team put together like this.
Yeah, I mean, the NFL, it's literally one play changes seasons, which it's makes it so challenging to win Super Bowls and then obviously, stay within that kind of Super Bowl window for multiple years, the way the Rams have. But it was clear that, coming up a game short of the Super Bowl this past season, didn't sit well. Mm-hmm. Like they had every intention on making sure they got back to that doorstep, and they plan to step through the door this time. With all the news, obviously, around the Myles Garrett trade and, the excitement around the Aaron Donald possibilities, like we still can't forget that in the secondary, the biggest offseason move for the Rams prior to yesterday was the signing of Trent McDuffie to the 4-year, $124 million extension that he signed as an elite cornerback cover guy.
What a pickup.
So now, by adding Myles Garrett, whether Aaron Donald comes back or not, but now the complementary football, of course, that you have to play on the offensive side in terms of, having great quarterback play, being able to mix in the run, being able to block well, et cetera. But then defensively, to have the pressures that Myles Garrett can bring, but then have a guy like Trent McDuffie in the secondary that can make big plays as well. The Rams are notorious for being a team that likes to pressure the quarterback. They like to create turnovers. They like to almost force pace.
And now you have the secondary to complement it.
Yeah,
it's
just
phenomenal.
a matter of staying healthy, almost similar to the Dodgers, right? Like the Dodgers' health that's impacted their ability to probably win 50 games already so far. But the Rams just staying healthy throughout the season, that's going to be the key. It's clear that they'll have the talent to be the best team in the league.
Donnie Boy on YouTube just said, Rams are favored to win game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight. and he might have a point on that one, dude. This team's ridiculous as we currently stand. I just look up and down this, and you talk about the complementary football. This team already had probably the most dynamic offense in the league last year. And you mentioned, falling down the way they did in the NFC Championship game. I mean, you have to believe that it left a real bad taste in their mouth, not just losing that game, but then going on to see the Seahawks absolutely boat race the living hell out of the Patriots. The Rams would have won that game by 50. So I have to assume that's not sitting well with them either. Has that ever happened to you when you got knocked out of, say, a Western Conference Finals or even earlier in the playoffs, and you see who's in the finals going that ring should be ours?
You just gonna go for the worst experiences of my life.
Huh? Cutting to the white meat.
I think sometimes we got to talk about it. I think it's gonna be a therapy session between us two. We got this.
Yes, that has happened. Unfortunately, too many times that I'd like to discuss. But I mean, speaking of the Spurs are in the NBA Finals. For many years, it was either the Spurs beating us and going to the NBA Finals and winning the title, or we advanced to beat the Spurs and we went on to win the NBA title. And so, yeah, it's happened, and it is not a great feeling.
No.
You losing to the Celtics in 2008 in the finals, it fueled what came next, which was titles in 2009 and 2010. So, the failures and adversities are kind of seeds and soil for, high levels of success. And so the Rams, kind of basically confronting, what feels like as an athlete sometimes as coaches that you kind of fail to meet the moment Doesn't mean you're a failure, but you failed to meet the moment, and you want to do everything you possibly can to make sure the next time you have a crack at that moment that you're now more prepared than you were the last time. And the Rams are doing everything they possibly can to give themselves that chance.
So it's funny you say that, because that's what I thought. Because when you mentioned the Celtics series that you guys did drop, I mean, when was the next time you played Celtics? What, 2 years later, was it?
2 years later.
2 years later, and that was like
Cheated. That was an epic series.
Raj, what was that? What did you put in my ear? I will not have that slander that you're trying to throw out there, sir.
We're going to have to give out Raj's cell phone number in a minute. And so
we're going to have to start doxing Raj to get him in line.
Celtics were up 13 in that fourth quarter in L.A., and then just things got weird, and I think
weird? Or did the Lakers just do what the Lakers do? Beat the Celtics?
Just not saying anything.
Yeah.
This guy.
Lucky Perkins was hurt.
It's a hostile working. My
Don't
God.
get me started
Celtics,
on
that starting five had never lost a playoff game. You know it, Fisher. You know the history.
Sound like Doc Rivers.
And the year before, when Kevin Garnett hurt his calf and couldn't beat Orlando Magic, you know the Celtics would have repeated.
Listen to this guy.
Like, the revisionist history is crazy.
It's astonishing.
So then we played the Celtics in 08. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that Andrew Bynum was hurt and Trevor Ariza didn't play.
Where were you now, Raj?
Nobody
what do you got?
wants to talk
It's time
about
to break, guys. Let's
No,
stop bringing up
Where
old
are
stuff.
you right now, Raj?
Stop bringing up old stuff. Time to break.
Nobody wants to talk about that.
Interesting.
All
right, guys. Question. Could Alex Caruso reunite with LeBron?
What?
Such a tease, it's even got D-Fish interested. You want to be around to have this conversation. All right, here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Imagine.
Welcome back, LA. Derek and Decker right here. 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, our phone number, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Those of you that didn't tune in to the 7 o'clock hour earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we had Rams GM Les Snead join the show. And don't worry, if you missed it, we will be playing that again, the entire interview, once again, in the 9 o'clock hour. So those of you that missed the great Les Snead and everything he had to discuss, one of which being Aaron Donald, one of which being, of course, the future with the great Matt Stafford, and everything else under the sun. And of course, how did this come to fruition? This incredible trade for Myles Garrett. But we got to talk a little bit about the NBA. We got ourselves game one of the finals tonight. But that's actually not the topic of this conversation. The topic of this conversation, because the Oklahoma City Thunder, that is a team that has to make some pretty tough decisions coming up soon. And the question simply is this. Tim McMahon is reporting out of ESPN. Caruso's future of all of the players over there seems to be safe. It looks like with Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams due to have their extensions kicking in during the offseason, the Thunder will be forced to make tough decisions on the likes of Isaiah Hartenstein, Lou Dort, Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins, etc. It is being reported that Alex Caruso is not in that group, which means we will not get an Alex Caruso reunion in Los Angeles. What say you, D-Fish?
I'm not surprised. I mean, for the Thunder, like Alex Caruso's contract is like cheap is not the right word, but it's
affordable.
It's affordable. It's cost effective, based on the decisions that they're having to balance at the top. With SGA obviously is a no-brainer. Back-to-back MVP, whatever number he writes on the piece of paper, you pay the number. Chet and J-Dub's contract extensions kick in this year, and so that automatically is going to put the Thunder close to the luxury tax, and they've been below the tax line now for 6 consecutive seasons, while also still winning at the highest level. And so again, this fits into the Dodgers conversation. Remember, because people in sports like to think that the teams that spend the most money are the ones that just automatically win, and
that's not exactly true.
The case. Like, there are mechanisms in the NBA as well for teams to spend however much money they want to spend. There's just some penalties and casualties for doing it for long periods of time. So a guy like Alex Caruso, his contract, it fits great for teams that are have stars at the top that they need in order to have a championship caliber team. But then also, young guys, two-way contracts, guys on their rookie contract deals. Alex Caruso is a great bridge there. So I don't see OKC ever considering, Caruso not, being a guy that they're going to try to maintain right in the position where he is, because he checks so many boxes, and his contract is an affordable one based on the NBA financial system that's in place in the moment.
What name right there that actually did kind of jump out at me? Hartenstein. Would that be a guy that the Lakers would actually go, kind of try to target? I know they're always, the word is always, well, we really do need a big. We need a center. Is that something they would look at?
Possibly. He does a lot of good things really well. And again, for the Lakers, you don't need a center that feels like he needs the basketball to be effective. And that's I think sometimes that's what they ran into with DeAndre Ayton this past year, and have run into at times in the past. Like, it's hard to be a role player. People don't realize, it's not as easy as it may seem to be next to, Luka, Austin, LeBron, and feel like and know that you're capable of doing more, but the team doesn't need you to do more. Isaiah Hartenstein is a player that is very comfortable just playing the role that he has. He doesn't need the ball to be effective, but when he gets the ball, he does know how to play. He can make shots around the rim. He has a nice little push floater. He sets great screens. He's a really good passer. He's a physical defender. I think he would be the type of player that would fit well with how the Lakers play. Not as much of a lob threat, I think, as Luka is accustomed to playing with and likes to play with, but Hartenstein checks a lot of boxes. His contract is also one of the ones that could fit into a lot of teams' payroll.
The quote-unquote
structures.
affordable contract. You mentioned that role, that kind of massive role, that role you're talking about, that two-way role, that, utility role. Like, how hard is that to do? Is there like an ego thing to that for certain guys, like taking on that role, or is it like a point of pride taking on that role?
Both.
Yeah.
I mean, you need both. It's everybody has an ego, even on the women's side. Like, players have an ego, confidence, belief in who they are, and it's hard to when you're capable of doing more. It's hard to continually wake up every day and ask yourself to do less. Like think about that. Like, somebody's asking you to like dim your light, as opposed to turning your light up brighter. And that's not an
hear that, Sarah?
That's not an easy thing. we got to talk, Raj. What's going on, man?
Raj, you okay? By the way, you're being accused in the chat right now for being a hidden Celtics fan.
Oh, it's nothing hidden about it.
Oh,
wow.
no,
Yeah.
Raj.
Raj, hold on, man. You're going to have them waiting for us outside, man.
Raj, that should have been your biggest secret in life.
They're going to think we with you, man. You can't do that.
Oh, you're a
Can't do that.
monster.
And so, yeah, to do less, you have to intentionally make the choice that you're willing to accept doing less. And then the sense of pride does need to kick in, that like you're still very fortunate enough to have an opportunity to play basketball in the NBA. Most of the time, if you're being asked to play maybe a smaller role than you would like, oftentimes that means you're probably on a really good team. And so there still needs to be a sense of pride in how you show up every day and do your job, because that's what comes with being a member of a team. You still have to be a great teammate. You still have to be willing to do whatever the team needs. And sometimes that's hard because it makes players feel like they're not going to be rewarded for what they're actually capable of if you put them into a smaller role. But I think the economics in the NBA have changed so much, where even for guys like Alex Caruso, Isaiah Hartenstein, Lou Dort, some of these guys on this list, you're still going to make 8 figures a year to play basketball, regardless of what your role is for most of these guys. And so I think that's changed players' willingness to buy into some roles compared to what it was like, when I played him many years ago. You just, to play a smaller role and know that would negatively impact your contract value.
Yeah.
That it was hard to accept that.
Man, I bet. I mean, because, you mentioned that, like, the ego. Like, I think I always found it to be a combination. Is a slippery slope, double-edged sword type of thing. The ego aspect of it I always thought was really good because you have to have that belief in yourself, but also really bad because if you ever find out that you aren't that superstar guy, it's like falling down a couple of steps of stairs. It could hurt a little bit. It's fascinating to me how guys can and how some guys can't get there.
That is fascinating. And that's more of like the mental performance. And I think that's the part of the conversation in sports that sometimes gets lost is everybody there has the physical makeup.
No question.
Like, tons of guys could hit 300 physically in terms of the power, their physical build, the velocity, the force they swing the bat with. Same thing in basketball. Like, there are a bunch of guys that are 6'6", 225 or whatever. They have the same physical attributes of some of the greatest players to ever play basketball. But probably the two biggest muscles that differentiates those guys are here and here. And sometimes because those it's not obvious or overt how you train your brain and train your heart to be able to perform at high levels consistently, that's oftentimes what gets guys caught up the most. Like, sometimes the ego and the pride can kind of tip you over into a space where you're not able to perform as well because you're only thinking about yourself in a situation where you're playing a team sport. So in coaching high school players now, I try to remind them all the time, like, you need to make that decision now. because you're going to bump into all of the same hard things you think are hard now. If you're fortunate enough to play in college or in the pros, you're going to be forced with the same situations, starting or coming off the bench, a lot of playing time or a little playing time. Mm-hmm. Can you still be a great teammate? And if you just don't have it in you to be a guy that can still be about the team, even when you aren't getting what you want, you need to go play an individual sport.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and by the way,
go do something else.
The good teammate aspect of it, I think, is the most overlooked aspect. Because it's the thing about being a good quote unquote teammate, it's not quantifiable. You know, that's the issue with it. So I in baseball, like, I think I got signed my last 3 seasons. Not necessarily because I could still play. I could still play, obviously. I was a very good player still. But I really think I was mostly signed because, this guy's more of an extension of our coaching staff.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll sacrifice a couple of numbers to have this guy in our clubhouse.
For sure. I don't know how many years I would say, but most of my success was more about the teammate part and the intangibles part than anything else. Like it even being drafted in the first round was more about the things that didn't show up on the stat sheet.
Yeah, the guy you are rather than the player you were.
And that can take you a very long way, regardless of what industry you're in, to be honest. Yeah. Like it little things just like showing up on time consistently, paying attention. They used to tell us in school, right? Like, find a seat in the front of the classroom to signal to the teacher that you are engaged and that you are paying attention and that this is important to you. Like, all the little life skills things still apply in athletics. And the ones that can apply those things consistently, one, if you combine those things with a high talent athlete, like, those are the greats of all time. And then for those of us that are human and not alien, that's our kind of secret sauce. That's how we kind of win at the margins, is like the intangible little things that other guys aren't willing to do. And that's how I separated myself from everybody.
I mean, and you did. You flat out did separate yourself from everybody. But what do you guys think? You heard what we think. And, of course, the chat has been going live all show long. It appears that Raj is fighting with people in the chat because Raj thinks he's been, body swapped with a Celtics fan.
I've been hacked, man. It's crazy. An impersonator's hacked. I don't know what they're talking about.
You can't hack you, Raj. Your face and voice said that.
Oh, my goodness, man. Raj.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. We're just having a healthy basketball discussion with Derek Fisher.
Dangerous, Raj. Dangerous.
Dude, you're going to get some people pissed at you, man. You don't want LA fans picketing this place.
No.
This Laker legend, Laker fan, bad guy. Bad guy, I'm pointing at Raj. No. I hate that he has control of that board.
Yeah, especially if we keep learning these teams that he likes. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be awful. It's going to find out he's a Giants fan next. Just a nightmare. Guys, we have so much more to discuss on the show today. Of course, if you missed it earlier, Les Snead, Rams GM, joined us in hour 2 of the show. We will be replaying that interview again in the 9 o'clock hour. And of course, when we return, just to bother Raj, when we return, we got to talk about the MLB salary cap that was proposed. What does this do to affect the Dodgers? And honestly, would this have affected them getting Shohei Ohtani at all? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, D-Fish with you. And, of course, me, Cody Decker, joining us for the next 2 hours here on your morning Los Angeles commute here on 97.1. And, of course, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app. And don't be afraid to check us out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. We've been having so much to discuss today. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Just a quick reminder, D-Fish and I, earlier on in the show, had Rams GM Les Snead live right here on 97.1. We asked him some very important questions. We first asked, basically, how did this whole Myles Garrett thing come to fruition? But then the question after the Myles Garrett thing happened, which is on every LA fan's mind and every probably straight up football fan's mind. What does this mean with potential returns of Mr. 99 Aaron Donald? And here is what Les Snead had to say.
It's more realistic today than it was, let's call it 2 weeks ago last year. I don't want to think like that. I'll let him make that decision. But you know what? If y'all want to keep talking about it on the radio, and maybe that inspires him to, let's call it do one last dance.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, why not? Right?
Oh, why
we'll
not?
We'll let him sit, toss, and turn, and determine whether I think he's tweeted it, right, or talked about it, right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that fire's there, because I can tell you this about Aaron. Now, hey, he's going to send out his workout videos. I don't think he's missed a day of working out in his life. I don't think he's missed it since he's retired. May not do 2 a days now, but the one thing I do know about him, he's one of those human beings that if he truly doesn't think he can be one of the best, he probably doesn't want to. It's an interesting personality trait, just kind of who he is at the core, which you always appreciate it, and that's probably why he left when he did. He was like, you know what, as he said, I'm full. But we'll see if he's gotten a little bit hungrier since then.
Yes, we will find that out. And, of course, Aaron Donald's put out a few statements. Of course, we reported what he told Jordan Schultz. He said it's definitely a hell of an opportunity to rejoin this team with a chance to win a Super Bowl at SoFi. Let's see if he can find the fire. I mean, it would just be such a tantalizing prospect to get Aaron Donald out of retirement.
Yeah, it's hard to, imagine, and because you don't want to get overly excited
of course.
As though it needs to happen or has to happen.
It doesn't, because they're already odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl as of right now.
Yeah, it's just exciting to think about. Again, it has more to do with Aaron Donald than even our own excitement as fans. It's because of how he played the game, approached the game, what he brought to the Rams. To have Myles Garrett now and envision, almost having two versions of these really dominant, frontline defensive players, it just would be a great opportunity to enjoy as a fan more than anything. And so, we'll see. It's his decision. He clearly was able to make a clear-minded decision about stepping away from the game.
Yes, he did.
And so I think we can trust that whatever the checklist would be for him to actually commit to returning, there's going to be enough, intentional thinking around those decisions, and that, he won't do it or wouldn't do it if he really wasn't truly capable of coming back and being the closest version to what we saw in 2023 last. Humanly possible. I think if there's any feeling of his that he wants it, but he maybe even the fire lights back up, but his body just isn't able to do the things that he was able to do before. He may not make the choice. But also, like Les Snead mentioned in the interview, Aaron Donald has spoken with Sean McVay, and I would imagine a lot of those conversations are around what type of role defensively do they carve out for Aaron Donald that would allow this to really work, right? He doesn't necessarily need to be the full-time starter, play as many downs as he did when he was the guy, right? But he also needs to play enough downs that it makes the work that's going to go into coming back
Impact.
worth it, right, and have the impact. But also, you're talking to the performance team about, okay, how are we going to surround Aaron Donald with the things that he'll need in terms of recovering and preparing to play. What adjustments can we make in terms of practice, what things he'll be required to do in order to stay sharp, but also make sure there's room for him to not have to grind as hard on the practice field just so that he can be fresh and healthy and really locked in and ready to go for games. So there's interesting conversations. It's not as simple as just saying, yeah, I want to play football again. But the right people are in place to have these nuanced conversations. Les Snead, Sean McVay, Aaron Donald, like those three guys can figure it out for sure.
You ain't lying. And by the way, those of you that missed the Les Snead interview, we will be replaying that today at 9:30 right here on 97.1 The Fan. All right, we got ourselves a CBA coming up in Major League Baseball, and it's to say the least, getting quite ugly right out the gate because, of course, the owners want a salary cap. To the owners' credit, you and I discussed it yesterday, they are, as of now, winning the PR battle because for some reason, fans just can be very, very, very much convinced that the greedy players are the reason that you guys pay a high premium for tickets in these TV packages. Cannot stress enough, not related whatsoever. But the package that they did put out there was Major League Baseball suggested a salary cap and floor, which, by the way, was also a little misleading as well, $243 million, but as a salary cap. However, that cap also included certain fees, player bonuses. So there were a lot of things that were involved that actually drives that cap a little lower. And then the salary floor at, I believe, at $171 million. Another issue, obviously, being that the floor would be 65% of the cap, which I can't stress enough, just out the gate makes zero sense at all because that does not bring a semblance of competitive balance that I can see in any shape, way, or form. However, the Players Union head, Bruce Meyer, put out a statement breaking down a little bit more of what their proposal was. And here is his quote. I thought they would try harder to make it look good, and they didn't even do that. They've effectively managed to cobble together the worst system for players in any of the major sports, and it's not even close. Mayer also said that if Major League Baseball players accepted the owner's proposal for a salary cap, players' share of revenue would actually go down. They would take about a $500 million pay cut, and parts of their contracts would become non-guaranteed. And by that last part, the non-guaranteed aspect is the ugliest part of this because Major League Baseball has guaranteed contracts. The NFL does not have guaranteed contracts, which I cannot stress enough, I think is the dirtiest, ugliest thing about the NFL. Those players are going through a car crash every 30 seconds and their contracts aren't guaranteed is mind-numbingly crazy to me. But baseball has that in there right now, and the player and the owners are doing everything they can to get that taken away. The other things about this is something you kind of touched on, because we did just talk about the cap situation when it comes to, say, the Oklahoma City Thunder and the hard decisions that they have to make coming up. Well, there's a former general manager in Major League Baseball named Zach Scott. He was the GM of the New York Mets for a season. And he broke down very much how payroll and how things actually work in Major League Baseball in conjunction with how spending works and how teams actually win. And he does a very good, digestible, and simple way of breaking it down. And this is what he says. Zach Scott says, after 20 years of inside Major League Baseball front offices, here's the 5 things of data that payroll explains about 1/3 of why a team wins, where the other 2/3 is the part of the cap conversation isn't even about, mentioned, or even related to. So everybody's trying to find the correlation between spending and winning, yet somehow those don't actually exist. How do I know that? The number one payroll is Major League Baseball is the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yes, no question. They are also doing a lot with their money. They're 39-22. So yeah, there's an example of a disparity. They're high pay and they're winning. New York Mets have the second highest payroll. They're in last place in the NL East. So how come that money's not correlating? The New York Yankees, third. High payroll, third highest payroll. They are in second place in their division. Okay, there you go. You got 2 of 3. Philadelphia Phillies. They started the season with the worst start maybe in Philly's history. They are currently 500. They are third in their division. They have the fourth highest payroll. The Toronto Blue Jays are 4 games under 500. They have the 5th highest payroll. So the 5 highest payrolls in Major League Baseball, one of which is in last place, 2 of which are in 3rd or 4th place, and 1 is the Dodgers. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when you really break it down in that aspect. But to get back to what Zach Scott said, really he goes down to breaking down where developmental is spent on and how much money is spent there and how much money is spent on scouting. And then he brings up the last fact. Luck is also a little bit involved with this entire process that people just don't want to admit. It's financing on your salary, yeah, 1/3, then it's developmental, and then it's scouting. The money has to be allocated to that, even more so than your actual payroll. And you want a great example? Well, take a look at the 26th highest payroll in Major League Baseball, the Tampa Bay Rays, under $100 million. They're in first place in the American League. Weird how that works. They spend the 26th amount, but they're in first place in the entire American League. Make it make sense, Derek Fisher.
That you just made it make sense. I am a listener, and have some similar, not exactly the same, but similar perspectives and thoughts on what you just said there. I remember sitting in collective bargaining agreement sessions across from the league and trying to kind of make those same points that like there is no language or cap system or structures that you can put into place to legislate winning and winning mindset and championship habits and attention to detail. Like those things are not in an agreement. Those things are within human beings. And so there'll never be a system that guarantees anything. Like, yeah, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, they have certain mechanisms and systems in place primarily due to like they were indoctrinated, they were brought into fruition many decades ago. And so those systems have just kind of remained the same. They've evolved in different ways, but they've been in place. Major League Baseball has never had a salary cap system, and so you don't have to have one to create anything. True competitiveness is not based in dollars and cents. Like if it was so simple, historically, every team with the highest payroll would have done all the winning in every sport every year. Yep. And that's not how it happens.
It's just not the case. Now, I do think that was the case in the 90s, but like, remember, in the 90s when the Yankees were quote unquote buying all their World Series, which I never really subscribed to, yeah, they were spending money, but at the time they owned their own TV network and no one else did. Now everybody's got their TV networks. Everybody's got their TV money. Everybody's also collecting in the same TV money pool. Like every team is getting a lot of money. The Dodgers, by the way, the Dodgers, because of their TV deal, they are paying a little less money into said pool, but it has been going on year to year. The Dodgers are paying for the Rays' staff right now. Like the Yankees are paying for the Milwaukee Brewers staff right now. Not their ownerships all that much. They're doing everything they can not to spend and using teams like the Dodgers, like the Yankees, like the Mets. Well, they're trying not to use the Mets because the Mets absolutely ruined their argument right out the gate. But they're trying to use the Dodgers as the example of, well, we just can't compete. And once again, I want to just remind all you fans out there, the difference between $1 million and $1 billion is a thing that I think needs to be reminded to you like a child. Not that you're a child, that you just need to sometimes hear it said out loud the way a child does. 1 million seconds, 11.7 days, 1 billion seconds, 31.7 years. Just equate it to money and start figuring out just how not cash poor these Major League Baseball owners are.
I mean, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, again, I like the way you just broke that down, like 1 million seconds, 1 billion seconds. Things that take it out of the context of like salary cap and percentages and luxury tax and all those things. And if, in Southern California, like there's certain parts of SoCal that if you live in that neighborhood, like there's certain things that come with, there's a price to live in that neighborhood that you either can afford or you can't. Different show, different conversation
Absolutely.
for why you can or can't afford it. But if you can afford to live in a certain neighborhood, there are certain things that come with living in that neighborhood. But it's your choice. You can choose to live in the San Fernando Valley. You can choose to live in Beverly Hills. You can choose to live in Santa Monica. You can choose to live in Newport Beach. You can choose to live in Calabasas. Based on your means and your situation, you can choose which of these areas you live in. But once you make the choice, there's certain things that come along with making the choice. If you buy a property that's not in Newport Beach, on the beach, right on the sand, most likely your property's maybe less than the cost of that property that's on the beach, right on the sand. And so if our situations are different, I can't complain about the size of your house, how beautiful the house is. It's right on the beach. You got the sand. You walk right out the door, because I don't live there.
Yeah.
It's a different house. So if I'm in Cincinnati, I can't complain about what somebody that lives on the beach in LA is or isn't doing with their property. They're choosing to pay the money that it costs to live on the beach in Southern California. I'm not making that choice. I'm choosing my house is in Cincinnati.
Exactly.
Those are very different scenarios. I don't get to have the same things. It's not equal.
It's factual. Is it quote unquote fair? I don't know. How can you even describe it as fair? At the end of the day, the Cincinnati Reds have like 21 owners. They can spend money. They choose not to because they're making probably more money than they want to spend. I get it. It's a business decision, but it ain't a good baseball decision, and it ain't good for the fans of Cincinnati. It just isn't, and it drives me nuts. When a fan from a smaller market team always complains, well, we can't do that because we're in a small market. Well, then look at the Padres. I keep looking at the Padres. I don't understand why people don't just immediately look at the Padres. That was a team that was purchased for $800 million in 2012. It's 2026, and they were sold for nearly $4 billion. A 13-year investment that can gain you $3 billion? $3 billion! That's 94.6 years in seconds. Let's be real clear. What are we doing? And when people try to make the argument that the ownership price and the evaluation is not nearly the same as liquidity, guys, these are billionaires. They can get liquidity. They can get liquidity off of credit. They can use their own organization off the... what is happening? Why are owners and billionaires capitalists until they don't want to be anymore?
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective, but it's also why they have been so successful.
That is true.
In the other businesses and enterprises that they run and operate. Like, part of running a successful business is, managing costs and expenses and trying to cap certain costs and expenses and maybe trim the fat here or there, and you're trying to increase those margins and revenue streams so that it's more profitable, so that if and when you do decide to sell or exit, you've made it worth your time and worth the investment. So it's not unfair to have that mindset or particular approach. I just think it's sports is different than the typical employer-employee relationship, and a lot of our fans in sports are employees of employers. And as a school teacher, right, we those are some of the jobs that we like to talk about the most. They don't get paid anywhere near what they're worth.
Yes.
Not even close, right? And in sports, it's hard to, if you're a teacher, as a fan of sports, it's hard to wrap your mind around how somebody making millions of dollars can feel like that's not enough.
Which I do understand.
Right? That's why the narratives end up kind of benefiting the ownership groups a little bit more, because our sports fans that are spending money as teachers, firefighters, plumbers, electricians to go to the games and buy the merch, they're like, whoa, hold on. My whole livelihood just went into these 2 tickets, and this guy's complaining about making millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't feel right or sit right with our fans. So there has to be, I don't know, the Players Associations have to go do town halls and sit down.
That'd be nice, man.
And sit down with people and help them understand the economics of pro sports, just so that, again, you're entitled to have your opinion or your thought, but as informed as you possibly can be around, like, what it really comes down to. It's different. In music and television, I feel like it's viewed differently. Like, we have no issue with, like, if you want Denzel Washington to be in a movie, there's a cost that comes with it. You don't get Denzel Washington for less than what he's.
Exactly.
It's just, it is what it is. Now, he doesn't own the studio, but he's going to get paid a certain amount. He's going to get a certain percentage of the back end. He's going to enjoy the residuals of it.
Yep.
Like, athletes don't get residuals. Like, you have to put everything into their contract, because when that contract ends, that's it.
It's over. And when that career is over, it's over. I mean, and those careers end very, very young. Do we have an update on the poll, or should we wait till after the break?
No, we can update it now.
Let's do it.
We talked earlier about the biggest stars in Los Angeles, or you guys' top 5, but then it got us thinking globally, how big is Ohtani, who, of course, was both of your number 1 stars?
Yep.
So globally, we asked the people on the YouTube chat, which has been great today. And also you can catch some of that, the Les Snead interview, which you can hear in an hour as well, but his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers coming back on YouTube, and catch it everywhere, guys. But who is the bigger global star? Is it Messi? Is it Ohtani? Is it LeBron? Well, Messi got 57%. He wins.
Yeah.
Ohtani 40%, and LeBron
Nice.
just 3%. So
Well,
that's where the poll
I
was.
gotta say, I'm not upset about that. It makes more sense that Messi is probably still the global
globally.
star.
Yeah.
But Ohtani's coming, baby.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Ohtani's coming for you. All right, guys. Listen, got plenty more to talk about on the show. Those of you that missed the Les Snead interview in the 7 o'clock hour, don't you worry. We'll be playing that again at 9:30 today right here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Coming up, it's time for us to call our shot. That's right. Game 1, NBA Finals, Wemby versus the Knicks. Yes, I did phrase it that way, and I do not feel bad about it. Right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan. 855-97-LA fan. It's Derek and Decker live here right now on the new 97.1 LA. Of course, welcome to the show. And those of you that missed it earlier, don't you worry, because we are playing it again. Rams GM Les Snead will be rejoining the show because we had him on at the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to replay that interview, of course, at 9:30. You don't want to miss it. It's appointment listening there here in Los Angeles at 97.1. Of course, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app and get in the chat. The chat has been absolutely going crazy all show long. But real quick, here's a nice little clip of something you need to hear. Right, Raj? Right, Raj?
He's going to be on the Cleveland Browns. I call it Mount Rushmore when it's all said and done. He's one of those players who's going to be on that mountain. And they've always been, you know what, it's best for the Browns to continue playing football with him. But sometime between then and now, I kept pestering, I kept, being persistent, almost jokingly at first. But it led to some serious discussions. And I think at that moment, when it did flip to, wow, this is actually a realistic opportunity. And at that point, we realized, you know what, we better seize this with all we got. Mm-hmm. But I can say this, once it was finally done kind of over the weekend where we agreed and this is what we were going to do, there was this element of relief and, okay, finally we can move on with our summer.
Dude. Les Snead right there talking about how Myles Garrett came to fruition, and it was a great interview. We'll look forward to you guys checking that out in the 9:30 hour right here on 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and Decker with you right now, and who better to call their shot in an NBA Finals than the one and only 5-ring man himself, Derek Fisher. D-Fish, it's time for us to call our shot.
Woo.
Spurs.
Man.
Spurs versus the Knicks. Man, who do you got in game one? And then, of course, call your shot for the rest of the series. Game one in San Antonio.
Yeah, I think the Spurs will win game one tonight. I'm on the fence with it because I think the Spurs are going to feel emotions and anxiety in a good way. For the first time, it's going to be different than even the Western Conference Finals for them. It's the NBA Finals. They've dreamt about this their entire lives.
And they've gotten close a couple of times, losing in Game 6 last year, too.
Yeah, I think the Knicks, have more to prove. They'll be hungry tonight, but they haven't played basketball in almost 2 weeks.
God. So, it's going to be 8 full days, but 9 nights since they played.
Yeah. But I think the Knicks will be able to they have less to have to do. The Spurs are expected to win. There's less pressure on the Knicks, but the Spurs are just hungry, man. They are competitive. They're tough. I'm picking the Spurs tonight. I picked the Spurs overall in 6 games.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. I am going with your pick for tonight. I'm going with the Spurs. Game one, Spurs. I think emotions will be high. But if there's one thing I've noticed, and something you have said to me multiple times on this show, that rust is real. And 8 days off, 8 full NBA days off, while the Spurs just sharpened their iron against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and no injuries came out of it. They're going to be in this healthy and ready to. I'm going Spurs in game one, and I'm going Spurs in the series. But I have adjusted. I have adjusted what I thought this series was going to be. I want to once again redirect all of you to the best sports analyst that exists.
Woo, let's get it, Corgi.
I, of course, am talking about Eric Corgi, who also, D-Fish, you should be thrilled. Eric Corgi also picked the Spurs tonight.
Yeah.
Baby! Let's go.
Come on, Corgi.
Good job, Eric Corgi. You're on the same page as
And all the
D-Fish.
people in America that loves dog except for Fisher. Let's go.
Yes. Those of you that don't know who Eric Corgi is, of course, he is a corgi dog that is at the top of a stairwell who likes to boop basketballs into one of two baskets. And he does it to predict games and series. And he did predict that the Spurs will win game 1 of the finals at home.
Remember, guys, Eric Corgi picked the Lakers to advance past the Oklahoma City Thunder. So keep that in mind when we talk about Eric Corgi's ability.
Why you keep bringing up old stuff, Fish?
I'm bringing up the facts. Those are the facts. Right?
Eric Corgi also says it's going to be a 7-game series. And I'm not going against Eric Corgi. And I think Eric Corgi has nailed it.
Eric Corgi works for Disney. He's trying to get a show.
Yeah,
on
Adam
Disney.
Silver loves some Eric Corgi.
Eric Corgi says Spurs in 7. I'm with Eric Corgi.
Oh, man.
It's an interesting injury on the horizon, though, huh? We
And
got some news?
Yeah, we do have some news because I don't know if you heard about Mitchell Robinson. But it was initially reported that he had a broken pinky. Turns out it might be a little bit more than that. However, he is scheduled to play and he's going to be in the series. But the pinky injury supposedly is more of a boxer's pinky injury, where it's instead of it being the actual pinky, it's the bone going into your hand and that part of your pinky that you actually broke, which does suggest likely of punching something or landing on it or something like that, all of which could be realistic possibilities. However, he is in this series. He is going to be utilized in the paint. And D-Fish, what do you think this can do? Do you think this will hinder him and the Knicks in any way this series?
If he is limited by this injury, yes. I'm not sure he will be. I'm not sure of the full impact of like how the injury, not necessarily how it happened, but just like in what ways it could be potentially uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If he gets hit on it again, etc. But he is a key component of the Knicks' success because of his ability to get extra possessions for them. He is a big-time offensive rebounder. And in the NBA today, because of how many three-point shots are attempted and how many drives to the basket take place, which force defenses to help and support, Mitchell Robinson cleans up the offensive glass as well as anybody in the league. And so if he's limited somehow and the Knicks are not able to get those extra possessions that he normally can gather for them, it's going to make their job really difficult, more difficult. The Spurs are good defensively. Wemby obviously changes everything for every team that they play against, but Mitchell Robinson's offensive rebounding is his best skill. And so if he somehow has limitations, the pain, whatever it is that doesn't allow him to play the same amount of minutes he normally plays, that could prove to be problematic for the Knicks.
Yes, it absolutely could. But, man, tell me your excitement for this series, because I feel like this series has everything. It has every narrative humanly possible. Like I mentioned earlier, it's got the big market team. It's got the small market team. It's got the veterans. It's got the young guys that are up and coming. It's got the narrative of the 99 finals, because that's, of course, who the Knicks last lost to. You have the 53-year gap between championships for the Knicks. That's a hell of a story. Like, it's just everywhere you look, there is a phenomenal story that I think really catches the imagination of just about anybody if you're a sports fan.
That's what makes this matchup really fun and intriguing. I think, you don't necessarily have to be a fan of either of these teams to like enjoy the storylines around what this group is like. I mean, there's a narrative around Jalen Brunson, the superstar for the Knicks, that like you can't win NBA championships with small guards anymore.
Oh yeah.
Right? So that's one thing that for all the young kids in SoCal that feel like they aren't tall enough to be, NBA players, you're going to watch an NBA Finals with a dude that's 6'2" on a good day, possibly lead his team to win an NBA title in 2026. We were told that may never happen again. And so you're kind of watching that take place. You're watching a ton of guys on the New York Knicks that played college basketball together. Like, think about college buddies.
That's
sitting around.
wild. That is, I gotta say that part of it is really, really,
Yeah.
really wild. The whole Nova Knicks thing, like,
Yeah.
I can't imagine how that even happened.
Bro, it's crazy. Like, I can't imagine playing basketball with 2 college teammates in the NBA, in the NBA Finals.
I found it wild when I would come across college teammates like playing against them.
Correct.
I was like, oh, we're still here, dude.
Right. They're not on the same team for a chance to win an NBA title. And then, you flip it to the Spurs side of it, and even though Greg Popovich isn't playing or coaching, like, just hit the legacy and the impact that he's had on basketball in general, like, he's going to be part of this storyline. The Spurs have a bunch of young guys that are just fun to watch. Stephon Castle is having a coming out party.
Man, he's amazing.
Laker fans know De'Aaron Fox, formerly of the Sacramento Kings, that now is the starting point guard for the Spurs. And then, Dylan Harper, son of former Laker Ron Harper, plays for the Spurs. And then, of course, Wemby is like his own story.
Yes.
And so it's just, I think it's going to be a great series. Both coaches, Mike Brown, Mitch Johnson, are really good. And their demeanor on the sideline is like, it's not going to be one of those things where, like, the coach's antics on the sideline are going to be front and center.
Yeah.
It's going to be all about the players this series, which is going to be great.
Absolutely going to be great. And by the way, of course, as we just mentioned, Mitchell Robinson will be in this series despite the broken pinky that is in his hand. And of course, the injury report brought to you by Ozaran Law, the injured worker hotline. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, right here on Derek and Decker. Can a non-American be the face of the NBA? That is a question that we will answer when D-Fish and I hit it or quit it right here on 97.1 The Fan.
If you're
I'd love if we wait.
No. D-Fish just told me something that I'm like, we got to talk about that. Anyways, let's bring in the hype man, Raj. We're going to hit it or quit it right here on 97.1 The Fan.
That's right, gentlemen. What's up with a good
I don't know if we
conversation?
should be letting Raj pick anything with his fandom
That's
situation.
a good point.
What's that?
We're going to have to clarify what teams Raj is a fan
No,
of.
don't worry about it. It's
before
not
we
about
start
me,
letting
guys.
him
It's not
decide
about me.
anything.
I get enough attention in life, okay?
All right,
I don't
all
need
right.
the attention from you guys.
okay.
You seen his leather pants today? He gets all that attention.
Saucy. Wait till it gets warm outside. All right. Brian Windhorst wonders if a non-American can become the face of the NBA. Hit it or quit it if wondering that, Fish.
I kind of quit it. I mean, Wendy knows his stuff, so I'm not questioning his.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's your opinion.
But I feel like faces of the NBA have nothing to do with where they're from. Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, back-to-back MVP from Canada. Nikola Jokic from Serbia.
But here's what I'll just push
Joel
back on that.
Embiid.
Here's what I think he's saying, Fish. Those guys, like Sprite isn't running up to those guys that do commercials, or neither is Gatorade or some credit card. You know, the face is still like Steph, LeBron. Those guys are the faces, at least here at the NBA. That's what he means by not if they can be like MVPs and whatnot. So that's where there's been a little bit of a disconnect in terms of those stars and, like, you know, being on all the commercials.
Okay, I understand that. I mean, I think now I don't know. It's different now with social media. Guys are kind of doing their own brand stuff. We saw Steph Curry, you know, do the sneaker deal with Li Ning. Like, I don't know if the players themselves are as reliant on those brands anymore, but I understand Wendy's point.
Yeah,
as do I. You know, companies like State Farm, you know,
they like a homegrown guy, well-spoken, that type of deal, and there's also a superstar.
That's fair.
Like LeBron has all those intangibles.
Yeah. Okay. So then, from that context, I hit it in terms of wondering if it can actually happen.
Wemby might be the best hope, right?
And that's why I'm actually going to quit it. I'm going to go with because I think Wemby can absolutely be that guy.
Yeah.
He's incredibly well-spoken. He's wise beyond his years at 22 years old. He's unbelievable on the court.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll go a step further. Here's another reason why I think it absolutely can happen. Major League Baseball, who's the face of Major League Baseball?
Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani, and he does not speak great English at all. Wemby is more articulate than I've ever dreamed of being.
Yeah.
So I'm going to quit and say I think not only can it happen, I think it's going to happen, and that man's Wemby.
All right, fair enough. Hey, sticking in the NBA, Draymond Green is returning to Inside the NBA. For NBA Finals Game 3 and 4, following that spat with Charles Barkley we talked about a few weeks ago. Hit it or quit it there, Fish.
I hit it. I mean, you know, what we love about Charles is what people appreciate about Draymond. Like, whether you agree with what he's saying or not, he's going to say what's on his mind and what he thinks. And so I hit it. I mean, I don't know.
We'll hit it again.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like it may take away from like Shaq and Chuck's banter,
dynamic,
you know, and dynamic. But I mean, Draymond obviously has, you know, tons of NBA Finals experience himself.
Yeah,
and I've always felt like the networks miss out on opportunities to actually have more guys that have been in the situations that we're asked to talk about.
Yeah.
So I hit it. I'm good.
Say you, Cody.
I'll hit it.
Okay,
I'll hit it because as long as he keeps the personal attacks at a minimum, maybe a tick, that would be good.
Which he said he wasn't trying to make it a personal.
He was trying to make a joke, and it just didn't work out. I get what happened, but you know what? The only thing here's why I want to quit it. It's just because it's inside the NBA, and I like the dynamic of that crew so much that I don't think you need to sprinkle anything on that particular show.
Yeah,
but if we're gonna get it, I'll hit it. Why not? Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I don't need the addition, but I guess if you're going to do it, fine. But I just like they have so much personality already. I'm good with what they got. Hey, UEFA Champions League final on Saturday, huh? It earned CBS's largest audience for a club soccer match in the U.S. in television history, over like 3.9 million. Hit it or quit it on the soccer fans on the Champions League, Fish, setting records. Woohoo! Come on.
I quit it just for all of that energy you brought. I mean, I have nothing against soccer at all. I played soccer as a kid. I haven't been a big fan of
doesn't sound like you have
UEFA Champions League, like soccer in Europe, I guess, because I didn't grow up watching it. It wasn't my thing.
Who you rooting for in the World Cup coming up? That's coming up quick.
The U.S. That's pretty much.
Oh, you should hear their chant. Oh my God.
Oh God, I heard it.
Oh, you boys, your chant that you guys have.
We are so cooked.
You guys are cooked.
Paraguay is going to score 20 goals against us if that's our chant.
I'll play it for you later, Fish.
Okay. Don't.
Yeah, like Brazil has a hot one, you know.
God.
France got some hot stuff.
We are embarrassing ourselves.
Oh, my goodness. It is bad. But what say you on this UEFA's Champions League? Gaining momentum in the U.S.? Yeah.
Normally, I'd hit this.
Okay.
I normally would, because I actually do love watching the champions. I love.
Do you love it?
I
Did you
do.
come with Andrew and I and Bill Reiter to watch it? Did you love it that much?
I'm so glad you mentioned that. And here's why I'm quitting it. I had a golf tee time that I had to cancel one of my people because they decided they needed to go and watch a soccer match.
That's right.
That golf tee time was made a month ago.
Shouts out to you, Bill Reiter.
And it
You
was
were
at
there.
Rustic Canyon. How dare you
Yeah,
turn
Bill
down
Reiter
Rustic
showed
Canyon
up
to watch
before.
soccer?
He showed up before his match. He had a tennis match to go play, but he was in a pub celebrating with us. Where was Cody Decker? Nowhere to be found.
I was golfing.
Hey guys, 2 high school teams, and I sent you this, Fish, the full article. You had a question or two. 4 high school softball teams in the state of California, they're choosing not to compete in the playoffs. Bonita and was that Murrieta Mesa?
Murrieta Mesa.
Murrieta Mesa. That's a lot of syllables.
Yeah,
they'll face sanctions from the CIF for their decision to withdraw. And the issue stems from a schedule conflict. Basically, the schedule conflict is a couple of those teams. The playoffs overlap with those players playing in travel ball.
Oh.
And so the coach was like, well, I don't have my players, so we out. And so they facing sanctions. Hit it or quit it on that, Fish. I think I know where you're going on this.
I quit it all the way.
Yeah, because you be coaching.
In high school, I know in other sports there's a little bit more of an overlap, I guess, with some club team stuff. We do have it a little bit in basketball with the playoffs, but we had this exact situation. I don't know how many. If you didn't have enough players to actually play, then I get it. But if you had enough players, even if you're going to lose, you still have to show up and play.
100%.
We lost one of our top players. He was from Japan, went back home to Japan right before the playoffs started, but we still have to show up and go play.
Yes.
We were able to advance to the state quarters. Made a good run. We missed him, of course, but there's no way I'm telling the rest of my guys we're not going to show up and play because somebody's not there.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know everything about this story, but I quit it based on what I know.
It's like when Cody was late for coming from the break, and he was still, in the hallway talking and running his mouth. Me and you just continued the show. You know what I'm saying?
We still got to rock out.
That's right. That's how we do. Go ahead, Cody. Hit it or quit it on the softball team. Don't focus on us. Just stick to the script.
He's hitting you with the steely eyes right now.
I want to once again point out this is a hostile work environment. Followed up with, I'm quitting this so much, so much. And I'm going to quit it for an extra reason.
Yeah.
I have gotten so tired and annoyed, and you and I have discussed this in the past, of what club ball is now. Everyone and their cousin has a club ball team. They're on 9 teams. They're spending enormous amounts of money to go to showcases to showcase what exactly I'm not exactly certain of. It's a problem, and it's a massive money pit, and I just really dislike where all youth sports currently are, and I really dislike where they're going.
Yeah, and we will be talking about high school sports throughout the season. Potentially have a high school athlete of the week and things like that. So make sure you listen to the show if you're down with high school sports in Southern California. We
First
got
I
you
heard about
back.
that.
Yeah, well, we be having meetings and stuff. We can't allow just anybody in the meeting. Hey, what do you got?
Weird.
Derek,
Weird.
Caleb Williams will be on
You
the
want to do that,
cover.
D-Fish?
Caleb
That first time you heard that too?
Caleb Williams is on the cover of this year's Madden game coming out. So guys, hit it or quit it. And shouts out to you, SC. Caleb Williams, of course, quarterback of SC. The Madden curse still exists. Hit it or quit it.
Oh, interesting.
Because last season, and I brought this up earlier to Cody, I was like, hey, Saquon Barkley was on. He had a down season, though, compared to his 24 season. It was definitely down. Now, there hasn't been dramatic, drastic injuries. I think McCaffrey may have been the last one, missed this damn near the season. But does the Madden curse still exist a little bit to you, Fish? Hit it or quit it?
I'm gonna quit it.
Yeah, it's happened. I'm not questioning the correlation sometimes.
Yeah.
But I'm just not. It's kind of like my Eric Corgi thing. Like, I love dogs, but I don't. Like, to me, there's no way
being on the cover of a video game has any impact on you playing football games.
Right.
I don't know how that would even correlate in real life. So I quit it for that reason.
Yep.
Although, if it's happened, I guess it's happened. I don't know.
Go ahead, Cody.
It doesn't exist. I quit it, and here's why.
Talk to me.
Patrick Mahomes on the cover.
How's he doing?
Won the Super Bowl that season.
Oh, okay.
Tom Brady was on the cover. Won a Super Bowl and an MVP that season.
All right.
Larry Fitzgerald put together one of the single best wide receiver seasons in the history
Going
of the
back
NFL.
to when the forward pass was.
Oh, you ready?
invented.
Calvin Johnson did it too. So
How far are we
the
going back?
forward pass, dear God. Respect Larry Fitzgerald, my guy.
Speaking of Larry Fitzgerald, super quick. His father passed away recently.
Yeah,
just
We just
happened
wanna
this
say
week.
RIP
Yeah.
and
Larry Fitz-
just send love to the Fitzgerald family.
Absolutely.
Indeed. All right, so it does not exist. You guys are very superstitious. I get that. Two former athletes. Let's see, staying in the NFL, Russell Wilson was hired by CBS for the NFL pregame studio. Why are you laughing? Hit it or quit it on Russ hanging up.
No, I hit it. Again, we talked earlier about, or maybe yesterday, about just like the decision, where you're deciding to continue to play or not, or what's next for you. And, he'll be on the pregame studio show. So, that transition as a player into like your life, he has a family, he has young kids, being in a studio show once a week. Like, he's going to get to enjoy other parts of his life now. So I hit it. Happy for him.
Yep.
Congrats, Russ.
I'll hit it because I'm happy for Russ because, it's a tough thing to do, and he had kind of been relegated to a certain spot for the last couple of years. That being said, I'm going to try to not watch because sometimes Russ can be a tad cringy at moments.
You think so?
Just at moments. I don't know. The high knees on the airplane all the way to London was a weird one.
Oh, what?
And
I
if
haven't seen that video.
Oh,
I
that's
heard
a
about it. But
That's a tough one. And then my favorite, please go back and look at his Subway commercials. They are just chef's kiss of cringe.
Okay.
It's unbelievable. I'll show it to you.
Not sure I want to watch this.
I don't think you do either.
Yeah, some of his teammates thinks it's a bit cringy too. I don't know if you guys know that background. Like,
I
back
do.
in the day,
I do.
yeah.
We'll get into it at some
We'll
point.
get into it another time.
All right, guys. Coming up.
Big hour coming up.
LA's #1 star. He's on the mound tonight. And also, coming up in that hour, we got to replay our Les Snead replay interview from earlier in the show. GM from the Rams talked about so many things. The Myles Garrett trade. The maybe looming specter of a return of Aaron Donald.
Come back, Aaron.
So much to discuss, and you guys need to pop in right now on 97.1 The Fan to check it out. We're going to take a quick break. 97.1 The Fan. Woo! Welcome back, LA. Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, we've been with you all morning long here, rounding out our final hour right here. And of course, if you missed earlier in the show, don't you worry, because we're going to be replaying the interview with Les Snead, GM of the Los Angeles Rams, talking everything under the sun from the Myles Garrett trade to everything that Matthew Stafford has accomplished and will accomplish, and of course, the looming word on whether or not the fire can be found to bring back Aaron Donald. And boy, oh boy, did he sound very excited with the prospect of that, because it's all looking Rams going into this next season, and really thrilled that he joined both Derek and I live right here on 97.1. And of course, you can check that out. We'll be playing that interview again in just 30 minutes time right here on 97.1. And of course, get in the chat, which has been going crazy from the very beginning of the show. Go and check us out at The Fan LA, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And D-Fish, we got ourselves a Dodger game tonight. We had a good one last night. Ohtani with a couple of knocks. They win 6-5. Freddie Freeman with a nice 2-run home run early in the game, and they got out of some sticky situations. But I only bring that up to bring up tonight. The Dodgers are taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks over there at Chase Stadium. And, of course, you got Ohtani versus their ace in Zach Gallen. It's going to be a very, very good matchup. And, of course, it will lead to further discussion on exactly what Ohtani's season's going to be. You know, if Ohtani right now, where we currently stand, June 3rd, and we have not been quiet about it, he really hasn't been quiet about it. Even the Dodgers haven't been quiet about it. Man wants himself a Cy Young. He gets himself a Cy Young. He is breathing a much more rarefied air than any player who's ever lived. A man who has 4 MVPs, should be 5, but he has 4 MVPs and would get a Cy Young award. Dear God, no man has ever come close to pulling such a feat off. And those of you that are looking, well, Clayton Kershaw did it, Justin Verlander did it. Those were just pitchers. Ohtani has not won an MVP award for being a pitcher. He's won an MVP award for being one of the best offensive players that we've ever seen and one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. It is just a crazy, crazy world we're living in, and Shohei Ohtani is at the very helm of that said world. He's pitching tonight. We'll see how those numbers go. If he can keep if he can keep that ERA down, that's just something that's absurd. He's got a 0.82 ERA going in tonight's game. Hasn't given up a hit now in 7 innings pitched, so looking forward to seeing what we get out of Shohei Ohtani tonight in Arizona. Famously very, very good Hitters Park, not Pitchers Park, so that could play in a factor today, but we will keep you posted on exactly what that is. Also, D-Fish, as we've discussed ad nauseum today, and will continue to do so, the greatness of an NBA Finals tonight. And Raj, you were in there a minute ago. You didn't hear this. D-Fish and I were talking afterwards because I showed him a photo, because famously they have announced that they put the Larry O'Brien trophy back in the middle of the courts for the championship series.
I like that.
For the final. Me too. I think it's a great look. And apparently how they did it, and it took a lot. It took a lot, apparently. The whole thing was, one, they were inspired because they did it for the NBA Cup, so they figured that's something they can do. And they said they had to rethink the math on the polyurethane that covered the logo to keep it simple. And that led to D-Fish telling me something that blew my mind.
Ooh, share.
D-Fish, please share about the Larry O'Brien trophy on the court.
So the Larry O'Brien trophy on the court, also they used to have the decal. I think they brought it back this year where they had the conference finals logo just over half court on each side of the court. And, you know, back in my day, it was you know, that the polyurethane or like the materials they used, it was a decal that went over the top of the court. They didn't necessarily have the technology to like make it a part of the court.
Mm-hmm. And like fully smooth and equal.
And fully smooth and equal, because then now you're damaging the court essentially. And they used to use the same court all the time. Mm-hmm. Now they have 6 different courts because they have 6 different jerseys, and you have the NBA Cup and all these things.
Yeah.
So now they have that ability to have it look very seamless, like it's a part of the court. When we played, it was basically a decal that they hard pressed over the top of the court. So it was almost like a little slick plastic piece almost kind of like black ice that you wouldn't necessarily feel like you're going to slip on because you didn't notice it. And so when Phil came to LA, and of course with all of the trips to the Eastern Conference Finals and finals that he had in Chicago, he started sharing with us, especially for the guards, that guys like myself that picked up full court, guarding the ball really aggressively, over the top of these decals, if you catch a guy the right way and force him to have to change directions or shift what he's trying to do, you could maybe force him to slip or slide or not be able to get the traction the same. And that would be a good opportunity to make something happen defensively.
It's brilliant.
And like,
It's brilliant.
You guys laughed at me when I said they'd be cheating.
That's not cheating. That is brilliant.
it's not cheating.
I'm sorry, was that decal removed when D. Fish had the ball in his hand?
Yeah, no. So those were like little things that, you know, he would do that just helped us kind of think about the game a little differently. Every time we go to a visiting arena, you know, we go to shoot around. Like a lot of the teams don't go to morning shoot around anymore. We would go almost every time. And we get there, and then Phil would just start walking around the court. And on every court that's made out of wood, there are certain spots that are dead because it's wood. And he would walk around and with a basketball bouncing and kind of find out where those spots are. And after a while, like, then of course we started to mirror that. And I still do it now. Like you're walking around, you're bouncing the basketball, and there's certain areas where the ball doesn't come back up as much because that spot is dead. So then again, that becomes a place where like we can trap the basketball here, because when he goes to try to dribble it and then pick that ball up, it's not going to come back up the same.
It's amazing.
And so it's just little things that, you know,
Like that might not lead to 10 points, but it
No.
might lead to 2.
Yeah, it
might lead to 1
and
or a turnover.
correct. And even just though the placebo effect of like engaging your players and your team in a different way, you know, like that.
Yeah.
That was also kind of the magic of how he approached a lot of
How
things.
was that, like, having a coach like that come in and, like, it was that, like, eye-opening to you, seeing, like, oh, my, this man sees the game in a way that I need to someday see the game as?
Well, I think for me, because I wasn't the tallest, fastest, most talented guy, like, my brain kind of worked like that already. So I think it's what allowed our coach-player dynamic to work really well, is, like, some of these details and nuances, even if I didn't know them, like once he shared it, like I ate it up and like actually went out and tried to execute those things, you know, whether it's offensively or defensively. But I think the biggest thing was like, kind of like Les Snead said, which we'll hear in the sound coming up, like efficacy, which is like evidence of this person or this team having done this before. And that was like Dr. Buss making the decision to move on from Dale Harris, hire Phil Jackson. For us, like there's no excuses anymore for any player to say it's the coaching or it's this or it's that, and that's really what it's all about. And so, yeah, man, he opened our eyes to a lot of things that we really didn't think about as young athletes. Like you think you can just go out and run and jump higher and faster than everybody. But it's much more than that. And, you know, we were very fortunate to be led by him. And a lot of the teams now, I mean, the Dodgers, Dave Roberts, great. The Rams, Sean McVay,
Great.
Hell, we don't talk about the Clippers a lot. Tyronn Lue,
Always
great.
Oh, and by the way, just so you don't know, because you don't know that, and I just found out because Rod just put it in my ear, we got Dave Roberts on the show next week. Looking very forward to hanging out with my old bench coach, Doc, man.
Nice.
I love me some Dave Roberts, man. I love cutting up with him. Looking forward to that. You know, another thing about, like, the finals court, like, what's stopping them from going over to, like, the full LED thing? Like, we've seen that in, like, the Euro leagues. We've seen it in Asia. We've seen it a little bit in the States. Like, is it the ball just completely bounced different than wood, or is it pretty damn close? Like, what's stopping them to move to that? Because it seems like that is the future.
I think it's heading that way. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest, why it necessarily hasn't hit the NBA fully. I believe at some point you'll see it. Maybe the way the league typically operates is that there'll be a test market or a proof of concept first.
Okay.
So maybe you see it at an NBA Summer League championship game. Maybe you see it at the WNBA All-Star game. Maybe you see it at the G League Winter Showcase. Like, there's going to be some setting that confirms, everything works the way we want it to work. The graphics show up the way we want it to. The performance of the court in terms of players and impact on player performance. Does it impact the body differently than the traditional courts do? Like, they're going to get enough data and information before the switch to make sure that it can stand the test. Because you also don't want to make the switch and then in 2 years
switch it back.
Have to switch it back.
Yeah, that's brutal.
It's kind of what happened in 2006-07.
Oh, with the new ball.
With the new basketball.
Yeah.
And they didn't really work through the players well enough to allow us to test it long enough to really see what the impact was going to be. And then as players, it sucked. Like, it was eating up your fingers. And
You guys,
way.
Steve Nash
was
was big on how bad it was.
Yeah,
Wasn't Steve Nash like
Steve Nash, and I think Jason Kidd maybe as well, but it was bad. And so, literally in the middle of the season, they had to switch the ball back. So I think they kind of learned from some of those experiences that, like, you're going to see it in different places before you see it, like, come fully to fruition in NBA games consistently.
Of course, 97.1 FM right here, The Fan LA. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. It's 855-975-2326. And, of course, the chat going crazy all show long. We'll get Raj to grab a couple of lines from the chat because I know that's been going absolutely crazy. Honestly, they have been talking everything under the sun, from Air Corgi all the way down to they're still discussing what Les Snead had to say early on in today's show, which, of course, we are replaying that interview in roughly about 15 minutes. Real quick, D-Fish, just what are the keys to this series for a team like the Knicks? And I know it's almost weird saying that out loud because the Knicks are the more experienced team. They are the more, I can't say better coached team by any stretch, but they're just a team that seems that they've been there, they've been close year after year. Also, the added aspect that a lot of this core has already played together in college too. Yet I still look at this challenge for them to be quite high, quite a difficult spot to do. How can they handle Wemby? Are they going to have to make a lot of adjustments while handling Wemby? Are they going to constantly change who exactly is handling Wemby?
Great questions. Yes, and yes to all of those things. To the first question, I think the key is going to be the pace of the game is going to be important for the Knicks to maintain at higher levels and not just run and gun and shoot 55 threes. But I thought OKC at times being so reliant on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander initiating their offense, there were times where they missed opportunities to run and get out in transition and attack the defense before it was set, because of the focus of getting the ball specifically to SGA. Mm-hmm. And so I think the key for the Knicks is going to be, yes, Jalen Brunson is the straw that stirs the drink, but if they can rebound the ball, even on made shots, like get the ball in, advance it quickly. Josh Hart is capable of bringing it. They could start Deuce McBride and do two small guards. He can bring it. Mikal Bridges is a good enough ball handler. You have to get the ball up the floor fast enough that you have enough time left in your offensive possession to mix in a few different attacks. To the other point, in terms of defending Wemby, the Knicks will have to try different guys. Mm-hmm. Mikal Bridges could get a little bit of time at it. OG Anunoby could get some time at it. Karl Anthony Towns is inevitably going to get time. Mitchell Robinson, depending on his health, he'll get some time. You could even see a Josh Hart type of matchup. He has a similar build as Alex Caruso, and you saw Caruso at times have that Wemby matchup as well, because you need a lower center of gravity against a guy that's just significantly taller than you. And so the Knicks will have different guys they can throw at him defensively, but the key will be the Knicks' offensive pace. They're going to have to make threes. They're going to have to move and share the ball. They cannot walk the ball up the floor trying to be overly deliberate.
Yeah.
It just won't work well. He covers too much ground. Wemby covers too much ground to play slow.
Man, I am so excited for this game 1 in San Antonio tonight. And also, Raj, we also have some Wemby sound from earlier that we played. If you can grab that for me, because I just want to point out, we also discussed whether or not, a non-American born player can be the face of the NBA, because of course, Windhorst brought it up, and I do understand his thought process behind that. Often you want a guy that can, be in a lot of commercials and can be, hopefully extremely well spoken and kind of have that charisma and X factor, like a LeBron James kind of has that X factor. He has that little X, because hell, LeBron James can act in movies and TV shows and not just hold his own, do a pretty damn good job. Same with Steph Curry. I look at Wemby going, this guy's just got it. He has it. Not only is he outrageous on the court, but he's also just wise beyond his years. And hearing him answer this question, it just proves my point.
The lack of experience is a strength of us.
What do you mean by strength?
Because we don't know. We can do impossible stuff because we don't know it's impossible.
Just that quote alone fires me up, thinking I can go ahead and accomplish impossible things, because he is right. This is a young team, one of the youngest teams ever to be in the NBA Finals, and they're rolling in a way as if they are the most veteran, confident team I've ever seen. And it's not veteran and confident in a way of ego. It's just like this quiet demeanor confidence that this team handles, and it's seemingly coming mostly all from Wemby.
Yeah, he's definitely the catalyst. I think it also starts at the top with, the Spurs, their organizational culture. This is how they're wired. Whether it's superstar veteran guys that they've had historically, from David Robinson to Sean Elliott to Avery Johnson, to Tim Duncan to Manu Ginobili, et cetera. Like, the Spurs organizationally have a culture and an environment that is focused on process and habits over results and outcome. And then that's how they've gotten the results and the outcomes, is because they've mastered having, winning and championship habits. Mm-hmm. And so in the lean years prior to Wemby, guys like Keldon Johnson that are still with the Spurs, Harrison Barnes still with the Spurs, Devin Vassell still with the Spurs, Julian Champagnie still with the Spurs. They were building championship habits before Wemby. Mm-hmm. And then you start to add Stephon Castle, you add Dylan Harper, you add De'Aaron Fox, Wemby gets healthy, and now you're seeing like the culmination of this championship build, but the habits they've never sidestepped or shortcut the habits. Mm-hmm. That's Greg Popovich from 1995. That still exists in how the Spurs approach everything. And so even though they're a young team, this is the result of a process that they've never wavered from. Mm-hmm. And Wemby has the mindset of a process-oriented, detail-oriented player. He's not overly focused on what the results are going to be at the end. It's like he already has a snapshot of what the results are going to be. Mm-hmm. This guy knows he's going to be the MVP of the NBA.
Yeah.
He knows it. He knows he's going to put his team in position to win championships multiple times. So he's not even wasting time like thinking about those things. He literally is thinking about this moment, this opportunity, this time. Yeah, it'll fit into this larger conversation we have about his legacy later in life. But he has an interesting ability to like be super laser focused on just being in the moment and being fully present. And that's what makes him and this team kind of unique. They're not carrying the weight of like what the Spurs were in the past and all the championship accolades and where the Spurs are going to be in the future. They're just truly enjoying the opportunity they have in front of them now, and they're not going to waste it or take it for granted.
As they should. By the way, we're going to bring in our hype man, Raj, real quick, because the chat has been going crazy from the start of the show. And, of course, you could get in that chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Talk to me, Raj.
Yeah, we guys are talking some finals. And High Off the Glass, 1979, says, happy finals day, y'all. He's happy we're talking some finals. Jeets22 said something that was interesting. He said he saw a crazy stat yesterday on how similar Wemby and Tim Duncan's first finals were. Both played Portland, then the T-Wolves. I don't even remember that. And then their rivals, Chet and Shaq, both their two rivals, Shea, I think you mean Shea. And then the Knicks in the finals. So they both had the same similar buildup, like up into the finals right here, which is interesting.
Wild.
Another fun thing is, before we get into show content, wrestling is taking off. Cody's
by
favorite.
the way, I have noticed that.
Cody's favorite. Guys, keep the wrestling WWE. Cody loves WWE.
No.
And
I have my, wait.
This is for the people to talk.
I have my reasons that I don't like it.
I'm speaking for the people. All right, don't cut the people off. So Daniel Areola says, he said something else. Hang on. Oh, darn it. Oh, here we go. Ed Dog 52 said he's a little bummed that Oba Femi lost to Brock Lesnar, but it sounds like it's going to happen in SummerSlam match. Yay, guys, right? Yay? No?
I used to work for the WWE briefly and AEW, and that's why I hate wrestling.
Fisher, just check out Oba. Check out his ring and
and I will say it's a good entrance.
It's an African dude.
He's got a cool
dude, and he's got the
thing.
best entrance in the WWE.
Big dude.
Yeah, and
Big dude.
And then finally, Daniel Areola, he's commented on something we mentioned earlier before we break. We have to break because we're going to play something later. But Travel Ball is running high school sports. He says Ganesha High and Pomona had the same problem with its baseball team because of travel ball.
It's a problem. I wish we could figure out a way to actually mitigate that. It seems like the pro sports actually have to figure out a way to get their hands in this, but then again, they're just going to see a way to make more money and probably add more.
Agreed.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a quick break because if you missed it earlier, great news. We're going to play it again for you right now. Les Snead, Rams GM, talks Aaron Donald. He talks Myles Garrett. He talks everything you want to know. And that we're going to play that next right here on 97.1 The Fan. On the line, the G. Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker, D. Fish, Cody Decker, and all of you. And those of you that missed it earlier, don't worry, we got it right here for you. Earlier today, we had Rams General Manager Les Snead on the program, and we asked him some very important questions. And what are we talking about? Let's get right to it. Here it is. On the line, GM of the Los Angeles Rams, the man of the hour, the great Les Snead. Les, how you doing this morning?
With an intro like that, I'm really good. I'm really good.
Well, man, what can I say? I don't know. My first question was going to be, how do you keep doing this? But my question is really simply, when did it become apparent that Myles Garrett was a realistic opportunity, and when did the ball start really getting rolling to make this incredible trade?
I can't say it was a long journey in terms of, let's call it, trade discussions, and try to keep it simple. They adjusted his contract sometime in March, where they basically pushed a bonus back from being paid right then in March till August, right? So they were not sure if that was a signal or not. Could have easily just been a trend. But they moved. You know what that did is, if he were to be traded on June 1, the new team would have to pay him that bonus, and it wouldn't be the Browns paying him. So we took that as an opportunity to call the Cleveland Browns, Andrew Berry, their general manager. And I have a really good relationship with Andrew, and really enjoy just chatting football with him. And again, Myles Garrett, I'll say it a lot. He's going to be on the Cleveland Browns. I call it Mount Rushmore when it's all said and done. He's one of those players who's going to be on that mountain. And they've always been, you know what, it's best for the Browns to continue playing football with him. But sometime between then and now, I kept pestering. I kept, being persistent, almost jokingly at first. But it led to some serious discussions, and I think at that moment, when it did flip to, wow, this is actually a realistic opportunity, and at that point we realized, you know what, we better seize this with all we got. But I can say this, once it was finally done, kind of over the weekend, where we agreed and this is what we were going to do, there was this element of relief, and okay, finally we can move on with our summer.
Man. Oh, man.
Les, Derek Fisher here, man. Thank you for joining us, and just congratulations on where you guys are and where the team continues to be headed. Talk to us about your mentality as the general manager behind what seems to be a true intentionality around acquiring veteran stars and guys that can have impact now, compared to maybe some teams that focus on younger, cheaper guys and really try to kind of balance their salary cap in a different way?
Really good question, Derek. In this case, and a little bit different than our last, let's call it 3 seasons, where we were intentional about retooling our defense. We did that with let's call it draftees on rookie contracts. We did, we probably hoarded some picks over those last few years. But during that 3-year run, right, we did earn some efficacy. We like to say efficacy because there is evidence that, right, we could win. There's efficacy that we could get to the playoffs. There's efficacy that we could win a division and contend. I always say this, Derek, and you've been in sports, both of you have been in sports a long time. What is evidence? Evidence is in the past. So, hey, no double entendre intended. We still have miles to go before we start keeping score this season, and we have a lot of work to do to become the best we can be until then. And that's always been our mentality. But at the end of the day, it's hey, we have a quarterback who's playing at an MVP level, and we have a surrounding core that has proven they can contend. And in those moments, some people call them windows, right? It was, okay, we're in this window. Is this an opportunity that we can add a play? And they don't come around long, Derek. This almost seems like maybe more like an NBA trade, right? Where, wow, the reigning defensive MVP, there's an opportunity to acquire him. You kind of see these trades. Maybe I'm wrong because I'm just a fan of the NBA. But those type players moving more than they do in the NFL.
We are talking right now with Rams general manager Les Snead. And Les, speaking of that MVP quarterback, can you touch on what he's brought to the team, the franchise since you acquired him in 2021, and the future with Matthew Stafford?
You know what? I think what he's done for us is I mean, it's right there on paper. It's in his resume. The season after we traded him, very similar to the trade we just made. Right there was an element of a bullseye on your back of, okay, we're moving on from a successful QB. We're bringing in Matthew Stafford, who might be more in his prime where Jared was still getting there. So there was a reason and intentionality. We did that because the team, we felt like it was. Guess what? Derek will appreciate this. He made the shot, right, during that run. And it did, along with his teammates, right, making plays, and it led to a special moment in Los Angeles. And even as we've retooled since then, right, he was a part of steadying the ship and then, right, making the plays, leading, not just playing football, but leading the team, all of those things. What he does bring is, though, when you go out on Sunday and play football, the team feels like, okay, we have a legitimate shot to win the day, right? If we can do our part, if we can protect Matthew, let him do his thing. So we're not hoping when he's the QB. And the cool thing for him, it's obvious he's in the back nine of his career. But he's one of those guys, if he was a pitcher, Cody, if he was a pitcher, and he could throw 100+ miles an hour, I don't think there's going to be a day in his life where he couldn't throw a 100-mile-an-hour. His arm is live. So that's not what's going to, probably, get him to say, you know what, I've had enough, because his arm's live. But the ability to play quarterback, self-explanatory, and we're jacked at, right, he's playing some of his best football right now and then.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about your relationship with Chris Shula. Not only you guys have to have a great relationship. Not only were you able to retain him, because I'm sure a lot of teams are calling one to hire him as a head coach, but you also got him one of the greatest defensive toys to ever play with in life.
Did you ever?
Talk to us about Chris Shula and how impactful he's been for the staff and for the team.
Oh, we got a better relationship today. Just kidding on that. I can say this: the journey with Chris. Chris has been here since we hired Sean, so that's been since 2017. So when you're in the bunker, right, doing hard things together for that many years, there's definitely a special bond to see him evolve from a position coach to the coordinator, and then evolve as a coordinator. So, but it definitely takes Chris, his staff, Sean, they do a really, really, really excellent job of, hey, let's call it laying out, right, how a move like this, right, not only can help, right, not only what Miles can do, but how it can affect, right, how it helps the other players, and also affect how other teams are game planning against Miles and what that can allow him to do. So it's not just, oh, wow, let's go get the best defensive player on the planet right now, but it's also how that compounds, how that moves to a second, third, and fourth level, and how it helps our defense. So really, really good relationship with Chris. He's a bright young coach. He's a patient coach, Derek, so he's one of those that knows this is a really, really, really good spot. He's having fun, let's call it doing this chapter of his life, and patient on waiting for that next one that surely will come at some point.
We are talking with Rams GM Les Snead here on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. Les, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, speaking of all the defense going on, Aaron Donald, it's a thing that's been out there. People really, really are excited about an idea or prospect of potentially coming out of retirement. Is that a realistic possibility?
Here's what I can say. I know he's chatted with our head coach, Sean McVay. It's more realistic today than it was, let's call it 2 weeks ago last year. I don't want to think like that. I'll let him make that decision. But you know what? If y'all want to keep talking about it on the radio, and maybe that inspires him to, let's call it, do one last dance. Mm-hmm. Heck, why not, right?
Oh, why
We'll
not?
We'll let him sit, toss, and turn, and determine whether, you know what, I think he's tweeted it, right, or talked about it, right? Let's see if that fire's there. Because I can tell you this about Aaron. Now, hey, he's going to send out his workout videos. I don't think he's missed a day of working out in his life. I don't think he's missed it since he's retired. May not do 2 a days now, but the one thing I do know about him, he's one of those human beings that if he truly doesn't think he can be one of the best, he probably doesn't want to. It's an interesting personality trait, just kind of who he is at the core, which you always appreciate it, and that's probably why he left when he did. He was like, you know what, as he said, I'm full. But we'll see if he's gotten a little bit hungrier since then.
Yes.
Yeah. Last one for me. What experiences have shaped, like, just your approach to team building and roster construction? Like it seems different, but it's about winning. It also seems, but it obviously be better coming from you.
You know, that really good question. I think the approach is if let's go back to that thing, window. If you're in the window, right? I would say you don't want to be reckless, but at the end of the day, I'll use the term "don't be scared." Let's not be scared to go for it. I always say, what if we were playing golf? What if we were at Augusta? What if somehow we find ourselves like in that final pairing or one of the final pairings on Sunday? And at the end of the day, let's just act like I'm not a golfer, right? But I'm a caddy, and the person I'm caddying for, you can just tell he's hitting it, he's swinging it, he's hitting it pure today. And oh, by the way, at some point on that course, right, you're going to have to have some courage to go, you know what? We're not going to lay up here. Let's just try to drop that ball on the green and putt for eagle, make that putt, right, make that run for the green jacket. And that's the moment where you probably tap the person you're caddying for on the shoulder and go, hey, this is the time, this is the moment, hey, we got to have it. You're swinging it well. Let's go for that green jacket. Then point being, Derek, is this. Probably would rather, right, make that swing, go for it in that moment, and put it in the trap and not get that green jacket versus this, not doing it, laying up, then watching someone else do it. I call it this, living with regret versus, oh, we swung, we tried, we lived in that moment, we came up short. So, right, that's kind of in all of sports, back when I could play, right, not as fortunate as you two, wasn't as gifted as you two, right? So, it stopped in college, but as I was a part of teams and organizations, I don't know how it all accumulated, right? Probably even those moments of watching Derek the Lakers. For some reason, I was a Lakers fan. I'd read some books on Phil Jackson. But, right, you could tell that, oh, by the way, y'all were going for it, right? Not nuanced in it, but you weren't there just to, finish third. And with that, it's that courage to kind of go for it when it's time to go for it.
Well, man, the fact that the Rams are not only in the window, they have seemed like they've been in the window since they've been back in Los Angeles. And Les, that is very much attributed to your incredible work. We cannot thank you enough, Les Nee, for joining us today on Derek and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And good luck this season, and thank you so much for joining us. And also, just for giving the excitement to the LA fans right now, man.
Oh, that you can tell when there's some moves that I call that are fundamentally sound, right? You go, this is going to really help our team. You know what? But you know what? The fans don't really, it didn't get the fans excited. You can tell when there's some moves where, right? Just woke the fan base up, ignited them a little bit. Doesn't happen in June. That's always a cool moment because being a fan is special. As a kind of a leader in sports, you understand that responsibility. Right, I mean, fans give their heart and soul to a team, and win or lose, there's a lot of emotions, a lot of joy, a lot of fulfilling moments, and man, there's a lot of painful Mondays being a fan as well. If you're a fan of football as well. So.
Absolutely. Well, Les Nee, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon out at camp.
All right, looking forward to seeing y'all. Thanks for having me. Enjoyed it.
And that, of course, was our interview with the great Les Snead today. Earlier on the show, of course, Go back on YouTube and check it out. And, of course, you can follow us anywhere you want with the Odyssey app. We are going to take a quick little break. And coming up, our guys, Brock and Alex, mid-morning. A little bit of crosstalk going into Game 1 of the NBA Finals right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan.
What would...
The new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back to Derek and Decker right here. And of course, you guys get into the chat right now at The Fan LA, and it's that time of the show. Of course, if you listened earlier to the show, we played it twice. It was so good, you had to hear it again. Les Snead earlier on in the show talking all things Rams. That was fantastic. And let's just get to the best part of the show, everyone. They're here. Brock and Alex from our mid-morning show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan Los Angeles. What is going on, guys?
Great work today.
Great when I saw we're
What are you
getting the
talking
GM on the
not bad.
morning show. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's
Asking the hard questions, getting the good responses.
Bringing in the big dogs.
Yeah.
right out the gate. Right out the That's what happens when you got a D Fish on hand. He gets the big dogs in here, man.
That's
I do
that's
have
Raj
a
back
have
there.
a
Don't give
quick
Raj credit.
a quick left turn here.
Yes.
With 3 words. Spurs in 6.
Interesting. I'm not.
Immediately go.
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. But Air Corgi said Spurs in 7, and I don't
Dude,
go against.
You're still with the little corgi.
I find it
Do you
problematic
know
that you aren't.
It's popped up on my algorithm in my feed now because you're talking about it.
What a bad
Wasn't
guy.
the corgi
I gave you
wrong?
Corgis. No, the corgis nailed
Yes.
it.
The Corgi picked Oklahoma
Corgi-
City
the
to win Game
Corgi-
7, right?
No, it picked the Spurs in 7.
The Corgi picked the Lakers to beat the Thunder.
Oh.
It did do
I
that.
got
But
it. That's what it was.
but he was drunk. He was drinking. It was early. We were all feeling ourselves
Also,
a
did
bit.
the corgi know that we didn't have Luca?
Yeah, he didn't know that. He didn't have the
Okay.
Like, that's hard.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, D Fish. The
Now I'm
corgi didn't
standing up for
have
the
the
corgi.
full injury report. He didn't know that Austin Reeves wasn't ready, and he just didn't know.
Okay.
Pretentious
but he
animal.
knew that Luka did what? He knew Luka's stats all season?
He heard Luca went
That's
to
a good
Spain.
point. That's a good point.
No, he heard Luca went to Spain, got a couple of shots, and thought, "Hey, he's gonna be back and ready."
Okay.
He was just wrong.
So, Fish, when the finals start, do you get like member berries? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the South Park
yes.
member berries, where you just start to like get these really special, awesome, like take me back moments.
It's all about
of-
nostalgia.
Yeah, remembering and going. I'm rocking the
t-shirt.
Kobe championship, guys. Fish,
a serious
Fish,
shirt.
Where am I working to go? There you
Yeah.
go.
Serious shirt.
Yeah, Fish noticed it right away. This
Yeah.
is my, we can hope and we can dream that we get back there pretty soon. But do you have moments like that when they start, you go back to?
Yes. No, for sure. We talked a little bit about this, I think, yesterday. Like it for many years, I'm better now.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was a low level like anger about not being there. And it's ridiculous to think about because of how many times that I was able to be there. I think 8 times.
God.
So like it's not like I'm short of experience of this, but that because of that I felt like, why am I not there? Why am I here? Why am I sitting here watching these two teams compete? Now, of course, I'm not playing, not coaching. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
So now it's just as a fan, like I'm excited because I think we're gonna have great basketball, a great series, like two teams that have superstars, but like the style of play is like still conducive to just like the whole team being involved. The ball's gonna move. There's gonna be great shooting, great competitiveness. Like the two coaches are kind of low maintenance guys, so you're not gonna see too much like coach referee stuff. Like
Yeah.
this is gonna be like the competition is gonna decide who wins the series. I don't know how much talking to the referees through the media and trying to cut like Mike Brown isn't really wired that way. Mitch Johnson isn't wired that way. It's gonna be all about the players.
You're telling us pure hoops are on the way.
Yeah.
Pure hoops, baby.
Yeah, hey, but Fish, you mentioned how like you as you gotten older, you've softened on it. Has retiring and being kind of away from it kind of changed your perspective of that? Like, why am I not there? And you kind of look at it like, oh yeah, everybody is pretty damn good, huh?
That for sure. I mean, the competitiveness. No, I just channeled it. Now I feel that way in high school.
Ah, nice.
Like, it's like, we didn't get a chance to go to Sacramento to the state final. Like, why are we not there? But appreciating what other teams have accomplished and, how special it is to have the opportunity, like that's always been there. And what still brings the emotion probably more than anything is like as the series ends, like I love the post-game experience.
Yeah.
Like I love to see the team responding to having lost the finals, and then obviously the team and coaches and players like listening to what they're saying, seeing how they react, seeing the emotion, the tears, the joy. That's what kind of like brings me back like in real time to what it felt like.
Yeah, that's honestly like why I got into this career. It's my favorite thing to be a part of that emotion. And you're doing the right thing after playing career if that's your favorite part, is being able to really share and show that side of it, because that kind of determines the next season and what the off season is going to look like. Like, how are you going to use that as motivation, or how do I get back here, because I never want to lose this feeling.
And by that, like, estimation that you just gave us, does that make that victory against the Celtics that much sweeter because they got to you guys 2 years earlier?
For sure.
Yeah.
Everything about what we, I first learned about even that approach, like Magic and Larry Bird talked a lot about how, like, Magic literally would wake up early the next morning to read the newspaper to see what Larry Bird and the Celtics did the night before. And then the night they played, he would go out and beat whatever that was. If Larry Bird had 25, 8, and 7, Magic was going to get 27, 9, and 8. And the Lakers was going to win. And so after we lost to the Celtics in 2008, I'm talking about from the start of training camp, just pissed, mad, preseason game, first regular season game. Everything was about sending the message 3,000 miles away that it's not happening this year. And I don't care. You can line up anybody in 08, 09. It wasn't happening. Nobody was beating us, I'm telling you.
I love it.
But it all stemmed from, like, sometimes the hard stuff, the adversity, the failing in a moment that then kind of fuels, like, some of the most beautiful things in life to follow after.
What do you remember about this moment?
Well, I mean, he was, like, literally in, like, the shower area, bathroom area by himself. Like, I think this is just him and the photographer. From what I remember, I think at this point he's really contemplating, like, where he is, what he wants to accomplish. This was our second of 2 titles, but I think he still wanted more.
Yeah.
I think he was still battling, like, how do I continue to enjoy winning titles, but, like, the Finals MVP just went to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to be one of the greatest players to ever play basketball.
This moment.
And so there was kind of a paradox, right? There's kind of a paradox there that I truly think he's contemplating.
I'm not satisfied, but I'm at what is supposed to be the mountaintop. So how do I get more when on the surface I already have it all?
Without upsetting, like, what we were doing was, like, we had just gone 16-1 or 15-1 in the playoffs. We lost one game.
And that was in the finals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he's literally sitting there like, okay, we just did something almost nobody's ever done before, and I'm happy and I'm enjoying this. But at the same time, like, this team, I want this team to be mine one day.
Absolutely.
And how am I going to get there without necessarily disrupting what it is that we're doing right now?
And by the way, the moment that we are referring to is the moment that is being immortalized on Alex Curry's shirt after that second championship. Kobe just in the shower, holding all of his accolades. Right
Fitted up, by the way.
Yeah, you look. That's
jacket's clean, hat's clean.
Serious outfit today. What's the occasion?
NBA Finals.
I love it.
Tipping off, and
Yeah,
memories.
For those of
and
you
we
that
hope we can get back there soon as Laker fans.
Well, I have a feeling that will be a topic of discussion today on Brock and Alex. All right, guys, that is it for us today. Of course, you got Brock and Alex next, so you don't want to go anywhere. And D Fish and I will be back here bright and early tomorrow morning talking all things sports. I can't wait to join you, and can't wait for you to join us. Kick rocks. Enjoy some sports. See you tomorrow.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Marine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening to us on the radio, you can also listen to us on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watch us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. And we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. Happy game one of the NBA Finals.
It is here.
It's here, and I'm rocking, you guys, a legendary moment with Kobe. I'm going to step away from the mic a second so the camera can see it. After they won their second championship.
Yes. A historic run, only lost one game through every single round, and that round was in the finals to the 76ers.
And as I walk in, obviously during the crossover, D Fish just kind of looks at the shirt and it's like, I remember that moment. I could see him like go back in time. And I asked him after the show, and on air during our crosstalk, of like what he remembers from this moment. And it was like, yeah, Kobe was enjoying it, but the biggest thing was like, I want more. Like that, it was always like, yeah, okay, like I'm thinking about the next one. I don't want this to stop. I want it to keep going. And it just kind of like plays into that Mamba mentality, which is so cool. And you guys, I'm wearing it today because, NBA Finals Game 1, and it's just putting out good juju that hopefully the Lakers give back.
Tell you one thing, Alex. When Bronny recreates that photo next year, it's gonna be a special moment, and I'm gonna be rocking that shirt here in the studio.
How are you dying on this Bronny hill? Like, okay, this is insane. We got to get you. I actually have like a cool LeBron. Like LeBron James' dad, the reason that he's on the Lakers shirt. I'll rock that. You can rock the Bronny one. We'll see what most
fair is fair. That's a fair trade.
For. Oh, you guys, we got a great show today. Obviously, we are going to dive into all the OTA sound. Myles Garrett made his presser Rams debut yesterday, and then this morning on with Cody Decker and D Fish, Les Snead, Rams GM, was on the show. We got a lot of great sound from that. Obviously, the unicorn, Shohei Ohtani, is on the mound tonight, and he has just been heating up at the plate. The Dodgers evening up the series in Arizona yesterday, and it looked good. We had Kirsten Watson on the show yesterday, their sideline reporter, and she really talked about the culture of this team. And when you understand that and just the respect and equality respect that you have from the veterans and superstars and future Hall of Famers to the guys that are like just coming up, going up and down between the minors and the big leagues, and everyone just feels like they're on the same page. She really dove into that and talked about that, and you can see that and feel that in moments in games like yesterday. We have some fun guests today, Alex Monaco and Nick Shook. We're going to get into some fun finals talk and obviously more NFL. So let's start with the call that made Myles Garrett a Ram. And what am I talking about? I'm just going to let you hear it right out of the gates first. So Shay, let's play that Les Snead sound.
I've got a good relationship with Andrew Berry. Thought I'd just check in. Let's check in. Obviously, Myles and his standing with he's a Cleveland Brown. He's on their Mount Rushmore. So they were a no. But Andrew and I have a good relationship. We like talking about football a good bit. So I would pester him a little bit, probably jokingly at first. Kept doing that. And then we began talking a little more seriously about it. We tried to do this with draft compensation. Then the draft came and went. We picked talks back up. We tried to discuss, more draft compensation. At the end of the day, and where it got a little tough for us is they asked for Jared Verse in return. And similar to what Cleveland did at first, we were a no, based on all that Jared's done for our organization. So during May, we kept trying. We tried to work things out, tried to figure out a solution. But as the June 1st date came to, let's call it, as it was getting closer, probably sometime late May there into that weekend, we kind of had a decision to make. We knew where Cleveland stand. They knew where we stood. And then we proceeded to make the trade.
Yeah. So this had been brewing for a while. This had been brewing for months. But my biggest takeaway from this was just how consistent and persistent Les Snead was. He kind of talked about it, started out as like a joke. Like, like Myles Garrett, what would it take to get him? And they're like, yeah, that's funny. Obviously, he said he has a good relationship with Browns GM, and they just like talking about the game in general.
Yeah.
So the more it just kept happening, he just kept bringing it up. And when a joke turns into reality,
eventually it becomes real.
That's exactly what this situation was.
Yeah.
Like when you talk things into existence, and it might have been a joke at first, but you guys, words become your reality. And he kept checking in and he kept talking about it, and then it became like, okay, what's it going to take? What you saw here and in this whole situation is what separates the Rams from every other team in the NFL, and why Les Snead has been able to assemble just an absolute all-star of a team here with the Rams.
What Les Snead so far has left a legacy of with the Rams, really just in the past 5 years, is being able to ask for things or players that you didn't even know were available.
Yeah.
Like, everyone knew in 2021 that the Rams were interested in finding another pass rusher. You could watch them and say, well, this team's really good, but if I had to tweak something, they could probably use a little more pressure off the edge. Nobody thought that Von Miller could be acquired. Like it wasn't even a thing that people thought. And then you get to Matthew Stafford, where it's, yeah, I mean, he's kind of stuck there, but he's going to put up record numbers every single year, and I think everyone's kind of happy with it. And he's getting kind of older, so I think he's just going to be in Detroit forever. And then Les Snead comes along and says, well, has anybody asked if we could have Matt Stafford? Let's just ask and see what happens. And why I feel Les Snead is so special is everybody walks into the grocery store looking at everything on the wall, and Les Snead says, hey, what's in the back? Like, what are the things that you have but nobody knows is actually available? And year after year, it sounds like every single time Les Snead and Andrew Berry were in the same room, he let it be known, hey, Aaron Donald is gone. We still want a premier pass rusher, and I'm going to ask about number 95 every single time that I see you. And eventually Andrew Berry said, we are in a changing of the guard.
Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski is out. Todd Monken is in. If we're going to move on from Myles Garrett, now is the time, because we are starting from the bottom anyway. And sure enough, the rest of the league's looking around like, I didn't know we could trade for him. That's not fair.
It's taking initiative. And I loved your analogy there, where it's like, okay, it's the stuff on display.
Yeah.
And you ask a salesperson, like, hey, is that available? Like, no, it's just for display.
Right.
It's just to look at. That's our best piece. That's the only one that we have. And you're like, well, let me talk to your manager.
Because maybe,
if I pay a little extra or something you weren't expecting, I can take the display. Right? Because everything has a price.
Yeah.
Like, everybody has a number. Like, you might think people are untouchable, players are untouchable, like, especially a Myles Garrett, who has been the face of the franchise, but obviously a bottom of the barrel franchise. Sorry, producer Shay. Compared to, like, say, the Rams that are coming after him. But the moment, and Les Snead talked about this too, the moment that they restructured his contract to make it easier for teams to be able to trade for him and to make it easier for the Browns to be able to trade for him, it was almost like a bat signal. Like, bat signal went up. It was like, okay, we're thinking about it.
Right.
Like, you've talked about it so much and joked about it so much with us that now it's starting to become a reality for everybody.
Yeah, and again, how frustrating it must be for the rest of the league who, me and Andrew Berry were at the Combine in 2024, and I was thinking of asking him if Myles Garrett was on the table, but I never even expected that to be a possibility, so I never brought it up. And Les Snead says, buddy, I've been on that for years, just calling and asking. And I do feel there's also the reputation of Les Snead, which is now working to his benefit, right? If a GM that you don't really know very well, or a GM for a team or franchise that doesn't really make blockbuster moves asks about Myles Garrett, if you're Andrew Berry, you're thinking, I'm not even wasting my energy or my time, because one, we're not trading him. Two, I know how you guys operate over there, and this isn't a type of move that you guys make, so why even waste the emails and the texts and the phone calls? No, that's a waste of my time.
Yeah.
Les Snead has the reputation of, if I think something can work, I'm going to ask about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a track record of making moves that seem egregious at the time. So Les Snead having that reputation, I feel it took Andrew Berry the least amount of time. It still took some years, but it took the least amount of time to say, wait, Les Snead does things like this. He's serious. Should I seriously be thinking about this?
Yes.
And then the snowball gets rolling, and now Myles Garrett's a Ram.
Dude, I am a huge believer in manifestation and talking things into existence. This is a perfect example of talking things into existence. It started as a joke from Les Snead, just joking, kind of calling all the time. And then there was like a little tickle of reality to it.
Yeah.
And then it just it snowballed. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What I also loved yesterday in the Myles Garrett presser was Myles talking about the trade. And there was all three of them up there, right? And Sean McVay, Myles Garrett, Les Snead, their body language. I'm a big body language person, and you could just tell how giddy all three of them were. But I am the most excited for Myles Garrett to finally be a part of a winning franchise, and just take a listen to him talking about finding out about the trade.
I found out about a week ago that this was even a possibility, and it was a surprise. It was a bit of excitement. Being in LA, have a lot of roots here, and know that there's a winning culture and some great teammates and great coaches here. I was definitely looking forward to the opportunity, and God willing to happen.
He talked about roots. We were joking about his girlfriend, Chloe Kim, being from Torrance and being born and raised out here. I'm starting to think that was actually, obviously not a main reason, but a helpful reason, because for him, it was all about winning and coming to a winning culture. And can you imagine what he did with the franchise that he was with in the Browns in Cleveland, trailing most games, end of games? You're basically buffing up your stats at that point. But now to be a part of a team that is going to be in the fight, most likely protecting a lead majority of the games this season, what does that do for his game?
It does everything. Everything that Myles Garrett has done so far has been an individual accolade. And the reason is because typically by week 9 or 10, their season's over.
Yeah.
They know that they've been eliminated from the playoffs, right? So when you think of the Browns defense, and they have had some top-ranked defenses over the years, it's in the context of we are not playing for anything. Mm-hmm. If I can go out there, not necessarily unmotivated, but without the extra juice of playing for something, of pursuing something, it would be like, run as fast as you can for 50 yards. Do it.
Yeah.
Great. Now there's going to be two people on either side of you that are also going to run as fast as they can. Your time is going to be faster.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's just a slight edge that you can only reach into, a well of energy, of fight, of grit, of study, of focus that you can only reach when you know you are pursuing something.
Yeah.
And that's what it is now. So for all the records that he set, for all the times he gets double teamed, all of the stats and accolades and the Hall of Fame that he is already in, the best of Myles Garrett is still yet to come. And that is why the NFL is terrified.
That is wild. Absolutely wild. Because you have to remember, the Rams are the first team in NFL history to now pair together the reigning MVP in Matthew Stafford and now the reigning defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett. And the Rams have the 2025 leaders in pass yards and touchdowns, Matthew Stafford, receptions in Puka Nacua, receiving touchdowns in Devontae Adams, and now sacks in Myles Garrett.
It's not only is Myles Garrett about to have the best year that he's ever had, so is Trent McDuffie, because Trent McDuffie doesn't have to cover as long. Trent McDuffie gets to be more aggressive at the line of scrimmage. A safety like Cam Curl knows, well, I can kind of sit on my toes and jump a route or two because I know Miles is not going to let that quarterback sit back there for very long. Matthew Stafford is going to have the ball in his hand a whole lot more because the defense is probably not going to be on the field very long. There's going to be a whole lot more 3-and-outs and short drives to give the ball back to the offense, which means more touchdowns for Puka Nacua, which means more red zone ops for Devontae Adams. And the Rams should likely have a pretty hefty lead in a lot of these games. So now Kyron Williams is sitting there saying, oh, shoot, I'm going to be able to run the rock in the fourth quarter. Everyone wins from this except for the Cleveland Browns. But everyone wins from this both as a team and as individuals, and the best is yet to come. I don't care how old Matthew Stafford is, Devontae. I don't care that Myles Garrett is 30 years old, and typically that's when an edge defender starts to decrease. No, the best is yet to come for every single one of these players.
Which is crazy because both, obviously, reigning MVP and Matthew Stafford, he's 38, and then you have Myles Garrett, reigning Defensive Player of the Year. He's 30, and in sports ages, are kind of like dog ages, where that's towards the middle to back end of your career. But both these guys are playing in peak form, and you kind of talked about when a guy like Myles Garrett comes in, what it does for everybody else on the field. But I want you to take me into the locker room, right? Because I talk a lot about the Tom Brady effect. We saw the LeBron James effect in the first round of the playoffs. When players of this caliber step onto a field or step onto a court or come into a locker room, there's almost like there's this elevated energy and desire to play to that player's level. Yeah. So now you have a very young defense that the Rams had the last few years. You have the best of the best coming into the team. What can he do just mentality and play-wise for the guys right around him?
I love that you bring up Tom Brady because there's kind of a known thing when he was playing that you cannot beat him to the facility in the morning. No matter how early you get there, there's already a black SUV parked there. Yeah. And Tom Brady has already been in there. I don't care if you get there at 5 a.m. Tom has been there for 2 hours. He's already lifted. He's already stretched. He's already watching film. He's already doing all of these things. And that sets the tone for anyone in that building saying, well, that's the standard. And so even with the Rams, who have had tons of success without Myles Garrett, Myles Garrett's effort and energy cannot be questioned. It has not been questioned. And again, I say the most impressive thing about his career so far is that he's done all this without playing for something.
Yeah, that's insane.
For most of his career. So if I'm not mistaken, the second that he finished his press conference yesterday, he asked if he could access the weight room. I don't know if he had more stuff to do, but I know for sure he asked, can I get a workout in? And I feel Matthew Stafford, no matter how long he has done this, Devontae Adams, no matter how long he has done this, there is still more energy to be tapped into, and especially for the younger guys. Yeah. The younger guys like Puka, he may be on the other side of the ball, but he's going to say, well, that guy's a Hall of Famer, and if that's where I want to get, that is where I want to be. And the defensive front, of course, they lost Jared Verse, but they're young. Yeah. Most of them are in their second or third year. Most of them haven't even reached their second contract. And now here walks in a guy who's made all the money, has set all the records, already has a gold jacket. I want to be like that guy, and I am going to do whatever he does.
But the one thing he's missing is a ring.
Yep.
So you know that is going to be the ultimate goal that already is every NFL player or athlete's goal, right? You get into the game and your dream is, okay, how do we get to the final? Yep. How do we get to the championship game? And that should be the mentality of every great athlete. If it's not, then maybe you need to look in the mirror and it's time to find another passion. But when you have a player like Myles Garrett, who is the best of the best in the game right now, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, defending the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, who was on just a historically dumpster fire franchise in the nicest way possible to put it. There's a couple Browns and Jets are kind of in their own
the
category.
Jets catching strays.
Sorry,
the Jets have nothing to do with this. You just reached over and grabbed them by the collar.
I was just putting there's a couple franchises that are just kind of in their own category, it's from the top bottom. It's not. It's just unfortunately it's what it's been. But to go from that to the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
It's going to be so scary to see what he does on the field this season.
He is on top of the world, baby, and so are we.
We're so excited. And it's so funny because, we saw another player in another sport do a similar jump. Shohei Ohtani going to the Dodgers. And what did he do? Back-to-back World Series. We're going to dive into that next. Is Ohtani just too hot to manage like a normal player? You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Since 19...
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Thank you for tuning in. If you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Obviously, kicking off the show with all the fun LA vibes yesterday. This week has just been absolutely insane with Myles Garrett officially being traded to the Rams yesterday. He had his press conference. We had Rams GM Les Snead on the morning show here on 97.1 The Fan this morning, so we'll be playing more from that throughout the show. But also, yesterday, Dodgers got the message.
We're back on track.
You were saying, Brock, yesterday was like, don't they know that this is supposed to be a celebration week?
They were the only bummer from the previous 24 hours, but they did right by us last night.
It was great. Now, the Dodgers have now won 15 of their last 19 games, and it got a little... Got a little shaky, sweaty there at the end, but they were able to hold on and beat the D-backs in Game 2 6-5. Yeah, let's go, baby.
Back on track.
Yeah, I think what was really important here, too, and it was kind of the difference between Games 1 and 2, is that they were able to get run support early, so then you don't have to worry later on in the game, and you're able to rely on your pitching staff to come through. But the big story, I think, was and continues to be Shohei Ohtani, because he is thankfully out of that slump that was happening about 4 weeks ago, and carrying this offense in such a way that only four-time MVP leading by example continues to do. But it's crazy because when we had Kirsten Watson on yesterday and she was just kind of talking about this whole situation with Shohei Ohtani, I forget, because I've been covering his career the moment he came into Major League Baseball with the Angels. And so I covered him as a two-way player. Mm-hmm. Ohtani on the Dodgers, this is his first full healthy season as a two-way player. And I forget that because I'm like, what do you mean? Like, this is just what he does. This is what I've seen and what I've always known. Like, he dictates what he needs to do. He's going to be just fine. And so to see him kind of go through these ebbs and flows from the start of the season to where he is right now, it just feels like he's finally locked in.
Yeah, this is not the best version of Shohei because each year he seems to improve what his best is. But what we're seeing right now is the best version of Shohei this season. He went through his little mini slump that every player ever goes through. It was only alarming because we didn't think he was human.
You're like, oh, okay, there he is.
Okay.
yeah, okay.
I love nothing more than him in the leadoff spot, typically just ripping a double or something down the right field line and just thinking, all right, Shohei's here, we have a chance. As long as number 17 is there, you always have a shot. Now, the rest of the roster has to show up to make sure you get the win, but just knowing that 17 is there, you are in every single game when he is playing at this level. Yeah, no, it's so fun. And again, like, right in the middle of everything, he led off the game with a double, and then it just kind of becomes contagious. Like, when hitting becomes contagious during a game, it's fun to see because you can tell everyone's like, okay, we're on this. We're going to keep it rolling. Freddie Freeman bringing him home with a 2-run shot, then Ohtani in the second inning, a 2-run triple to make it 4-0. And once you get a triple, it's so funny because everyone, you heard the broadcast talking about it. I think about it every time. You're like, well, if you already got the hardest one out of the way, right? Are we talking about a cycle? You have to ask, right? Dude, I got to tell you a fun story. So my very first game ever doing sideline for the Angels, I filled in for one game in 2013. Okay. In May, my one game, just so happens, that's the game Mike Trout hits for the cycle. Became like the youngest player to hit for the cycle. And I'm sitting with Tim Salmon as we're doing this. And it was like one of those like, he's got a no-no. It was like one of those. He was like, next, he was like, I think he's going to go for the cycle. Oh, I think he's going to go. And I'm sitting there like, okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen these before. But like my very first game ever doing sideline, I'm about to go on the field with Trout and talk to him about the cycle. And that's when I learned about the Gatorade shower. I was like, pretty quickly they came after us. Like, did you learn in time or were you a victim? So once I became the full-time sideline reporter, so that was the one game. That was the one game I filled in for in 2013. I got the full-time job the next year. Okay. So I passed the test. Okay. I did a great job. Congrats. Very early on in 2014, I learned the hard way after a Chris Iannetta walk-off home run in, I think, the 13th inning. And it was in April because I left to go straight to Coachella after, and that's why I remember that. Smelling like Gatorade. Dude, on the way to Coachella. I was still camping at that time. So, like, bold move by me, Curry. I had my back to the dugout. Gotta have the head on the swivel. I have a photo to prove. And I'm just mid-smile conversation, and it just douses both of us. I was like... What color was the Gatorade? Do you remember? Orange? Ooh, bold color. I think it's orange. So I have that framed above our bathroom. As you should. So it's like you're walking into the shower. It's funny, like all of our like moments in our house are in the hallway. We call it the Hall of Fame.
It's yellow.
That. It's yellow. Are you looking at the photo?
It's on your Twitter header.
No.
Right?
Twitter header is Ohtani.
That's the Ohtani one.
That's Ohtani. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was another time that you were a victim.
So it became a game, you guys. Like when you're a part of, like when you're the sideline reporter, you become a part of the team and the family. I mean, you spend you spend more time with these guys than you do with your actual family.
Over half the year.
Yeah. And I became so good at dodging it after that. Like I would stay in as long as possible because I would then turn myself where I was facing the dugout. I was facing the dugout, but the player's back was to the dugout. So I figured out the perfect way for players to get doused, but for me to get away and not get it. And it's a good system. I am quick, and I wear like heels that I can run in. I'm zipped in. I always wore like the zipped in like high heels, and I would stay in just long enough. And then right as it would come, I would two-step back up. So much so that in 2014, when the Angels won the AL West, there was $1,000 bounty out for who could get me. And I didn't I dodged it like all through the celebration, and then once we were off the air, I went into the clubhouse and just take a photo of everything going on behind me. I had one of the wives take it, and I was just like this. Yeah. So like I thought like nothing of it.
You thought you were safe?
Full douse. Everyone behind me, you see Albert Pujols, Trout, everybody just hysterically laughing as that went down. But it's fun. Like
nothing is like baseball, man.
And Shohei Ohtani's is probably one of my more iconic moments because it was his first home run at Angel Stadium. Would have been a grand slam, but I think there was a wild pitch, so a guy on third or pass ball came home, so it was a 3-run home run. Okay. But yeah, that one was iconic.
I love it.
That was a fun...
Freddie Freeman had himself a 2-run home run yesterday, I believe.
Also, Freddie, can we talk about how much fun he has been having on the field recently with the players? Have you seen some of his viral moments?
So I have to admit, coming into this season, really, actually up until I would say 3 weeks ago, Freddie Freeman was always Atlanta Braves. Freddie Freeman, he was stoic, he was old school. Him and Ronald Acuna used to bump heads because Ronald Acuna is like new school, and Fred, And so I have to admit, only until recently have I been tapped into fun-loving Freddie Freeman.
Okay, I gotta find. I should have like sent it to you, Shay. So I had this.
But Freddie had himself a great game. While you find it, like, offensively, he's been locked in. Defensively, him and Mookie had 2 clutch plays. In the 8th inning, and then in the 9th inning, there was the double play where Freeland was involved as well. Freddie is playing some dang good baseball right now,
which is good because he's a guy like Shohei and like Mookie. When the bat gets hot, it becomes contagious. And that is what this team needs. I mean, Ohtani, obviously, we know is on a heater. He's 12 for his last 26. He's hitting .462 over his last 6 games, the 2 doubles, triples, and 2 homers over his last 15 games, you guys. 3 home runs, 14 RBI, 1.152 OPS. Like, this guy has been red hot. And guess what? He's on the mound tonight.
Yes, he is.
Like, this is everything and more that you would hope for. Where the Dodgers are at right now and where Shohei Ohtani is at right now to keep this going. Because, again, for some reason, division games, they can go sideways. They can go either way. There's always a little more added to it because it's almost like it's a double. You get the win, you get a game ahead, they go a game back. So this was really important for the Dodgers to even things up last night. And then Ohtani coming in with a 0.82 ERA and tonight on the mound.
It rose to a 0.82 after last game. It was actually lower than that. No, who I feel is very relieved, pun intended, to see Shohei on the mound is the bullpen. I feel yesterday Eric Lauer came back down to earth a little bit, and the bullpen was asked to do a little more than they probably expected to have to do, and I think that fatigue started showing itself. There were some more mental errors than physical ones on Eric Lauer's part, but that being said, the bullpen was put in a tough spot, and I'm sure they're sitting there thinking, okay, we're not going to have to pitch 5 innings. Maybe we can get 3 or 4 at the most 4. Shohei's probably sitting there thinking I'm at least going 7. But the bullpen last night was the first group that I thought of when I saw Shohei's pitching tonight, because they need just a little bit of a break.
Yeah, the only thing though, like Ohtani has had back-to-back for every other pitcher in the game, great outings. But for Shohei Ohtani, the command has been a little off. He's figuring it out and he's working through it. Was it his last start that it was 6 hitless innings and we were like, keep him in, and they're like, no, you got to take him out? Miggy Rojas was on D-Mac and Reiter talking about like, no, like we're thinking about October. Like, and that's the thing with the Dodgers. They're not thinking about personal accolades. So even when Ohtani comes into the season and he goes, Cy Young is on my mind, right? That still will never take over the fact that he just wants to get a win for this team. And that's the main focus for this team. And so when you look at that and you look at the load management that we've seen from Shohei Ohtani coming into tonight, if his bat continues to stay hot, we heard Kirsten Watson tell us that the most likely he would probably sit out tomorrow's game and not be in the lineup. But if he continues to have such a hot bat, how do you do that?
You make a very tough decision, but you do have to stick by it. I feel Dave Roberts has made some bold calls regarding Shohei, especially during that rough end of April, early May that he had. But he's been right so far. And whether the team agrees with him, whether Shohei agrees with him, I feel Dave Roberts has earned the right to say, this is what we're doing, and we're sticking with it. And if anyone is going to change how we're doing things, it's going to be me. I feel for Dave Roberts, just to set a precedent for the remainder of this season, he has to stick by his guns. If he shows that, well, this is what the plan is going to be, unless things happen the way that I don't expect them to happen, well, then there's no plan at all, because the plan isn't dictating things. The events are dictating the plan. So it would be a tough call. And we'll see how today goes. But
Yeah.
I feel Dave Roberts is in a position, whatever he says, I have to stick by it, or else my word will mean less going forward.
Yeah, it's just tough because they're in the middle of a long stretch. First day off is going to be Monday next week because obviously they're in the game 3 of the 4-game stretch in Arizona. They come home on Friday for a quick 3-game set against the Angels, the second Freeway Series, before they go back on the road to Pittsburgh and Chicago.
Right.
So
that's going to be, so that's 10 plus games in like 11 days.
Yeah. No, it's a lot. And then the next off day isn't until the following Thursday. So as much as you want to say you got to ride the bat while it's hot, if this is the plan that Dave Roberts has put into place, as you continue to say, to protect the player from themselves, because as we saw, and I'll keep going back to this, and it's heartbreaking, Kike Hernandez coming back, again, like not comparing the two players, but just saying a player that will do whatever it takes to win. And we know that's kind of the mentality of all these guys. Of Ohtani, of course he wants to be in. Of course he doesn't want to come out of the lineup, especially the day after he's pitching when that's all he's focusing on.
I also feel that
I'm like, you're convincing me with the protecting the player, because I'm more of like, if he feels good, like, let the man cook.
I feel that being able to get the bats hot early yesterday can relieve a little bit of stress there. I feel that hanging 6 runs tonight would also be great. You don't even need 6, but less more so how many runs they score tonight, just how quickly they can get out of the gates. Like I said, on Monday, they looked hungover, they were sleepwalking, and yesterday, more important than the win, just wanted to see some energy early, and that's what we saw. Like, the Dodgers are now 27-1 when they score 5 runs or more. Are you going to score 5 runs every single game? Absolutely not. Do they have the ability to?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It just, you can't keep getting in this loop of putting ourselves in a hole, and then the 7th inning, we save ourselves. And thankfully, that hasn't been the case, I would say, for the past 2 or 3 weeks. But if they can keep riding this where we can get out of the gates early, alleviate whether it's Vesia or Tanner Scott, that the game isn't on their shoulders in the 9th inning when they're trying to close this thing out, that alleviates everyone else's stress. So it's about health, it's about longevity, but it makes the decisions easier when you can come out the gates hot.
Yeah, series is tied at a game apiece. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40. Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers, facing Zach Gallen, who's been struggling a bit. 3-4 with a 5.16 ERA. So this is an opportunity with Ohtani on the mound and the Dodgers bats kind of hot to really take advantage, as you said, jump on him early. And then, as we saw last night, have that cushion so you don't have to worry about pull in Ohtani a little early if you need to, and if you get into trouble, you're going to be okay.
One last thing about the Diamondbacks. Yesterday, I said Corbin Carroll is an aura farmer because he intentionally wears too big of a helmet so that he could show his super cool hair
so it
when
flies
he's
off
flying
when
around the field.
Yeah.
Tommy Troy, I'm on to you.
Oh, what
Tommy
did he do?
Troy's
What
helmet
did he
fell off
do?
2 times last night. Tommy Troy also not as nice of hair as Corbin Carroll, but still a nice little cut. Tommy Troy's I'm on to you, Tommy Troy.
You know, he's feeling good after getting his first big league home run in
Get the
game
Diamondbacks
1.
smaller helmets.
No.
Enough is enough. Stop the aura farming.
It's going to be a fun one tonight. Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers, 6:40 first pitch. And supposedly, as we were told, he should also be in the lineup as well. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. You can listen to us on the radio. You can take us on the go on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and you can watch us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. And we want you to be a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA, get in the comment section. Let us know what you think. You can also follow us on all socials at The Fan LA and call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. It is time, you guys, for Do You Care LA? So let's bring in producer Shay. What do we got today?
What is up, party people? Welcome in. It is a beautiful Wednesday in LA, and it's time to say...
It's chilly.
It is chilly.
It's nice.
It's been chilly the last couple of days.
I'm into it.
In the valley, it's not chilly, though.
Yeah.
It's far from chilly in the valley, I'll tell you that right now. But we'll go straight into it, guys. Do You Care LA? LA's most favorite segment. Spurs are 4.5-point favorites tonight, guys. The Spurs are favored in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. San Antonio's 4.5-point favorites at home against the Knicks, with the Spurs sitting at minus 185 on the money line and New York at plus 154. The total is set at 218. Spurs are favorites. Do you care, LA?
Spurs in 6.
Dang.
Spurs in 6.
You said
so
that with
we
conviction.
absolutely care. This is the beginning of Victor Wembanyama's run as not only an incredible basketball player, but a player who has so much impact on the league. He changes the mindset of current and future players going forward. It is Victor Wembanyama's world. We're just living in it until the Lakers get back on track.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, we care.
Well, I'm going to do that connection here with the Lakers. I care, okay? You guys, I am wearing an iconic Kobe Bryant moment from 2001 after he won his second NBA title, where he's sitting in... I think he's probably sitting in the showers, just kind of contemplating life. And I asked D Fish about this moment and what he remembers from it. And it was like, instead of celebrating, he was just kind of going back of like, how do we get more? How do we get better? He's 22 years old, and it made me think of Wemby is 22 years old right now. And this is, we know that Wemby reached out to Rob Pelinka, Lakers GM and Kobe's former agent, asking him about what Kobe did to get in that Mamba mentality. And this moment on my shirt, the more I was talking to D Fish about it and did a little research on it, was like, oh, this is like the beginning of that Mamba mentality at 22 years old. And we're seeing that Wemby is already putting that time in and doing whatever it takes outside of the game to not only physically be the best person on the court, but mentally be the best person in the game. And I think this is really his prove it moment, not to everybody else, but his prove it moment to himself. Because that's what it's about for Wemby. It's how can I be the best version of myself for my team and to reach my goal of being an NBA champion. So I think this is a big moment for him tonight, being the favorites at home. So I care about this. Also because, I mean, the Knicks have been sitting for a week plus.
Rest versus rust.
They're coming in. They are coming in hot.
They don't know what's waiting for them. No, you nailed that perfectly. A lot of players since Kobe has retired, and of course since his passing, have kind of taken it upon themselves to be the next Mamba mentality player, but it's kind of like a nickname. You don't get to decide your nickname. It's chosen for you.
Yes.
And I like that Wemby, people are seeing the Kobe comparisons in him instead of him self-appointing himself as I'm a Mamba mentality guy.
Yeah.
That's why it hasn't stuck with any other players. Wemby is the closest thing that we have had since.
Didn't Kobe give himself that nickname?
Did he?
I think Kobe like gave himself like
so,
there's something about that which also is very on brand for Kobe.
True. So I know that him actually studying how the black mamba snake hunts.
Yeah.
Mamba mentality. So he did give himself. Okay, somebody called him the Black Mamba, and then he adopted Mamba mentality because he was studying how Black Mambas hunt. But when we go to break, I'm gonna look that up.
Okay, because I remember like then they kind of ran with it. Like I think Nike ran with it, and then it kind of became like
the logo and the
everything,
shoe and the tattoo. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're TBD.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Kill Bill reference. He picked it up.
Okay.
He basically told everyone like, "This is my mentality. This is my alter ego."
Yes.
Almost. You know what I mean?
Well,
It was kind of
everyone
his
has
thing.
those. Like Beyonce has it. It's Sasha Fierce when
There
she
you
goes
go.
out on the stage. It's like you almost kind of have to have that when you are at that level, no matter what part of entertainment or sports you're in. Is like you have to become this character, and
Yeah.
sometimes like having that alter ego helps bring you there, even if like I don't think either of those people need that little added of like getting to the moment, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, we care. We care because it all comes back to Kobe.
We care.
What's next?
I got Spurs in 6.
There we go.
Hopefully.
Let's do
We'll
it.
see.
Okay, so you both have Spurs in 6.
Yeah, I got Spurs in 6.
I'm taking Spurs in 7.
Okay.
Sweet, sweet.
I want a game 7.
I would love to see a
I
game
just want a game
7.
7.
I would love to see a game 7.
Yeah.
Do you care, LA? The segment where I ask LA and Alex and Brock if they care. Sports stories from around the world. Let's get into the second one.
Okay.
Love Island or Stanley Cup? What do I mean by that? Love Island is getting the bar TV over the Stanley Cup final. Bars in LA are reportedly choosing the season premiere of Love Island over game 1 of the Stanley Cup final. What is Love Island? It is a dating show where basically individuals, female and male, basically like 10 and 10, they try to get to know each other. They try dating each other. They do events. They do small little things. It's horrible. I hate it. I'm a hater. I'm sure other people out there like it. It's not for me. Do you care, LA?
No. Well, I care because, like, this is ridiculous. Sports are playing a reality TV show. You guys, I don't watch reality TV. I've always said sports are my reality TV. Like, I don't need to watch someone else live their life. I already have a crazy enough life of my own. I don't judge people for it being their guilty pleasure or just being obsessed with it. But for a sports bar to put on a reality TV show over a Stanley Cup final, you guys, like, I need to talk to your manager.
I will say this.
Are you a Love Island person?
I'm not a Love Island person. My wife is. But hockey has no one to blame but themselves. Hockey fans more so than hockey. The hockey community is having the same problem now that I would argue baseball had a couple years ago, where you want the sport to grow, but you're so cagey and you have to ask any new member. Like, you're not letting any new baseball fans develop because you're saying, well, how do you not know this? How do you not know this? Hockey, seeing a hockey event live is the key to unlocking your fandom. TV just doesn't do it justice.
It doesn't.
But the hockey community does this thing every time the Stanley Cup final comes around where they want it to be bigger and celebrated, but then they kind of push out anyone who doesn't know anything. So I'm actually on the side of the bars. Give the hockey community a taste of their own medicine. Invite other people in.
No.
It's hockey's fault.
Dude, no. Also, like, they were having a moment, too, because of heated rivalry. They were getting the outside fans because of heated rivalry. And I think what hurt hockey was the Olympic situation with Team USA.
Okay.
That's what brought him back down. So, like, hockey was on, like, such a high. And if we're crossing over Hollywood to sports, I mean, it was insane. I was covering a Kings game, and the creators were there, and people went wild for them. And
they are superstars. That's insane.
Oh, yeah.
That's
They're
so
using
cool.
King colors in the next season. So we got that little nugget.
Okay.
But what went down with the men's team versus the women's team,
yes,
where they were laughing at the women's team after they won gold, really left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And they were on this high. Everybody got back into hockey, and then that moment at the Olympics was like, okay, bye, boys.
Sounds
bye.
like you're on my side.
Bye, boys. Bye. Well, I love hockey, so...
Hockey needs a humbling. Again, not the sport, not the players, not the teams. The hockey community can be they can be unbearable sometimes.
Oh, I think it's so fun.
Ah.
I love it. Okay. Third.
On
What do we
to
got?
the last one. Let's make this one quick, guys. Steph Curry gets his bag. Steph Curry finally gets his new shoe deal, a 10-year deal with Li Ning, a Chinese brand worth over $400 million. Reports say it could be way more than that as well. Do you care, LA?
Dude, yeah, it's my cuz.
Yeah.
Come on, Curry. It's great for the Curry brand, you guys.
That took me a second.
It's great for the Curry brand here. It's so funny. Everyone will ask me, they're like, oh, are you related? I'm like, duh, he's my cousin. And like 50-50 is like, really? I'm like, come on, guys. No, I'm happy for anybody getting their bag on a deal like this, a partnership. Like, this is going to be, we were talking about it yesterday, it might be worth a bill.
It'll end up being more.
Like, this will make him a billionaire.
Absolutely will, if he isn't already, honestly. No, Steph Curry deserves all the influence, all the money, and will be regarded as one of the most influential NBA players to ever live.
My cuz.
There you go.
Doing it right for
Family
the Curry
affair.
name. He's one of my faves. All right, guys. Hour 2 coming up next here on Brock and Alex. And Myles Garrett, wake up Aaron Donald. We got sound on that coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome to hour 2 of Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, you can also listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeart app, or watch us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. We want to hear from you. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And it's been a fun day so far. I keep going back, and we're talking about, I wore a iconic Kobe shirt today from, kind of in celebration for NBA Finals kicking off tonight, but with the putting out the vibes of Lakers hopefully getting back there soon.
There we go.
One of Kobe's moments, and I'm trying to put together a post, but we have like such small commercial breaks in between, of D Fish, because we walked in this morning and he just points at my shirt and he goes, yeah. And I could tell he just went down memory lane, and I was like, okay, I got to ask him what he thinks about this moment. So I did on air, and I got a video of it, so I'm going to be putting out that soon. You can find it at Alex_Curry and at The Fan LA. We're going to share that moment. But
is there anything better than an athlete who is reliving one of their many iconic moments, or their perspective on an iconic moment? It's my favorite thing, asking whether the player themselves, or a case like D Fish, who was in the next room over.
Yeah.
Like, this is an iconic photo. Any basketball fan has seen it thousands of times in their life. And we get to sit here and talk with Derek Fisher about what exactly was going on in that moment.
And I didn't even prompt it. It was just like, walked in and he was like, yeah. And then we also talked to him, when you're watching the finals like this, what was it like for you? Does it take you back? Do you remember moments like that? And he was like, it was really hard for me. It was really hard for me for years to be able to watch the finals, because you're just sitting on your couch like, why am I not playing? Even in retirement, he was like, it's more recent now that he said he's not coaching for a team, he's not a part of a team. He can actually take a step back and enjoy and kind of watch from a different perspective.
You'll love this. So the same way how you say you can speak things into existence, and why you should always be kind to yourself, because if you say negative things, your brain chemistry doesn't know the difference between what's actually happening and what's just being said. You'll find with athletes that they could be a decade removed from their last playing days, but when they're watching a sport, they still, like, their heart rate still increases, and they might start sweating. Like, their brain sees the sport that they've spent so much time participating in, that their brain kind of goes into adrenaline fight or flight mode, because they think, oh, we're playing the game that we've been playing forever. And that's why watching a game, a high stakes game, playoff or something with a former player is hilarious, because they're so emotional.
Yeah.
And they're so locked in, because,
or they're quiet because they don't want other people to know, because they're in like that internal battle of like what you're describing.
Yeah.
There's also I feel like when you see certain things or certain moments happen, it's almost like PTSD, and it takes you like right back. Did you ever have a moment like that?
So this is a very common thing with football players. For at least, you know what? They actually still happen, but with less frequency.
Okay.
I will have dreams, really nightmares, about being late to practice.
Dude.
It is a real thing.
Did you get in trouble for that?
Yeah, it is the worst thing. Like, when you're in high school and college, it's about, okay, I have to run after practice, or I have to do this and that. In the NFL, you get fined, so both of probably equal value. But no, ask any former football player. I talk with my high school buddies about this all the time, because the high school one is the most frequent one.
Yeah.
Being late to a high school practice, or messing up during a college practice, or I'm in a car driving to an NFL practice thinking I'm going to be fine. And I was never late to any of those practices ever.
I don't see you guys. Brock is here. Like, first one here, like, doing his work. Like, I get here an hour before, like maybe like hour and a half. I vary.
Yeah.
Brock, you are early. You are an on-time, early person. I
But
can
those
just
nightmares
tell.
come, man.
Like
It's scary. And any former football player will tell you that those dreams just keep coming up. I'm hoping one day they stop coming, but here we are, still here.
Nah, no, that's a fun one. Well, speaking of former football players, you guys, with all the news that's been going around about Myles Garrett officially being a Ram and talking to the media yesterday, there's been kind of a bigger question surrounding all this, right? So now Myles Garrett coming to the Rams makes the Rams one of the most feared defense, probably the most feared defense now that you have a guy like Myles Garrett on the team. But the question that keeps coming up around the NFL and around LA, and you guys, it's not coming from nowhere, is did Myles Garrett wake up Aaron Donald? Okay, so it's been 2 full seasons since Aaron Donald retired. So what we know about Aaron Donald was he retired sooner than most, I think, would have expected. He retired at the peak of his game. And for him, it was like, nah, I'm full. I think Les Snead described it as like, when you're eating, he's like, I'm full. I'm taking a step back. And we see so many all-time great players that don't know how to walk away from the game. With someone like Aaron Donald, he had it in his mind. He talked about it. He said, I want to play 8 seasons. The way the world works, we ended up winning a Super Bowl on my 8th season. So you're like, okay, maybe I have 1 more. Maybe I have 2 more. Let me see what I can do. So now that it's been 2 full seasons, but now that the Rams get the best, like literally the best defensive player in the game to come back, to get Aaron Donald to come back. We have Les Snead talking about this, and let's start with the Rams GM's reaction to all of this. Do we have it? No, not yet. Okay. So before we get to that, I'm going to get to you.
Okay.
And because he has been out for 2 seasons, what we know about Aaron Donald is that he works out every single day, right? He is still in shape. He has an open door policy for Rams players or football players to come and work out with him at any time. So him not being like in shape is not a question.
No.
Okay, so we have the Les Snead sound talking about Aaron Donald. Take a listen.
It's more realistic today than it was, let's call it 2 weeks ago last year. I don't want to think like that. I'll let him make that decision. But you know what? If y'all want to keep talking about it on the radio, and maybe that inspires him to, let's call it, do one last dance. Heck, why not? Right?
Oh, why
so
not?
We'll let him sit, toss, and turn, and determine whether I think he's tweeted it, right, or talked about it, right. Let's see if that fire's there, because I can tell you this about Aaron now. Hey, he's going to send out his workout videos. I don't think he's missed a day of working out in his life. I don't think he's missed it since he's retired. May not do 2 a days now, but the one thing I do know about him, he's one of those human beings that if he truly doesn't think he can be one of the best, he probably doesn't want to. It's an interesting personality trait, just kind of who he is at the core, which you always appreciate it. And that's probably why he left when he did. He was like, you know what, as he said, I'm full. But we'll see if he's gotten a little bit hungrier since then.
What I heard from that is Les Snead giving us a homework assignment. He goes, keep talking about it, you guys. You guys keep talking about it on the radio. Let's see if he hears it and it influences him and it keeps him up at night. And he talked about Aaron Donald has publicly talked to other people, reporters that are now coming out. Pat McAfee said he texted him and he said it for sure got me thinking. I'm 35, removed 2 years. Let me see if I can get that fire back up. Jordan Schultz yesterday said, I texted Aaron Donald about coming out of retirement and playing for the Rams alongside Myles Garrett. And he said, I'm for sure flirting with the idea. Hell of an opportunity with the Super Bowl in SoFi this year. If I can find the fire, it's a possibility. So it all comes back to, can Aaron Donald get that mentality and that dog back and that fire back? What's that going to take?
Yeah, Les Snead nailed it. Aaron Donald doesn't want to do anything 50%,
No.
80%, 99%. It has to be full tilt. That's why he's labeled as, in my opinion, the most dominant, in everyone else's opinion, one of the most dominant defensive forces that have ever played football.
Yeah.
He didn't want to go out on a decline. That's why, as you mentioned, he only wanted to play 8 years because that's how long he felt he could sustain his very best. He ended up going 10, but that being said, he's still in shape, and mentally we know he's still locked in with the Rams. Obviously, he's only 35 years old. A lot of guys are on the team currently that were on the team when he was. He's interwoven with the fabric
core's
of
still
the Rams.
there.
Absolutely. When's the last time he wore cleats? When's the last time he struck a bag? When's the last time he did that knife workout that he used to do? He used to do this thing with knives that was incredibly dangerous. I don't know why he was doing that. But the fact is, there is a difference between being in incredible shape and being locked in and maintaining that focus and mindset when you hit the field. I fully believe in my heart that Aaron Donald will at least step on a football field. Whether that leads to him becoming a Ram. No, not as a Ram. I'm saying
as a player?
I feel between now and the season starting, the way that things are moving, Aaron Donald will put on cleats and go through a workout on the field and just see, do I still have it? But again, that is a massive step from which is where we were 48 hours ago.
Yeah, so I think that it's interesting. So this is a lot of talking things into existence again for the Rams and Les Snead and Sean McVay.
It's worked so far.
It's like, well, like it kind of started again as a joke. Well, like, okay, do we think Aaron Donald will come out of retirement now that they got Myles Garrett? How the Myles Garrett situation started kind of as a joke with Les Snead reaching out to the Browns and being like, hey, like, you wanna trade us Myles Garrett? And they're like, absolutely not. And then like kept kind of poking the bear. I was like, well, what would it take for us to get Myles Garrett? They're like, we're not separating from him. And then the Bears restructure his contract, and they're like, so what can we do to get Myles Garrett? Now we're doing the same thing, and now Les Snead is doing the same thing with Aaron Donald, coming on the morning show here with Derek Fisher and Cody Decker saying, you guys keep talking about it and maybe it'll make him toss and turn at night and figure out if he still wants to do this. So again, this has started as just a could it be to
from a fantasy
like almost like could this be a reality? But my question is, because you talked about the focus and the mentality, and we heard Les Snead talk about, Aaron Donald is not going to do anything if he is not 110% mentally and physically in. 2 years out of the game of not being in that dog game mindset mentality, especially because leading up to that point, that was his entire life.
Yeah.
So it was not just like, oh, you haven't been doing it for 2 years. It's like, No, that's what you did up until that moment as a human being every single day. You've completely, this is never in your life have you had this much of I'm not fully all in on football to be the best player that he was. Does that much time off matter, and will it affect him?
What makes the Aaron Donald situation unique is typically when a player is mulling over, do I want one more season, 2 more seasons, there's a physical component to it, right? Those final years of Tom Brady, those final years of Peyton Manning, currently with LeBron James, right?
Yeah.
Like there's always a physical component of, I'm 40-something years old. Yeah, I want to collect as many championships as I can, but physically am I asking too much of myself? Whereas that's not the case with Aaron Donald. Not only is he still in incredible shape, he initially retired early. So that's 2 years without that wear and tear on his body. So whereas, so physically, if he played these past 2 seasons, that's more wear and tear. He doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So it's only a mental hurdle for him, and that's essentially what he is saying, but it does make it unique because we know that you can contribute because it was only 2 years ago and you've stayed in shape. It is entirely can you reach your standard? He can reach the Rams standard. Aaron Donald right now could put on pads without even a warm-up and contribute to a rotation of defensive linemen for the Rams. But it's a standard of what Aaron Donald expects of himself. He has to prove to himself that he can live up to his own standard because he has a different standard as one of the most dominant defensive forces we've ever seen.
If we're placing bets.
Okay. I like this.
Will Aaron Donald step into a game for the Rams this season? Will he step on the field?
Yes. My heart says yes. My heart says yes. My heart right now.
Okay.
And because you have me fully bought in on this speak things into existence, and it's worked so far.
It has.
My heart of hearts says that at some point between now and training camp, Aaron Donald gets his old private trainer, goes out to a private high school field somewhere and just says, let me just see
So he's going to do it privately. We're not going to know about it. And then he's going to emerge of like, all right, guys. Like he's going to bust through his own, like the high school, how they have the banners. And it's like, I'm back.
Yes, Les Snead is going to be asleep. And what's that? Is it a Heath Ledger movie where he's holding the stereo above his head at like the high school stuff? Is that 10 Things I Hate About You? Someone out there who loves rom-coms knows what I'm talking about. But Les Snead is going to look over and Aaron Donald is going to be standing there playing his theme song, walking in. No, I see Aaron Donald having a private workout behind closed doors, just before I give Les Snead an answer, let me prove it to myself.
We'll see if he has the fire while he's doing it.
And
does this feel fun and like something that I want, that I can, not want, that I can physically and mentally
to my standard.
Give it what I need to do to be the best.
And what Les Snead can say after that conversation happens is, dude, you don't even have to be here for training camp. Be here by December. Show up in December and we're ready to rock, because there was a big push for him, not last season, but the year prior. Now, it was still a firm no from Aaron Donald, but there was word that Sean McVay had reached out and said, hey, do you want to just come play for the playoffs? Because the year before that, Eric Weddle did the same exact thing. Eric Weddle was retired. He's born and raised in California, Southern California, and just joined the team. So there is a precedent that Les Snead and Sean McVay are comfortable with that schedule.
So it could be like after their Thanksgiving Eve game.
Spend Thanksgiving with the family.
Yeah, you're with the fam.
And enjoy all the food.
You're getting into the holidays. Yes. You're seeing where the Rams are at and where the games really matter.
Yes.
And you're getting into the playoffs. All right.
We're speaking it into existence. It's happening.
Join us. LA, join us. Les Snead gave us an assignment. He said, keep talking about it. So Aaron Donald keeps thinking about it. He's tossing and turning in his bed, and we're going to get him back in a Rams uniform.
We just laid out the
on
blueprint.
the field. Let's go. Let's go. For Les Snead, let's go.
Give me my 99 jersey. Dust it off.
I'm into it. All right, guys. We're going to take a quick break here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, we're heading into enemy territory. We have MSG Network and Moneyline Monaco. Alex Monaco joining the show to take a look ahead at the NBA Finals. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the comment section. We want you to be a part of the show. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But right now, it's time to talk some NBA Finals, you guys, and we're heading to the East Coast. We're bringing in MSG Network and Moneyline Monaco. Alex Monaco, welcome to the show.
What's up, Alex? What's up, Brock? Fired up to be on. Let's go, Knicks.
Yeah.
Alex, what was that?
No, I was fired up. He was like, fired up to be on. I was saying yes to that. That was a premature yeah. Plus, we have the same name. Like, I've been talking about, like, yeah, I was like, this guy's going to be great. Same energy, same name. We're going to crush us. All right,
That's
Alex.
right, let's go.
So game one's in San Antonio, but just we've seen on social media just the mayhem that has been going on in New York City. Paint the picture. What is today like in New York City? Game one for the first time in almost 2 decades. 3 decades.
It is, Alex, probably I've been here 5 years. 5 years at the network. I've survived 5 New York winters as a San Diego kid. It is, without question, the best energy in the city. I can't even really pinpoint it with words. It's just people walking by with Knicks swag. Everyone's smiling, yelling, "Let's go Knicks" at each other. The city just did a piece for MSG at the painted MTA subway station on 34th and 8th. You got watch parties galore. I'm actually headed to Central Park with MSG to do the summer stage watch party. It's just hundreds of thousands of people. Essentially, pick a borough, any borough, all in on orange and blue skies.
So, Alex, my dad has been a basketball fan my entire life. I'm 33 years old, and for my entire life, I've been told that there's nothing like the Garden. There's nothing like the Garden. Understandably, I did not see what he was talking about. You say you've been at the Knicks for 5 years. So, can you explain just year by year, starting 3 years ago, as the Knicks got better, made some changes, and now finally it feels like the Garden is the Garden that was promised to me from the 90s.
Yeah, Brock, I mean, your pops has seen, obviously, a lot of building blocks, and I always kind of utilize an example of NFL building championship teams brick by brick as an NBA example, because you don't really see teams out of nowhere, typical like a San Antonio, come out of nowhere and run the table, right? It's kind of brick by brick. You saw with OKC and this Knicks team. I remember when Jalen and that team in Miami lost a few years ago, and then they got to the next round, and then they obviously added a piece, tweak here, tweak there, and they've taken their lumps. To me, I hate to go Saturday morning pickup with my assessment, but you got 4 or 5 grown men in their late 20s versus a lot of pups that are still developing, and one guy named De'Aaron Fox who has an under 500 record in his career. So all that to say, the team is battle-tested. The team has an unbelievable rest advantage, which I could speak on from a betting lens. We've never seen a team take on 3 consecutive clubs off Game 7. We don't even know how much that rest is going to come into advantage. But in addition to that, this team knows exactly what to do when crunch time comes down. And the last thing I'll leave you with on that thought is the Knicks have the best fourth quarter net rating at plus 11.5 since the 2002 Suns. That's how good they are under 5 minutes.
Wow. Okay. I want to go back to the feel of the city right now, because you had a viral moment when you were at the Radio City Music Hall after they swept Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals. And it's funny because I just watched it. I was like, oh yeah, no, I remember watching that the moment it came up. And it you can just not only I had it on silent just now, but you can feel the madness going on behind you. You can feel your energy. How different does the city feel when the Knicks are in this situation, say compared to a Yankees, Giants, or Mets?
It's a great question. I mean, New Yorkers, again, this is obviously a 2-sport town. Take a sport, any sport. When it comes to basketball, though, it's just 1A. And obviously there's a great fan base with the Nets, of course, but them going from Jersey to Brooklyn, it just gives more momentum to the entire state, essentially, all in on the Knicks. But, yeah, I mean, back to that moment, I was really just trying to encapsulate. I'd never even been to Radio City Music Hall.
Wait, what? That was your first time?
First time. Got the girlfriend plugging the rock next to me. I don't even know what's going on. Yeah, so I was on that stage taking moments to myself. I used to do open mic stand-up back in the day. I'm like, oh, wow, what an unbelievable moment with a mic on this stage. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of it was built in, Alex. I mean, I really just kind of leaned in to exactly what the energy was in that essentially Radio City Music Hall. I didn't really know what I was going to say. I'm just a huge Seinfeld guy, and I was kind of wanting to honor Jackie Childs. He speaks in threes, so I'm like, I'm going to say 3 things. You know it would be pandemonium, euphoria, and New York joy, but here we go.
Alex, the one thing that is confusing me but also exciting to me is the youth in the Knicks fandom mayhem. I understand anyone 35 or older going crazy about the Knicks because they've waited almost 30 years for this, but where is this energy for the kids that are 18 and under going crazy really coming from? It's so cool to see.
It is cool to see. I mean, I'm right there at the 33rd Street watch party, so I'm covering pregame, postgame. I'm seeing 33rd blend in with 7th Avenue and the youthful Knicks fans. I mean, look, they're exuberant. We know, obviously, if you're under 25, you said under 35, which is correct, but, 27 years since 99. So, I mean, of course, it's older upperclassmen New York fans' moment, but it's still exciting. And that's the nice thing about Knicks fandom and the Knicks alumni. I've had an opportunity to interview some of them. It's once a Knick, always a Knick. And I would say everyone is supportive of all Knicks fans coming in of all walks of life and supporting. And that's really emblematic of what New York is. Everyone coexisting from different backgrounds.
So because it's been so long since the Knicks have been in this moment, fans had a whole week to celebrate, but now Game 1 is here. Do you think they're actually going to enjoy it, or is it just a freaking out, sitting on your couch, biting your nails, don't talk to me? What's the Game 1 vibe? That's a tough question to answer because you got every kind of sports fan that backs the Knicks. I already have reached out. How are you? That's my question around town. How are you taking in Game 1? Some diehards like to be party of one at the crib, no distractions, lock in because they feel like, a little bit of superstition. But for the most part, everyone is excited. Now, it's nervous excited, obviously. But you watch how Brunson and everyone celebrated the Eastern Conference berth. It's like they very much embodied the late Kobe's mindset, job not finished. And there is a little bit of that with fans where, yes, we're celebrating,
but we've been through, so many unbelievably heartbreaking series in the Brunson era. So everyone is very excited. But, of course, the mindset is championship always. And so I would say it's very exciting. But, of course, it's nerves. It's championship nerves. But once the once the game's underway and the ball's tipped, everyone will be all positive.
Alex, the Garden has an incredible tradition of picking one player every single playoff run and just uniting around hating them. Trae Young was probably one of the bigger ones. But how are Knicks fans going to convince themselves to rally against Wemby? Yes, he is an opponent, but we've also never seen anything like this. Will it be difficult to hate on a guy who is really taking the league by storm, even though he's not wearing your uniform?
It's very difficult. This Spurs team is very likable. I will say that. And I know, Alex, you guys work with Rob Parker. I bet him 100 wings on the Odd Couple show that the Knicks would get to the finals. And Calvin was upset I didn't bury him for it when I called back to float on it.
Wow.
And, ultimately, the thinking is, with this team, it's two likable teams. I have nothing bad to say about the Spurs. The thing that the Spurs are not aware of, and Champagne maybe a little because he's from a borough, but the Garden and these energy moments could be a Mitchell Robinson block, could be a Hart, transition rebound to an alley-oop, could be a Shamet open three. Those moments happen every single game in the Garden. And it's just up to the Spurs to see how they essentially, I would say for Wemby, because he's got that Monk element, are they going to stay stoic? Because it's such a raucous all-in environment. The players pick up on it, and the fans are waiting for those moments. So looking at it from a Spurs lens, of course, I'm all in on the Knicks. I got them 4-1 at 10-1, but I still think not really all of the previous tactics for this Spurs team, because Wemby is such a older, mature player in a young man's frame. It's tough to want to even spend too much time playing mental games and just focus on your side of the ball.
Yeah, it's crazy because he definitely, he has that Mamba mentality. And I'm wearing the Kobe Bryant iconic, 2001 sitting after he won the championship with the trophy. And he was 22. And we were talking about it. Wemby is 22 right now. And we know that he reached out to Rob Pelinka to ask him, what did Kobe do mentality-wise away from the game? And we saw all the work he did. You mentioned the Monk mentality, Mamba mentality that he did off the field. But it's interesting because this is his first taste of being in a finals. How do you think that will affect him? Obviously, they're kicking things off in San Antonio, so he kind of gets eased into the Garden in that intensity. But do you think that is going to affect the lines in any way?
It's another great question. I mean, all I can say from that vantage point is, I guess when it comes to the city of Portland, Minnesota, and Oklahoma City, I'm not sure Wemby's used to the level of noise, potentially, that is going to be in this arena. And obviously, I get to be in the media section for a lot of these moments when I'm not doing the watch party. And it is so hard to even explain how loud it is. Yeah. So it is going to be interesting to see how he responds to the loudest arena and the most raucous arena he's ever been in, because this is not just youth coming into the Garden and seeing how they can show up for the first time on the grand stage. It's 25-plus years of this fan base, so loyal, so all waiting for this, and it's just going to be probably something we will be talking about for years to come. But, yes, it's going to be a very unique environment for the Spurs on the road.
Alex, I'm sitting here looking at your picks. You got Knicks money line game 1. You have Knicks winning the series 4-1. The one I want to highlight, though, is you have OG Anunoby winning MVP at the 60-1 odds. My assumption is because OG, statistically speaking, is somewhat of the Wemby stopper up to this point. Please explain why OG Anunoby MVP 60-1 is a surefire thing.
Well, it's a value play. Obviously, it's more glamorous to go with Brunson or even Karl Anthony Towns. But if you are looking, I'm gonna take it back to the Andre Iguodala MVP kind of peer view, because this would be, if OG's inking this award at 60-1, depending on where you shop, it's got to be a two-way award. He shuts down Wemby. or he at least holds them at bay, make the other youngins beat you, and he does something of like an averaging 27.5 and 2 or 3 assists to get him there. I mean, to me, obviously they're going to throw the kitchen sink at Brunson. They're going to try to make role players beat the Spurs as well. But my goodness, OG Anunoby just continues to be undervalued in the world of sports talk. He is a top 5 bona fide two-way player, and he has these spurts, Brock and Alex, where he goes for over 20. He hovers over a double-double. And you'll see it because when he locks in, he locks in. I expect a big game 1. I also expect it is a moving market, especially on Kalshi, for this to drop. If the Knicks go up in the series at any point, you can also cash out for an ROI for those looking for a little bit of ways to make $1 without maybe ending with a cash ticket. But I just think that is too much value to ignore for a guy that could absolutely take over the series.
Okay, then real quick, game 1, Spurs are favored by 4.5. Does that number feel right to you, or do you think odds makers are kind of underrating the Knicks and the week they've had off?
Well, it's a tough question. I do have that exact trend where teams off 9 days versus teams off 4 and less days, and the Knicks side is 24-13 straight up, 26-11 against the spread. So if you're going off just betting trends and history, you want to back the Knicks in this spot because of the short turnaround. And obviously I got my notes in front of me. I mean, the Knicks have lost 1 road game, April on with a full staff by 1 point. They're 10-1 against the spread in their last 11 wins. They just broke the most double-digit wins in the history of the playoffs through the first 3 rounds, and they got the best point differential in Knicks playoff history. It is still properly priced because what the Spurs are, which is a juggernaut at home.
Yeah.
But I just think, there are a lot of game 1 home favorite trends. But my goodness, you watch the Knicks, who averaged 126 in game 1 off those game 7s against the Sixers and the Cavs. I feel really good about them coming in, splitting in San Antonio, protecting the Garden, and then burying in game 5 what they've done in closeout games.
This is going to be such a fun one. Alex, I'm so excited for you and just the energy you're going to be around in New York for this finals run. Enjoy it. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your energy with us.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh, my gosh, thank you. Great energy show as well. Thank you, Alex, Brock, Shay. I'll come on anytime. Maybe we'll do a
right.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I love that his energy was so magnetic. He sucked you into his world immediately.
No,
let's go.
No. He didn't finish his sentence before it was saying let's go. He was saying... I was not saying let's go Knicks. Let me clarify that. He was just like, I'm so happy to be here. I was like, yeah, let's go. And then as I was saying that, he said go Knicks. So it kind of sounded like you guys know.
It was incredible.
I match big energy. I love big energy. I feed off of big energy.
You just couldn't help it. I loved it.
No. It wasn't that, though. It wasn't that. Oh, that was fun. Tonight's going to be fun. It's going to be absolute pandemonium in New York. For a while.
In the best way possible. If the Knicks win, it might not be safe.
No. So there is this on July 19th, you guys. New York is going to have Fanatics Fan Fest. So that means you're going to have all the players there. The World Cup final at MetLife Stadium, Dodgers versus Yankees at Yankee Stadium, Bon Jovi at Madison Square Garden. That's going to be insane.
Oh my
gosh. There's also a World Cup game that's happening the same day that a finals game is going to happen.
Oh my God.
I need to that was the wrong date of everything that I was looking for. There's one in June.
But you know what? The Knicks, if they win, they will still be celebrating when all
in
that
July.
stuff takes place.
Yeah. No, that was the wrong one I had. I copied one in, but there's a June game that there is a World Cup game, and if this goes to game 6 is also going to be at MSG.
And
that
right
is going
across
to
the
be
river,
that's going to be wild. It is going to be so much fun. All right, that was really fun.
They got to call Batman to patrol the city.
Great guess there, Shay. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, we haven't played this game in a while. I'm excited. LA RSVP. Are we going, you guys, to these events? Is it worth it? We're going to go through some fun stuff that's going around LA. Don't go anywhere. Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. And thanks for tuning in, whether it's on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. And we've had some fun conversations. Obviously, the big news this week in LA, Myles Garrett is officially an LA Ram. And did he awaken Aaron Donald to come out of retirement? We kind of we're breaking down all that. We had Les Snead on the morning show today, and he kind of gave us all an assignment, told us to keep talking about it on the radio, and maybe it would keep Aaron Donald up at night, and he would want to come out of retirement. So I don't know. That there's been so many fun things. Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight for Game 3 against the D-backs. He should be pitching and hitting tonight, so it'll be a fun one out in Arizona. But right now, it is time for LA RSVP and bringing in producer Shay to explain the game of the day.
Welcome to the most exclusive segment in LA, people.
Oh,
LA
here we go.
RSVP.
Putting on a sexy voice.
Come on.
He is.
Come on.
Okay,
and I'm
tell
your
me
door
more.
guard. So what we're talking about today is LA RSVP. Basically, I give you guys sports events. Sometimes they'll be normal events in LA, and you're going to tell me if it's worth going or not. I'll give you guys the situation, and you tell me if you're RSVPing yes or no. You guys ready?
Yep.
Event number 1, Rams OTAs in Woodland Hills. Myles Garrett is practicing with the Rams. The hype is real, but it's the Valley, and it's 100 degrees. Are you RSVPing yes or no to Ram OTAs in Woodland Hills just to see Myles Garrett?
I am not RSVPing because I'm going to wait for training camp.
Yeah.
And I want there to be pads popping, and I want to see Myles Garrett at his fullest. OTAs, he's still getting adapted, adjusted, still learning the playbook. So it's a no for now, but if you ask me in a month, it'll be a yes.
So I'm not one of those people that needs to be the first one there to see something. And that feels like what this OTAs is. Unless like we're covering it and I'm being paid to be there, I will be the first one there. But by choice, I would rather see him comfortable, locked in, and that first game as a Ram, like RSVPing yes. So no, I also like I've done that drive before because I've had to cover Rams camp before, and coming from the beach all the way to Woodland Hills where they are, that's not a fun one. That's not a fun one.
Too cool for the Valley. That's what I hear.
Yeah,
that's what I
traffic, man. It's real any time of day because you're there for a couple hours. Like you're just getting stuck like 2 hours each way. That's like going to San Diego.
You're right about that.
I know.
I got to do that on the way home today.
I know.
On to the next event.
Okay.
Chargers OTAs. You don't got to go to the Valley for this one.
No.
Don't worry, Alex. This one's in El Segundo. But you have to fight rush hour traffic getting there and leaving.
No,
Are
I
you
don't.
RSVPing yes or no?
I don't. That's easy, you guys. That's right by the Whole Foods. That's a 10-minute drive for me. That is about as easy as it gets. Like Kings and Lakers practice facilities were the closest, but the Chargers doing it like 5 blocks closer to Manhattan Beach is like now even closer. Sparks will officially be, once their practice facility is done, the closest one. They're all right there in El Segundo by all the aerospace stuff.
Yes.
So that's an easy, like, I can get some shopping in, I can just drop in, I can get some good sound bites from Harbaugh. Like, I could RSVP yes to that.
Lord knows he has plenty of sound
I
bites.
know.
I'm RSVPing because I cannot wait to see what the Chargers offense looks like. Outside of what the Rams defense is going to look like now with Myles Garrett, the second thing I'm most excited to figure out during OTAs and training camp is with Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh combining worlds. What will this offense look like? So it is an RSVP for me.
Yeah. All right, we're both going. Interesting that we're both deciding to go to Chargers camp. Oh, it's just because Rams is so far. You guys, it's so far. And it's weird because they play in Inglewood, and it's like as opposite sides of LA as you can be.
Yes.
It's so deep.
Absolutely
it's
brutal.
So deep.
I wonder where they... I mean, you always live closer to the practice facility than the actual stadium.
So I don't know if they're still there, and I don't want to give away where he is, but like Stafford was in LA. but a good chunk of Rams players are at Manhattan Beach.
Okay.
So Stafford was in Manhattan Beach. I don't know if it was an off-season thing or during the season, because that's a far drive to the practice facility. But the Chargers kicker, Dicker the kicker.
Yes.
He's hilarious. He lives in Manhattan Beach, and he rides his electric bike to the practice facility every day. That's how close it is. That's
Life.
how close it is.
That's life right there.
He's
Peak
fully
life.
embraced the beach lifestyle, and I love it.
Good for him.
Stafford's a Valley guy now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome.
He's with
Yeah,
Kim Kardashian in
there we go.
Hidden
Ah,
Hills.
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, he was on the Strand when he was in Manhattan Beach, which is
Jared Goff was there too. I'm pretty sure when he lived out here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great place to live.
It's my hometown.
Ugh, love it. out
Born and
there.
raised, baby.
On to the next event, people.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yep.
Born ready.
Come on, I'm
Oh,
feeling
he's-
this right now.
He's shaking,
I'm jigging.
you
I'm
guys.
jigging.
Yeah. Let's go.
The Dodgers Freeway Series is going to happen this weekend. That's when the Angels take on the Dodgers. This is going to be at Dodger Stadium. Sounds like the perfect LA night, but if you've been to Dodger Stadium, you know how bad the parking situation is. Are you RSVPing yes?
I'm already going. I am going on Friday. I am working a double day. I will be doing this show, and then I will be having a quick meal, outfit change, and driving straight to Dodger Stadium, way closer and way easier at this time of day to go from here to Dodger Stadium. And I have media parking, so it just makes it's so much easier, you guys. I feel so bad for everybody else because it's like you're right at the end in like kind of the VIP area, and then it just whoop, you're the first one out.
What or who are you most excited to see?
I just love seeing all of my people. So there's so many former Angels people that I worked with for years that are now part of the Dodgers organization, like Dino Ebel, obviously Shohei Ohtani, Jose Mota. We just had Kirsten Watson on the show I'd love to see. And then we had Gooby on last week with the Angels, Mike Trout. So it's just, it's seeing, even their manager, Kurt Suzuki, Angels manager, he was a player one of my last years covering the Angels. So it's almost like going back to see all your school friends, like a back to school moment. Like it feels like the night before Thanksgiving when you get to go out and you get all those like fun moments of like, oh my God, it's so good to see you.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm just excited to see everybody, and hopefully this is a little better of a series. I don't know because it's in it's in LA, but the Angels have been playing better since the last Freeway Series a couple weeks ago.
Is it like riding a bike?
What do you mean?
Being back in the dugout, being around the stadium, being around the diamond.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was my life for 10 years. And it's so much fun. And there's such a beautiful part of that. But it wears on you, man.
It's a long season.
That is a lifestyle. And I was doing double. I was doing Kings, too. So I was year round with like a couple months of overlap.
Right.
So I love just kind of dipping in again and doing like a game or two and seeing everybody. And then it's like, okay. Going back to my cool, air-conditioned studio, getting to talk about whatever I want to talk about. I'm really excited for this, and it's always fun just to have everybody that I've known since I've been in this industry all together. So that's going to be a fun one. Yes, RSVPing. Did you say if you're going or not?
I'm absolutely going. Yes.
Okay, so we're both
RSVP.
going. We're both RSVPing. Yes. Hour 3 coming up next, you guys, on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome to hour 3 of Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch at The Fan LA, get in the chat, be a part of the conversation. We've had some fun today. Obviously, Game 1, NBA Finals tonight. Unfortunately, obviously, we don't got a dog in the fight, but it's going to be so much fun watching Wemby kind of take over everything else. We had a Knicks representative on, right?
Professional.
Would you call him that? Alex Monaco joining us earlier, just like giving us the vibe of what it's like in New York. And it's like, oh yeah, you guys haven't been here in 27 years. That makes sense. We get that. But LA, we've been celebrating this week. Myles Garrett coming to the Rams. It has just been a wild whirlwind of a couple days that we are learning each day just how much Les Snead worked his magic and what makes him stand out to so many other GMs in the league with what he did. He was on the morning show and talked about the phone call that really got Myles Garrett to LA. And did this wake up Aaron Donald? We're going to dive into that again a little later. Also, you guys, we are 7 days away from the World Cup kicking off, 9 days from USA's first match. And what did I tell you? We've talked about how we haven't seen enough
pub.
Yeah, like in-your-face advertising for this around LA since we're having World Cup games here. So I was going to share fun places and watch parties each day that you can go and watch us. And this one kind of piggybacks off of, so the official FIFA Fan Fest is going to be at USC, the LA Memorial Coliseum at the Exposition Park in front of it. Yeah, so they're going to have food, live music, and huge screens and watch parties. Well, I also just found out that Adidas is taking over BMO right next door. So it looks like that little downtown area of BMO USC is going to be a big free fan watch party scenario
that's awesome.
going down.
There are not a lot of just open grass fields in LA. It's pretty condensed. You kind of got to go outside of the city proper to the suburbs or the valley to find those things. So that's the best possible location. Metro line runs straight there.
Yeah.
So okay, I like that.
Yeah, there's also, I'm going to give a couple fun bars, and I'm going to keep finding more.
Please, this is awesome.
I'm going to do a local one in South Bay. Underground in Hermosa Beach is a real fun soccer bar.
Okay.
Like you gotta, for World Cup, I've gone for World Cup games in the past that I wasn't working, and yeah, you gotta line up like 3 hours before the bar opens to get in.
Oh, this is one of those spots.
One of those spots. Another one I just looked up is Tiny's High Dive, kind of in the edge of like Mar Vista, Sawtelle, and Century City.
Okay.
Right there. I've been there before. Full dive bar vibes, but it came up when LA put, like, I've seen a lot of these places put out top bars to go watch the World Cup. That was a top one. So, and I've been there before, so I don't want to give places that I have no info on. I can tell you that is a fun place to be. And there's also like games along with a bunch of TVs, because obviously optimal viewing experience.
Yes. That one, please keep this
every day
continuing throughout, because I'm keeping a mental list. 2, for anyone who, even with this incredible list, none of these places are close enough to you, I am just going to walk into any British pub themed bar, because I feel like that's a good place to start, right?
I mean, Irish pub?
Irish pub, British pub, like
what's a British pub?
I don't know. I think from what's being served, nothing. I just mean strictly from like, well, when I walk in, there's an Irish flag, or I walk in and there's a UK representative there.
Okay, so some place where like Premier League games, like
are on
European
at
soccer,
7 a.m.
is already like a big. It's a big watching, drinking place to
walk
go watch
into any
games.
pub and you should be okay.
Would you prefer, like, for big games, like matches, like World Cup, if you're not at the Super Bowl, if you're not at the World Series, if you're not at these championship games, what is your ideal viewing experience?
Ooh. I am a big view from home person. So,
yep.
This is a great question. So I can watch a high-stakes game surrounded by strangers if I have no personal attachment to the teams or anyone playing. Then I can go out and watch a Game 7, a Super Bowl, whatever it may be. If I have a friend or even a friend who coaches on one of the teams, or if I am invested in at least one person's success, I have to be at home or only around family.
Yeah. So I'm big on, like, I don't want to go to your Super Bowl party. I want to be on my couch with an unobstructed view of my giant TV with sound on blast. Like, if I'm not working a game and I'm not, like, on the broadcast, connected to the sidelines, like, listen. I like to listen to the game.
Yes.
So if it's something I have to talk about, and again, like most of these big games throughout my career, if I'm not working them, you have to talk about them the next day or the next week on your show. I want to be home and, like, do not be talking while the game is going on. Now,
is there anything more annoying than, like, you're locked into a game and somebody comes up and says, "Hey, we forgot chips," or "Hey, can you dump some ice in the thing?" No.
I'm like, are you not watching this?
No. This is why I didn't want to come here.
No.
This is exactly why.
Yeah. No, I stopped going to Super Bowl parties like a few years ago. But if I don't care and I don't have to talk about it, and I love being around the chaoticness of the fans and the bars, but again, like, I'm not going to be paying attention as much as I would if I'm at home, because I get distracted and I talk to people and I have a good time. Spicy curry's coming out, she might be having a few drinks, and then I just, like, I'm in the moment opposed to, like, locked into the game.
That being said, World Cup events for me, absolutely I want to watch in public.
So that's what I'm saying. I feel like World Cup is going to be more of the atmosphere vibe for me.
Totally.
It's
Also,
gonna
because
be wild.
I want to experience as many different foods and types of music and cultural related things to communities and cultures that I'm typically not around. The whole world is coming to Los Angeles, and I want to pretend this isn't Los Angeles. If Curacao is playing, I want to eat what they're eating. I want to listen to the music.
You want to immerse yourself into the culture and immerse
absolutely.
yourself with all these different fan bases.
Yes.
Okay, then we got to I'll get more specific tomorrow and find, like, a good place of where you need to go for the first couple of games.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do. You're giving me some homework.
You're the best.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the new voice of LA sports. And yeah, so we just kind of got into all the fun things happening around LA. But tonight, you guys, Dodgers Game 3 against the D-backs in Arizona. Short little 4-game road trip. Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight. And it's we're going to ask an interesting question here. And that is, who is the Dodgers ace? Would you consider it to be 4-time unanimous MVP Shohei Ohtani, or the World Series MVP and Yoshinobu Yamamoto? And it's hard to put these guys against each other because there's so many great things separately. Obviously, Ohtani being the greatest player we've ever seen, two-way player. But Yoshi doing what he has done for this team and will continue to do for years to come. So when you first hear this, first thought, who are you taking?
This is an incredible question. However, I shocked myself with how quickly my brain said, without question, it's Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So my favorite moment from the World Series last year was Game 3, that 18-inning marathon. Will Klein is called in to pitch, and it wasn't the game feed itself. It was footage from the watch party in Toronto at the Rogers Center, which is their Staples Center. So they're having a watch party. There's tens of thousands of people there watching. And the feed cuts to Yoshi going to the bullpen to warm up. And there's an audible groan from thousands and thousands of Canadians. And I thought to myself, I have never seen an opposing fan base react this way just to the idea of somebody coming into a game, not to mention he had just pitched a complete game the night before.
Yeah.
And that moment right there was my favorite moment from the entire World Series. And he didn't need to enter because Will Klein was able to finish the game and cemented himself in Dodgers lore. That's why fans love him now. But just that audible groan, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, so who is the Dodgers ace? Who would you consider to be the Dodgers ace? Shohei Ohtani or Yoshinobu Yamamoto? And first thing I'm going to say is a Game 7 hates to see Yamamoto come. The fact that the Dodgers and that we can have this debate is why they will three-peat, and which is why they are the best team in baseball. Now, if I had to pick who would pitch more games, because again, once you get to the playoffs, you're really only having 3 guys in your rotation that you're kind of going back to and depending on, and everyone else gets put in for a long relief situation or pigging back a game if you got to pull a starter sooner than later. Yamamoto, hands down for me, because he has the most postseason experience. Because you have to remember, and I had to remind myself today, kind of yesterday when Kirsten Watson brought it up, Dodgers sideline reporter, when he had her on, she's like, well, this is the first full season that we have had a healthy Shohei Ohtani two-way playing, because he had been rehabbing from that second Tommy John surgery and kind of got ramped up towards the end of last year and into the playoffs, but it was like 1 inning. Maybe he'll go 2 innings and 3 innings. And my mind goes back to, because I've been covering Shohei Ohtani since he was on the Angels and came into the league as a two-way player, but never was playing at this level of, okay, we got to make sure that you're ready for October. So because we see, and we're seeing it this year, Shohei Ohtani getting load managed, getting, Dave Roberts is being a little more careful with Ohtani this year, obviously, than years past, because it's the first time he's had him like full throttle two-way player, healthy both on the mound and at the plate. If I had to pick one or the other, Yoshi is going to be number 1 heading into the playoffs. But honestly, I think a Game 7 with both Ohtani and Yamamoto, like splitting the game, however that would play out, would be like absolute insanity. Like kind of how we saw Dave Roberts in the playoffs last year when the bullpen was struggling. He's like, okay, guess we're going to be putting the starters in and they're just going to figure it out. Roki Sasaki became our closer. So because of what Yamamoto did in the World Series, in those 3 games, like Toronto still has nightmares if you just say Yoshi. If you say Yamamoto, if you say Game 7, like this man was just absolutely insane. And he's continuing it this year. And Dave Roberts, after his last start, was talking about just the kind of person and the athlete that Yamamoto is. Take a listen.
How he is as a person, how he is as a competitor, how he prepares. I mean, this guy is, you can't write up a person or an athlete any better. You really can't. You know, there's enough softness and discipline, but the toughness and the killer that we talk about. So I could go on for a long time about him. He beats good teams. He manages stress, can limit damage. He can take a punch early and keep going. You can essentially bank length in a game.
Like that right there. Like you don't let something, if something goes wrong, it's not going to rock him. I mean, he's 7-1 in the postseason. Yoshi is. In 2 years. In 2 years. In 2024, he went 2-0. In 2025, he went 5-1. And just what he was in that, you guys, in that postseason run last year, he had a 1.45 ERA in 6 games.
It's just, it's nuts.
It's insanity. And because of what he's been able to do and what we've seen him be able to do, it's hard. Can we just have like a dual ace team? I know that's not fun for the argument, but it's hard because this is one of the best 1-2 punches that you can have in the game. And what people, if you're not around Ohtani or Yamamoto or Japanese baseball players, there's a different mentality and respect that they have for the game because they were brought up in a way, someone like Shohei Ohtani, and I just know this because we did a feature on the boarding school that he went to, and it was like the baseball boarding school in Japan where like everything was surrounded and built around respecting the game, playing the game. Like they were setting up the bases, they would be doing the chalk, they would be cleaning up the field after the game. And we see it with Ohtani when he comes to the plate. He bows to the umpire every time he comes up. There's just a different level of respect for the game. And when you have two of the best players out of Japan in Ohtani and Yamamoto, again, the fact that we're even able to have this debate is why the Dodgers are in the three-peat conversation.
I love so much how mild-mannered and seemingly, keyword seemingly, quiet and docile that the two of them seem, but then in high-stakes, high-pressure situations, the dog gets out.
Yeah.
And every now and then, Shohei more so this year, I would say, than any other year in his career, the veil has been down, mostly due to frustration, but I love it. I love seeing him scream curse words because a sweeper didn't do what he wanted it to do, and even though he got the strikeout, he's upset with himself as he's walking back to the dugout, like showing that emotion. And every now and then you get these little glimpses into inside of that quiet, humble human is an absolute freak of nature who is as competitive as they come. Even Yoshi, going back to game 3, not just politely requesting, hey, Dave Roberts, I know I pitched a complete game 24 hours ago, but I think I can help the team. You need to put me in. And Dave's sitting there kind of nodding his head, and via the interpreter say, hey, like I'm going to warm up right now. If you want to put me in, that's up to you. But I'm going to warm up right now. And the best part about that is as he walks through, you see Roki standing there, and he looks back and forth, like trying to put it together. Like,
but I've been closing the games.
And moments like that, where Yoshi like reveals, I'm respectful, I'm quiet, I keep to myself. You don't know a ton about me, but there is an absolute dog inside of me, and he's about to come out to have both of these guys wearing the same uniform. Not only are we lucky, it brings a sense of comfort in the highest of situations, knowing that is when those two are going to be at their best.
Okay, absolutely wild that we both thought that Yoshi is the Dodgers ace. We want to hear from you, LA. Who do you think is the Dodgers ace? Is it Ohtani? Is it Yamamoto? Why? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We also, if you're watching the live stream, you can get in the chat and tell us what you think. We have a bestie of the show calling in right now, Mitch in New Jersey. How we feeling?
Good. How you doing, Alex? Brock?
Awesome.
Oh, all right. Beautiful day. Hope you have a good time on Friday. Somebody has to do it, right?
Yeah.
Why not? It's a beautiful thing. With the Dodgers, before I get to the Browns, Rams, Dodgers, I think it's got to be Yamamoto. I mean, Ohtani wants to win the Cy. He's announcing it.
Yeah.
He's got a little competition. And two of the guys are on his own team. Robotsky and Yamamoto.
Yeah.
It's going to pick up when they start winning more. They have more winning streaks. You watch.
We're into that. Okay, so
Mitch,
first caller, agreeing with us. Did he say Yamamoto?
He agrees with Yamamoto, and he also believes that Robleski should be getting some Cy Young nods as the season goes on, which Robleski has had an incredible season, and I am not mad at projecting that out there. Speaking things into existence has been the phrase of the day.
See?
Let's get Robleski some love. You know what, Mitch? I'm with you. Yeah.
Dude, this is great. Okay, we want to hear from you, LA. Do you think the Dodgers ace is Shohei Ohtani or Yoshinobu Yamamoto? Surprised that we both went with Yoshi. Weird. And first caller in. Get the poll up on the YouTube page. If you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA, we're going to take a quick break here. But when we come back, we'll keep mentioning it all day. Game 1 of the NBA Finals tipping off tonight. Spurs, Knicks, but you guys, did we make Wemby our future problem here in LA? Oh. Yeah, we might have. That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Simpson here. Imagine for a second you walk into the...
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. You can also watch us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch and be a part of the conversation in the live stream. Get in the chat section. We asked all the fans in the last segment who you think the Dodgers ace is. Is it Shohei Ohtani? Is it Yoshinobu Yamamoto? You can also call in at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Kind of shocked the direction that both Brock and I went, and we're curious what you think, LA. But today, you guys, we not only have Shohei Ohtani on the mound. This morning, we had Les Snead on the morning show with Derek Fisher and Cody Decker talking about the iconic blockbuster trade bringing Myles Garrett to LA. And did he awaken the beast, Aaron Donald? Is he going to be coming out of retirement? So a lot of great stuff today on the show and going on this week in LA. But we also have NBA Finals Game 1.
Finally.
Kicking off tonight. I know it feels it's funny because the Knicks clinched a spot last Monday.
Yeah.
That's a long time to be sitting and waiting. And there's always this debate of like, no, rest is good for athletes. They're going to be, again, like if you have any injuries, you kind of get a week plus to let it rest. But the thing you have to think about is the playoffs are almost like it's a momentum push, right? And you have the Spurs and Wemby that just went to battled for 7 games.
Right.
The last game, every game was such an intense matchup. And then you have the Knicks who just swept
destroyed
Cleveland.
everything in their path.
And now it was almost like it was, I don't want to say it was easy because nothing's easy in the playoffs in any professional sport, but I guess an easier path than the Spurs had. And now game 1, there's a lot of different factors coming into this game. And I think the biggest one for the Knicks is that you've been sitting. And is it going to be, I think you called it rest over rust?
Yes.
So how big of a factor does that play into tonight's game in San Antonio?
Basketball is a rhythm sport, right?
Yeah.
You can get hot, you can be cold, similar to baseball. It's all about being in a rhythm. And if you played 3 consecutive series and all of them went to game 6 or game 7, you want as much rest as possible. But if you are shooting 60% from 3 as a team, if you are decimating everything in your path, if you are playing the most dominant basketball that any playoff team is playing, you just want to get back on the court and keep this thing going as much as you can. So I'm on the side that the Knicks are probably happy that they're resting, but they weren't really beat up. And I expect a rusty Knicks team today. I do. I feel that the magic that they had going, it died out a little bit. If the game was in New York, I feel they would be able to snap right back into that energy. The game being in San Antonio, I feel heavily leans toward the Spurs here. But I'm excited for this matchup. There were 2 teams who were able to beat the Spurs more than once in the regular season. It was the Golden State Warriors and the New York Knicks.
Interesting.
And a huge reason is because Wemby's biggest ability is to affect the 4 other guys on the court. He stands in the middle of the paint, kind of floats around there, and everyone knows, okay, all I have to do as a defender is funnel you in to Wemby because he's going to block your shot, or more than likely you're not even going to take the shot because Wemby's there.
Yeah.
The difference with the Knicks is they have 2 7-footers. They have Cat and they have Mitchell Robinson. And so whereas Wemby was able to really bully Chet Holmgren with physicality, he now has to win with athleticism. You can't push around Mitchell Robinson. Even OG Anunoby, who's 6'7", maybe 6'9", somewhere in there, but is super sturdy and super physical. So the Knicks' goal here will be to beat up Wemby.
Yeah.
And Wemby's transition here will be, I was able to beat up Chet. I'm not going to be able to beat up these guys. And so this is a huge test for Wemby.
Yeah, it's not only going to be a physical roller coaster, I think, for Wemby, but just the emotional roller coaster. We saw him get emotional after winning Game 7 and crying on the court, which I love to see athletes. I think it's healthy when athletes are able to, which is what makes sports so special. Because you see fans go through every single emotion through a game, right? You're just like, you're the highest of high.
Out there.
Yeah, so when you have a player that is emotionally responsible, I guess, emotionally vulnerable, you're able to feel all these feelings like you worked. This is the biggest moment that he has reached in his life and in his career so far. To be able to have that moment and to have a real, authentic feeling connected to it, I think is exciting and scary. I think it's exciting for Spurs fans because you're like, oh man, this kid cares. He's 22 years old, you guys. This kid cares. And now, because we've seen just on social media and what we've heard about Wemby adopting the Mamba mentality of going outside of the game of basketball and how do I become the best player and version of myself both on and off the court. And moments like that show you that he is so in tune with his emotions, that he is so in tune with his energy and everything that goes into who he needs to be. Because right now he has the biggest target on his back. Like, this is what the Knicks are planning for, is how do we stop Wemby? So he knows coming into this game, he has to be above and beyond if they want a chance to win this series.
Perfectly said. And to the point of Wemby and the emotions he wears on his sleeve, I actually compare it to Timothy Chalamet. And I'm using him as an example because he's a Knicks fan and he'll probably be courtside for all these games.
Yep.
During this recent Osters campaign, he was very vocal about, like, I know you're not supposed to say that you want to win awards as an actor, but I want to win the awards. Like, that's what motivates me. That's what drives me. And I compare it to Wemby, who we're at a point in the NBA where all these guys are friends. They play AAU together on the same teams. And really in basketball now, you're kind of a superstar when you're a junior in high school. And so everyone knows everybody. And everybody wants to be cool with everybody, and really everyone just wants to be cool. I think people are professional athletes have never been more aware, especially in the NBA, of image and brand. And someone's gonna clip that up and make fun of me. That's gonna be a meme. And I think it's just so refreshing because I've been trying to figure out why Wemby is so magnetic. Outside of him being unlike anything we've ever seen, something about him is it just draws us to him. And I think because he is so the opposite of the current trend of NBA personality. He cries after he wins. He's hugging his mom. He's hugging his dad. He's saying post game, like, I feel like I'm going to die when I lose. Allowing us to say, that's what sports are about. It's not about the memes and the social media and the fashion show. Here's a guy who is just old school. I want to bleed on the court and I will die on the court one day. But until then, I'm going to win as many championships as I can. And that's what draws me so much to Wemby.
Same. I think it helps too. Like, he was raised in a different culture.
Yeah.
Like, he's not from here. I think you were sharing this. Was it the Olympic run when they lost and what he was talking about? Like, I fear for everybody else. Like, I fear for all of my future opponents. Yes.
And he has lived up to everything
after he lost. And then I'm guessing after that was probably when his team reached out to Rob Pelinka, Lakers' current GM, and was Kobe Bryant's agent, which is why we keep talking about he has this Mamba mentality, because his team reached out to Rob Pelinka and wanted to learn and was curious and asking what Kobe did to be at the level that he was at. And I don't want to say like, we got to fear that we created this monster, because honestly, I think it's better for the league if everybody kind of adopted that Kobe Mamba mentality. Shout out to 2001 NBA Finals. Yeah. Winning Kobe on my shirt today. But to know that at 22 years old, and Kobe, we looked up the moment of that I'm wearing on my shirt. He was 22 years old in this moment.
Incredible find by you, by the way.
Yeah, his second NBA title. And everyone talks about, like, is Wemby going to live up to expectations? Is Wemby the future? I think this finals and this moment for him, more so than needing to prove everyone else right, I think for himself, he knows all this. He's hearing the noise. Like, you can't not hear it when you are as polarizing and captivating of a player as Wemby is. He knows everything that's riding in this moment, and to, I guess, quote, live up to expectations and be on schedule or be ahead of schedule of what everybody else in the NBA has put on him. This is his moment for him personally to say, I am as great and I have arrived and this is my league now.
He doesn't care about reputation, but he cares about legacy. Like, he doesn't care what social media says about him day to day, but he cares how he will be remembered. And it's just so jarring for a player of this caliber, a player on this big of a stage, to be able to know that and to go against what everyone else is thinking. He's 22 years old. had to cut last season short due to blood clots. And here he is on
Terrifying.
a championship stage, surrounded by a bunch of young bucks who don't even know that they're supposed to be intimidated by this stage. De'Aaron Fox is the old guy in the room. Julian Champagnie is, I want to say, 26 years old. Everyone else is 24 or younger.
Yeah.
And while, yes, Wemby is the face of this thing, it also lends itself to how he is bringing the best out of the players around him. Dylan Harper is a rookie playing like a 4-year vet because he knows, well, I have Victor Wembanyama on my side. Who the heck are you, right? I mean, Stephon Castle coming off of a Rookie of the Year season a year ago. Absolutely nobody expected him to be running the show when Wemby is on the bench, but he does.
Yeah.
He doesn't hesitate. There is a Mamba mentality in Victor Wembanyama, and because of his magnetism and what he brings to the game, both as a physical presence and as a mental one, that mentality is seeping across the entire San Antonio Spurs, because on paper, even with Wemby, they have no business being here, but they are here, and they're going to keep being here for a couple more years. And unfortunately, that may be an issue for the Lakers.
Nah, I think it's a good thing, because when you have motivation, I think you were explaining this when you're like running by yourself, like someone who I forget the connection you were putting it to. Miles Garrett.
Miles Garrett, yeah.
Yeah, he was on, not a great team, and he was still the best of the best. But now when you're surrounded by other people, say you were doing a sprint before, and now you have 2 people running next to you, you're going to go even faster. So I look at it in that kind of analogy that you gave. It's like, okay, Lakers were trying to build a championship team, but now that you have these two Western Conference Finals teams in OKC and the Spurs right up with you creating the standard. Now the Lakers gotta kick it up a notch, and they gotta run even faster, and they have to figure out a way to compete with this. So I almost look at it like you should be watching and learning, and this is almost like a strategy watch for the Lakers of how do we get to this, and how do we ultimately beat a guy and a team that Wemby is on to get back to the finals.
The Lakers have hired assistant GM Rohan Ramadas to help out Rob Pelinka. They're still going to hire a little rocket scientist.
A legit rocket scientist.
They're going to hire another assistant GM, and if they make that hire, whether it's before the finals or after, I'm sure all 3 of them, the future hire, Rohan and Pelinka, if the Knicks win, they are sitting there thinking, okay, how do we beat Wemby? How do we put together a team that is capable of beating Wemby? I can tell you the Knicks' strategy right now will be, if we can continue to shoot 60% from 3, that's the best way, because Wemby can't get to all of us when we're all the way out here. Or is it because Cat beat him up, or Mitchell Robinson beat him up, or okay, we need an OG Anunoby who's maybe only be 6'9", but he's really sturdy and stocky. I can guarantee you, everyone watching this game who has Wemby on their schedule because he's in the Western Conference and you got to play him a couple times a year, if the Knicks win, that blueprint will be out and everyone will be trying to replicate it. So there is a direct correlation between this series and the results and how that will affect maybe how the Lakers want to build this thing.
Who you taking tonight?
Spurs.
Same.
I'm taking Spurs double-digit victory.
Whoa!
I feel that the Knicks...
I don't think it's going to be that big.
I feel that the Knicks have rested for too long. Again, they're
only 4.5-point favorites.
To be fair, if the game was in New York, I would take the Knicks just off of that energy. I feel the energy not being on their side, plus this massive gap of rest, I just don't see how they can continue shooting 60% from 3. And I'm taking the Spurs. I'll call it 10+ point victory.
Dang.
I'm all in.
All right. That's fair.
What about you?
I'm taking the Spurs for sure.
Okay.
They're rolling with the momentum. It's a home game. I think that the Knicks have been on too much rest.
Yeah.
Like, this is where the rest comes back to bite you in the booty. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, Rams OTAs yesterday, we heard from a lot of players, but most importantly, you guys, Myles Garrett is an LA Ram. We're going to hear from Rams GM Les Snead on how this all went down. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on 97.1, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. Get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And you guys, this week is all about Myles Garrett, the best defensive player. Myles Garrett, the best defensive player in the game, becoming a Ram. And yesterday, he did his official presser where they introduce him, they give him the jersey. You had Les Snead on one side, you had Sean McVay on the other side, and you had the happiest looking Myles Garrett I had ever seen sitting in the middle in his new home, new franchise. And the more that we're learning about this situation, I think the rest of the NFL sports world, fans, GMs are learning why Les Snead is as great as he is, because he didn't take no for an answer. And he basically talked this trade into existence. It started as a joke. Started kind of just joking around like, hey, would you ever trade Myles Garrett?
Your best player ever?
Yeah, the face of your franchise. Or like, absolutely not. And the more they kept kind of joking about it, Les Snead said he has a great relationship with the Browns front office and just kind of kept dropping hints. And then once they restructured his contract was when they really got into it. And there was a possibility that something might have gone down with draft capital this year, which totally makes sense. Why Sean McVay, and they got in an argument when Sean McVay came to the podium after the first round of the draft, and we were like, yeah, right, it was about anything other than that first round pick. Now we're learning how deep this was going and how long it was going on. But it was the first time we got to hear from Myles Garrett himself and just listen to him talk about finding out about the trade.
I found out about a week ago that this was even a possibility, and it was a surprise. It was a bit of excitement, being in LA, of a lot of roots here, and knowing that there's a winning culture and some great teammates and great coaches here. I was definitely looking forward to the opportunity, and God willing, to happen.
Finding out it was real. So, do you think he was hearing rumors about this before it actually went down?
So, a player agent relationship means any type of rumor, anything that's real, you are told right away. Myles Garrett, I don't know who his agent is, but 3% of the hundreds of millions of dollars Myles Garrett has made, he has a great relationship with his agent. And if he found out on Saturday, it means it was a possibility probably the Saturday before. So I'm sure that week leading up was, hey, I just don't want you to be the last one to find out, but this may be a thing.
This is cooking.
Yeah, and even the restructuring of the contract.
That's probably when it
was a
started.
signal to something, right?
Yeah.
And so as the days go on, and Myles Garrett was not at Browns OTAs for a reason, because he at least knew enough to know I'm probably not going to be here. It's just a matter of where I go.
Yeah.
And then he was hanging by the pool or something Saturday, and he got that call, and he said, oh my God, it is happening. But I'm sure he knew even before Saturday it was a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, I am so excited just as a player to be at the top of your game, right? And we've talked about this throughout the show. To see what Myles Garrett has done in the place he was at before with the Cleveland Browns, to be the best at your position on one of the worst franchises in the league, to then now go to the Super Bowl favorites and that were already the Super Bowl favorites before you got here. And then now you're elevating that defense and this whole entire Rams organization to a new level is just absolutely insane. And he talked about bringing a Super Bowl here to LA.
It's an honor and a blessing to be in this building. I have a lot of respect for all the guys here, from the coaching staff, management, and many of the players. I've got to see it firsthand. And, it's a very quality team, quality business, and I like the way things operate. And I'm looking forward to help bring a championship here to LA.
I like the way things operate.
Woo!
What's that tell you about the changing of franchises and organizations already? Just in 12 hours, 12 hours of it all, 24 hours of it all going down.
He knows that, like you mentioned, I want to say 2 hours ago, it's top down.
Yeah.
It starts at the top. And not that the Haslams who own the Browns or Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, are some inept, evil people. By no means am I saying that, but Myles Garrett knows the limit that was placed on the success that we were going to have is a lot lower than here in Los Angeles. And he's excited to work with a coach who has won a Super Bowl. He's excited to work with a coach that is one of the best offensive minds in football, because now he gets an offense that will be one of the best in football.
Yeah.
He knows that he's surrounded in one of the more creative minds in defensive coordinator Chris Shula, and he's in a defensive line room that is loaded with young 20-somethings who are ready to eat and have already proven themselves. He's excited to still be the best player on the defense, but not be the focal point of the defense. He was doubled last season on doubled or more, sometimes triple teamed on 55% of snaps. That will not be the case. This is, funny enough, the least amount of attention that offenses will ever be able to put on Myles Garrett, because Byron Young's over there and Poona Ford's right here. This is, as much as he's done and as much as he's accomplished, even coming off of a DPOY and a record-setting 23-sack year, the best is still yet to come for Myles Garrett, and that's why the rest of the NFL's pissed.
Dude, it's insane. Like, as you mentioned and as we've talked about throughout the show, the Rams are Super Bowl favorites, right? But they had a very young defensive core post Aaron Donald. And they were good, but now this makes them great. Like, just imagine, as a younger player, being on a Super Bowl favorite team, and now you have the reigning defensive player of the year coming into the organization and leading by example. That is not only going to make the defense better, but it's going to elevate every player around them. We talk about the Tom Brady effect, the LeBron James effect, where we see it. Other players want to rise to their level of play. This is a player that can do that.
Mm-hmm. It is. And when this was first announced, the first group of people to celebrate was the AFC North, because they said we no longer have to deal with that guy twice a year. The second group to celebrate was the Rams secondary, because that is who is going to benefit from this the most.
Yeah.
Trent McDuffie is sitting there saying, I will have to cover for 2 seconds maybe, because our pass rush is going to be out of this world. Cam Curl, Quentin Lake, all of these guys are sitting there saying, oh my God, we got Myles Garrett. They may not interact with him and meet with him and all these things. Like, they're going to be watching film in separate rooms, but make no mistake, nobody benefits more from a pass rush than the defensive back, and they are over the moon that he is on their team.
You guys, it's insane. Like, this man deserves to be in a winning culture.
Yes.
Okay? For the first time in his NFL career, he is going to be a part of that, and one of the top tier groups, as you heard him say, management coming in, ownership, Sean McVay, Les Snead, Matthew Stafford. Like, again, the Rams are the first team in NFL history to pair together the reigning MVP, the reigning defensive player of the year. The Rams now have the 2025 leaders in pass yards and touchdowns in Matthew Stafford, receptions in Puka Nacua, receiving touchdowns in Devontae Adams, sacks in Myles Garrett. And you guys, I have a feeling they're not even done yet.
No. There will be a wide receiver 3 that is added to this roster that is currently not there. And acquiring that wide receiver 3 just got easier because Myles Garrett is now.
So, yeah, we're going to get into that, I think, at the top of the next hour. Just what kind of recruiting power having a guy like Myles Garrett on your team is, because you can get some veteran guys that are like, hey, I want to come win a Super Bowl. Are you gonna bring one of the best Rams of all time out of retirement? Like, this move has the power to do so many things not only right now, obviously changing and even bettering their Super Bowl winning odds and what it does for the environment and the vibe in the locker room and at OTAs, you guys. Like, this is insane. Yeah. It's still insane. Myles Garrett, you guys, is an LA Ram. We're going to keep talking about that all week. Hour for the Power Hour. When we come back, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Hour 4, the Power Hour of Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation, so you can follow us at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. Slide into our DMs. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Happy coffee time, Brock.
Oh,
yeah. I just looked over. I was like, we got something new.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong cup. That's the wrong cup.
Okay, yeah,
This
that
is
was
the
your
right
tea.
cup. Here
Come
we
on.
go.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to you. Cheers to everyone listening at home. As you know.
I
Oh,
burnt my
man, I'm
tongue.
out.
It was too soon. I burnt my tongue.
No.
Worth it.
No.
Worth it.
We talked about this. That ruins my whole day.
Worth it. Oh, I scraped my mouth on a sandwich yesterday. That's why it's burning so bad.
No.
I forgot about that wound in there. I had a sandwich and the bread was too firm, and it
Was it like a panini vibe? Did you grill it?
Yes, it was. Okay, so the bread was very fresh, but it was like, they do the thing where they like flame the bread so it gets like that nice crisp, but the
That sounds
inside's
amazing.
gooey.
Yeah.
It was delicious, but it destroyed.
It's too hot.
It destroyed it, and now the hot coffee just got in there. I forgot that happened.
Brutal.
Foolish.
That was my fault. I made you cheers me. I made you cheers me.
If you're willing to accept it.
Take a sip. I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame, you guys. A lot of fun stuff going on this week in LA on the show. Obviously, game 1 of the NBA Finals tips off tonight in San Antonio. We're both taking the Spurs.
Yep.
I think largely because the Knicks have been off since last Monday, I think was their last game. So we're going on the rust side over rest, both of us. Obviously, biggest news this week. Miles Garrett is a LA Ram. He spoke to the media, was in town yesterday with Les Snead and Sean McVay. We actually had Les Snead on the morning show today. You guys, he gave us an assignment. I'm just going to flat out said that. Cody asked him about Aaron Donald and if he was... if he had heard that he was coming back. Did Miles Garrett wake up Aaron Donald? Because it's so funny that immediately became a storyline. How soon after? That was pretty quick. Like, that was within like a couple hours of the news being out. Shay, do you have Snead's sound from this morning on the morning show talking about Aaron Donald?
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you guys right now.
Okay. Because there was everything that he said to Cody and D Fish, what I heard there was like, okay, guys, it's time for you to go to work.
I need help.
Take a listen.
I think he's tweeted it, right, or talked about it, right? Let's see if that fire's there. Because I can tell you this about Aaron. Now, hey, he's going to send out his workout videos. I don't think he's missed a day of working out in his life. I don't think he's missed it since he's retired. May not do 2 a days now, but the one thing I do know about him, he's one of those human beings that if he truly doesn't think he can be one of the best, he probably doesn't want to. It's an interesting personality trait, just kind of who he is at the core, which you always appreciate it, and that's probably why he left when he did. He was like, you know what, as he said, I'm full. But we'll see if he's gotten a little bit hungrier since then.
Yeah. Did we hear the part in there where he said, I want you guys to keep talking about it? Did you cut it short?
That's what we got. That's what they sent to me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there was a moment in there where he goes, if you guys want to keep talking about it on the radio, maybe it'll keep him up at night. Yeah. Maybe he'll keep thinking about it. And you know what? Like, since all of this has come out and we've been talking about today, theme of the show, talk things into existence. Okay. You can speak your truth and then your truth can become the reality. And the reality is Aaron Donald is hearing the noise. You guys, there was a couple tweets yesterday or it was actually on the Pat McAfee show where he was texting him live on the show. And he said, it for sure got me thinking. And then Jordan Schultz, I think later last night, said, I'm for sure flirting with the idea. Hell of a opportunity with the Super Bowl and SoFi this year. If I can find the fire, it's a possibility. So each day, there's kind of more and more we're kind of getting from Aaron Donald. would he come back?
Mm-hmm. And I want to add to this as far as the collective world being in on saying Aaron Donald come back to play. Like, if you go to his social media, anything that has been posted in the last month is just filled with people saying, please come back, please come back, please come back.
In the comments.
Aaron Donald's wife tweeted just about how they can't do anything without somebody saying, hey, are you coming back? Can you please come back?
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. And if you're Les Snead, the Browns never dreamt that they were going to trade Myles Garrett, and you were persistent, and look what happened.
Yeah.
So Les Snead is saying, well, I know one way, and if I just keep being persistent, eventually you'll fold. Peer pressure works. But I bring all this up to say there is one person now who has actively told Aaron Donald not to play. And it is former teammate Cooper Kupp, who after his OTA practice today, they asked him about it. He said he texted Aaron Donald, don't even think about it.
I love that so much. That's basically like... Because you have to think about it. Like, yeah, we're so excited. Like, it's insane. But, like, coming to the NFC West.
Imagine being an offensive lineman or quarterback in the NFC West. Like, at least Cooper Kupp isn't going to get hit by Aaron Donald.
No.
Imagine being a quarterback or offensive lineman in the NFC West saying, I already have to deal with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Now there's a chance Aaron Donald can come back. This is not what I signed up for.
Terrifying.
This is not what I signed up for.
But it's so funny because when you already, obviously, Les Snead and Sean McVay were like just beaming ear to ear with the Myles Garrett presser. But Sean McVay was also asked about Aaron Donald, right? And you could just see their body language of like, yeah, of course they want it to happen. You heard Les Snead say, you know, I can't live in that reality because it's not a possibility yet. But that's when he said, you know, you guys can keep talking about it. You guys keep putting the word out. And he was talking about sports talk radio and in the media world where we're just absolutely running with the story, and I am a full speed sprint for this because it would just make the Rams, that are already the Super Bowl faves and one of the most feared teams in the league, I don't want to say unstoppable because nothing's unstoppable.
Close.
But it's about as close as you can get.
Yes, on paper, already this is the most impressive roster that has ever been put together in the NFL. And what makes it so electric, and again, a tip of the cap to Les Snead, and what makes the job that he's done so incredible is the NFL has the strictest cap rules. The NFL has the most strict when you can trade, what you can trade, who you can trade for. The NFL is built for parity. The NFL is built so that super teams can't be formed, whereas the NBA is like, we kind of like the big three thing. And the MLB, obviously, the Dodgers have assembled a team. And Les Snead build a statue for him already because he has pulled off something that Roger Goodell is saying, I thought we had all the rules in place so that you couldn't do this.
That you can't do this.
And here we are.
It's so wild. But yeah, I think the recruiting power is like the wild card that not a lot of people considered when Myles Garrett came to the Rams. And the biggest one being, can he get Aaron Donald out of retirement? And everyone's being asked about it, including Sean McVay, who talked about the whole situation.
You talk to Aaron and you see what he's saying about that. But here's what I would tell you guys overall, too, is Aaron's a guy that I stay really close in touch with, and I know the respect that he has for Myles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip.
The beginning of that, did you hear the happiness in his voice of like,
help it.
Oh yeah, we already know that like we are headed in that direction.
Sean McVay, one thing we've learned about him from the post-draft press conference, vampiric energy.
Yeah.
He doesn't hide his emotions well, which is great. I did not realize. Yeah, I love it because we knew something was up on draft night, and he has been just a giddy child, like it's his birthday every single day since this news broke, and I love it. And even just the mention of Aaron Donald, he has not hidden the fact that he has inquired about Aaron in previous seasons, not last year, but specifically the one before, saying, hey, do you just want to come back for the playoffs or something? No? Okay, that's fine. Just asking. They obviously have a relationship, and he knows, I really think there is a 1% chance, and 1% chance is a lot better than 0. And it used to be 0, and it's not 0 anymore.
Dude, we're looking at like 25.
I would
put us at a 25% chance right now, which is absolutely insane, you guys. The Rams are going to be insane. I'm picking them as Super Bowl phase, but I did that the moment we found out that, I think at the end of last year, like after losing that game last year, I was like, oh, they're winning the Super Bowl next year. That's the kind of like bulletin board material that you need, especially after watching that Super Bowl of like, oh my God, if we were there, they would have won it. But again,
Right.
Then who knows if this situation would have happened.
That's a fantastic
You like
point.
hindsight is 2020, and you know if that didn't happen and they didn't get knocked out, who knows if they would have been this aggressive to go get Myles Garrett and make this situation happen. So, everything happens for a reason. Maybe they needed that little extra fire to then win the Super Bowl back here at SoFi where they won their last one. So
I can see it already.
I can see it.
That's what's scaring me.
It's beautiful.
I have the
I know.
image in
We all
my
do.
head of what it's
It
going to
ain't
look
scary.
like.
I'm excited about it.
Oh,
like
God.
LA, you guys, it is going to be it's going to be a fun couple months. And it's going to be a fun night tonight, you guys, because Shohei Ohtani, we're going to switch gears. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Dodgers Game 3 tonight in Arizona. Shohei Ohtani on the mound, and the Dodgers they're on a good streak right now. I remind everybody when they're going through a little slump, 162. Okay, 162 games. Yeah. Everything's going to be okay. The Dodgers have now won 15 of their last 19 games, and last night was a great setup to kind of rebound from game 1.
Okay.
Because game 1 wasn't bad, but they didn't get enough run support to have any cushion for any mistakes from the pitchers on the mound. But last night they held on 6-5, and it was Shohei Ohtani, who continues to carry this offense. And tonight he's going to be on the mound. As far as we know, he is also going to be hitting. I haven't seen the lineup coming out yet.
I haven't seen any reports otherwise.
D-backs lineup is in, but the Dodgers lineup is not in yet. Shohei Ohtani's on the mound for the Dodgers. Zach Gallen is on the mound for the D-backs. But I'm expecting to see, because the last 2 outings from Shohei Ohtani have been extremely emotional. They have been not his best stuff, but the way that he has battled to stay in the games and win the games and keep his ERA as low as it is, I'm excited for tonight because his bat is heating up, and I think we're gonna get a strong Shohei Ohtani performance on the mound.
I agree, and you mentioned the bats heating up and helping out whoever's on the mound, which is what did not happen in game 1. One thing that is also going to benefit from Shohei being back on the mound is the bullpen, because you go back to really since Edwin Diaz had to be sat down because of loose bodies in his elbow, and there really hasn't been a closer. Sometimes it's Vesia, sometimes it's Tanner Scott. Klein has closed out a couple. Enriquez has closed out a couple. And a lot is being asked of the bullpen. And what I feel happened yesterday in the almost comeback was Eric Lauer was only able to go 4 2/3 innings, and the bullpen was really stretched thin. So they're breathing a sigh of relief saying, okay, the bats are going. Shohei's on the mound. We're probably not going to be asked to enter before the 7th inning. We can get a little bit of rest and should have quite of a buffer. I think everyone is happy that Shohei's on the mound. Well, the Diamondbacks are not happy that Shohei's on the mound, but everyone else is happy that Shohei's on the mound tonight.
Yeah, no, this is going to be good, you guys. He still has a sub-1 ERA, which is absolutely insane. He's 5-2 on the season, a 0.82 ERA right now. Like, it's wild because, we're not seeing Shohei Ohtani every 5th day. But when you understand what Dave Roberts is having to do, and again, I go back and forth with this because I'm like, let the man cook when he's doing well. But this is the first season that the Dodgers have had a fully healthy 2-way superstar Shohei Ohtani. I forgot about this until Kirsten Watson reminded us yesterday on the show, the Dodgers sideline reporter, that this is the first time that he has had a fully healthy pitching season lined up with a fully healthy DH season while he's on the Dodgers, because he was coming off that second Tommy John surgery and rehabbing, and he didn't really ramp up to pitch until the postseason last year. It was like an inning, 2 innings, 3 innings, all that. So right now they're in new territory for the Dodgers and for Shohei Ohtani, because when he was a healthy two-way player, when he was with the Angels, they weren't thinking about October.
Right.
They were, in the sense that like every team thinks about it.
Hopeful for it, but they weren't thinking about it.
But they weren't preparing for it.
There we go.
In a way that the Dodgers literally play their entire season to be at their best come October. And so this is why, you guys, we're going to see, obviously, this season already, we've seen games where Shohei Ohtani isn't hitting on nights that he's pitching. More recently, we've seen him back to being a two-way player and hitting on days that he is pitching, but then getting a day off the day after because they've had a day off. But this is a situation where they're in a long stretch. They have a game again tomorrow. But I think this is where they have Ohtani go all in tonight and then kind of see how it goes and give him a rest day tomorrow.
It's why Dave Roberts is the perfect manager for this team. Dave Roberts makes some wild decisions, and sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. But in recent years, more often than not, they work out. And you sit here and say, how can you possibly feel bad for the stress that Dave Roberts may feel? He's managing the most loaded with talent team that baseball has ever seen. Well, he's also managing an unprecedented situation with Shohei, because you just mentioned he's never been fully healthy for the entirety of a season and willing and able to both hit and pitch. And how Dave Roberts manages Shohei is something that I've been obsessed with and will continue to watch as the season goes on, because there is no blueprint for it. And then you mix in a scary almost injury on the hand here, a slump there, and Shohei is Shohei. He's one of a kind. He's the best that has ever done this. But I'm very impressed with the very tough decisions that Dave Roberts has had to make and will continue to have to make as we lead closer and closer to October.
Okay, so looking at tonight's game, what is going to be your key to success for the Dodgers tonight?
Oof. I'm going to say we still don't have a lineup, but I'm going to say if Freeland and Ward are in the lineup, need a lot more out of them. I think Freeland did decent defensively. Ryan Ward had a nice sliding catch, but he also did not scoop up a ball clean, which allowed an extra run to get in and made it a 1-run game instead of a 2-run game.
Mm-hmm.
Need a little more out of one of them. Both of them don't need to be on, but I would say them two, and I would also say Muncy. Muncy has had a rough go at the plate. He's a power hitter, so strikeouts happen, but there were some crucial moments where you really need a veteran to make a move. Because I have no worry about Freeman. I got no worry about Mookie. Shohei's going to do his thing. But I do feel that bottom of the lineup used to be one of the strengths, and they've petered off a little bit.
That's okay. Yeah. So again, we don't have the lineup yet, but yesterday, bottom was Ryan Ward, Dalton Rushing, Alex Freeland. I'm going to go like similar, but a little different. You got to get to Zach Gallen early.
Okay.
I think getting to Zach Gallen, D-back starting pitcher early, is going to set the tone and allow Shohei Ohtani to go deeper in the game and to have a little cushion. Obviously, we don't really have to worry. He has a .82 ERA. You guys have a sub-1 ERA, and he has been absolutely heating up at the plate. So this could be a game where he, as we've seen in the past, where he just absolutely dominates and takes over and wins the game single-handedly, which is why he is the greatest player of all time. So, yeah, my key to the game is going to be get to Zach Gallen early, and yours is you need to see the bottom of the lineup pick things up a little bit.
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
all
it.
right. I also think Ohtani is going to pick up a dub here, and we are going to have a sub-1 ERA still.
Does he lower his ERA from 0.8 to back to the 0.7s?
I don't know yet. The D-backs bats have gotten to Dodgers pitching. I think we're going to get a win here, But I don't know. I also got to see the lineup. I got to see once the Dodgers lineup
Any
comes
minute
up.
now.
Yeah, no, it'll be fun. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here, guys. But when we come back, NFL writer from NFL.com, Nick Shook, is gonna be joining the show. We're gonna talk more about the whole trade situation that went down with Myles Garrett. He's based out in Cleveland, so he's not.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're gonna get that side perspective for the first time. Besides sad Shay, producer Shay, just being a Browns fan and
He should
sulking.
be sad too. He should be sad too.
He'll be sulking. Yeah, who knows if he'll be sad? I know he covers the Browns because he lives out there. I don't remember if he is like fan of the Browns, but he's definitely we're gonna find out soon. Yeah, but more so of what LA can expect from the superstar player that we just got, Myles Garrett. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. It has been a fun day. It's been a fun week since we got the news that Myles Garrett was officially an LA Ram. We heard from him yesterday once he was at the facility with Les Snead and Sean McVay. And right now we're going to kind of get a feeling of how the other side is feeling. Yeah, we got NFL.com. Nick Shook's joining the show right now. Nick, how we feeling?
Hey, don't put me as the other side. I'm neutral in this, even though I live in Cleveland. I'm neutral in this discussion here. I'm doing well.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure. What was your first reaction when you saw the Rams pull off this blockbuster trade with Myles Garrett?
Well, it's kind of a funny story because Greg Rosenthal and I were taping an episode of NFL Daily, and we started by talking, the impending A.J. Brown trade, then the speculation on Myles Garrett, and we were a legitimate 10 minutes into speculating, almost wrapping up the discussion when the news dropped. Yes. And at that point, we just immediately stopped, and we're like, well, now we have to restart. We have to wipe all of that, and we have to go live. And we did it live. I was shocked just because, a player of his caliber doesn't often get traded, especially at this point in his career and especially after winning his second Defensive Player of the Year. But I was shocked, but I wasn't surprised, if that makes sense, because of where the Browns are in their timeline. I was also pleased for the Browns because of the return they got on him. Now, oftentimes when it comes to a player of this magnitude, you lose some leverage when discussions kind of happen. The Browns hadn't really lost any because they'd gotten him the contract extension a year prior. And yes, there were rumblings that maybe they weren't long for each other, but it wasn't like it was really a pertinent issue that needed to be solved. So once they were able to extract Jared Verse from the Rams, as well as the collection of draft picks, I looked at it and I thought, you know what, this doesn't happen all that often, but fairly even trade. The Rams are going to get the payoff in the short term. The Browns hope that they're going to get the payoff in the long term. Verse is a proven commodity. The rest of the draft picks, that's up to them to spend them wisely.
So, Nick, is it safe to say that for the Browns, who Andrew Berry has been adamant for years when people have inquired about Myles Garrett, that he is not on the trading block in any way, shape, or form, is it safe to say that the new head coach and the new regime under Todd Monken said, well, if there's a time to make a change, now's the time to make it? What finally pushed the Browns over the edge?
No, I don't really think it had anything to do with the new coach. I think what it had to do was with the Rams' persistence. Now, some of the reporting that's come out after this deal has, been done is that the Rams have been after Myles Garrett since 2022, and that they pestered Andrew Berry starting basically with the moment that it was revealed that they had adjusted Myles' contract, which kind of sent a signal to everybody else that, hey, maybe he could be acquired because it's not going to be as much of a cap hit to the Browns. He has a tradable contract. Maybe if you're interested, you could pick up the phone and call them. And Les Snead and Sean McVay called Andrew Berry relentlessly, making offer after offer after offer. And Berry was pretty steadfast in his denials until Jared Verse became part of the equation, because Berry then encountered a rare opportunity to replace a franchise legend, the best defensive player in the NFL, with a guy who is, some would say, is already a top 5, top 8 edge rusher in the NFL, who is cost-controlled on a rookie contract and has his entire career ahead of him. Those opportunities don't come often. And even with a player like Myles Garrett, that's when it starts to become something you have to consider, especially with where the Browns are right now. They're still 2 to 3 years away from really seriously contending. They had a good draft class last year. I like their draft class this year, but it hasn't proven anything yet because they haven't taken the field. This fits their timeline. They're able to get a key piece that immediately replaces Myles Garrett. There is no second Myles Garrett, but it comes relatively close to trying to replace him in your starting 11. And it also gives you more capital as you try to continue to rebuild this team.
Nick, you talked about the persistence from Les Snead. I didn't realize it went all the way back to 2022, which, this long play of, making this happen and talking it into existence just makes it so much better. But what is this whole, now that we're kind of getting the backstory, this move say about the Rams' attack for this championship window?
No, it signals it loud and clear. I think we already knew it when they traded for Trent McDuffie in the offseason. They went and signed his teammate, Jalen Watson. They got the Stafford stuff largely handled a lot quicker than they did the year prior, although that contract wasn't signed immediately. It was understood that they would be back together. This was the final piece to send the message to the rest of the league that we had our heart broken last year in the NFC Championship game. Sean McVay was visibly, despondent after losing that game because he truly thought that they had the team to win the Super Bowl. And frankly, I believe they did as well. And they don't want to be in that situation again. They also are on a timeline that, look, Stafford is not getting any younger. He's coming off an NFL MVP season, but you have to capitalize on this window while you have it. And also while you have guys like Puka Nacua still under cost control deals on rookie deals. So they are sending the message loud and clear to the rest of the league, which is that we are going for it. And nothing is going to stop us in going for it. Not next year's first-round pick, not the year after second-round pick, not the year after that third-round pick.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. We're going for it right now, much like they did in 2021.
Yeah.
Nick, one of your specialties is breaking down the offensive line. So if you are the offensive line coach for one of the 31 NFL teams that are not the LA Rams, what is your strategy when Myles Garrett and Byron Young and Poona Ford and Kobe Turner are lined up across from you?
Oh, well, I hope you had a productive offseason and you gave yourself options, especially including depth, because depending on when you encounter this Rams defense at whatever point in the season, you may need one of those backups or a swing tackle to step in. But it's going to be, I think, making for another career year for Myles Garrett. We saw 23 sacks and single season record being set by him last year. I think he's got the potential to do that and potentially even more this year because there is such a tough group to defend. He's going to attract a lot of attention. And to answer your original question, I would still dedicate most of my focus to Myles Garrett. But I would understand the responsibility on everybody else to handle their one-on-one matchups, which are going to be one-on-one matchups because I'm spending, an extra blocker, whether it's a chip out of the backfield or a tight end or somebody else to double team Myles Garrett. Those one-on-one matchups are going to be critical to you trying to beat this team. And you're going to have to trust the strength of your starting five. And there are not a lot of offensive lines that I trust to be able to handle that as currently constructed in the other 31 clubs.
Now, along with the Myles Garrett news, there's also been some buzz since the trade went down around Aaron Donald. And would he come out of retirement now that the Rams have Myles Garrett? How much are you buying into this buzz of him actually coming back?
It's funny because I'm usually a cynic. I'm the person who's like, oh yeah, whatever. That especially the off-season buzz headline types of things. Where I'm like, yeah, whatever. That's not going to happen because I have spent my entire life in the sports world protecting myself from getting hurt by the teams I've cheered for. I don't believe in dream scenarios, but I think there's legitimate smoke to this. Because this is a guy who has consistently stayed in shape year after year. And it's been, a topic of discussion. It was a topic of discussion with Jared Verse and, him going to work out with Aaron Donald, basically extending the challenge and then embracing it and realizing that he had toyed with the wrong beast. And I think that Aaron Donald also walked away, early in his career. He still had plenty of good football left in him. It all comes down to what he said, which is that if he could find the fire, then maybe he'll consider it. At this point, with a team that's all in and you're Aaron Donald and you want to come back to the field and you've stayed in shape, so you've already cleared that hurdle, why wouldn't you give it one more run? Why not? So I think there's legitimacy to this, and I'm actually really excited to continue tracking this.
Nick, we're over here in LA riding high. Nothing can hurt us. Everything smells like peaches and roses. But if we need to be brought down to reality just a little bit, who still remains the biggest threat to the Rams for this upcoming season?
Yeah, isn't that the funny thing about living in LA? Unless you're stuck on the 405 in gridlock, everything's pretty great most of the time.
All the time.
When your team acquires Myles Garrett, so that's really great. But who is the team that's going to give them one of the biggest challenges? I think they'll find them in the division to start. I think the 49ers are going to be a tough out. They've long been a tough out for the Rams, and they overachieved getting the divisional round last year, given all the injuries that they suffered. You have your reigning champs who, there's roster turnover typical of every, Super Bowl champion, but they're still going to be right there for the most part. So you go from that, you go in your division, then you go look at the NFC North, and it depends on who comes out of that division. I mean, Minnesota, if Kyler Murray can command that quarterback position, I think that they're set up to be pretty successful. Detroit, I think, is in line for a bounce-back year as long as they can find some more consistency from their offensive line and stay a little bit healthier overall. And Chicago, reigning division champion, a team that, I think is still on the up and up, and people might still be taking, a little too unseriously. I think they're undervaluing them a little bit. And then the last teams that I would probably throw in there, you always have to account for the Eagles just because of the success they've had, although I'm not as high on them as some other people. I don't know why, but I keep having this weird feeling that the Dallas Cowboys are going to take a leap bigger than most.
Don't put that out there, Nick. Come on.
Yes. and I'm not trying to put it out there just because it's a brand name and everything else, but I believe that if you could pair that awesome offense with at least an average or slightly better than average defense, which I think that they're in line to create, it's going to take some time to gel with all the new additions, that they're going to be a tough out too. So it starts in the division, but I would look across the country down to Texas too for Dallas as a potential sleeper team that could cause some problems.
It's wild. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Rams and Myles Garrett, because this is the first time in NFL history that the reigning MVP and the reigning defensive player of the year have been on the same team, and this is the best football situation that Myles Garrett has ever been in, coming from the Browns and a team that wasn't in the Super Bowl conversation, sometimes not even in the most of the time not even in the playoff situation. What do you see Myles Garrett doing this season on the field?
I'm glad you described it that way. You just have a little bit of respect for my home city.
I tried.
Which is that, look, everyone paints it as like he's never done anything there. He's basically had the Joe Thomas career in Cleveland. He's been in the playoffs twice. He's won a playoff game. Yeah. So it wasn't as bad. It's been really bad the last couple of years. But what is the situation he's stepping into is going to be unlike anything he's ever seen. First, from a strategic perspective, we kind of touched on it earlier, but I think he's just going to have more opportunities to get after the quarterback than he's ever had in his career because he has such a talented group around him. But I also think it's going to be, I think about LeBron's career sometimes. Like when he went to Miami, he described that later as like going off to college because he never went to college. He went straight from high school to the pros. For Myles, I feel like this is grad school. Like he spent all this time, with the Browns and trying to carry this franchise, and now he goes to a team where he's going to be looked to as one of their leaders and one of their pillars, but he doesn't have to be the guy that, embodies a city. Also, again, like I said, living in LA, how do you beat that? Yeah. This is a guy who is he looks like he's basically a marble statue made into human, and now he gets to go live, by the beach in 72 and sunny weather year round and play for a team that's expected to chase a Super Bowl. How does it get any better than that?
Nick, when you look at this Rams offense under the mastermind that is Sean McVay, you are the big next gen. You got the numbers, you got the stats, you got the graphs, you got the charts. What excites you so much about the Rams offense this year?
I think a lot of what they did last year. Their shift toward reliance on 13 personnel has now sparked what I think we're going to see an increase in reliance on tight ends across the league. The Jets spending a first-round pick on Kenny and Sadiq kind of signals that. The league is a copycat league, and it's one that goes through trends, and that's probably one of the ones that we're going to see happen more. But I just like the idea of continuity, familiarity, an offensive line that, especially from left tackle to right guard, has spent a good amount of time together and is one of the best in the NFL. And you work in Warren McClendon into right tackle as a full-time starter now after he started 10 games last year. And you're looking at a very strong group. And I'm always somebody that appreciates the trenches and building from inside out. And I think the Rams have accomplished that. And, again, Matthew Stafford, one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch, had obviously his career best year. But now he's, coming back off of an NFL MVP season. He's a year older. Does he still have it? Can they still, make the most of it? The one weakness, I think, is probably receiver depth, but you still got Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. And it's a pretty damn good 1-2 punch there. So I love a lot of what this team can be, what they've done, how explosive they've been. And it's just a matter of staying healthy. It's cliche, but it's true. It's a matter of staying healthy from the front, inside out. And I'm excited to see how you can now pair that with a defense that you don't have to really make up for on the scoreboard as much this season. Maybe you get up by 20. If you put 24 or 27 points on the board, you're probably going to win the game with this group if everything goes right. So they're just going to be a really fun team to watch. I'm excited for it.
It's going to be so wild. Nick, before we let you go real quick, are they your Super Bowl faves? Are they your pick?
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, we got him.
No, it's not that I don't want. They were my favorites last year. I think it was probably the last 6 weeks of the regular season. I had texted Greg, and I was like, the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl. I had just come to that conclusion. Oh, my God, they're going to win the Super Bowl. And they didn't. But now, they've gotten better in their biggest weakness areas on the defensive side. So I don't want to sound like I'm part of the crowd. I like to zig when others zag sometimes, but this time I can't keep myself from it. And if they're wrong, then we're all going to be wrong.
Yeah. Nick, thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks, Nick.
We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
You guys,
can the season start tomorrow?
If you're just listening to us, we are beaming, just smiling ear to ear to have someone, he's from Ohio. I think he's living in Cleveland.
Yes,
maybe.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, because I said the other side, and he's like, no. I'm not biased here. Not the other side. But you have to be when you work for NFL. But. Yeah, to hear someone who likes to zig when everyone zags, he's like, you can't deny it. You can't deny it, you guys. All the Rams got to do is stay healthy. It's going to be a fun one. Fun thing he said there, though, the Rams have been going after Myles Garrett since 2022.
That is shocking. I knew it had been a while, but that is
I didn't realize
shocking.
it was years. So that's like, Aaron Donald's leaving, and you're like, okay, well, now we got to get the next best thing. Wild. Which would make this reunion and the smiles on Les Snead and Sean McVay's faces when they're asked about it now, I'm like, oh, this all makes sense because you were trying to get him after Donald left, and now there's a possibility you could have both of them together.
4 years in the making. Les Snead.
Literally the Avengers. That's literally what it would be.
Yeah.
Insane. All right, guys, we've had a fun show today. I'm also excited for this last little crosstalk because we played a fun game, Two Truths and a Lie, with D-Mac and Reiter yesterday. Did you get yours ready? Because it's our turn to come up today.
I will have mine ready.
Okay.
I will.
Let's go. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Don't go anywhere. We got Crosstalk with D-Mac and Reiter coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Breen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. If you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or iHeart, thank you for tuning in. If you're watching us on the live stream on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, you can see that we are joined now by D-Mac and Reiter. And the vibes were high coming in today, you guys. The giggles were here.
He was talking about my wife.
Is that what was happening?
Yeah.
His wife follows me on
whoa.
Instagram, and I was like, should I follow her back?
Down,
And I
D-Mac.
may have liked a picture from like 5 years ago, which is a little weird.
Oh, so you went on a deep dive. So
What
that's
are
what
you
happens
doing,
when you
man?
get like...
It's a picture of him on. It was a picture of him doing his thing.
What was he
He
doing
called,
his thing?
he called
What's
himself
doing his
D-Mac
thing?
Daddy in the hallway. I was like, what are you doing?
I you were
man?
supposed
He
to
is
say
a
that.
dad.
You were
He is a
supposed to
dad.
say that. But no, it was a picture of him filling in for Jim Rome a couple years ago, and I was like, wow. This is the man, dude. You know what I mean? It was pretty cool.
Yeah. That's how it felt.
So should I follow her back or no? Be honest.
Once a day,
Okay.
without fail, I hear something that you've done or you say something that just blows my mind, and it never fails, man. You are one of a kind.
No,
My man.
I'll give it a shout out. So you guys were really punny yesterday. Like, funny punny. But, like, you were going at it a little hard in the paint, but in, like, a good way.
So we've had this laugh-off competition.
Okay.
And I've dominated him every show, and we're going to
Explain.
have to
So,
bring it back.
so the first episode,
He's not funny enough.
For the first episode,
tried
I went
really hard.
crazy.
We tried hard.
For the first episode, I went crazy on the puns.
did.
His wife talked to him about it. Ever since then, he never let it go. So I've been trying to
And now
reduce
we're
the
back to
puns.
Like it was too much. You got to
Yeah,
like pull it back.
we're not
on the
gonna do it as
punch.
much today. We're gonna probably punt on that. on that segment.
Our
Yeah.
producer started cheering the ones that he liked and
Yeah.
booing the ones he didn't, and we kept score.
Yeah.
And D-Mac picked a fight that he couldn't win.
No, it's ridiculous. Mine were complicated, elaborate. I would go up to random people in the street and play it for them, and they would say, "Yeah, I would give that a cheer." But for some reason,
were laughing.
there's some payment being made for him and Versh. But yeah, it's friendly competition.
Yesterday
It's all
was
fun.
20. It was 28-6 yesterday.
No.
Because I got
Really?
like 8 boos.
Dude.
I mean, I have
See,
the
D-Mac,
stats here. I think it was
you can't try. That's pick me energy, and you don't want to be pick me energy.
It was
It
pick
just-
me
Whatever
it just
I
has
do
to
to
be
win
natural.
energy.
You had to pick me energy.
Yeah.
Is that why you brought my wife in the hallway?
He had to give himself a one-up. He had to feel good.
No, I
about it.
didn't. I'm just really
Okay,
following that.
hold on.
Yeah.
You guys are beating up on my guy too much, and being on this side of the table, now I'm on his side.
Yeah, let's
Now-
go.
now-
Go
now
on,
I'm on
yeah,
his
Brock.
side.
You're
No,
a winner
That's
in
fine.
life, so this will be a new experience for you.
We'll see. We'll have another round today.
No, we're not doing it today.
Got to save some of the chamber.
You know what we are going to bring back today, though? Because
Yeah.
yesterday we did the 2 truths and a lie.
Ooh.
But Brock and I didn't get to do it.
Okay.
I have to say something now.
Okay.
I'm being a poor teammate. Give me until tomorrow, but let's do yours today.
Okay. Then I'll do mine today. I'll do 2 truths and a lie. Ready?
Yes.
Oh, you were looking at my computer
Well,
already?
I played a lot of poker. It's a poker habit. I look at people's
okay.
cards.
I will
Okay.
scoot over here so I can't see.
Ready? I beat Mike Trout in a ping pong game at a team barbecue. I broke a girl's nose during a soccer game.
True.
My first convo I had with Otani was about tattoos.
We all agree that the second one is true.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going straight true on
Okay.
the broken nose, and she deserved it. I wasn't even there.
Beat Mike Trout in. Oh wait, I have to be out of this because I know the answer to that. Okay, so I'm officially out.
So the
Trying to
Ohtani
think.
one,
Maybe you're covering the Angels and someone's getting
Yeah.
tattoos. You're kind of talked into Otani about it. I feel like that's more believable than we realize.
You don't speak Japanese, though. Do you speak Japanese? Okay, I'm going to go Otani's a lie.
I'm going to say the second one
What do you mean?
is the lie.
Which one?
The soccer.
The soccer, me breaking
I feel
a
like you
girl's
wouldn't
nose?
do that. I feel like that doesn't sound like you.
The first one was a lie. That I beat Mike Trout in the ping pong
Ah.
game. You guys, it went down. We went to like OT, and he ended up beating me like by 2 points, like back and forth. It was at like one of the trainers' barbecues, and it was so close that he refused to ever play me again. Like I almost beat him, that he refused to ever
basically
play
a
So
me
that's
again.
cool because the story is
Yeah.
real. It's just
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
didn't beat it.
I ended up
think
not
that's a cool
beating
way to
him.
play this game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
was
so
tricky.
it was close, and I did. I broke a girl's nose in high school.
Were you glad you broke it?
What, was it like with a punch?
No, it was an elbow. You guys, I was the
Intentional?
bulldog. I was the enforcer.
So she deserved
So
Wow.
my
Broke in my
high
nose.
school yearbook quote says, "What gives you the biggest adrenaline rush?" And it was soccer curry. This is bulldog curry.
Alex
Okay,
Fury.
this is nice.
Your point.
That's why I win.
Nice. Love that. And it said, "When I knock someone on the floor and look at them below me."
Oh my god.
Were you center back?
Yeah.
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 Oh
and
my
I was
God.
short. How'd you know? That's that mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was bulldog. Like literally, like in college too. Like I would go out, set the tone within 10 minutes, take someone down, and I'm smaller than everybody else, and I'm really sneaky. I never got a card for it. Always got away with it.
No yellow card.
Wow.
No.
For the broken nose.
No.
Was it like
Did they
blood
just
gushing
think it just
everywhere?
magically happened?
Accident. Accident.
I hope she's listening.
Yeah.
Not sorry.
I've apologized later in life. Like she went to a rival high school. I was at Costa. She was at West, and yeah, it just got dirty. I would.
So for the whole time, she still thought it was intentional. What if she's watching this? You're
no,
basically
no.
coming clean and admitting.
I apologized
Yeah.
later.
Oh, you
I
did?
was like,
Okay.
yeah, no.
Statute of
I
limitations is
I didn't think I was going to
fact.
break
Exactly.
your nose. I didn't think I was going to break your nose. Like, that's gnarly.
Wow.
But it was fun.
I have so many puns I'm withholding.
Yeah.
I'm
Please.
practicing for our show not to do it again.
You just get
Yeah.
reps in
Well, I'm
right
gonna
now.
do one. I'm gonna do one. I
Okay.
didn't know that about you.
I was going to do the same thing. I was like, now she knows. Okay.
I'm done.
Yeah, nice. Oh, you guys are just living in that mind space.
Yeah.
That's like
yeah.
all you're thinking
Yeah.
about.
And he's in the soccer mind space too, so he gets you. He guessed what position you play. It's pretty
I
wild.
know.
Defensive midfielder, I thought maybe,
Yeah.
but then you would have been sort of advancing up, not
Yeah.
standing over. So
Yeah, no,
center
no.
back and center backs that are undersized and really talented are
Yeah.
really aggressive.
Yeah.
Speaking with the soccer talk, after this recent Saturday, your Mbappe agenda is looking strong, right?
Mbappe is.
What's your agenda?
He is a very talented loser
Oh,
and a cancer and a malignancy. And his one World Cup was when he was too young to understand how good he was and how destructive he could be. That's basically my take.
yeah. Are you talking about how PSG won?
Yeah,
Is like
they've
that
won
what
back
you're-
to back.
Yeah,
His
yeah,
team has
I
won back to
know.
back once Mbappe
I was like, where are
left.
we going? Okay, I didn't know if this was
Addition
going
by
into the World
subtraction
Cup.
at the biggest level possible, right?
It's crazy,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, he's fades.
Still
fade
won the
France.
Golden Boot though, right? Still scored the most goals, but that really plays into the point. That's all he does, right? He scores goals, doesn't win.
Oh, you would be a good person to ask this. So I'm basically each show giving different places that are fun watch parties for the World Cup.
Okay.
What is your, like, if you were giving someone some advice, what bars to go to, where should we go to watch the World Cup?
So I'm weird. When I watch soccer, I scream at my TV.
So you don't want to be around
I'm
anybody.
alone usually, and my wife is embarrassed by me.
He's our Super Bowl, World Series, same thing. If we're not working it, I need to be locked in. I don't want anyone talking to me. I want
too.
on my couch with my snacks. I want like volume full blast, no one talking to me. Like, you cannot interrupt me.
I agree.
I need to see what's going on.
At least like 10 times in my life, I've gone to a bartender. I'm like, can you increase the volume? I want to hear the broadcast.
Oh, no, constantly.
And they're like, what? Just watch me and drink. I'm like, no, I got to hear what you're saying.
I don't
I
understand
need
what
that.
they're
Are you a
saying.
yeller? Because I live on a walk street, so my front yard's a sidewalk.
Oh, no, I'm a hugger
And we've had
squeezer.
people
Like, I
come
will
to the
break
house
ribs in a big moment.
thinking I was attacking people.
I will.
U.S. men's national team,
I will hug
Spain
them.
national team, Barcelona. I swear I get really aggressive and loud.
I love
so
that.
your neighbors know you as crazy soccer guy that I have to call the cops on once a year.
Yeah, my wife is so. They'll leave now. They'll just leave the house during.
So smart.
Barcelona
They're like,
matches.
No, I do this
we'll
weird-
let them be. Well, and those are
Yeah.
early too.
They're early.
So you're waking people up on the block.
Some of the 7 a.m. ones I'll try to hold it, but I'm doing. But
Why?
the noons I just
There's
let it
no
go.
fun in that. Have you been to Underground yet?
No.
Yeah, so that's in Hermosa, and that's
Oh,
like
yeah,
the,
somebody brought that up.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
did.
that's the soccer. That's
Or
the.
you did.
I brought it up. That was my place.
Raj Groves did.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
that's the place in like the South Bay. That's like the soccer bar to go
That's
to.
the spot.
Yeah, like for when USA's playing, you better get there like 3 hours before the door opens. Like kind of wrap
Is it
around.
an Arsenal? I think it's an Arsenal bar.
I don't know.
I don't want to go if it's an Arsenal bar.
I can find out.
You're a Chelsea guy.
I am.
Do you have a Chelsea bar?
So
not- you don't?
like I was telling Alex over in Pasadena, I just go to any British pub. Any British or Irish pub, because I know the game's on. It'll be an assortment of fans, but the energy is at least there. But again, if I'm emotionally attached to said game, I have to watch it at home.
Yeah, Lucky Baldwin in Pasadena is really good, too.
Yes,
yeah, that
that is
place
one of them.
goes super, super hard.
I always forget
Yeah.
you are a South Pasadena guy. That's right. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
go.
yeah.
I forget. We're like 50-50. Well, I'm happy I have a beachside here.
Yeah,
there's not many of us.
That's a good tip on that Hermosa Beach bar. I
Yeah.
never leave
Gotta
Manhattan
get out of the
Beach.
South Bay.
Gotta leave
right?
the bubble.
We'll stay in Pasadena.
Hermosa
There,
is in
66.
the bubble.
My man.
I know, but I
66.
never leave my mini bubble in the
9, 10, 30.
I'm
What's your
expanding
bar?
my-
Would you just go to Shellback?
I go to Shellback. I go to Arthur.
North End?
I go like Arthur J for the cocktails.
That's
Manhattan
not
Beach
a bar.
Post. Simsies is my main spot. Little Simsies. Which
Well,
is
we got
technically
the
in El
49er.
49er
So I
goes
gotta bring you
down.
to 900 across the
35er.
street.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one's
yeah,
classic.
yeah, that one.
Because
I mean, I
drinks
love
used to
to have
cost
a-
35
Love you
cents.
guys.
Beers.
Stop.
Yeah.
I have to pay a fee to buy beer.
No, you can't.
It's to be a member.
Well, because you can't be a member.
Right.
So sucks to be you.
I got offered once. I'm like, no.
No.
I did.
Lies.
Truth.
I don't know. Okay. Well, you guys, we had fun. If you wanna hear a punny show, if you wanna hear a bunch of puns coming up like every other take, stick around because D-Mac and Reiter is coming up. And what? Oh.
Boom. See? The bias is real.
They're gonna have fun, you guys. Thank you for hanging out. This was Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
right now. It's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
What up, LA? Doug McCain, Reiter. You just heard D-Mac and Reiter. Thank you for hanging out here on the FM Dial 97.1. Phone number. Call us. Talk to us. 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-97-LA-FAN. If you're streaming us on YouTube at The Fan LA, you will notice for the first time in the 2.5 weeks we've been together, we don't match. Feels like a sad moment, D-Mac. But you can also hang out with us there at The Fan LA and drop your comments there. Push the little like button. Push the bell button. How you doing? Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
I hate
Shohei,
the term
electric on the mound.
I hate the term
hump day.
Hump day, it's stupid.
Yeah, I'm not a big hump day guy. More like Shohei bump day, right? I mean,
that was good. I like that.
He's definitely pitching feels like every Wednesday, so maybe we could change it. He's good enough. Maybe change that.
Are we going to get into So there was an article. You pointed me to it, which I had a lot of respect for because you and I are a little misaligned on the degree to which we would sacrifice things for Ohtani to win a Cy Young Award. And there was a really good piece in MLB.com that sort of lays out what this writer thinks needs to happen for Shohei Ohtani to win the Cy Young Award this year. So we'll do that in about 30 minutes. We'll get into comparing the Kershaw effect at his height, at the level of his greatness when he was at his best, to where Ohtani is. We'll do Hero of the Day. We're going to hear from Les Snead, who had a great interview on the morning show with Derek and Decker. We'll just play all of Les Snead's comments on, obviously, the Myles Garrett acquisition and where the Rams are at. We'll do that later in the show. We're going to get into something Derek Fisher did say on his show, D-Mac, about how sometimes losing for Derek Fisher and LA and maybe the Rams can spark a level and a run of greatness that is largely hard to come by, and why that applies to both D-Fish and his past and the Rams, we hope, over the next couple years. We'll preview the Dodgers game that's coming up tonight in the pregame show around 5 o'clock. We'll talk World Cup a little bit. We'll get into Game 1 of the NBA Finals, but we start with Dodgers. Got to win. Some good things going on. Eric barely won. A little Tanner Scott redemption. And Eric Lauer, who you've said this, and I've come around. I was watching the game thinking about this. You told me he didn't have to be great. He didn't have to be a Cy Young. I should stop saying that he was bad. He just had to be serviceable in 4 2/3 innings, couple earned runs. Did enough, serviceable. Fine outing, right?
It was. I think you look at the outing he had yesterday, that's exactly what the Dodgers were hoping for when they brought him on. Not a guy that is going to go 7, 8, or 9 innings, but he's going to be serviceable. He's going to give them a chance to win. He didn't really give up much in the first 4 innings. He gave that solo shot to Corbin Carroll, who's been absolutely dominant off of lefties. He hit that nuke, but give him a lot of credit. I mean, 4 2/3 innings. I really think Dave Roberts should have left him in the game to get that final out of that inning, but hey, he made the right move. Blake Trinan came in and got the job done. Really nice catch by Ryan Ward there, but this is what the Dodgers do. Instead of panicking when you have an injury, they say, okay, who's the best pitcher available, even if he's not having success with his current team. The Dodgers have done what they always do. They put them into their lab, they find out what's working for them, and they optimize that. The velocity's up a little bit too. It was a good outing. He gave it the home run, 13 on the year, which has kind of plagued him, but still, you got to feel really good about that if you're the Dodgers and Eric Lauer.
D-Mac and Reiter here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. You are the person, I believe, who coined Juntani. Do you get a trademark or a cut of that, or like 5 cents every time somebody writes it?
I have a pretty good reputation around for coining certain things. Juntani's some of my finest work, I will say,
Amazing.
Just because did the deep dive on him a couple years ago and found like, wow, this is ridiculous how much better he is in June than other months. And guess what? He's still really good in other months, right? But June, he just takes it to a whole nother level, and we saw that yesterday. His tear continues, as you point out, with Shohei, which I think was equally as good, if not better.
Not equally.
It's okay.
But no, I feel like it was a really good sidekick to Juntani.
I do too. And I like the fact that it points out that May really is one of his better months too. That's when he really starts to heat up. It May becomes June, and then all of a sudden he explodes. And yesterday we were on Cycle Watch. He doubled down the right field line that scored Freddie Freeman, and he scored on that Freddie Freeman home run there in the first inning. Then he just drilled a ball into the right field corner in the second for a 2-run triple. Was intentionally walked with a runner on third in the seventh, and it was the first time we've seen that in a while. Hadn't been walked in 26 games intentionally. So he's hitting the ball really hard. He's getting his groove on the plate. It was a good day for Freddie Freeman as well. That's what you need for this offense. Their best hitters producing. We saw that yesterday.
D-Mac, as a precursor to the Cy Young Shohei Award conversation we're going to have in about 20 minutes, where I'm going to say sometimes I want special shiny things over maybe team accomplishments. I think that's certainly a fair way to interpret it. I'll admit to you, I would rather have a guy hit for the cycle, or when I played baseball many, many years ago, I'd rather hit for the cycle than hit 2 home runs. I think there's something sort of magical and majestic about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like a statistical anomaly, right?
Right.
Because really, it's like, hey, man, wouldn't you want 4 home runs? But yeah, there's something cool about single, double, triple home run. Shohei Ohtani has done it in his career. He did it back in 2019 against the Rays at the Trop. Bellinger did it years back. So the Dodgers have not had someone hit that for that cycle. It felt like it was possible because that's what you want to do. You want to hit the triple first. If you can't do it, hitting your second at bat. He was getting close to it because he's someone that just any day he do something special. Felt like there was going to be something special, but still he helped the team win in a big way, and the bat's looking really, really good.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. Love doing the show with you. It's been so much fun, and one of the great things about being your partner is that you will share things, you'll send links, you'll give perspective, you'll give stats, you'll share your Dodgers knowledge before the show. It's really helpful. I wish Shohei Ohtani was allowed to do that for some of his teammates. I wish he could give Mookie Betts, who did have a critical single to get in a run in the 7th inning. I wish he could give him one of his singles or a double, right? Here's a base on ball. I wish he could help Kyle Tucker, who still was hitless yesterday. He also had a walk, but drew a walk. But, man, we don't have to belabor this too long. Kyle Tucker still struggling. Mookie did have the 2-out RBI in the 7th for, I think it was the 6th run that came across the plate for the Dodgers, which obviously becomes important in a 6-5 win. What's your temperature on Mookie and the hope, if you were a forecaster, what's the forecast for sunshine in Mookie's future?
Yeah, I feel good about Mookie. Just the at-bats, I think, were a little better. He made a big double play late in the game to get out of a jam that was huge in the win. Tucker, though, I think it's getting worse. I have to admit, I think it's getting worse. I really do. Just the expressions on his face. Before the game yesterday, Dave Roberts was asked about, hey, how much is this struggle due to the fact that he's changing teams, that he's on the Dodgers? And credit to Dave, he shut that down. He said we're at the point where we can't talk about that at that point, where it's not about, it's a new guy on a new team and a big market and a big contract. It's about seeing some results. So I really like what I heard from Dave Roberts before the game, kind of poking a little bit at Kyle Tucker, maybe putting a little pressure on him, because I think that's what you need, because this is a very welcoming clubhouse with the Dodgers, right? They let guys shine, do their thing. They know the strengths and weaknesses of each player. But I do think we are at the point where I'm very curious to see what the communication is like with Kyle Tucker and which one of his teammates is kind of taking him under his wing. I mean, we saw a couple days ago he was at Dodger Stadium. He was taking high-velocity batting practice on the field before the game, something that he never does. Also, he did some on-field batting practice, which he never does. And then after the game, he did batting practice, which he never does. So you kind of hope that someone's getting in between the ears of Kyle Tucker and maybe making things better because, hey, like we saw that list yesterday, right? It was that top 10 list for LA athletes. Kyle Tucker, a guy's getting $60 million, highest paid player in the sport, not on that list. It's a little embarrassing to me.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Give us a holler or text us. Same phone number, 855-97-LA Fan. You can also stream us over on YouTube at The Fan LA. At The Fan LA. You talked about Dave Roberts and his candor. We're going to get to some of that as it relates to the greater baseball world and the petulance of baseball fans and other baseball organizations toward the Dodgers and their success. Very quickly, D-Mac, I know you and I were both sort of into this. One of the many things I love about baseball are the mini dramas that happen within each series and each season. Not great mini drama is so far the Kyle Tucker story, and I hadn't thought of that. You're right. The fact that guy's not a top 10 athlete at $60 million a year in Los Angeles is a problem. A much better mini drama yesterday. Tanner Scott, as we all know, on Saturday, entered the 8th inning against the Phillies with a 3-1 lead. This happens, right? No matter how good you are. Gave up 3 runs. They were earned runs. He's the reason the Dodgers lost that game on Saturday, the only game they lost against Philadelphia in that series. Again, these things happen. No closer, no guy to the bullpen, has a 0.00 ERA over the course of a career or season. That's not the way that it works. And you and I discussed the vitriol, the scumbaggery, the awfulness of some people who said just deplorable things that don't even need to be mentioned, directed at his wife, directed at his family. I know that another baseball game and success in a baseball game doesn't silence or fix the horrible humans who are out there, but it was really cool to see Tanner Scott coming off of that and that difficulty and just the baseball struggle on Saturday, get the ball in the 9th, get his 7th save, gave up a hit, had a strikeout, but with a 6-5 lead, shut down that Diamondbacks team, got the save. redemption is strong, but it was a really cool bounce back moment for a good dude who needed the outing and hopefully silence permanently those losers out there who said those horrific things.
I love that because it's kind of fun to call someone a loser when they deserve it, right? And anyone who, it really does, something about it feels good. Loser, right? And for anyone that is flooding the DMs of the wife of a player after a blown save and making death threats about them and their kids, as you point out, deplorable, disgusting, incomprehensible behavior. But for Tanner Scott to kind of bounce back, it did feel like last night, Bill, there was a little something extra in there, right? It felt like he's just on the mound, not necessarily letting that fuel him, but he's a guy that pitches well, I think, with an edge. I really do. There's a focus to him, an intensity to him. And last season, make no mistake about it, he was not good. He did not live up to a $72 million contract, but now you're starting to see the Tanner Scott that they thought they were getting. The ERA at 2.10, that's down in a good way, by the way, from 4.74 last year. Last year, he led all of baseball in blown saves. I told you that there were a lot of Dodgers fans that had real theories that he was a secret double agent from San Diego to blow up the Dodgers from within. Here's my take on Tanner Scott. You remember when the Dodgers got Joe Kelly in 2019?
Yep.
He was terrible. He was awful. They had a Joe Kelly bobblehead night, and no one wanted to go. They got him, and they were trolling them, and it was a giveaway for the bobblehead. Dodgers fans want to give away Joe Kelly. Like, it was that bad. But guess what happens? He throws at the Astros, has some big moments in the 2020 postseason run, and now it's Mariachi Joe, right? Mariachi Joe. Everyone loves Joe Kelly. Tanner Scott, I'm hoping for that same trajectory where he was bad in his first year. The second year you win him over, and all of a sudden Dodgers fans really embrace and wrap their arms around him because he wants it bad. He wants to win. I asked him, I did an interview with him a couple years ago when he started. I asked about 5,000 questions, and literally every answer was, I just want to win. I just want to win. He always says, I just want to win.
All right.
Yeah, let's win. I'll tell you another story. One time I told him, Freddie Freeman, I asked if you could pick one of your Dodgers teammates to have your back in a bar fight, who would it be? And he said Tanner Scott.
Wow.
And
it would have been Joe Kelly back in the day, right?
He was. Yeah, exactly. It would have been Joe Kelly.
Yeah.
Mariachi Joe for sure. And Tanner Scott was walking out the field once, and I was like, hey, Tanner, Freddie told me that he would pick you to have his back in a bar fight, and then he ignored me, kept walking, and all of a sudden, Tanner Scott turns around, walks up to me, takes off his hat. He's like, of course you would, because I'm a crazy bald guy. And he got in my face. And he was like staring me down.
A little?
I was like, wait a minute, like, just what does he think? And then he started laughing. He walks away. So there's a cool, fun side to him that I don't think that the fan base has really seen yet. And I think I'm really rooting for the guy. He wants it really bad.
To quote executive producer Ryan Bershinger's favorite expression, Bersh loves this. Hell yeah, hell yeah on Tanner Scott getting the save.
Yeah.
And by the way, this isn't rocket science, and the guy is very talented, despite the blown saves last year. Cool of Dave Roberts to have that opportunity to let the guy go out there and get the save, and just not just the successful inning, but that opportunity. One of the things that I love about dogged reporters, and Kobe Bryant was good at this, is a lot of reporters, when people come to town or when they catch a guy in the right mood, will pull a big figure, a coach, a manager, a star player aside. Kobe was. I remember when I was covering the NBA, I wasn't covering the Lakers. After big games, Kobe Bryant would line up, and he would talk to Sam Amick for 3 minutes, and he'd walk a little ways, and he'd talk to Adrian Wojnarowski for 3 minutes. You get sort of insight when you get a one-on-one. Bob Nightingale got this from Dave Roberts yesterday. There's some interesting things in here. Can I read you, and I know you know it, but just for people here listening on DMAC and Reiter 97.1, the fan who missed this, Dave Roberts doesn't give a you-know-what. I love this candor. So first on fans being put out about the Dodgers' financial advantage, or the perception out there that there's this unfairness for the Dodgers. Dave Roberts to Bob Nightingale was hardcore. Quote, my honest opinion is the majority of takes about the Dodgers couldn't be more lazy, Roberts told USA Today. That it's just about the payroll. It's about the draft. It's about layering on where we pick in the draft annually. The player development, how we acquire international talent, how we perform consistently at the major league level, end quote. A lot of managers would just be like, yeah, I don't care what people think. Dave Roberts going hard at all the people out there complaining about the Dodgers multiple ways to the success and dominance they put together.
So I think it's a little complicated. But the first thing I want to say is I want to push back on what Dave's saying right there.
You do?
I do want to push back. Dave.
I'm going to sit back. I'm going to
you
get
just
ready.
sit back.
Popcorn.
Okay. Dave is a future Hall of Fame manager. I think that no one does his job better than him. I think the fact that the Dodgers have the payroll that they have, that it makes it where you need a certain manager like a Dave Roberts that can manage egos of all-stars and future Hall of Famers, then Dave has a special way to do that. But I also think that the Dodgers are who they are because of the money. Let's be honest, as great as the Dodgers are, as great as the farm system is, as great as the ability to scout talent is, as great as the ability to put resources and coaches everywhere, the Dodgers are back-to-back World Series titles. The Dodgers are a dynasty because they have a rich, wealthy ownership group, and they spend. Here's the thing. You have to have money. It starts with the money. The reason why he points out all those things, right? The scouting, the development, the draft, it all starts with the money, right? Rich people don't buy toys. They buy factories that make toys, right? And the Dodgers, the factory that they built is because they have the money in place. So look at the last couple of years, Bill. You look at Major League Baseball, and you look at the last, let's go since 2015. I just picked 2015. 2025 Dodgers first in payroll, 2024 Dodgers third in payroll. The Rangers in 2023 seventh, the Astros seventh in 2022. The Braves were 10th, Dodgers were first in 2020, the Nationals were fifth in 2019, the Red Sox were first in 2018, the Astros seventh in 2017. There was not spend big, win big. There was cheat big, win big. But the Cubs third in 2016. The Royals, even the Royals you mentioned on the show a couple different times, which I respect, were seventh. You can get to the dance without the money, but if you want to win the ultimate prize, and yes, there are the 2023 Mets and the 2023 Padres and the 2023 Yankees, teams that have spent and did not win the World Series, but the truth of the matter is...
You think Dave's full of it?
I think that Dave needs to know that, hey, guess what? Guess what Dave Roberts is? He's the highest paid manager of the sport, right?
He's not giving that money back?
He's not. Right. He's cashing those checks. So, look, since the lockout, and since we talked a lot about CBA and lockout in 1994, you had the strike, and that was because back then the owners, they wanted to have a salary cap. Since then, every single World Series outside of the 2023 Marlins, they've had a top 10 payroll. You got to spend, and if you spend, you increase your chance of winning a World Series by a significant amount.
I will just say this in defense of Dave Roberts, and I love that you went hard at that guy. That was amazing, especially since Dave is listening to the show, D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, and clearly listening to your takes and then implementing it on a fairly...
I'm your biggest fan, Doc.
...regular basis. I live in Manhattan Beach. I live around a lot of rich people. Some are listening. I don't like most of them, but if you're listening, you're the one that I really like, and you're my good friend, and you're my guy. I know plenty of rich people who spend their money like idiots and who have tacky homes and tacky cars and are hard to be around. The Dodgers are the obnoxious rich person, other than they do everything right. Every dollar is spent as wisely as possible. They do spend money on going out and getting talent in the international market. They obviously have a huge brain trust that is not free, like Dave Roberts is well compensated. So are the people under Andrew Friedman. And part of the reason their farm system is so excellent, and Roberts hits on this, is because they put the resources into knowing how to draft and how to develop people. So I'm with you. They're the obnoxious rich guy, but they're the obnoxious rich guy that spends the money in a really smart way. I'm not rich. I want to be rich. People that are Royals fans aren't rich. They want their team to be rich. It's easier for me to root for the rich people out there when they're using their money a way that I respect and I admire. The Dodgers are not the Mets, and I know you're not saying that. You're not wrong to a degree, but I do respect the fact that Dodgers spend that money in a really impressive way. It's just they're smart with their cash.
Oh, yeah. Let me be very clear about this. There's baseball smart, and then there's real people, real world, real finance smart. The Mets, they're real financial hedge fund smart with Stephen Cohen, but they're baseball dumb. Right?
Real baseball dumb.
They're real baseball dumb. The Dodgers, baseball smart, real world smart too. And I think that's the thing about the Dodgers is, what if the rich guy and the smart guy had all the money, right? That is what they are. They are not just a team that is going to buy the golden eggs. They're going to buy the golden goose that plants those eggs, right? That gives up those eggs. And that's what they have with the farm system.
Fire, dude.
The
factory thing was...
But here's the thing. I want to ask you this, though.
Yeah.
So the reason for this is this. This is not to say, oh, Dave's wrong or this is that. For me, this is about, I want the Dodgers to just flex and be like, hey, forget all these teams. We are rich. And the reason why we're rich is because we're in Los Angeles. We have a great fan base. We've got 50,000 fans that show up every night. We've got a great TV deal because people watch. And the reason why the Dodgers are who they are is because of the O'Malleys bringing the Dodgers here. It's because of Sandy Koufax and Fernando Valenzuela and the fan base and everything that's led to this. This is not some Brooklyn Nets situation or a PSG situation, right?
Right. It's not an oil control. By the way, the TV deal is an anomaly for the Dodgers. It's a huge advantage. I will say this. I think a lot of people nationally don't recognize this. Dodgers tickets, a beer at a Dodgers game. I mean, those things are not free.
Yeah.
It is expensive. And so it's not just the Dodgers. Dodgers fans are helping to support and fund the Dodgers success project by spending the money. I'm telling you, Royals fans aren't paying the same amount of money for tickets in Kansas City that fans are paying for in L.A.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not like it's only rich people going to Dodgers games. It's not like NBA games now are now. It's everyday people who are willing to spend a significant amount of their money because they love this team. So I'm not mad about it. It's symbiotic. Dodgers fans are given a bunch of their cash to go to games, and the Dodgers Brain Trust are taking all of that money and investing it in the team. And that means that everybody who loves the Dodgers, fans, all the way to ownership, Andrew Friedman, everyone in between, they're on the same page. So everybody in the rest of the country can kiss the Dodgers. You know what? Can I read you one quick thing? I want to get your take on this because you brought up. So Dave Roberts definitely knows people are mad because he was asked about getting Tarek Skubal and said they would go ballistic. This is to Bob Nightingale at USA Today. He said, laughing, but we would have the prospect capital to do that. We are one of the teams that could do that with the Tigers for Detroit A's. Again, he's listened to the show. He's heard you pushing for Skubal, and he's laughing at the frustration of other people and pointing out what you've said. If the Dodgers want the guy, they can get the guy.
Exactly. And I actually like that quote being the other one because it was like, okay, let's lean into the villain, right? Let's be the villains. Let's be the Death Star. Let's be the team that everyone hates because you got to embrace it. And he's absolutely right. They have the prospect capital. The Dodgers can give you players that are ready now. They can give you future prospects. They can be able to absorb bad contracts. They can get a deal done every single way. And you got Andrew Friedman. And that's the biggest thing. I love that you had him on your list. I was really jealous of you. I was almost upset. Like, man, if Friedman sees this, and he said, you have him on your list when we did the...
Was he 2 yesterday? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he was 2. And you had him on your number 2 on your list of most important LA sports figures. And I was like, wow, I wish I had done that because to have a guy like that, you trust every move that he makes because even if a move doesn't go right, you know there's a plan B and C. And I always say that Friedman doesn't speak until it's ready to yell checkmate. So I'm kind of worried that Dave talked a little bit there. Like, don't say anything about Tarek Skubal, just kind of lay in the weeds. But he's absolutely right. The prospect capital would not be an issue. And I do I don't know, because that's one of those things. You mentioned reporters talking. That tells me that Dave and Bob Nightingale talked about Skubal after the interview.
Right.
And maybe there was something there because Bob was like, why would I do this if it wasn't a nothing?
100%.
Yeah. So that's kind of me reading a little deep into it.
The game within the game.
Yeah, the game within the game. So the Skubal sweepstakes are here. And like I said, you're win now. You can have a chance to three-peat. I'm going all in. I don't, yeah.
Can I brag on our behalf? Can I just say something that is true of this brand new show? And we are so thrilled to be the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we have gotten a lot of cool feedback from people in the comments, people who have called in at 855-97 LA Fan, people on the street who have recognized your voice or recognized that I work with you. I mean, it's been
all you, baby.
Like the feedback's been really, really, really cool. It's also true, if I can be a little Arrogance Wednesday. We, largely you, but I've had a couple moments, we have said many things on this show in the 2.5 weeks we've been live on 97.1 The Fan that have come to pass. You called the fact that Mookie had to drop in the lineup. You called the fact that he was going to stay in that cleanup spot. This is before cleanup spot, before that happened. You called the Pajes could move up in the lineup at sort of the start of this I mean, I could just go on and on. Had a couple moments too, but so this show is dedicated to you, the fan, and we got you, and we're going to be candid, and we're going to be honest. If I can also just be a little braggadocio on mostly my partner's behalf, but on the show's behalf, we're also killing it. We are working hard to bring you insight in advance, and Tarek Skubal as a potential Dodger is something you raised before. I mean, it was out there to a degree, but not. You are the person who's been at the forefront of this charge, right? You're Jon Snow, like with the sword by himself before everybody comes up behind him and saves the day at Winterfell. I went deep cut there because I love that. Hell yeah, dude. Good job by you. And good job on the Skubal stuff.
Job not finished, right? We got to secure. We got to land him, and then it's a long way to go. Here's the thing, too. I mean, you're absolutely right. And honestly, big shout out to you, man. You're the man. You kill it every single day. I learn from this guy every day. He's a radio legend, Bill Reiter.
Are you D-Mac's partner?
The most incredible voice of LA sports is right next to me, and could not be happier. But you're right. Like I would trade River Ryan. I wouldn't trade you. Okay, I would. Right, but
you would trade me for Skubal tomorrow.
Oh no, no way, no way.
I'm like Jared Verse. Like I
not
like
even
you.
Bobby Witt, not even Shohei Ohtani. Nothing. But yeah, you're absolutely right that this is going to be something that we're going to talk about all summer, and it's going to be linked to the performance of the starting rotation. And tonight, a great day, a holiday. Kids shouldn't be in school. It's Shohei Ohtani bump day. Let's all celebrate and watch Shohei. Go for Bill Reiter's Cy Young.
D-Mac and Reiter, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Two of those voices, D-Mac and I, disagree very much on the degree to which the Dodgers should invest in and focus on Shohei Ohtani winning the Cy Young Award. We're going to give you a breakdown from a very, very good MLB writer who put this together on what it needs to actually look like. What has to happen, whatever you think, for Shohei to win the Cy Young Award. That is next on D-Mac and Reiter. Mack and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. If you are streaming us on YouTube at The Fan LA, thank you. Go Barcelona. You can see my shirt. What do you got going today?
It's going a little black button. Remember I told you I wore this shirt yesterday, but I have multiple versions?
Wait. That's the same. No, I missed that.
It's the same shirt, but a different version of it. I have a couple of them.
You Steve Jobs that thing.
I did Steve Jobs it. So, yeah, it's not the same one. It's different. I should switch it up, though, so it's not that obvious.
Can I be honest? I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Had I noticed you were wearing the same shirt before the show, I would have been mean to you about it before the show.
It's okay. I'm here for it. I love it.
I would have.
I actually think that's one of my favorite Barca things you've rocked so far. That's
is
one of the
nice,
most
right?
over-the-top ones you've rocked so far.
Can I tell you, though, I get a lot of these in Spain. When I go to Barcelona, I'll go to the Barcelona store, and they do the zipper on the opposite side. It's all reversed, and so I can never zip it up. Even though I'm left-handed, you have to zip with the left thumb, not the right. It's really hard.
Interesting.
Is that a good share?
Yeah.
Should we cut that for social
No, it's
media?
like how
Is that a
magazines in
game changer?
Japan are the opposite way, too. Yeah, there you go. Knock it out, baby.
Game changer.
Let's go.
Push the like button. Please, if you're on the stream at The Fan LA on YouTube, push the bell button. It'll alert you to all the content that we're doing. So Freddie Freeman yesterday talked about, after that Dodgers win, he's still swinging a really good bat, about winning because this Dodgers team has the best player, Shohei Ohtani, on the face of the earth.
That's why we've been winning a lot. When you have the greatest player of all time playing this game on your team, and he's hot like he is right now, it's fun to watch, fun to be a part of, and it's nice when he gets on. It seems like every single time he's creating havoc on the bases, extra base hits, and you get to watch him do everything tomorrow.
Yeah, and by doing everything that is pitch, as you noted, he's the Dodgers' Wednesday starter. If there's a Wednesday game, Shohei Ohtani is pitching. You and I disagree on the degree to which we think the Dodgers and Shohei should invest bandwidth and energy and time and risk in him chasing a Cy Young Award. I think it's paramount and amazing. You want Shohei to give up 11 earned runs so that the farce can end. That's kind of true, though.
It's not.
You said it once.
So I will look. Let me stand behind this.
Okay.
I would love to see Shohei Ohtani win a Cy Young,
but
if it doesn't get in the way of the Dodgers' ultimate goals. What I did say a couple weeks ago, I'm not sure it was a practice show or a real show. They're all a blur at this point. Okay, a real show. It was later in the show, too. I'm a little wacky, right? The third hour's different than the first hour. I've learned that the last couple of weeks, okay? So to give you some grace there. But what I did say was that it might not be the worst thing, and I know no one wants to hear this. I know this is a very unpopular opinion, and that is that if Shohei did have a couple starts where you gave up a couple runs, maybe even 10, maybe even 15,
I have a notebook.
Maybe even more runs that would maybe impact his ERA to the point where...
It's the old journals to me.
Christopher Sanchez, he's going tonight against Walker Buehler in San Diego, sporting that 44 2/3 innings scoreless inning streak, and guys like Jacob Mizorowski and Paul Skeens, that if you did throttle down just to a degree, not a lot, but if you just throttled down, and maybe it didn't look like Shohei is going to make every single start this year like he wants to do. That's the conversation you had with the organization. If you did throttle it down a little bit, you see what the bat does. When Shohei hits like he has lately, the Dodgers have won 15 of the last 19 games. They've grown a nice lead in the National League West, and this is my fear, is we have never seen this, Bill. And I know that's one of my favorite things about you is you're always looking for something you've never seen, right? You're looking for greatness.
I do. I want it.
And
I'm selfish as a fan.
And I am too, and I agree. Okay,
what's the painting where the guy reaches up and touches the finger of God? I want that in my sports moments. I want to reach for the sports divine. By the way, you and I are getting to know each other. I feel like we've been friends for years. It's amazing that we've only known each other.
I've seen that. The Michelangelo, right?
Yeah, the Michelangelo and the friendship of, I'm reaching out to you.
There you go.
You're up
okay.
Here. One of the things that I love about you is you lie so good. I mean, you lie so just.
Wait, how am I lying right here?
You didn't say I hope he gives up an earned run here or there.
No, I said no. Did you hear what I said? I said I literally just said now, an earned run or 2 or 10.
So you
did I not burst?
Oh, did you?
I was just joking.
So
right?
you
I said
fools.
10. I said 10.
So
and I will stand on business. I did say
by the way,
10 runs.
You could be right. Like what I love about sports talk radio and being a sports fan about LA is you could be right. There is inherent risk in Ohtani pitching and hitting. You're 1,000% right. As a different way to kind of chop this up here on 97.1 The Fan, on D-Mac and Reiter, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, thanks for hanging with us, Los Angeles. There's this great story that I like that I'm telling you about it since you sent it to me, but there's this great story from MLB.com by Manny Randhawa that's really good. And it doesn't make the argument what should happen or shouldn't. It just goes through his belief of what needs to happen for Ohtani to win a Cy Young Award. So I'm gonna recap this, and you give me your take here on how likely you think these things are. He's got 3 points. His first point is that Ohtani, whose earned run average right now is 0.82, has to have an earned run average below 2. And he points out the lowest ERA for a qualified starter in the history of baseball since the mound was lowered. In 1969 is Dwight and Gooden's incredible 1.53 earned run average over 35 starts for the Mets in 1985. Obviously, Ohtani is very, very much below that, but he also points out that Ohtani's expected ERA over the 55 innings he's pitched so far, D-Mac, based on sort of quality opponent contact and all those stats, is 2.38. Really, really good, but not 0.82, and that there might be aggression to the mean. Then he makes 2 interesting points. He points out that Ohtani has had some control issues, even in the no-hitter through 6 where he got pulled, and that doesn't bode well. But then he also said on the flip side, what if he locks in pitching-wise the way he has hitting-wise? And so 2.00 earned run average or below that, it's not impossible, right?
It's not impossible. You're absolutely right. And I love that you bring up the expected ERA, advanced stats, my love language. So I appreciate that. And what that really says right there is that at some point, he's going to run into a game where you're going to give up some runs. In his last couple of starts, both starts which he hit and pitch at a high level, hit home runs, right? He's going to be in the lineup tonight while he pitches, at least right now. That's what Dave Roberts says is the plan. He's had some shorter starts. He's had some inefficient starts. His last start, where it looked like you were struggling with command, he had a 56% strike rate. He had a season-high 4 walks, and he said after the game he just couldn't find it. So at some point, he's going to have a clunker. Will he be at that Bob Gibson or the Dwight Gooden where you're there in the ones were just insane? And those guys are doing it.
Doesn't it give you goosebumps, though?
It really does. Because those guys do it 300 innings, right?
Right.
You could hit those dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not but the hitters have advanced, right? And he also hits every single day at a high level. I think that he probably, when the season's over, could be at the 220 range, which still could get like a 2.2 ERA, 2.20, something in that range. Under 2, though.
The advantage of not pitching every 6 days, maybe. I'm going to lean into the optimism. I love that you talk Ohtani with your head, and you have your heart in it, and I talk Ohtani with my heart and don't use my brain at all. Second thing that Manny Randhawa from MLB.com in an excellent article making an argument for what has to happen if Ohtani can win the Cy Young, it is a K rate, a strikeout rate above 30%. And he makes a really interesting point that because of volume of innings pitched, which we'll get to as the third one, he's not gonna have as many strikeouts as the guys he's competing against. But he says that if he can have a rate of striking guys out that is above 30%, that it might, from a sabermetrician perspective, win over some voters. He points out that Ohtani's career strikeout rate as a pitcher is 31.1%. He's only at 28.6% so far this season. Sanchez and Skeens are currently at a strikeout rate of 29.4%, so ahead of Ohtani, but below Ohtani's career strikeout rate. And so if he can get back up to over 30%, he thinks it's very possible. And then going deep sort of into the weeds here, he writes that Ohtani's 2 primary weapons this season have been among the best pitches in baseball, that his 4-seam fastball is tied with Kevin Gausman's for the 4th best pitch in baseball at a run value of plus 10, and that his sweeper, Ohtani's sweeper, has been the best sweeper in the majors at a plus 9 run value and has generated a 39% whiff rate. Fancy, your love language, D-Mac's love language here on D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Fancy way of saying he thinks Ohtani can get that strikeout rate higher, much higher.
And that does bode well. Like, the fact that we've been talking about this tells you how good of a pitching year that Shohei Ohtani's having.
That's true.
But he picked a pretty bad year, Bill, to want to win a Cy Young, right? He picked the wrong year. Christopher Sanchez, 3.3 F4 already, a 1.47 ERA. Jacob Mizorowski throwing 100 billion 5 miles per hour. Feels like every single pitch, a 1.65 ERA. You got Paul Skeens, I still think hasn't gotten close to pitching his best baseball. If I had to pick right now, I think Paul Skeens would somehow emerge because of how good a pitcher he is.
You like him as the favorite?
I kind of do. I think Christopher Sanchez is having such a special year.
Did Skeens have a bad outing? Like he had a couple shelled in his first outing, right, or something, or second outing.
Yeah, he had a couple clunkers early on. I think his first start wasn't a good start. I want to say it was the Mets, top of my head, but
sounds right.
Yeah, but if this was, I really, you got me excited yesterday. Like I said, I don't know about you. I like your wife Lori. I re-listened to every podcast. I re-listened to every podcast.
I see what you did.
And you got me excited when you were mad about the Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio thing.
I am mad about it
And
still.
you got me hyped, and I love that. You really got me lit with that. And for me, it's 2012, R.A. Dickey winning a Cy Young over Clayton Kershaw because he had a knuckleballer. He had a gimmick, and he wasn't that great. If this was Shohei that year, I'm like, okay, let's roll. Let's ride. Let's continue to go with this. And I get it. And you know what's funny? Because it's actually true. You're actually really spot on with things about me as far as me being protective of other people. I'm not protective of myself. Like, I'll skydive, I'll do crazy stuff.
Oh, I believe it.
But my wife was saying, oh, I can't wait till Kira has a lemonade stand. And I was like, we're going to hire security to be by the lemonade
That's very
stand.
sweet.
Like, when she goes outside, she's got a helmet on just to go to the mailbox. Like, I am like that. But for Shohei...
You're a helicopter parent for Shohei.
I guess I am. I'm Shohei's helicopter parent. But I do want to present something to you, though. So we've never seen Shohei go wire to wire like this. Okay, yeah. We're going to pick this up later.
No,
Let's
tell
pick
me.
this up.
Hit me.
We just
Hit
have
me.
never seen this wire to wire on a good team. We've seen wire to wire on a bad team. This is wire to wire on a good team. We have to play and pitch for another month to get a third straight World Series title.
I know I have to rush here, but the third one is at least 170 innings, which I would argue with, but it's his article, not mine. Obviously, you need 162 innings to qualify, pitching every 6 days. He'll probably make somewhere around 27 starts by the end of the regular season. So he's basically on pace for 165. This writer thinks he has to get to 170. I'll just point out to people, 162 and he qualifies, and the voters can vote for him.
Yeah. If they have a reason to vote for him with that ERA, I think you're right. That's his best chance. And maybe a special moment, like another no-hitter where he throws 150 pitches if you're the manager.
Yeah, or how about 113?
There you go.
Oh my gosh, you're dropping it in there. You get okay. You know what? You got me there a little bit. I'm glad that Lori's a big fan of yours, though. That's she's listening to the show. She's a big fan. She loves that we're working together. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? You're right?
Angie.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. T-Mac and Reiter, 97.1. The Fan. Love you, Lori. Love you, babe. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. You don't have to be Lori. You don't have to be... By the way, my wife, I know we have to go. You know what? On the other end of it, I'm going to have you give me marriage advice, and we're going to nominate the Rooter Hero of the Day nominees next. T-Mac and Reiter.
Have you ever taken your family to dinner?
of the show, the always on time and never threading the needle that makes Bursch freak out, Doug McCain and Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Before we get to the nominees for Hero of the Day, I actually really want your honest wife marriage feedback, since you brought Lori up because you're a big fan of the fans of the show.
Yeah.
However they consume it.
Yeah.
For your Odyssey app, the FM.
I could have gone the wife. I know I did
the
full
fan
name
LA.
there.
You know, I liked it.
Jeez. Yeah.
By the way, many of you on YouTube streaming, thank you. Push the little bell alarm button and the like button if you would. Okay, I want you to tell me. I've been married for 20 years. I had my 20-year anniversary last October. You tell me who's right or wrong here. You've got to be honest. Sometimes you you try to be nice.
I'll be honest.
When I met my wife, I called her babe all the time. Hey, babe, hand me the salt, please. Hey, babe, you want to have dinner? What's up, babe? For years. And then one day, 3 years ago, she woke up and she goes, I don't like the term babe. I don't want you to call me that. And I said, too bad. That's like me saying, hey, I don't really want to be called Bill anymore. I want you to call me Jimmy.
Yeah.
No, we kind of have a rhythm here.
I mean, to wait that long.
Long time.
Yeah, that's a long time. How many did you say?
I mean, I would say she would
Wait,
say.
you call her babe.
Since I met her.
And what does she call you?
Bill.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah. Good, Bill, babe.
She can call me. She can call me whatever she wanted over the years. But you're going to reset the rules
I call
one
my
day?
wife Yo. Yeah. Yo, Gene. Yo.
Also approved.
She
by
hates the
board of
fact that I
approval.
don't have a name like that. Yeah.
Do I have to stop calling her babe?
No, it's been too long. It sticks. You can't choose your nickname sometimes. It's not her nickname, but you've committed to that. And she had like a 1 year window, maybe
Sure.
to say, oh, look, I don't like the babe thing. And also too, what is
5-year window?
If she 5-year window maybe. So if she doesn't call you babe, what would she want? Does she want to be called?
Lori.
I'm not gonna say her name again. Okay,
No, you can say her name.
It's
with a gleam in your eye and a wink.
Yeah. So she wants to be called. I like the babe, man. I like the babe.
Hey, but
yeah.
Literally one time we were
Sup,
out to
babe?
dinner recently, hey, love you, babe. And she's like, don't call me that. I'm like, do you want me to say I hate you, Lori? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
she's going to love this segment.
I hate when people call people honey bun. That one's the red flag for me. So, yeah, none of that. When they call people honey bun, like, oh, hey, honey bun. Yeah.
Do people
That's
call
Evan
people
Phillips' nickname, by the way.
honey bun?
Yeah.
Honey bun's a little edgy.
Yeah, it's a
You know?
lot. Yeah. Babe's safe.
I almost had a couple examples, but I feel like Bursch would have freaked out. Dodgers lineup: Shohei, Pages, Freeman, Betts, Tucker, standard. Muncy, Will Smith, Alex Call, Freeland, and this Mohei, June Tani.
There you go. I love it.
I'm glad we're not keeping score today. Rooter Hero of the Day. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. This is the part of the show where we nominate our heroes of the day, our Rooter Hero of the Day, and we'll get it narrowed down to 4 from the crew, from Sam and from Bursch, and people can vote, including Lori, who's a babe to me, my babe. Okay, and you can vote on YouTube at The Fan LA or X at The Fan LA. Start us off, D-Mac. Who you got?
I'm gonna go with the NBA and the powers that be that made the decision to put the NBA Finals logo of the trophy behind the team logo on the court. The last couple years, we didn't see that. I don't know if you know this, but social media basically bullied them into having a digital version last year. So I'm so excited to see that. So nostalgia for me. Late 90s, early 2000s, watching the big Larry O'Brien trophy on the court. It's going to be spectacular. Can't wait to see it.
That's a great call, dude.
I can't wait. I'm into that stuff.
I am too. I love it.
Yeah.
D-Fish was, can I call him D-Fish? Derek Fisher, my colleague, was talking about this on Derek and Decker earlier in the show. Speaking of which, they talked to Les Snead, and we're going to play all of Les Snead's answers in a couple hours here on the program and give you our perspective on what we think the Rams GM's comments mean. My next nominee is the person I think should win. I think this person should win, hands down, with all respect to whoever else is nominated by me or you or anyone else. Tanner Scott. Tough outing on Saturday. The reason the Dodgers lost. A bunch of scumbags, horrible human beings, as you noted, on social media, reached out or addressed and bullied and his wife with threats toward her and their family. And great outing yesterday. And not that baseball matters compared to the garbage these idiots were spewing, but also a response to haters like that. And just, I love that he had that moment, his next outing out. Great job, Tanner Scott, got the save, closed it out in the 9th, Dodgers win 6-5, and given the sort of ugliness and background to the real life stuff and just the struggles in the baseball stuff on Saturday, I thought it was a really cool moment.
I did too. I really did too. And I think this fan base long overdue to really support Tanner Scott. Here's the thing. Go to a game and boo all day. Boo! I'm all in favor of people booing people, right?
Boo.
Sorry, I've done a lot of boos in my life, but gotten booed too. Not today.
Shame on them.
I kind of miss it. Kind of want it. Kind of need it injected to my veins.
Don't do it.
Okay. Yeah! Yes! That's what I'm talking about.
You're in the timeout.
Okay. You can boo Bill. You can heckle Bill. There's a part where it gets way too far. Those aren't Dodgers fans. Those are scumbags. They're probably just some degenerates. But I'm going next. And this one I really, really feel good about. And it's going to Emmett Sheehan, right-handed pitcher for the Dodgers. Yesterday was Lou Gehrig's day. And on his glove, he has KALS to raise awareness for Lou Gehrig's disease. And how about this? He went to Boston College, played baseball there, and his teammate there at Boston College was Pete Frates, who had ALS, who actually created the Ice Bucket Challenge. Isn't that wild? So he wears that on his glove.
Oh, wow.
Has the ALS there. Shout out to Sarah Langs, too. She's incredible with her baseball information. So, yeah, I think Emmett Sheehan, great dude. Cool story.
Are you ready to watch me take my lips and attach them to one of the boss's spots? Ready?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That did not come out. I'm trying to do it PG.
That's on my level of weirdness.
PG-13.
That's on my level.
Raj Grobes, I apologize for that intro. Raj Grobes, the assistant program director here at 97 on the Fan, where I used to work. In the break, things could change. I currently work. It's a great get on getting Les Snead. And the first moment that Les Snead was doing media, he was on this station for ULA because we are the voice of the fan and we are here for you. And when news breaks, the people that you want to hear from are going to be on 97.1 The Fan LA. It happened at 7 in the morning. We were first up. Let's get it. Way to go. I mean, Raj is the person who booked that. So Raj, it's the whole station, but I'm giving Raj the credit.
Yeah, Cool Vibes was a person. It'd be Raj Grobes, man. That
He's
guy,
cool, dude.
He gets it.
He's fun,
the
man.
Jewelry, the shirts, the vibes. He DJs.
You should have. If you ever get invited to go to beers with him and our boss Andrew and me, you should show up and not no show. I think you'd have fun.
Oh, wow.
I would not no show. Just if it ever happens.
I definitely lean to that one.
Do you know what I'm saying? That could be fun. If you
funny?
lived up to your word and came and hung out with us. If it ever comes up.
Anyone that knows me, I am like the most anti-flake. I do not
That
flake.
is not true.
I do
already
not
know
flake.
you.
No, I'm not.
No,
You either make the time or you make the excuse. Those are the only two options, and I make the time. I was forced to go to a terrible zoo in Santa Ana.
I don't believe you. I think you're totally
I showed you the
unreliable.
flyer. I showed you the flyer. It was in Santa Ana, 11:30. I had to go to
I
the
believe
zoo.
you went to
$2.
Santa Ana.
Yeah.
I don't believe you're a reliable social sort of arriver.
I definitely am.
I told Lori, have I mentioned my wife Lori? I told my wife Lori that when we sort of invite you and your wife out, we're just going to set like 19 dinner dates. We'll see which one you show up to.
Okay.
You know?
Follow this on the show. 0 flakes. No flakes.
All right.
Always on time.
Other than, okay,
yeah.
sorry.
Last one I'll give Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani definitely gets mine. Why? Because he's the only athlete on the Forbes 50. He's on track to earn $127 million. He's the highest earning baseball player in history, and he's a reason why the Dodgers can defer that contract, put talent around him. It's always Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Juntani, as we like to call him, right?
Everything about it, I love doing this show, D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan. We are going to get into Derek Fisher making a great point about losing and greatness that applies to the Rams now, next on D-Mac and Reiter.
They have the sources. They have the pulse. And they're the... Woo, woo, woo. LA, it's time to turn it up. It's time to lock into LA's pregame with Doug McCain and Bill Reiter. Real sports talk, real LA. Right now, it's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
What up? Welcome into the show. D-Mac and Reiter, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan. Thanks for hanging. If you want to call us, 855-97-LA-FAN. You can also text us on that number, 855-97-LA-FAN. Stream us at The Fan LA, The Fan LA. I do like driving around listening to Derek and Decker 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. I'm usually sort of listening about 6:40 to 7:40. I'm a human Uber for my family. You'll get there too because your daughter, you have one right now, younger than my kids. My kids are older. All I do is just drive around. But now it's more pleasant because I get to listen to the station.
I love watching the show. It's the first thing, I'm not even joking. When I wake up at 6 a.m., I literally get my phone out and I start watching just because I want to make sure the studio's still there, right? Everything's intact. Like, a place to go to work today. It still exists, right?
What would have happened to it?
Exactly. You never know. Aliens, things like that.
That's fair.
A lot of people, Raj, our friend, right? He likes aliens, but it's a great show. I mean, Derek Fisher, it's just an awesome show because they really get into it. And getting Les Snead, that was a flex, bro.
What a get.
Like early in, you're getting basically the guy that has the answers to most of our questions here in LA right now. And it was a fantastic interview, too. A lot of fun, a lot of laughs, a lot of insight. Thought it was fantastic.
We are going to play the entire thing for you, the entirety of the Rams GM's answers 1 hour from now. And we've got some thoughts, some perspectives. Somebody, my partner, pulled out some crazy stats coming off of what Les Snead said to the guys this morning. So we've got great content for you on that Myles Garrett trade in an hour. In listening to those guys, by the way, Raj Grobes, I'm just going to say that he's great at his job. I'm not even going to try to explain what he was pushing Derek Fisher's buttons today about the Lakers' loss in one of the finals. And it was pretty good. It was really good radio. And Derek Fisher, sort of in the course of having these bad memories dredged up and remembering what it was like to lose to the Celtics, said something about Derek Fisher's experience losing and then winning in LA and how it could apply to the Rams that I think is, at least for me, in thinking and talking about Myles Garrett's addition and Stafford is the reigning MVP and the Rams as the favorites, it's an ingredient I had missed and not thought about as it relates to why the Rams very much should be and could be the dominant force over the next couple of years.
Losing to the Celtics in 08 in the finals, it fueled what came next, which was titles in 09 and 2010. So the failures and adversities are kind of seeds and soil for high levels of success. And so the Rams, kind of basically confronting, what feels like as an athlete sometimes as coaches that you kind of fail to meet the moment. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean you're a failure, but you failed to meet the moment. And you want to do everything you possibly can to make sure the next time you have a crack at that moment that you're now more prepared than you were the last time. And the Rams are doing everything they possibly can to give themselves that chance.
So, D-Mac, one of the things that you're going to learn about me is that I am obsessed with the power, the destructive power and the power for being a catalyst for greatness of failure. And the ways in which I think that the difference between who should I pick on? A James Harden and a, Jalen Brunson is how they navigate the difficult moments of career and life and all of those things. This really sort of spoke to me. And obviously we know that we've talked nonstop here on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan about the Rams and the roster construction and McVay's hunger and the fact that Stafford is by the MVP that he won last year, the best quarterback in the National Football League, at least entering the season, and the addition of Myles Garrett and the hope that Aaron Donald's going to arrive. But there is still, no matter how hungry you are, you can get complacent, right? You can lose a little bit of the edge of the habits in anything in life. Radio, selling insurance, playing for the Los Angeles Rams, trying to win a Super Bowl. When you have success, when you have wealth, when you have comfort. There's two expressions that sort of strike me here. One is, what's the boxing one? It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and train when you're sleeping on silk sheets. I think I butchered it, but close. And Pat Riley always talked about the disease of more and wrote about it in his biography and how the more you win, the more you succeed, the more you get paid, the harder it is to focus and to stay focused. And with a football team, right, you've got a lot of guys. It's not tennis where one guy just has to stay focused. It's not even an NBA where a couple guys are the keys. I wonder if you're with me on this. In hearing D-Fish talk about that and remembering the Lakers' heartbreaking loss of the Celtics and how they responded, I think what the Rams experienced in the NFC Championship game and how close they got, and the fact of all teams, it was the Seahawks who did what the Seahawks did, that makes me like the Rams' chances 10 times more than I did yesterday, and I like the Rams' chances yesterday.
No doubt about it. Absolutely with a bullet. That there's something that has to do that. Look, Derek Fisher, of course, he's been through the wars. He's had the big shots. He's won the championships. But I think for the Rams, I look at, can they channel it? Because what Kobe did, what D. Fish did, it was to such an extreme. I'll never forget that loss as a fan when they lost to the Celtics by 39, and Kobe was dejected, and it looked like he was never going to have a ring without Shaq. And what happened last year, the very next season when they beat the Magic, Kobe said after the fact that he didn't want to crack his smile the entire run, right? Every time you would see Kobe, whether it's against the Nuggets, he's doing the scowl, the Mamba look, the Mamba face, and then what happens, he wins, everything's great, and he feels like he's validated with that championship. That was such an extreme. That was like when Batman got his back broken by Bane, right? It was the ultimate extreme, and then they channeled that. I think the Rams are the same thing. I'll never forget after the Rams lost in the NFC Championship game, there were a lot of reports after and things that I heard that was the most emotional that they had ever seen Sean McVay after a loss in the history of his career.
Wow.
That he wasn't just sad and yelling, he was crying. Like tears were coming out of his eyes. And the reason why is Sean McVay knows when he has a Super Bowl champion team. And he knew that he might not get there again. And the Rams have leveled up every season, right? They've won the division, you won a wild card game, then you lose to the Eagles in a heartbreaking fashion in the snow in the division round a couple years ago, and then you get as close as you could possibly get. You lose in the NFC Championship game. So if you look at that pattern, the pattern is to get to the Super Bowl, but this time you want to break that pattern and not lose and just get there. You want to win it. So I absolutely think that this team is so incredibly motivated to win another title, and that these losses are fueling that. And it helps, too, when you fuel it with additions like Myles Garrett. And hopefully we'll see if they get number 99 back, too.
And just to double down on this point a little bit, that we're not just searching for something to talk about, that losing can spur winning and greatness, but that winning can make it harder to be successful. If you look back at the Patriots, who are the biggest dynasties of the last 20 years? All right, so it's the Patriots in the National Football League. And if you want to just sort of be cheap or mean to Bill Belichick, you could just say Tom Brady. But he didn't win back-to-back Super Bowls, right? He had to have losses to spur other wins. And speaking of the Spurs, that was on purpose, and we're not doing that today. I would argue that the Spurs are one of the great dynasties just because they spread it out. They didn't win back-to-back titles. They had to spread theirs out. The teams that were able to win back-to-backers are very rare, and they have the greatest players in the history of their franchises, or close to it as part of them, whether it's Kobe Bryant or whoever it is. I know we know that the NFL, the NBA, all these sports are massively competitive. And there are a multitude of people out there who on various teams who are hell-bent and focused and obsessive and maybe unhealthy in the service of winning. Of course, you'd rather have the Rams win last year in the NFC Championship game. But I think, the Rams losing, and I didn't know the McVay tears thing, to me is, like D-Fish said, the seed and the soil for a dominant run for a year or two. And that was true before Myles Garrett. I mean, Myles Garrett is now a part of this sort of machine of revenge and getting it done and trying to prevent crying your way through a moment where you let your team down in your own mind's eye if you're Sean McVay because you had a Super Bowl level team and you're not getting a ring.
Exactly. And that's how you get up the mat, right? It's not just we're going to improve with our internal players and get better. We're going to make sure that we have the very best roster put together because guess what? The Super Bowl's at SoFi Stadium next year.
Oh, and right, yeah.
You want to capitalize on having a Super Bowl in your backyard, and that's just the perfect way to, I wouldn't say end this run because I think this team is built for a couple Super Bowls, and I think that Matthew Stafford could play a couple more years, but it's not like it's that early Super Bowl that we saw Tom Brady win in his first one or Mahomes win in his first run. We knew that those were, okay, this team could contend for a decade, right? This version of the Rams not going to contend for a decade, but in the next 2 to 3 years, as many chips as you can stack, which is not easy. I like what McVay said yesterday was, who was the Super Bowl favorite last year, right? It was the Eagles. What happened to them, right? So you just go into the season as the favorite doesn't always mean you're going to win a Super Bowl and be a champion. But I think that this team is not just talented, they're motivated, they have a purpose. Sean McVay wants to be the greatest coach that he can ever be. And I think that he's on the trajectory to join that list of the Belichicks and the great coaches, the Popoviches, the Phil Jacksons. Like, that is on the table for him, right? That's on the table for Sean McVay. I don't think that's on the table for J.J. Redick. I think that's on the table for maybe Dave Roberts could get there, but Sean McVay could go down as a top 5 coach in the history of coaches.
D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Are you a fan of the movie Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
There's a part where...
Moranis, right?
Is it Seymour? Whatever. The alien plant thing feeds it blood and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? It becomes a monster. You talking about Kobe and D-Fish talking about that experience made me sort of think that maybe... I'm going to give you my theory and you tell me if you think this is right. I think Kobe Bryant probably went to another level of competitiveness, which is saying something. He was already a monster, but that loss was the blood, right? It was like the beginning of feed me on the anger and the angst and the frustration and the focus. Who is the version of that with the Rams? Like, who's the Kobe Bryant of, I'm going to feed off the dark energy? It's Sean McVay, right? It's Sean McVay who's the guy that, like Kobe after 2008, is going to remember the bitter taste of what should have been and could have been and want to never experience it again, take his monster and get to a huge, bigger level, feed it with the blood of disappointment?
It's a really good question because I think you could throw it on a couple of different guys, right? I think you could throw it on to Sean McVay, of course. That's the one that we talked about. Just
he's insane, dude.
He's insane. He's a psychopath. The we, not me, and the energy that just pops off the screen, and he wants it badly. And this guy is just an absolute thunderbolt to his team. But I think from a player standpoint, there's a couple interesting options you could go with. You go with, is it Puka Nacua, who wants to change his reputation and put the whole season behind me, saying, hey, this is bad boy Puka. I'm still great, and I want to get that contract. I think it could be Myles Garrett, though. I think it's the new guy because he spent his entire career in Cleveland, right? Going from Cleveland to L.A., just think about how incredible that has to feel for him, not just because of it's L.A. over Cleveland as a city and a place to live, but it's also a team where he can win and fight for a championship. He mentioned it yesterday during his presser, and one thing I was mentioning was, the sack numbers were, I think, even possibly down because he wasn't in situations late in games to make those plays. And Myles Garrett said that, hey, he can't wait to be on the field when he can make winning plays for the Rams to end games. So I think it's him. I think he's the most motivated guy on the team.
Oh, that's an amazing answer. By the way, we are going to play you, Los Angeles, all of Les Snead's comments to the guys, to Derek and Decker, the morning show, and they did an amazing job interviewing the Rams GM about Myles Garrett and where the Rams are at. We're going to play every answer Les Snead gave us here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, at 4 o'clock. So we're going to get into that in a very, very serious way. Let me ask you a question you asked me. This is like the great part of like my job is like you come up with great ideas and then I got to be like, let me give you a smart idea that actually you came up with 3 days ago.
Crazy.
It's pretty great, dude.
Yeah.
T-Mac and Reiter. But no, I
peeked at Harvard headlines, okay?
It was peeked at Harvard. Oh, that's pretty funny. You threw me off there, which I feel like I like to think it's hard to do. Who is going to win more rings in Los Angeles? Or it could be the same number. Luka Doncic, who's nowhere near, I think we agree, at a championship level in terms of his team, but has in theory a much longer amount of runway, or Myles Garrett, who is at a championship level in a sport though that has a lot more parity and like one play can change your season, but probably has what, a 2-year window, a 3 if we're being generous for Garrett.
The immediate window is 3. It could be 5, and then we talk about does Ty Simpson turn into the quarterback that he could be. He's in a better spot because he's got a better defense.
You hate Ty Simpson.
I'm not a big fan of the pig. But let me just say this, though.
Yeah, talk to me.
And I feel like my brain wants to say Myles Garrett, right? It wants to say Myles Garrett because of the way this roster is assembled. They look like the Avengers, and Hulk just joined his group, right? And they got everything they need to win a Super Bowl. But the superstars just find a way to win a title for the Lakers. Like, is Luka going to be Elgin Baylor? I mean, is Luka really, or is Luka going to
I'm worried he's going to
force
be
his way out,
dude?
Yeah,
like that's like my. I'm with you. I think
the Lakers just find a way to win a title, right? Even when it seems like there's no chance.
Here's the thing. I don't buy that approach anymore.
Yeah,
because we're post Kobe and the NBA's changed. I'm gonna go that the correct answer is Luka Doncic. but I think it's because of who owns the Lakers now. And we've talked a lot about the Dodgers-ification of the Lakers. I do think that they are going to do what is required to turn the Lakers into a winning a machine of just winning, just like they have the Dodgers. They can't do that on any timeline with the next 2 or 3 or 4 years if it doesn't center around Luka Doncic. They have a cornerstone they can build around. It may take I think the Rams are winning championships or competing for championships over the next 2 years, and that if that's the end of the window, it's an if, and they have to win them. That's when I think the Lakers window opens. I don't think the Lakers can compete for a championship a year from now, but I think in 2 or 3 they can. And if they do that, and Luka says to hell with it, I'll stay in the South Bay, I'll stay in LA, I'll be a Laker for the remainder of my career. He's good enough that if he has the right people around him, and I think the Guggenheim Group will do that, I think he can win 2 or 3.
See, that sounds like the Laker way, right? Your superstar, if he's a top 3 player, if he's an MVP player. The only thing for me, though, is Victor Wembanyama. Like, that's what scares me.
That's fair, dude.
And like you mentioned, the NBA is not the same. With the aprons and teams falling back in the pack, you have to draft right. I need to see it before I can buy into it. And I don't want to give Rob Pelinka the benefit of the doubt. I want to see someone else in that chair before I want to say, oh, I think Luka's going to win those titles. So
I do want Pelinka fired yesterday.
There you go, right? He wasn't on the show today. Les Snead was, right? And Les Snead's a guy who I trust more to win a title. Titles are so hard. Super Bowls are so hard. It just feels like a guy like Myles Garrett, right? He's going to really end his career without a Super Bowl, right? With this team, with this franchise. It feels like all of a sudden, and I'm still like in the processing mode, and then you throw in Aaron Donald now as a possibility, and just looking at this roster.
Yes, please.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it is Superman the Justice League, right? I mean, they're a super team. Can they deal with expectations? We'll see. But I do think, look, Myles Garrett's going to win a title. Sean McVay is not going to be a coach that just wins one Super Bowl. I'll go with Myles Garrett, and I'll go with the Rams.
I don't want to enter this into I don't want to put this into the universe, but it is my job here, our job on DMAC and Reiter, to say the real things on 97.1 The Fan. So how do I say this without, I'll knock on some wood? It's a very, very thin window in the National Football League. There's only 17 games. Obviously, it's not a best-of-7 series. If a very particular person whose name I don't want to say but might rhyme with, I don't know, Hat Mafford gets injured at a certain point, right? It can derail everything. Like, Ty Simpson jokes aside, you can't have Luka Doncic get injured in June, but Luka can have a bad moment, a really bad moment, and get hurt in November, and the season can be spared. And so the power of bad luck is what I'm trying to say in the National Football League does worry me a little bit. If the Rams are healthy, if everybody is healthy, there's still no guarantee of play here or there. But man, I don't think there's been a bigger favorite in the National Football League that I can think of in the last, even with the Chiefs and even at the height of Brady's powers. It's in living memory for me. Problem is the luck factor and the margin for error and the sample size is just so limited because it's the National Football League. It's different. It's just different than the NBA that it pushes me again toward the Lakers feeling safer, even if the Rams feel more immediate right now.
Yeah, no doubt. I think, too, with that, too, you're absolutely right, is injury is going to impact you in a significant way in the NBA. If you lose Luke, it's over, right? If you lose Stafford, it's over, right? When the Rams won the Super Bowl last time around, they were able to fill in when they got some injuries. Robert Woods, you had OBJ, you had Jordan Fuller, you had Eric Weddle, you had Von Miller, so there were some additions along the way. Does feel like the Rams are a team that is a team of destiny, though. And I
does,
think
doesn't it?
Because you attach this whole, like we were talking about, to go back to the fish angle, where you channeled that and you use that loss as fuel to get to a title. It feels like Luka doesn't care about these losses that you had with LeBron and Reeves. He wants to start his own chapter. So Luka almost needs to have his own 08 finals loss to really start the process. Maybe you could say that he already suffered that because he already lost in the finals to the Celtics a couple years ago. But I will say, Luka's injuries, especially in the playoffs, that is a cause for concern for me, because that's one of 5 players that's going to be on the court, that's going to be your most impactful player. I think the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl next year. I mean, wow, hot take. Breaking news, Rams guy picks the Rams. But
get it out!
I don't see the path to the title right now for the Lakers until I see significant roster upgrades with LeBron and with Luka and with Austin Reeves.
This is the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and we're going to have Les Snead's interview from earlier in the day on Derek and Decker with you. We're going to play it for you. We're going to give you some perspectives in about 35 or 36 minutes. DMAC and Reiter, can I 855-97 LA fan. We didn't talk about this before. Can I rapid fire 3 questions at you and just get your first sort of Rorschach test answer?
Yeah.
So it's minimum championships that have to be won, minimum, to feel like it hasn't been a wasted era. From here on in, not what's happened, the Dodgers with Shohei, starting today, how many more World Series have to be won to feel like minimum not wasted?
2.
That's what I was going to say. Rams with Myles Garrett.
1.
This is the hard one. Lakers with Luka.
1.
It's 1, dude.
The NBA is different. It's a new team every year. And it's harder to make the dynasties.
Dude, the Wemby point is such a... I don't even know what the comp is, and they play tonight in a couple hours. He might be the best player. We might look back, and he might be the best player in history, and the window closes for everybody. The way Jordan closed the window and the way LeBron in the East closed the window for 25 years combined.
And that's a terrifying thing. And we all know how talented he is. The Lakers have their work cut out for him. I mean, the Spurs are a traditional power at this point in the Western Conference. There's no Wemby in sight. There's no Wemby in sight for the Lakers right now to contend with him. But like you point out, though, the Spurs don't really rack up the titles year by year. Hopefully the Lakers can win a title here.
Right.
Can we win our title this year? Okay, cool. Take your little leap year, your gap year, Spurs. Get that purple and gold title. But can you imagine, though? That would be ultimate. I mean, obviously we gotta run, but like the Luka thing to me is crazy because you look at how many All NBAs he has early on,
yes,
the 5 first teams,
you,
and the age. It's like he doesn't win a title. Is he a top 30 player?
No, he's
right?
not.
That's
I
the
was
thing.
trying to think of who is the comp for him if he doesn't win. And by the way, we had this Elway conversation when I was a kid, and then Elway won his last 2, and everything changes, right? You win a title, it changes everything, and if you don't, it doesn't, and we'll see what happens. If Luka never wins a championship, Dan Marino comes to mind, but I'm not sure he's even on that level. I just, it's so disappointing if he doesn't get one.
I think Dan Marino's the best.
Is that the best comp
to me because of the fact that you point out just if Dan Marino had 3 Super Bowls, we would include him in the Montana because he was a better pound for pound, down for down QB.
Karl Malone.
Yeah. Karl Malone, certainly.
Charles Barkley.
But
Marino, because there's a like, wow, this guy's historically great in a way that should last the decades, but if you don't get a title...
I mean, honestly, Mike Trout's not the worst one either. But I mean, the truth is that he's had more playoff success, actually been to the finals, but Luka's a guy you can say, hey, is he a top 3 player? Yes. Mike Trout's been either the best or a top 3 player, a lot of individual success, but Luka's got to win MVP too. I mean,
I know. By the way, he's not.
If you want to sit at that table,
he may never win the MVP.
And that
with Wemby in the league,
he might get that one year where there's the voter fatigue.
I like the gap year.
And the
voter fatigue.
Come
gap
on,
year?
just let me slip in the gap year, man. That's what the Lakers need with MVP and a title. I think for Luka, lots of pressure on him too. I think that's why you go back to Mark Walter. The fact that they are having really good communication, like there is no time for them to wait. Like, the time is now if they want to contend and take advantage of his prime.
And one of the many questions that have to be answered about Luka and these Lakers is LeBron James. Do you want LeBron to be part of the mix? 855-97 LA fan. We'll take your comments. Oh, and by the way, there's a lot to suggest LeBron is very much trending away from Los Angeles, away from the Lakers. We will explain next on DMAC and Reiter.
Big
and Reiter. He's Doug McCain. I am Bill Reiter. This is the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. If you want to call us, 855-97 LA Fan. We are going to play basically all of Les Snead's answers, comments, perspectives, analysis that he gave the morning show, Derek and Decker. Great show, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day here on 97.1 The Fan, that he gave this morning at 7 a.m. We're going to play it for you again at 4 o'clock in case you missed it. And we're going to give you some of our analysis. And next hour, or the hour after that, hour and a half, 5 o'clock, we're going to preview tonight's Dodgers game as the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani try to get yet another W against the Diamondbacks. So there's a lot to suggest that LeBron James might be kind of trending on his way somewhere else, and a lot to suggest it could be the Warriors, D-Mac. James Worthy was talking about LeBron, and in the sort of like symphony of noise that suggests that maybe LeBron won't be a Laker, and it's a maybe, Worthy said something that had me wondering if perhaps this is a shot across the bow of the Lakers.
He loves L.A., his family loves L.A., and I think, if the price is right, if he's a max player. The question is he willing to not be a max player and take less? Otherwise, I don't know.
If the price is right. Now, we already know from Brian Windhurst a few weeks ago, excellent ESPN, NBA insider, and somebody who literally went to the same high school as LeBron, has known LeBron since LeBron was in high school. Brian, he hates that expression, that name. He really does. He hates it more than my wife Lori hates Babe. That's saying something. Brian Windhurst has already reported that LeBron will not take a discount for the Lakers and will take a discount for other teams, which is a threat to me. And before we get to all of this noise around the Warriors, I want to ask you something, because I think I'm being unfair. People are valued based on how they're paid. I understand that. The NBA is not Major League Baseball, right? There's a cap. It's a different sport. If you really love LA, if you really love being a Laker, if finishing your career as a Laker is what's important, at this stage of your career with Luka there and Reeves going to get paid, isn't it fair to have an expectation? I'm saying as an LA person that LeBron would take a discount to be in LA. We're not saying take a discount to go play in Denver.
In a perfect world, yes. But there's always the ego, right? There's always the ego attached to it. There's always trying to do what's best for LeBron and the optics and Rich Paul. There's always these layers to it with LeBron. But yeah, absolutely. I think the answer has to be yes.
I'm going to give you my revisionistic history, because I was doing radio when Kobe's last few years and covering the NBA, and I'm obviously here in LA. Kobe made really good money for that time, right? Kobe Bryant's last 2 years was paid very well, and the last year was a goodbye tour, and the final game was a 60-point masterpiece, and it was amazing. That Lakers team was never going to win a title. They were in a transition period. They just were. I don't know this, but I would maintain, and I'm curious, D-Mac, if you agree with me here on D-Mac and Reiter, I think that if Kobe Bryant were playing then with the equivalent of a Luka Doncic, and the next star had arrived, and Kobe had the chance to take less money his last 2 years, but play on a winner and kind of teach a Luka Doncic how to get to that level, I think Kobe would have done it. My view of this is Kobe took all the money because Jeannie Buss and the Buss family gave it to him because they knew they weren't going to win, and that was the right thing to do. But in the service of winning, and because Kobe was a true Laker, I think he would have taken a discount in the right situation. LeBron's in the right situation. Maybe I'm being unfair. I think Kobe would act differently today if it were him in LeBron's shoes with Luka.
That's such an interesting thought.
Is it unfair?
It's a little unfair,
okay,
but I like it, though. I like it because when you want to think about Kobe, a lot of the talk was that he got paid for work past due, right? Which he certainly deserved, which was certainly earned. If you look at what players are paid, what they actually generate, Kobe could have probably got $100 million, right? Based on what he did for Lakers and jersey sales and things like that. But as far as it fits in the cap and their situation, as far as the roster build, would Kobe do it? That's a tough. The thing is, Kobe had already won the titles, and I think that LeBron kind of needs a title later than Kobe did at the time, because
his legacy,
for the legacy, because Kobe had he got the 5 titles. He got the 3 with Shaq. He was a big part of that. They got the 2, Powell, that group,
right by himself. Finals MVP both times.
Finals MVP both times. Also had the 60-point game to end it. So that's kind of how you think of Kobe, game. Right? Incredible, all timer. But for LeBron, I think there's a couple things too, because if he does take a pay cut, it's not just a pay cut for him, it's a pay cut for everyone that works for him. It's Clutch and those people. And I know it's not a good thing.
They have money.
They do. They're all rich. They're all wealthy beyond belief. LeBron James has made $1.4 billion, right? I mean, these are whatever, whoever, 500s of player, $1.4 billion network, all these things. He's not going to be a flying coach because he signs a deal where he takes a pay cut. But I will say, if I was LeBron and I was Rich Paul, the only way to change the optics of the situation, the only way to get the Lakers fan base to say, oh, wow, LeBron's a good dude. Oh, wow, LeBron cares about winning a title.
Yes.
Would be to take a pay cut. What? Yeah.
I'm not going to take somebody's money out of their pocket, but right, make your own decisions. But James Worthy says that LeBron is a max player. Sure, okay. Not on this Lakers team. They're not going to. They are not going to pay him. They're going to prioritize Austin Reeves. We know that because they have to build for the future. LeBron has a chance to win. LeBron has a chance to compete. LeBron is 42. He's not 32. I think it's ridiculous. Not ridiculous. I think it says something about his mercenary reality. And the fact he's bounced from team to team, okay, that's fine. But, don't play this whole I love L.A., I love being a Laker, that's not true. If LeBron loves LeBron, then go get your money and go somewhere else. And there's a lot to suggest he is going to go to a fourth team in his career. Obviously, he went to the Cavs twice. And I'm going to read you some. So, Tim Kawakami, who's a great Warriors insider, reported, I'll just read you the quote. This guy Tim knows what he's talking about. Quote, I think the Warriors could be a very live option. Check that. I think the process has already started and the Warriors are a live option. And he adds that if they maneuver their roster and payroll just enough, that the Warriors could offer LeBron a $15.1 million non-taxpayer mid-level. So the mid-level exception for his sort of where he's at in his career. And Eric Pincus over at Bleacher Report doubled down on this today and said the Lakers have high hopes to take a step forward this summer without LeBron James. So this is on the Lakers side, that they don't want LeBron, that they'd like to move on from him. And Bleacher Report believes LeBron will sign a 2-year, $30 million deal. That's the same one that Tim was talking about with the Warriors. And he would compete with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler and Porzingis. So you've got one very credible Warriors person saying this is a real option for the Warriors to get LeBron at this discounted rate. That, by the way, I think the Lakers would also happily pay LeBron that much money. And you have a Lakers person, national but Lakers sort of centric, and Eric Pincus saying that he thinks the Lakers want him to be gone. I think he's going to be gone. And I think it's for the reasons I just said. I think he will be somewhere else. The Warriors are the best bet, in part because he is showing LeBron James no loyalty, no commitment, no nuance to anyone but LeBron James. And that's fine, but the Lakers are in a transition period, and in order to win, they just cannot give LeBron the money that he wants. And if LeBron's not going to prioritize being a Laker, the Lakers should move on. I know you disagree.
I disagree with I don't actually like that prediction. I think it's really interesting to me. I mean, if you have on the Warriors, I think that'd be a little bit of a get out of jail free card for Lakers and their fans, knowing that, hey, okay, you want to be a little petty. You don't want to take a discount to basically have us have the 82-game home and away fanfare while we are trying to transition to the Luka Doncic era, because it's already awkward to begin with your new ownership with Luka and LeBron just kind of hanging around the old guy at the club type thing, right? And you don't want that. And if you are the Warriors, that's a situation where will they contend for a title? It would depend on the health of a lot of those aging players, which doesn't feel like. But I think if you're LeBron, he would get absolutely clowned and dragged and ridiculed, because it would almost look like him going to Steph Curry, who's basically the only NBA player in the history of the world that's never had haters. Like, Steph Curry has zero haters, right? Maybe Cavs fans from back in the day.
No, I'm with
like, no haters.
He's a great guy.
Like, can you imagine that? It's like you're putting yourself, the most polarizing superstar, I would argue, in any sport ever, as far as he's so great, but he's not beloved. He's like really the only great that is not that beloved. And you're pairing him with the most beloved superstar in Steph Curry is going to be a little bit of an afterthought. I think he's going to be a little underwhelmed by those retirement tour rocking chair type moments, because it's all about Steph Curry. And to me, if Steph Curry's on, I'm like, hey, how many games do I get to see Steph shoot? So I want to see that. And people are going to be going to LeBron games watching Steph shoot. I think it'd be kind of awkward for him.
Can I tell you something I've never said publicly on the radio or on television or written that is true and that I find to be the ultimate irony? I used to spend a lot of time as an NBA insider having dinner and drinks, a lot of drinks, with NBA agents, sources, fixers, GMs, scouts, right? And a lot of that would be give me information and things I can write columns about. And I'm going to say something that's true. Now, please, aggregators, please do not aggregate this.
Oh, yeah.
For the love of God. Or at least aggregate this part. Conclude this. Just because someone's hanger-on, someone in their circle, their real circle of trust says something, doesn't mean that that person said it, right? You have an entourage. Just because someone in your entourage, DMAC, says something doesn't mean DMAC says it. Just because... So I'm not attributing this to LeBron James, but I can remember multiple times being at dinner or drinks with LeBron people, and they would randomly pitch me aggressively negative anti-Steph Curry takes back in the day. They were so put out by Steph's rise. They were so put out by Steph's unanimous MVP. They were so put out by what you just said before it was really true, that he would become this beloved figure, and you said no enemies, that they were trying to plant anti-Steph Curry stories with me and I'm sure other reporters on a regular basis. Now, I'm not saying that LeBron James called up the people I was with and said, "You're with Reiter? Have him go after Steph." But the irony of LeBron going to play with Steph, given all the energy LeBron's people put into having Steph's reputation be attacked a little bit, I just find amazing. Amazing. Like, just I want to call these guys, but they hate me now because I got aggregated, and just be like, you wanted me to go after Steph 10 years ago, which I didn't do. And now you want your guy to play with him, and now that's what you're leaking?
Yeah.
No shame from LeBron and his camp.
I agree. I think that's money right there because it feels that way. I think for LeBron to consider the Warriors on a real level, teaming up with a guy that you went to war with when you were in your primes, to me it's given like those bad nostalgia tours, right, from bands that were really hot back in the day, but now they're doing a casino or like a country fair somewhere, right? That's what it feels like. It feels like
funny.
There's like, yeah, exactly. Hey, don't call that. Hey, Newfound Glory for this weekend. Yeah, it feels like they said Avengers Assemble in 2016, and it was just awkward. And they never assembled, right? Like to me, why would you want to put yourself in a position where people are like, KD might as well come back and join the group, right? At that point, like get the entire basically retirement tour going. And if you're LeBron, this would absolutely make your ending, like we talk about Kobe, right? Dropping 60, right? Like Steph probably will drop 50 on LeBron's last game, right? It'll look like that. Like LeBron's last game as a Warrior,
dude.
Steph will drop like a triple-double, hit the game winner, and it'll be all about Steph, it feels like, right? So I would never go into another dude's territory like that and try to... That's
wild.
That's like Kobe retiring with the Spurs.
Yeah,
it
is.
Like to me, it's ridiculous. But if someone would find a way to kind of muck up their path, it would be LeBron. Like, right? Like LeBron has his titles. He's arguably the best player of all time. My number 2. I know probably we are pretty aligned on something like that. You have Kareem very high, which I really respect, by the way.
So for me, it's Jordan, LeBron, and then Kareem is 2B. It's so close. All right. DMAC and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan, phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. There's so much to get to, including an NFL report that is very LA-centric, because that's what we do here. Next on DMAC and Reiter.
Dealing with Watergate.
K9 Bill Reiter, it's D-Mac and Reiter. Doug stayed up from 2 to 5 in the morning working on puns because he's getting crushed, only to find out we're taking a pause.
We're punting on that.
Have you, are you a fan of Fight Club?
Of course.
Yeah,
Can't talk about it,
You
though.
know the scene where he starts to beat up the beautiful guy, I'm going to destroy something beautiful, and the guy keeps his hands down? That's what it's been like.
Absolutely not.
That's what it's been like.
It has not been that way.
I actually kind of, Lori got mad at me yesterday.
Lori?
Yeah.
Why?
My wife. She's like, 26-6. Let the guy at least get close.
Like I said, I was going up to random
Bummer.
people, showing them the puns
Yep.
that I wasn't getting credit for.
Yep.
I was pretty upset about it.
Not doing it today.
I didn't get one for Dort Knox.
Yeah, no, that one you got.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Oh, must have not heard the.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
You were dazed. You were confused.
I was.
You were down. Do you know what? You know what? Never goes down. You know what always succeeds. You know what's always magical?
What is it?
The NFL report.
Yes.
D-Mac and Reiter.
I definitely gave you one for Dort Knox.
Did I?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was
I
one
think
of the
this is
strongest
what we're
ones.
dealing with, everybody.
Yeah.
He gets a cheer, and he's like, I don't get any cheers for that. All right, man.
What we're dealing with is crazy.
This is the NFL report.
It's crazy you're dealing with it.
On D-Mac and Reiter, where we hit some headlines across the league, and we'll focus in on some stuff going on with LA teams. But just 20 minutes ago, we have some breaking news in the NFL that we got to lead off with. Russell Wilson has officially retired. Of course, there was speculation that he was going to after it was announced he was going to take a job with CBS and be an analyst for CBS Sports. But today, Russell Wilson, about a half hour ago, released a 3-minute video thanking football for everything it's given him.
I actually don't dislike Russ. He's just so cheesy, D-Mac.
Very cheesy. And a very unceremonious ending to what was really a good career.
Yeah.
You're right, though. It's what you either love the cringe or it really bothers you. I mean,
It bothered. You have to play better to be that cringe.
you don't like NFL country. You don't like Broncos country. Let's ride.
I did not, and I also think like there was a whole thing between him and the Legion of Boom right? When they didn't get along, and I sided with Russ in my own mind's eye, and in retrospect, maybe he was the problem.
He definitely had an ego to him. I mean, of course, the last play of the Super Bowl, I mean, Malcolm Butler, that's something that was obviously in Pete Carroll, but yeah, I mean.
He should have 2 rings.
He really should. I mean, he really should.
Now he's forgotten.
Now he's still a really, really good player, but someone that has elicited a lot of emotion. But yeah, NFL country, let's ride off into the sunset.
He's going to be so bad on CBS.
You think so?
I think it's a terrible.
The ride's finally over, man, for Russell Wilson. You think it's going to be bad? I think it's going to be okay. I think it's going to be cringe. That
was cringe.
That was good.
Okay.
NFL country, let's ride off in the sunset.
We're not doing it today, man.
Oh, I thought we could do it during these hours. Okay.
No.
I hear the music. I'm back.
I got in trouble with my wife.
No.
She's like, don't you like Doug? I'm like, I really do. She goes, then you have to stop embarrassing him with your domination of humor.
Come on.
Okay, I will. I love you, babe.
Chris Paul hitting the 3, up, down 42.
Chris Paul's not the comp you want, my man. Because you know what happens in clutch time?
No, you're Chris Paul.
No, I'm not. That's the meanest thing anyone's ever said.
Oh,
in
no,
my entire
no, I meant it in a
life.
good way, though. Okay, I'll explain.
CP, please. Okay,
okay.
Okay, we're not doing this today.
I almost gave you one there.
I know you did.
That was very close. Well, let's talk about a quarterback who is going to be playing this season. That is former USC quarterback Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is going to be on the cover of Madden 27. Guys, of course, the Madden curse has been a thing that has loomed over players for quite some time now. Is this something that is going to doom Caleb Williams' season?
Yes. I'm a Bears fan.
You think so?
Yes. I believe in curses. You don't?
I think the Madden curse, though, Brady, Mahomes. Last year, though, with Saquon, definitely. It's hit or miss. It's year by year. But I just don't think that Caleb Williams is that great of a quarterback. I think it's more because of that, not because of the Madden curse.
So we haven't had this conversation yet. I'm extremely, extremely Caleb Williams agnostic. I don't know. I want to know. I am a huge believer in Ben Johnson. And so I'm very curious. I
love the pairing. No, I love the pairing.
It's
I love
great
the
for
pairing.
Caleb.
It's good for Caleb that he's leveled up. And I will say, too, the touchdown at the end of the game to the Rams, that was the most Madden moment ever, right? That's like when you're playing your friend, all of a sudden he runs back, he throws, you get the touchdown late. So, hey, it's fitting that he gets the cover.
Is he an LA story still?
I would say yeah.
LA adjacent?
Yeah, I would say yeah. I mean, I think he's from like Virginia or D.C., went to Oklahoma, then went to USC, but he won a Heisman, so he's always courtside throwing up the
I mean,
the fight on.
He put his time in here.
He did.
He had a penthouse when he was in college as the symbol of the new sort of paid college athlete. Good for him.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I mean, the Bears are the Bears, so he's kind of moved on, but you never talk about enough USC quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
Well, somebody.
I thought Paul was coming.
I did too.
I was waiting for you to do it. I'm not doing it today.
Somebody who is no longer an LA story is Jared Verse. Jared Verse traded to the Cleveland Browns for Myles Garrett. But Sean McVay was very impressed with how Verse handled the trade. He said, quote, "I will say this, what a stud with the way he handled it. I don't want to say that I was surprised, but I was so impressed. When my sons eventually go through a challenging conversation, I hope they handle it the way Jared Verse did. I'm a big fan of his. I know you guys know that. I'll wish him the best and watch him do his thing, but we are really excited with respect to Jared about being able to get this guy. It's a big deal for us."
I love that McVay gave him that praise, and it's a bummer he has to go to a JV team.
Whoa, there you go.
We're not doing today.
I love it, baby. Let's hit
it.
No, absolutely, though. That Sean McVay right there.
Push it one time. If you want,
that is, come on, Bursch. Fire away, baby. Yeah, Gary's so impressed. Jared Verse going out there.
No more. I win 1-0.
Going to Cleveland. He's a stud, Gary. I love Jared Verse as a player. As a man, he grew a lot here. Yeah, I love me some Sean McVay.
It's a great McVay.
I love McVay.
The problem is you don't have enough. What did you say, psycho? It's great, but
I'm known for my crazy eyes.
You come off as nice. Oh wait, I didn't see the eyes.
Hey, Gary, you love Jared Verse here. He's going to Cleveland. But no, the thing, the DMV complains about my crazy eyes.
I'm getting further away from you.
But, here's the thing, though. For Jared Verse, I don't know if you saw some of the video of him walking in. He did not look happy. Like, can you imagine going from L.A. to Cleveland? That's like as bad as going from L.A. to Cleveland as a city. So, I feel bad.
My wife and I came the other direction. I can't. It's a one-way street, my man.
Hey, man. I think Jared Verse, great
Lori.
play, though.
My wife's Lori.
Lori, yeah. Well, I can say her name, Lori.
You can say her name. Say her name. Okay, sorry. We got one more?
Sure. This is Chargers fans, get excited, of course.
Go Chargers.
Here's Justin Herbert spoke yesterday. First time he spoke at OTAs, and he had a lot of very positive things to say about learning Mike McDaniel's offense. Quote, "It's been a lot of fun playing for him so far. He's a great teacher. He's a great coach. He's got such a great feel for it. It means a lot if we're going to work together. The emphasis of getting the ball out before the receivers are really looking for it. That's the part that's been different. It's on us as quarterbacks to push the limit." So a lot of praise for Mike McDaniel from Justin Herbert at OTAs.
I mean, look, you are high on this pairing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I am too.
Me too. 2 gigabrains, football savants. I mean, that Burger King offense they were running a couple years ago, to have a real offense with a real quarterback. People are sleeping on the Chargers. They have to earn it, but the talent's there, and I think the coaching's there too.
How many wins guarantees Mike McDaniel a head coaching job a year from now?
Let's say 11.
11? Yeah.
Oh, dang.
12. Oh. Did you swear he's on the air?
I said dang.
It's okay, I'm just kidding. You can say that word. I'm just messing with you, dude.
Don't me. I just don't myself. I would say 11. I would also do how's the offense look, the yards, things like that, and how well he performs.
Can't believe you hit the swears. D-Mac and Reiter, edgy as always, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We had the biggest voice in the last 24 hours, or one of them on the air this morning on the morning show. Les Snead joined Derek and Decker. He was great on sort of acquiring Myles Garrett and what it means. We are going to play you all of Les Snead's perspective next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
LA, it's time to turn it up. It's time to lock into LA's pregame with Doug McCain and Bill Reiter. Real sports talk, real LA. Right now, it's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
All right, what's up, Southern California? This is the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. You want to hear something cool?
Hit me.
We're joined by Les Snead sounds. In
Yes,
30 seconds.
was
60
that
seconds.
deceiving?
No, I liked it.
We're joined by Les Snead's sound from an incredible interview earlier today on 97.1 The Fan.
Why would it be deceiving?
Because it makes it seem like he's coming on the show again.
I found it to be remarkably loquacious and accurate.
Hopefully you got a couple of here with that clickbait.
I thought it was welcome.
Yes.
Good sound. And stick with us
Love
because
it.
we're gonna do. We're gonna rank. We're gonna go through the all-time trades of players in their prime in sports history, and slot Luka and Myles Garrett and Matthew Stafford into those if we think they fit. We've got some NBA headlines for you, a preview of tonight's NBA Finals coming up, and we'll preview the Dodgers next hour. If you want to call us 855-97-LA fan, but as D-Mac put on the old X machine, and as he just said, we are joined by Les Snead sound from his conversation earlier today with Derek and Decker on the morning show. He was on at 7 a.m. Obviously, Les Snead, general manager of the Los Angeles Rams, the architect of the move that brought Myles Garrett. Jared Verse went the other direction, along with next summer's first-round pick, 28 second-round pick, 29's third-round pick. And Les Snead on 97.1 The Fan talked about how those trade talks progressed.
I kept pestering. I kept, being persistent, almost jokingly at first. But it led to some serious discussions. And I think at that moment, when it did flip to, wow, this is actually a realistic opportunity. And at that point, we realized, you know what, we better seize this with all we got.
I love that Les Snead understands if you don't ask or ask a lot, you can't get a yes.
That's how they operate, right? And he knows that when we want to swing big, we're doing it for the best available players in the league. You get the reigning defensive player of the year, someone that's going to impact you in such a significant way right out of the gates. And he's fearless. He really is. He's a bad man. I mean, he's a guy that goes after it when he knows that he has a real a shot to win. And yeah, this is the shock of the NFL world right now.
D-Mac, this kind of reminds me of when you're I was an NBA insider for a while, and when you're doing that job and you have to ask people for information, if you haven't spoken to them in a while, if you just reach out when you need something, they will never give it to you. It's a relationship business, and I've been told by GMs that trades are the same too. And so Snead saying that it started as a continuous conversation and started as a joke is really smart, because when he finally reaches out to Andrew Berry, it isn't a cold call and an off-putting. It's this sort of series of conversations. And Snead was smart enough to realize that I'll just do this, and if it ever gets to a real place, then I'll be positioned for that place. And he talked, again, on Derek and Decker this morning, Les Snead, the Rams GM, about as that process played out, there was a recent sense of urgency.
A little bit different than our last, let's call it 3 seasons, where we were intentional about retooling our defense. We did that with let's call it draftees on rookie contracts. We did, we probably hoarded some picks over those last few years. But during that 3-year run, right, we did earn some efficacy. We like to say efficacy because there is evidence that, right, we could win. There's efficacy that we could get to the playoffs. There's efficacy that we could win a division and contend. I always say this, Derek, and you've been in sports. Both of you have been in sports a long time. What is evidence? Evidence is in the past. So, hey, no double entendre intended. We still have miles to go before we start keeping score this season, and we have a lot of work to do to become the best we can be until then. And that's always been our mentality.
I know we're on a pun pause, but can we give Les Snead a cheer?
Yeah. How much would a bet, Bill, if I was doing that interview, if you said that? I would have been like, I already said that one.
No, what would have happened? He would have been like, yeah, we're giving miles to get to. Why does nobody respect me? That's what would have happened.
I did it first.
Why, Les? Hang up on him.
No.
By the way, why? Great answer. Why is he saying efficacy 50 times? What was the efficacy thing?
The efficacy count was very high.
It was high.
It really was.
Do you ever get a word stuck in your brain? You say it way too many
Just
times.
keep going with it. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Like great when I'm looking at you.
Larry, like friendship when I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Intense eye contact threw me off a little bit there, but
did I come?
I do love, though, as you point out there, that they had to be aggressive, right? If you're at the 1 yard line, not going to kick a field goal. Like, they were so close, and they found a way to get the deal of the offseason done. And he mentioned the drafts and keeping those picks and hoarding those picks. And the reason why the Rams are in this position, I know we always compare things to Lakers sometimes, right? Lakers did not hit on their picks, right? The Rams have hit on their picks since 2023, even deeper in the draft. Guys like Kobe Turner and Puka Nacua, Braden Fisk, Jared Verse led to them getting this. So if they had whiffed on the draft for so many years, they would not be in the position that they're in. So give them a lot of credit for taking advantage of that.
It is D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We are here every day from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Brock and Alex midday in LA, crushing it every midday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And in the morning, every single weekday, 6 to 10, are Derek and Decker. And they had Les Snead, the Rams GM, on the show earlier today. Great interview. You can listen to the whole thing on the stream at The Fan LA. You can also get their podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And you can listen to a lot of Les Snead's insights, because that's what we're going to bring you here on 97.1 The Fan right now, because we're playing it back for you. Snead also talked about D-Mac with now adding Garrett. What is the Rams window?
It was, okay, we're in this window. Is this an opportunity that we can add a play? And they don't come around long, Derek. This almost seems like maybe more like an NBA trade, right? Where, wow, the reigning defensive MVP, there's an opportunity to acquire him.
I mean, it's such a no-brainer. And you said it, dude. Like, the real impressive thing isn't that they went and they got him. Like, it's not hard to know you want Myles Garrett. It's that they had stocked and, in Verse's case, developed the assets / player that were necessary to allow the Browns to, and I think they did save face, to save a little bit of face and moving on from the best player on defensive football, maybe the best player, as you've noted, in football.
Yeah, and you're not going to save all the ammunition for a battle that you're never going to fight, right? They have absolutely cashed in for this window, and now a lot of pressure on them, but they can now look back and not have any regret knowing that they put together the best roster and took advantage of those draft picks.
Les Snead on the show earlier today on Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan also just obviously talked about Matt Stafford.
What he's done for us is I mean, it's right there on paper. It's in his resume. The season after we traded him, very similar to the trade we just made, right? There was an element of a bullseye on your back of, okay, we're moving on from a successful QB. We're bringing in Matthew Stafford, who might be more in his prime where Jared was still getting there. So there was a reason and intentionality. We did that because the team, we felt like it was. Guess what? Derek will appreciate this. He made the shot, right, during that run. And it did, along with his teammates, right, making plays, and it led to a special moment in Los Angeles. And even as we've retooled since then, right, he was a part of steadying the ship and then, right, making the plays, leading, not just playing football, but leading the team, all of those things. What he does bring is, though, when you go out on Sunday and play football, the team feels like, okay, we have a legitimate shot to win the day, right? If we can do our part, if we can protect Matthew, let him do his thing. So we're not hoping when he's the QB. And the cool thing for him, it's obvious he's in the back nine of his career. But he's one of those guys, if he was a pitcher, Cody, if he was a pitcher, and he could throw 100+ miles an hour, I don't think there's going to be a day in his life where he couldn't throw a 100-mile-an-hour. His arm is live. So that's not what's going to, probably, get him to say, you know what, I've had enough, because his arm's live. But the ability to play quarterback, self-explanatory, and we're jacked at, right, he's playing some of his best football right now and then.
The optimism is off the charts, and so is the charisma. Is Les Snead always this charismatic?
He's a good talker. I think I like the Southern drawl.
That's a no.
Yeah, I think so. Yes,
that was a pause. No,
I would say yes. I was pressing my button here. Look, he did say, I love the commitment to Matthew Stafford. I love that you are fully embracing someone. I mean, think about this. I mean, this is the second time we're talking about the Lakers during this segment, but think about what the Rams are doing for Matthew Stafford compared to what the Lakers are doing for LeBron James, right? It's very different, right? They feel like they can legitimately have a great chance of winning another championship with Matthew Stafford and Myles Garrett. And I thought it was really cool, too, because Myles Garrett said yesterday that having a quarterback like Matthew Stafford did play into his decision. Because remember, Myles Garrett had a no-trade clause, right? So
it's a great point.
He mentioned, I got a guy that I know late in the game, he's going to have to make plays, but I could pin my ears back knowing I got to make a play for him. So I think that extra motivation, just having that level of talent, it's going to be great for Myles Garrett to be around.
And Myles Garrett still has that no-trade clause, which, I mean, that's very rare in the NFL. And so, as you've noted over the last couple of days here on 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports, so is just having on a team as talented as the Rams the ability to add a football player like Myles Garrett. And one of the things Les Snead talked about earlier on the morning show with Derek Fisher and with Cody Decker was what Myles Garrett tactically does for defensive coordinator Chris Shula and that defense.
But it definitely takes Chris, his staff, Sean, they do a really, really, really excellent job of, hey, let's call it laying out, right, how a move like this, right, not only can help, not only what Myles can do, but how it can affect, right, how it helps the other players, and also affect how other teams are game planning against Myles and what that can allow him to do. So it's not just, oh, wow, let's go get the best defensive player on the planet right now, but it's also how that compounds, how that moves to a second, third, and fourth level, and how it helps our defense.
I know it's self-evident, D-Mac. I love how happy and over-the-top optimistic Les Snead sounds, given the fact that football executives and coaches usually operate as if they work for the CIA and are very buttoned down. You can hear the joy in Les Snead that all of LA is feeling about this addition.
Yeah, and I love too, Bill, how easily and confidently and effortlessly he says that Myles Garrett is the best defensive player on the planet, right? And no one's saying anyone else, right? If you said Matthew Stafford's the best quarterback on the planet, you'd have people say, wait, there's Josh Allen, there's Patrick Mahomes. People be yelling their favorite quarterback. No one disputes that.
That's great
when it's
call.
Myles Garrett. So they have that guy. I mean, he got more sacks in 4 games last year than Jared Verse had for his entire career, right? I mean, this guy is just the ultimate sack master, and he's a Ram.
Is Chris Shula, not to go too far afield here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, what is your assessment? You do a great Rams podcast. You're a Rams expert as well as a Dodgers expert. What is your assessment of, in a vacuum, and obviously Chris Shula is operating far from a vacuum. He's got an incredible amount of weapons. But how good of a defensive coordinator is this guy?
He's a really, really good defensive coordinator, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah,
I
right?
mean, everyone's like, oh, how does Myles Garrett fit into this defense? Because he's been 4-3 for most of his career, and Shula's running the 3-4. But like I was saying earlier, Myles Garrett fitting into your defense is like Superman fitting into the Justice League. Like, just his presence alone is going to help a lot and make Chris Shula's life easier, because last year there's a lot of bend but don't break. I expect Chris Shula's defense to be 50 to 60 times more aggressive this upcoming season.
ESPN just dropped the best 25 or 30 athletes of this century list. And we may hit this tomorrow because there's a lot of LA names that are on here.
How happy were you?
Messi was number
How
one.
happy were you?
Very happy. Yeah. No, it's I think it's pretty well done. Aaron Donald's on this list. It's easy to forget, especially if you're outside of LA, but it's just easy to forget because especially the NFL, but we're a what have you done for me tomorrow culture. What have you done for me 3 seconds ago culture? How dominant this guy was. You're talking, according to this list, one of the 15, 20 great athletes of the past 26 years. And the thing about Aaron Donald, unlike some of the names on that list, is that he's not 53 years old. He's not 41 years old. He's a guy that retired when he was still able to play at the highest level that anyone has played the game of football ever. And the guys, Derek and Cody, did a great job asking Les Snead when he was on 97.1 The Fan earlier, the Rams GM, about the possibility of Aaron Donald, all-time great football player, unretiring.
I think he's tweeted it, right, or talked about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that fire's there. Because I can tell you this about Aaron. Now, hey, he's going to send out his workout videos. I don't think he's missed a day of working out in his life. I don't think he's missed it since he's retired. May not do 2 a days now, but the one thing I do know about him, he's one of those human beings that if he truly doesn't think he can be one of the best, he probably doesn't want to be. It's an interesting personality trait, just kind of who he is at the core, which, you always appreciate it. And that's probably why he left when he did. He was like, you know what, as he said, I'm full. But we'll see if he's gotten a little bit hungrier since then.
All right, so I'm going to put you on the spot the way you put me on the spot last hour, DMAC, here on DMAC and Reiter. You asked me, where will LeBron James play next year, even though I didn't know. I'm going to ask you a similar question, though I'll give you a little bit of information I thought was interesting. Brock, on Brock and Alex Midday in L.A., had a really interesting prediction, comment, sense of surety on their show earlier today, where he said unequivocally, Aaron Donald will put on pads, will step on a football field, and will at least see where he's at this summer. That was Brock's prediction. He will test how he feels on a football field at some point soon. I take Brock at his word. We both have talked about how good he is on that show. He's really talented. And if you're not listening to any of the shows, you should. But Brock and Alex Midday in LA, great. And Brock's been so good on this, and it's worth your time and attention. Do you think then, taking the next step further, yes or no, Aaron Donald will play meaningful football games for the Rams this year?
Yes. There's too much smoke. There's too much smoke for him not to get that fire back, right? And that's what he said. Can I get that fire back? Can I find that passion? And think about this. He comes back to a situation where, sure, he could get double teamed and triple teamed. They're going to have to pick their poison. Do you want it on the interior with Donald, or do you want it on the edge with Myles Garrett? I think that he has been a couple years removed where some of those bumps and bruises, some of those feelings, some of that waking up after a football game, which I can't experience, but I know what players say, he's healed, right? And I think if he wants to make one more run at SoFi Stadium in his backyard, I think that would really, really appeal to him, because he probably wants to make one more go of this, knowing that I can still play at a high level. To your point, though, and what Brock said, I think that for him, if he makes the decision, he's going to make the decision, because I think that would be the ultimate, hey, I show up, I'm in pads, everyone gets excited, I think I'm back, and then he changes his mind. I feel like if he makes the decision, which, hey, I can tell you, I have some friends that are former Rams players, and from what they say, it's almost like this is a foregone conclusion at this point. Like, they're just waiting for this to come back. I mean, I do think things can change. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I think the perfect path for him, come back later in the year, week 13, you got the salary cap situation that we could talk about in another segment they have to work out, but I think 99 and 95 are going to be on the team, man. Terrible twosome, the fearsome foursome. I mean, this is one of the greatest alignments we could ever see.
D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. By the way, I'm just rewinding like 30 seconds on you don't know what it's like to feel the bruises and pain and sort of recovery of football. Don't sell yourself short. Your emotional difficulties on losing the laugh off the way that you have is a very fair comp. And you get back up. You're here every day.
Hey, Adrian.
Adrian.
Hey, Adrian.
What a great... You got the snort out of me. Oh, boy. All right, one more percentage question. What is...
If he dies,
all right,
he
dies. So I'm going to take Brock at his word, you at your word. You guys are both incredible. You really are. All right, so he's going to be back. Let's say that he comes back.
Also, now you said with the fan, the billboard. We're a big part of this too, right?
Yeah. Oh, we got a billboard out there that says, come back.
Come back. So if that's not the final push, right?
What percentage will he be at, Aaron Donald, compared to when he retired in terms of effectiveness week 10?
I'd say 80%.
I'll take it. Dude, get on my brain. I was going to say 80. Yeah. I'll take 80.
And 80% of Aaron Donald is better than 180% of Braden Fisk. Okay? And no shot at Braden Fisk.
No, that's a shot.
That's a shot. But Aaron Donald's, man. I mean, the Aaron Donald is at that table. The Bruce Smiths, the Lawrence Taylors, the Reggie Whites, the Myles Garrett. I mean, we're talking about rare air here. And also, too, someone that's going to come back with a purpose, someone that is going to come back and face less double and triple and quad teams. And this has the chance to be so incredible. Like, I mean, I almost...
Dodgers of the NFL. They're the Dodgers of the NFL, man.
I love it. I see it.
Choke on it, Americas.
I think Myles Garrett's probably a better baseball player than Kyle Tucker right now, though. I will say...
Yes. Yes. Aaron Donald is more Shohei or something. You know, the acquisition, the timeline's different. Who's poor Kyle Tucker on the Rams? Jared Verse. Goodbye.
Kyle Tucker.
Godspeed, sir.
Maybe Devontae Adams. I mean, I
hope not.
Devontae Adams is really good. Devontae Adams he led the league in touchdown receptions, but hopefully he had a slower start, picked it up, and I still believe in you, Kyle Tucker. Come on now.
You're not scared
King Tug
on 97.1 The Fan to go at people. And Les Snead, the GM of the Rams, who was on the station earlier this morning, talked about not being scared to go for it.
I call it this: living with regret versus we swung. We tried, we lived in that moment, we came up short. So, right, that's kind of in all of sports, back when I could play, right, not as fortunate as you two, wasn't as gifted as you two, right? So, it stopped in college, but as I was a part of teams and organizations, I don't know how it all accumulated, right? Probably even those moments of watching Derek the Lakers. For some reason, I was a Lakers fan. I'd read some books on Phil Jackson. But, right, you could tell that, oh, by the way, y'all were going for it, right? Not nuanced in it, but you weren't there just to, finish third. And with that, it's that courage to kind of go for it when it's time to go for it.
I love it, dude. I love it. Can I tell you the thing that I love most about Los Angeles in moving here? And I think I can. I've never said anything about you on the air that I didn't vet with you first, right? Like that. I'm just a very
couldn't be further from
cautious,
the truth.
careful co-host. I think this applies to both of us, and it's the thing I love. I think the most about Los Angeles. And we did our list, and I don't think I put it on there, so shame on me from last week. And I heard it in every answer Les Snead gave to Derek Fisher and Cody Decker this morning on 97.1 The Fan. I love the ambition of Los Angeles. I love how ambitious people are. I love that if I go have dinner with my family, or I get a coffee, or I walk into some meeting room with powerful people, or I, play tennis against someone, they have dreams and ambitions that surpass, with all respect to where I come from, most of the people. That's fine. I love the energy of ambitious people, and Les Snead's entire process of getting Myles Garrett and that entire conversation with the guys this morning is the conversation and process and energy of a hellaciously ambitious GM who will not settle for anything other than domination, and that fits right in with everything that's expected of every team in this town. I love it.
Exactly, and that pushes
and you're
everyone.
Ambitious.
Yeah,
you are that too, and
well,
I am too.
I think my number one thing was that LA is the city of dreams. I think they had in my top 5. Kind of corny, kind of cringy, but it fits with that, right? Everyone here is chasing something, and I forgot who said it. It's like the pain of failure fades, but the pain of what if lasts forever, right? So the Rams aren't going to have the
That's
what if.
real, dude.
The Rams are going to have the what if. The Rams could not make the playoffs next year. They could lose in the Super Bowl, everything in between, and they'll know that we did it by emptying the clip on our assets and giving ourselves the best chance to win. And I think you need that kind of guy. Like that approach doesn't work in Cleveland, right? Even San Antonio, right? It starts the NBA Finals tonight. They were able to go to a down-to-the-studs rebuild to try to get themselves back. You can't do that in this town because there's nothing worse than being an irrelevant sports team in Los Angeles. Just ask UCLA football for like the last decade.
What was that? So it's the
pain of failure fades, but the pain of what if lasts forever.
And I like that because you've had the pain of failure and the laugh off, but you haven't shirked away from it. Because the pain of what if you hadn't tried, would have been more severe.
Exactly, right? The funny thing is,
did you know I was coming?
I'm playing 4D chess because I lobbed that up to you, Kobe Shaq style. Yeah.
Thank you for checkmate.
I need to get Scott Foster in here to officiate mine. I did give you a Scott Foster playoff extender to be the new point taker. Yeah. 2 men enter.
Tom Stevens 92 with a really cool comment over on the stream. And if you're streaming us, you can always drop a comment there. Please push the like button. Please push the bell button. We want you to consume all the content we're working hard to put together for you because this is for you. We are the voice of LA Sports, the new 97.1 The Fan. Tom Stevens 92 writes, "This show is awesome, man. So many laughs and actual sports talk. How long has D-Mac known Bill?" Well, it feels like 100 years.
We go back, like rocking chairs.
When did we first met over beers? You came to me in Manhattan Beach 8 weeks ago?
Was that? Yeah, I think it was. It was early May. Yeah. Feels like we've been friends forever.
By the way, I have AD and BD. There's before D-Mac and after D-Mac.
That's where it is?
Remember yeah,
he's my emergency contact. He's everything.
It's the demarcation line in my life. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny, though. People actually do think that we know each other for a really long time.
I know.
Yeah.
It's because you're amazing.
I try to hang out with him. He's very busy. Bill's very busy with his restaurant tour scheduling, right?
Yeah. My bad. I should have invited you to a soccer thing this Saturday that you said you'd show up for and then no-showed. Like, that's on me.
So, okay.
Real quick, a me thing.
So, Bill calls me a flake for not going to that, but the reason I didn't go to that because I went to another party that I was committed to, so therefore I didn't flake on that person.
Committed to both.
So I didn't flake.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
For Flake's sake. All right. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA. We're not doing it today. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And by the way, can we do a cheer just for Raj and for Derek and Decker, for Derek Fisher?
That was incredible. Such an amazing job.
Great interview.
Yeah.
Les Snead 7 in the morning, this morning on 97.1 The Fan. We are going to have you covered every single moment of the day here on this station for you on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I don't know about D-Mac and the social life. We will never flake on you on this show or this station. We are going to get into the most galling, shocking trades in the history of all-time great players in their prime and try to fit in where Myles Garrett and a few other recent LA additions are sort of on that list, where they fit next on D-Mac and Reiter. Back into the show. Bill Reiter with you. He's Doug McKay. That's D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan. I'm excited about this next segment. Man, they did a great job, the guys, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, on the Les Snead interview this morning. That was really cool. That was
awesome
very
stuff.
Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Does Les Snead just walk into his local coffee shop and just go, I'm Les Snead, give me this, and not pay?
He must.
Right?
I'd flex it. He's always rocking Rams gear 24/7.
Dude, what an absolute coup. So what we're going to do is, in sort of celebration of that trade, we are going to go through. We found a pretty good list put together. Have you ever heard of this guy? His name's AI. You heard him?
Yeah, the Sixers, right?
Yeah,
Georgetown?
Close.
Braids?
Close.
Cornrows?
We're talking about
Reebok.
technology. Yeah. We're going to go. You like that one? Me either. All right, 97 on the Fan. LA. Oh, no. It's fine.
Not a game. Not a game.
I'll give you not a human being. I'm going to give you AI's top 10 legendary trades of athletes who are at the peak of their abilities based on the idea, thank you AI, of reshaping the landscape of their respective sports. And then we'll see if we can fit in Myles Garrett, fit in Luka Doncic, fit in maybe even Stafford, even though it's been a minute. Are we down for this?
Certainly.
And you tell me who you think we're missing. All right. Do you want me to go 1 through 10 or 10 count down?
10-1.
All right, here we go. Number 10. This is how high the standard is. Babe Ruth in 1919.
Hey, he was traded because the guy wanted to fund his play. No Nanette. He was a Broadway guy.
You're a knowledge machine, dude.
The Babe, baby.
Wow.
Don't call you Babe.
Don't call Laurie Babe.
Yeah.
Marshall Falk, number 9. Marshall Falk, 1999. Colts to the Rams.
See, Marshall Falk, when he was traded, man, he would go on to be one of the best players in the NFL for multiple seasons. Yep. I think that one's a little low on the list for me.
I mean, look, nobody knew that Kurt Warner was going to be Kurt Warner, but in retrospect, that combination created one of the still, I think, 3 best offenses in the history of the sport. Maybe 2.
Absolutely. Greatest show on turf.
Miggy Cabrera, 2007. Little side note, I'm obsessed with random things like the Cy Young Award for Shohei hitting 400, hitting for the cycle, and the Triple Crown. Do you care about the Triple Crown? Because you're more into Sabermetrics. I was at the Royals game when
I'm a sucker
Cabrera
with the Triple Crown. I am.
I'm down with it.
And I think Cabrera could be one of the last to hit 3,000.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he might be the last.
That's a bummer, man. The whole walks thing. Okay, number 7, Herschel Walker, 1989. Cowboys, of course, to the Vikings.
This is interesting to me because this is one of the most famous, talked about, discussed deals of all time. Herschel Walker, the player, though, at his peak, I want to hear the rest of this list. I might move him down, potentially.
I'm with you, dude. That's more a headline than it is an impact. Charles Barkley, number 6. Traded from the Sixers to the Suns. Dude, that's a really good one, but he didn't win a championship, so it's like it didn't quite. People forget how good Barkley was.
I will say I recently just watched almost every minute of the 1993 NBA Finals late at night.
You okay?
Not that. And
you did?
Yeah, and I don't know, that 90s stuff gets me, right? Charles Barkley was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild to think how great Charles Barkley was and how talented of a player he was. So that one's up there for me.
Wayne, by the way, I'm not a hockey guy. You're going to have to edge. Wayne Gretzky traded to your Los Angeles Kings.
Yeah, I think about Gretzky. He didn't win a Stanley Cup here, right? And maybe that'll be Luka Doncic's path, right? A superstar traded here, not winning the ultimate prize.
Ooh, good comp.
As far as how great he was, I mean, we know how awesome Wayne Gretzky is, the great one, right? So, but I'm surprised where that's at.
Quick side note, I think it's really I'm encouraged to bring this up. I used to do a Substack, maybe do it occasionally sometimes, and I decided to become a hockey fan over the last 6 months and let the listeners choose my team, and then we chose the Kings. Do you want to help me in this journey of becoming a Kings fan? I'm going to start going to hockey games next year.
Sure.
I want to get into it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it wasn't a great year for Wayne Gretzky last year. I think this year he could be back to the
same. You think I get his autograph?
Yeah, maybe his autograph.
Or his daughter's autograph?
You
or
could.
His husband's autograph?
Yeah, hey, there you go.
That was funny.
He's got to win one.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, we'll see Wayne Gretzky. But,
Wayne never going to meet him. Okay, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. You're welcome. Number 4, Shaquille O'Neal. Traded by the Lakers to the Heat, 2004. This counts. I mean, the Heat got their first championship. It counts.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he was under contract with the Magic and was traded to the Lakers, which he wasn't, right? He was a free agent. I think that you can make the case it's right up there. But it did lead to a championship. We know that Dwayne Wade was the better player in that series.
You're a Kobe guy.
Yeah, I'm a Kobe guy.
I like it.
You got okay. You love the Diesel.
I do love Shaq. I love Shaq.
You like the Diesel, man. I respect that.
I've had dinner with Shaq twice. I'm just gonna tell you.
That might be of all your flexes on the show so far, which there's been many.
Yeah.
That one's definitely right at the top for me.
In fairness, there were, I think, 12 people there, and there's a 80% chance he thought my name was Phil. So
oh, yeah. I heard he's the best tipper, right?
Dude,
I'm Big Shaq. I'm Big Diesel.
I didn't look at the tip, but I didn't pay for anything, and he's such a great guy.
Yeah, he seems like a great guy.
He's a great
I met Shaq a couple times as a kid.
What a flex.
Yeah.
Of all the flexes you've done, there's been a lot.
What's up, D-Mac? Big Shaq, Big Diesel.
I'm big friends, even though you're 6. And you haven't started a career yet.
You have the big bowler hat on like Nate Dogg.
You want me to, all right, number 3, Eric Dickerson, traded from the Rams to the Colts. A lot of LA connections here. Number 2, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, traded by the Bucks to the Lakers. Dissatisfied with being in the Midwest. Dude, you know I'm a huge Kareem guy too.
Yeah, you are.
I think you can make an argument he's the best player of all time. I wouldn't make it, but I think it's very reasonable to make.
I mean, he's the cream of the crop. Okay,
we're not doing it. The boss is here, by the way.
No.
I haven't done any because I follow.
So I think the thing about Kareem, that's one. So the thing about Kareem, I'm surprised that's not top, right? Just
by the
because
way, Kareem Abdul, you went too far.
There you go. We're back, baby.
Yeah,
let's go.
Range, bun range.
I mean, the thing about Kareem, though, 5 titles with the Lakers, and he ends up stacking all those MVPs, 5 with the big years in between, too. So, yeah, Kareem is right up there. 19-time All-Star, 10-time first All-Team, first-team All-NBAer. Kareem's incredible.
By the way, Daniel Oriola has weighed in with a few. So when we get to the sort of honorable mentions, we'll hit this. Number 1, AI, our friend AI, has not the former Sixers guard, has Wilt Chamberlain traded by the Sixers to the Lakers, even though he was in his prime and fresh off his first MVP season in Philly because of he had a problem with ownership. It's a pretty good list. Wilt, Kareem, Eric Dickerson, Shaq, Gretzky, Barkley, Herschel Walker, Cabrera, Marshall Falk, Babe Ruth. Daniel Ariola points out the Dodgers traded away Piazza in his prime, and they same with the Rams when they traded away Eric Dickerson in his prime, who's on the list. So let's start here. Do we feel good about the list? Do we feel like it's a fairly legitimate list?
I think that the slots could be adjusted. I mean, how could you say that Wilt Chamberlain should be 1 over Kareem?
I put Kareem 1.
I think Kareem would definitely go 1.
We're just adjusting it.
I think Kareem's definitely number 1.
The pen's out. This isn't pencil.
To me, that's an easy call. That's an easy call.
You brought up a really good one before the show started here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1, The Fan, the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, DMAC. You brought up Kawhi Leonard. Now, this is interesting because by the way, it's a very Scooble kind of like trade. The Raptors went and got Kawhi Leonard for a year, knowing he might leave. He did because it's Antarctica, even though Toronto's beautiful in the summertime. But they got a championship.
Exactly. It led to a championship. Yes, there were some injuries in that series, but still, that's why they made the trade, and it worked out. Masai Ujiri, it was looked at as a stroke of genius. I think if he had stayed there, let's say re-signed there, had the career we thought that he was going to have with the Clippers after that, I think it would probably be somewhere in the 5-6 range of this list.
Can I swap him out for Herschel Walker?
I'm cool with that one, yeah.
Yeah, that feels good, right? Doesn't it? Juan Soto, Randy Moss. I don't think Moss qualifies because he didn't win a Super Bowl. So
he won a Super Bowl. The thing about Randy Moss, though, is imagine if he went to a better team after the Vikings and he was in a better spot to win. I think talent-wise, you could say he's right there, Jerry Rice, but Jerry Rice has all the championships and the counting stats for sure. But I think I'm okay with eliminating that one. You don't have to include that.
Another flex here. When I worked in TV at Fox Sports 1, we had a green room that was on a regular basis. Me, Randy Moss, Donovan McNabb, Andy Roddick. I'm trying to think. Landon Donovan came in sometimes. He doesn't qualify what I'm about to say, though. He was a beta. I can't remember all the other guys. And everyone would try to out-alpha each other. All the athletes would try to be the biggest alpha. There was some terrible radio host who was there. Just out-alpha each other. It was a revolving door of people that would roll in. I'm trying to think who else was in there. Gabe Kapler was in there, but he actually had some serious charisma. Randy Moss was the alpha of alpha. There would be a competition for who the alpha was, except when Randy Moss was in the room, and then it was just Randy Moss. That guy is a absolute alpha extreme.
He definitely rubs off on people that way too. He's got that Southern twang. He's got the journey. Everyone loves Randy Moss.
Dude, I need Moss of him in my life. We're not doing it. I'm sorry. Apologize.
Pay the cost to be the Moss.
Again, you're just following. You're following.
Pay the Cosby the Mods. It's a totally different thing.
What are you, Landon Donovan? Like, come on. I'm just kidding, Landon. You're great. All right. So, where do we want to? All right. Do you want to go? Do you want to start with?
This is interesting.
Myles Garrett.
So
this is a
obviously,
projection, right?
It's a
We have
projection.
to guess where he'll be on the list when his career's over.
So he's not going to have the longevity that Kareem's going to have with the Lakers, right? That's the tip top right there.
Yep.
But if it does lead to a championship, I do think you could slot him in there at 4.
Oh, wow. Ahead of Shaq.
No, is that where Shaq is? No one's going. Well,
Between
Shaq led to
Shaq
one
and-
championship, though.
Yeah.
He led to one champion. I wouldn't tear.
What if Garrett gets 2?
If he gets 2, I think
top 3,
and he becomes a defensive player of the year again. He repeats on that. He's an
What if
elite
he has
player.
30 sacks or some crazy.
Yeah, he could. It's very possible.
Because teams are going to have to also compete with the amount of points that Matthew Stafford's going to put up. So they're not going to be able to run the football for a quarter and a half.
Oh yeah,
like they did against the Browns.
And that's the thing too. I mean, how much further does his prime go? I mean, he's first in sacks since 2021, tackles for loss, all these incredible stats. If he continues to be that player, and let's say he stays here for 5 years, let's say Myles Garrett is a Ram for 5 years, and he really established himself as a Ram, right? We talked about the fearsome foursome, the terrible twosome, if it's Aaron Donald, or you got the towers, the Tower of Terrors, or whatever you want to call them. If that group aligns, I think that is kind of what's going to add to it, is the lore of Myles Garrett with the Rams. That's kind of the next best thing. That's the next thing he needs to accomplish. Is if he's remembered as a Ram, that means that he's accomplished a lot, which means that trade worked out. So that's a big one. That's definitely a big one.
He's 30. I mean, we haven't really done this. He is 75 sacks away from having the all-time sacks record. Now, that's a lot of sacks.
It's a lot of sacks.
He had 23 last year for a Cleveland Browns team that was always behind.
I mean,
it's monumental. He's 30. I mean, 3 25-sack seasons since that would be a record seems like a lot.
I mean, I was crunching some numbers earlier. He has as many 10-sack seasons since 2016 than all Rams players combined in that stretch. Like, this guy can get the volume very quickly. Could be up there.
We went way too long.
Look at Anchu said something.
Look at Anchu there somewhere.
Mookie.
We'll throw a couple more names in this list, and we'll talk. We'll slot Mookie in. We'll slot Luka in. We'll take your comments on it. 855-97 LA Fan or at the Fan LA if you want to drop your comments in there, and we'll try to talk some NBA Finals Game 1 next on D-Mac and Reiter. Thank you for hanging out with us here on the show. All right. We have a little bit of news. Dave Roberts has decided Shohei Ohtani will not be in the starting lineup tomorrow. I hate it. Doug loves it. We will get into that in some depth in about 10 minutes when we preview tonight's Dodgers game. Ohtani will be available off the bench tomorrow. Obviously, he is starting tonight as the pitcher, and he's hitting leadoff. Before that, though, it's time for Hardwood Headlines. Man, that was good by you.
What?
It's a banger of a headline.
Oh, is it? Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, man, what's this one crazy?
It's a compliment. You all right?
Guys,
okay,
this
man?
is Hardwood Headlines on Team Mac and Reiter,
Emotional. Thanks, man.
where we talk all things in and around the association. Of course, in about 40 minutes, Game 1 of the NBA Finals will be tipping off. So we are talking all things Game 1 of the NBA Finals. First off here, Victor Wembanyama. He has joined Kobe Bryant and LeBron James as the only players this century to lead their team in scoring entering the finals at age 22 or younger. So, guys, what do you think about Wemby already taking a team to the finals at this level at this young of an age?
I think we're going to have to get used to, D-Mac, having these stats that highlight Wemby doing historical things. This is the beginning, not the end of that trend.
I agree. And I think, too, my biggest takeaway, as you mentioned earlier, I guess I can't hide my Kobe bias and my mom mentality is, hey, I like to see 2001 and 2002 Kobe when he was with Prime Shaq get these accolades and just people realizing how great he was. And it was not just a one-sided thing. Kobe was massive in those championships and during those runs.
So you hate Shaq?
It can't be. It's got to be either. Love them both. I love the Diesel. Wish I was at that dinner with you guys.
Dude, it was in Miami, both of them.
Oh, wow.
It was awesome.
You're rocking like a pink, like I see like a Scarface suit.
Gary Payton was there.
GP?
Yeah, GP's a great guy. He might come on the show.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
I'd love that.
We're not doing it today. I hope the boss is listening.
Guys, let's get into some numbers from these two teams to see how they've grown since the last time, or rather since the season prior to this one. The Spurs have shot up in 24 to 25. Their offensive ratings, they were 19th in the league. Defensively, they were 25th. This past season, the Spurs were 4th in offense and 3rd in defense. But let's focus in on the Knicks here and the way that they have grown, because last year they were 5th in offensive rating. This year they're 3rd. Last year they were 13th in defensive rating. This year they were 7th. And a big reason may be because of the fact that Mike Brown, of course, is their head coach now. Tom Thibodeau was fired by the Knicks 1 year ago today. So, guys, what do you think about the difference that Mike Brown has made for this Knicks team?
I find it incredible that they've gotten this good defensively, and I blame you for the words, D-Mac, that are about to come out of my mouth here on 97.1 The Fan. But it turns out it was Tom Thibodeau. Oh, no.
Ooh.
We're done. You can't. You started it. You started it.
Cue it.
Dad!
Cue it up.
Started it.
Cue it up. Yeah, he's had a very interesting basketball career and a resilient one. And,
it's incredible.
And he would be one of those guys where will anyone feel bad about Mike Brown having this success? I mean, every time he's changed jobs, feels like, oh, he's going to be the guy, then he loses his job. But can you imagine how incredibly popular he would be to be a guy to lead the Knicks to a championship?
I think they can win, by the way. I'm not taking them. I am much more bullish on them than other teams. Can I give you a slightly reported 20% reported, 80% just my brain theory on why Mike Brown, not known for defense, has been able to turn the Knicks into a literally defensive force. And you have to be a top 10 defensive rated team and a top 10 offensive rated team, historically speaking, to win an NBA title. There's very few exceptions, and those exceptions have names like Steph Curry and Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, sort of like as a part of the mix. Okay. I don't think it's tactical. Oh my God, this thing just went down again. It just hurt my hamstring again. This chair's attacking me on 97.1 The Fan. I think that Tom Thibodeau got to a point where he just couldn't manage, to use a soccer term. And I think Mike Brown is so well liked and such a good, Dave Roberts level management of human beings that the Knicks had it in them and had been trained by Thibodeau. They just didn't want to play for him. And Mike Brown was able to go in, as you like to make fun of me for saying, and Mike Brown pulled all the buttons and pushed all the levers and made it work. I think it's a human relationship change more than a tactical change.
That's really interesting. So basically everything was in place. He just got the group galvanized enough to get over the hump.
I think so.
Yeah, I could see it. Thibodeau, very one-track minded.
Yeah.
He's not married, no kids.
No,
He's like,
no sense of humor.
Yeah.
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 Some people think that's true about you. I have to laugh off, but it's not fair.
Come on. That's just the streets.
That was below the belt.
No, I'm here for it. Not true.
I think I hurt my hamstring on this chair. Wow.
Jeez.
It's great. It's great. It's great.
Guys, I don't think people should have been that surprised that the Spurs and Knicks are facing off in the NBA Finals, given that this is a rematch of the 2025 NBA Cup. That's right. You guys remember the NBA Cup, the midseason tournament? Guys, is this now vindication for Adam Silver and the NBA Cup?
I mean, I don't know. It's a good point, although part of me, for a minute there, was thinking, what's the NBA Cup? And I've covered it every year that it's existed except for this year because I was check notes unemployed. Yeah, I don't know. Do you care about the NBA Cup?
It's just funny. It's the magic of the NBA Cup. I mean, really, in the history of the NBA Cup, you mean 3 years? I mean, that's like the history of the Golden Knights. Yeah. I mean, like the history of this show, 3 weeks. I mean,
wait, why are we taking shots at the Golden Knights?
I don't know.
My friends own the Golden Knights.
Oh, they do?
Well, they have the Barcelonas.
Big game yesterday, by the way. So, yeah, I don't read too much into this, but if you're Adam Silver, you probably think that, hey, this could be something that gives more credence to that tournament. For me, it's a no, though.
Yeah, it's a no for me, too. Purely coincidental.
Well, let's close it here, guys. Who wins the NBA Finals and how many games?
The Thunder. Just kidding. I want to have the guts to go Knicks. A GM once told me that when people do predictions like you and I, and they go somebody in 7, that means that they're just saying I don't know. I'll go Spurs in 7.
Going Spurs in 7?
Yeah, that's a cop out.
Knicks have a lot of ball handlers. You can counter that. Go New York, go! I'm going the Knicks. The Knicks. I gotta go the Knicks.
I like it.
I don't want the Spurs to climb towards the Lakers championship. It's gonna be a long time to get there, but that is their competition in the Western Conference. The Knicks, I would like to see that city go absolutely berserk.
Are you just picking them because you hate you? It's not who you want to win.
I think the Knicks are gonna win. I think there's a lot of different things.
You don't.
Cat can make Wemby guard on the perimeter, opens up the paint a little bit.
I think Cat's got a little Mbappe, James Harden.
You think so? I'm going Knicks in 6.
I think. Oh, it rhymes.
Does it?
I think so.
I'm a poet. I don't even know it.
Oh my god. It's good we're not doing booze. D-Mac and Reiter 97.
That's a classic cheer.
Fan. You're a classic cheer. What? D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. We just told you Dave Roberts has some news on Shohei Ohtani and what the plan is for him tomorrow. We'll get into that and everything about tonight's game in our Dodgers preview next on D-Mac and Reiter.
Time to lock into LA's pregame with Doug McCain, and Bill Reiter. Real sports talk, real LA. Right now, it's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
Welcome back into the show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter. If you're on the stream at The Fan LA, hit that alarm bell button, hit that like button. I have an alarm going off in my brain because it's something I don't like from Dave Roberts. I'm actually not sure. Oh, this is from Katie Wu, who you know. Excellent Dodgers reporter. Says that from Ms. Wu, empty the tank night for Shohei Ohtani tonight. Dave Roberts said, Ohtani won't be in Thursday's lineup, and Roberts is comfortable pushing him tonight. So no Shohei tomorrow. Look, I'm kind of joking. Rest him when you got to rest him. You can't play every single game, but I want more Ohtani, not less Ohtani.
That's fair, and you're right to feel that way, right? But I think the Dodgers are sticking to their plan where, hey, if you're going to go out there and pitch, you're going to go hit, if there's an opportunity to take a day off, then that's a perfect situation for him. I hope he has a good start. I mean, if he obviously the no-hit was there, right? It's kind of wild to think that he was working on a no-hitter but didn't have his best start, right? I mean, he ended up giving up the earned run because of the walk and the hit batter, but we need to see a better version of Shohei if he's really going to pursue that Cy Young, because as we talked about a little earlier, Christopher Sanchez is going up against Walker Buehler tonight. The chase is on. Like, the chase is on. Like,
love it.
It is now. Like, this is not, oh, let's get close. This start is as important tonight for Shohei as one would be in August and September.
Let me ask you this. Let's say Shohei Ohtani, as you noted, last outing went 6 no-hit innings and then was pulled. Let's say that he starts the game with 3 no-hit innings. Is that a woe hitter? Is that something hit? I mean, like, right? If he goes not hit, no, I am not trying to do puns.
A woe hitter in the sense that,
I mean, whoa, that's amazing.
So you mean he goes the first 3 innings?
Yeah,
no hits.
So if he goes 9 consecutive innings without giving up a hit,
I see what you're saying.
Does it get anything?
Does it carry over?
Does it mean anything?
A woe hitter.
I couldn't think of a better thing to call it. I mean, what I want to call it should have been no hitter, but that doesn't roll off the tongue.
Fortunately, you don't got the rollover minutes there. Okay,
there's no rollover minutes.
No rollover minutes for Shohei Ohtani in the innings, but it is pretty interesting to think about. I don't think that you're going to celebrate that. I don't think that you're going to make T-shirts and hats for a, as you call it, a woe hitter.
Whoa hitter, that's bad.
That was good.
I was trying.
A show hitter? No. Listen, Steve.
And the wheels have come off at 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. All right. So Ohtani is not. So what? I know you're speculating. You're with me here. You're not at the ballpark in Arizona. But do you think this is just normal Shohei maintenance? Do you think it's maybe a compromise? Obviously, a few weeks ago, Dave Roberts wanted Shohei Ohtani not to be hitting days that he pitched and days after, and there was a little change in that plan. I noted that I think Shohei Ohtani is in charge and told Dave Roberts what's what. You grimaced at that sort of idea. But jokes aside, do you think this is maybe the collaborative approach of the Dodgers as represented by Dave Roberts, understanding Shohei wants to play, so walking back a little bit there, you're not going to be in the starting lineup day of and day after starts, but sprinkling some off days here and there just to try to protect him?
It absolutely is. And the difference here, though, is this comes in a game where the Dodgers have a scheduled opponent, right? This is not that natural Thursday off day that they've had where it feels like this entire season. They need him. The offense needs him. And this is the compromise. I think this is the compromise on everyone's end. And it's not like the Dodgers want him not to pitch, right? They don't want him to pick anything. Like Andrew Friedman and even Shohei Ohtani. I asked Shohei Ohtani at the All-Star game last year, I was like, how much longer do you want to pitch and hit? He's like, how long is my contract? Like, all 8 years, right? So they want to continue this as long as they can, but this is a way to do it in a way where, sure, let's say he goes 7 innings tonight, gives up a couple runs, has a couple hits, the Dodgers win. You've taken 2 out of 3 games in this series. You can live with whatever happens on Thursday, knowing that you're going up against the Angels Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There's always emotions when he's playing his old team. It's at Dodger Stadium. There'll be a storyline there. So I have no issue with it. I think I promote it. I want it to happen. I know it's terrible. Imagine if you're down in Arizona, you're like, oh, I'm going to see Shohei Ohtani and Kyle Tucker's there, right? So I think that's the thing, is you want to make sure that he's got the rest baked in there, because that's the only way to make this happen, is You got to bake in the rest. You got to say Shohei from Shohei. And the results show, too. The reason why he went on this tear, he got that little day off. He had the Spall day, and he's really been great since May 12th up until now.
He's been amazing. I mean, so yesterday, Shohei was 2 for 4 with a double and a triple. And as I noted yesterday, when I tried to push this idea that he was Shohei Ohtani, right? Since May 15th, he is hitting .410 with a 500 on-base percentage and a 1.189 OPS. He had driven in 14 runs in those 16 games. This is before last night's game where he just improved upon that, 2 for 4. I mean, the guy is absolutely amazing. Do you feel a level of confidence after tonight's start, and we'll hit tonight's, do you feel a level of confidence that there's enough offense there without Shohei? Because a couple nights ago, Shohei had half of the team's hits. He continues to be by far their best hitter. Is this maybe an opportunity, knowing Shohei won't be around tomorrow, that maybe Mookie and or Kyle Tucker can start to, I don't know, I'm searching for grains of hope why these guys can lock in. And I know that Mookie had a good at-bat in the 7th yesterday.
They did get 10 hits yesterday in the win. Shohei had 2 of them and 2 RBI, and really the ones that sprung a lot of the runs. It was a big game for Freddie Freeman, went 3 for 5 with 2 RBI, had the home run. He had been going through a little bit of a slump. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't solely rely on Shohei Ohtani and his greatness at the plate to carry you. And he's capable of doing it. But for this team to kind of take the brunt of the load off of Shohei in games that they can, it builds trust, right? Shohei doesn't want to lose. Shohei wants to win. And if they go out tomorrow and they find a way to win and you score a good amount of runs, Shohei Ohtani will, I think, be a little more inclined to accept a day off at times when it makes sense. So they need to step up. And I do think, though, Shohei out of the lineup, it does kind of feel like, hey, it's time for us to remember we're all-stars too. We're, as Mookie told me one time, hey, those other guys drive Benzes too. They drive Benzes too, right? They are very, very talented hitters, and they need to show up as well.
D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Today's lineup, though, is Ohtani, of course, taking the mound with that 5-2 record, that .82 earned run average. We talked earlier in the show, and we were citing an excellent piece at MLB.com, a writer who sort of walked us through what Ohtani needs to do if he's going to win a Cy Young this year. It includes tonight maintaining an ERA that is at least heading toward sub-2. It's well below that right now. He also needs to have a 30% K rate, and he needs to, tonight, as it relates to tonight, get to 6 or 7 innings. It'll be him in leadoff, Pages at the 2 spot, Freddie Freeman 3, Mookie Betts again in that cleanup spot, and again had an important at-bat hit RBI yesterday for the Dodgers in that win. Kyle Tucker, who has been struggling so much that you, D-Mac, are at the point where you're exasperated, frustrated, worried in the 5 spot, and Max Muncy, Will Smith, Alex Call, Alex Freeland. Pretty standard lineup for the Dodgers tonight.
It is. And I look at the top of that lineup. You know that they're going to eat. You know that they faced Zach Gallen already this season, start of the year. There's some familiarity there. Interesting, you look at the other side. Only 7 current Diamondbacks players have faced Shohei Ohtani before, and all have combined to have 21 at-bats, 0 home runs, no RBI. So Shohei has dominated the guys in that Diamondbacks lineup. And
Both well.
And he was frustrated. Like, Shohei was visibly frustrated, was not happy with his last outing. The strikes weren't there. The command isn't where it needs to be. He wants, if he does not have a great start tonight, right, that's 3 straight starts where he himself, not my opinion, I know Shohei Ohtani will feel like, hey, there's something that I don't feel great about with the arsenal, with the mix. So I think that there's a lot of pressure that he's putting on himself tonight. I would like to see Shohei go out there with the offense too and give himself some run support early, like we've seen the last couple starts. Yeah.
Well, Freddie Freeman, who's swinging a really good bat yesterday after the win yesterday, did talk about the idea, the reality of this Dodgers team winning often because, as he said, we've got this Shohei Ohtani guy.
That's why we've been winning a lot. When you have the greatest player of all time playing this game on your team, and he's hot like he is right now, it's fun to watch, fun to be a part of, and besides when he gets on, it seems like every single time he's creating havoc on the bases, extra base hits, and you get to watch him do everything tomorrow.
D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So you noted to me, and I find this stuff so interesting, that not every team at least their pitching staff, loves going to Arizona, in part because I guess the ball breaks a little bit differently. What is the sort of impact of playing there? I know we talk a lot about Coors Field and sort of playing in Denver, which has an altitude that and I'll never argue with you about off the air again. You're a fax machine. No. What are the sort of impact on pitches, and how does Ohtani's approach navigate that or be impacted by that or have an advantage there?
Man, that's a great question, because Shohei's done a lot of things on the mound this year where it feels like one game he's favoring sweepers, especially to left-handed or right-handed hitters. Sometimes he has the splitter feel, he's going to go with that. The fastball really has been the key to his success this season, the movement, the velocity on it. But the thing about Arizona is a lot of times, like we saw yesterday with Eric Lauer, he did not have the curveball that has led to the success with the Dodgers. So what do? He went to that cutter where you don't have to depend on as much 12-6 break, a lot of late life. A cutter's a pitch, you're just trying to miss the barrel. A slider, you miss the barrel. So I would say for Shohei, the slider's going to be the key pitch tonight. And I think just overall command. The thing about Arizona, the ball flies off the bat there with the air, with the altitude. Not quite Coors Field, but a little like Coors Field light. Clayton Kershaw, who feels like he's made more starts at that park as a road pitcher, just top of my head probably than anyone I can think of, really. He had like almost a 4 ERA there. And that's a lot of work.
That's wild.
You see crazy things happen there with the bats, and we've seen that so many different times. So it's not a park that pitchers love to pitch in. I can tell you that. They do not like pitching in Arizona because you got to find some adjustments with your secondaries. That's why if someone like Shohei, who's really going 5-6 pitches when he needs to, is going to be in a really good spot to make those in-game adjustments and read those swings.
D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan, previewing tonight's Dodgers game. This is your pregame show, LA. We got you covered. So I want to credit this writer properly. The writer that we talked about earlier, Manny Rantawa from MLB.com, did a really great story on just not if the Dodgers should push for a Cy Young Award for Shohei, not if Shohei should push for a Cy Young Award for Shohei, just what it would look like if he's going to be able to win. And he had 3 points: an ERA below 2, a K rate above 30%, and getting to at least 170 innings. And I'm more inclined. We're both rooting for Shohei, and I think the comparison we've made is we're both parents who love Shohei, and we just see it differently. You're more of a helicopter parent. I'm more of a free-range parent, or you're more of a protective parent who loves the kid, and I'm ridiculous. Okay, as the case may be. So I want to read you this Katie Wu thing again, her reporting, and in the context of that, and my desire that Randhawa's article can come to fruition, my desire that Shohei can get a Cy Young Award and not have it jeopardize, as you've correctly noted, the possibilities of the actual major goals of this Dodgers team. She says that Dave Roberts said this is an empty the tank night for Shohei Ohtani, and that Ohtani won't be in the lineup because Roberts is comfortable pushing him tonight. Does that, to you, sound like, Dave Roberts? I keep saying this. I think you are the Dodgers expert that's out there. That means pitching, right? That means the possibility of going a little bit deeper in the game if things go well?
I would say so. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that they're always going to look at opportunities, considering it's a 6-man rotation, right? When you're in a 6-man rotation, you do not want to compromise the bullpen, even though they stepped up in a big way yesterday. You have to get your 6 or 7 innings in. That is the goal. I mean, that was the first time, I believe it was 12 starts, that the Dodgers hadn't had a starter go at least 5 innings yesterday.
That's a great
in 4 2/3. So they've gotten that consistency, and he expects that from himself. But look, here's the thing. If there's a magical moment, if there's something in play, if there's something where he's racking up the strikeouts, if he's looking at a no-hitter, a perfect game.
A whoa-hitter coming?
A whoa-hitter. He needs 3 to do that, right? The whoa-hitter. Classic.
So close.
Classic. He's getting close to that. If that's in play, the thing about Shohei, he loves to pitch. He doesn't like to pitch. He loves it. He lives for it. This is where he's in his element. This is where he's at, I think, his peak from a focus standpoint. And he loves the fact that, hey, guess what? When I'm in the box and I've got a hitter behind me that you want to pitch around me and you're going to maybe give me 1 pitch to hit, fine. But when you're in the box and I'm on the mound, you can't run from me, right? And I've heard that about Shohei Ohtani, is he loves the fact that you can't hide from him when he's on the mound, right?
I have great news. We should get the celebration button ready. Jackson Merrill hit a 2-out left-on-left single against, ready for it, Christopher Sanchez, ending his scoreless inning streak at 50 2/3, which is the 5th longest ever, loser. Just kidding. That was really... That's for Jackson Merrill, by the way.
Sure.
Bonus, Jackson Merrill is one of my fantasy baseball players. Not that anyone but me
You
cares,
got
but
double whammy there for you.
he was an out away from a 6 consecutive scoreless start of at least 7 innings, something only Drysdale and our guy, Oral Hershiser, had done. Good.
Oral Hershiser's scoreless inning streak survives.
It lives on.
It lives on. And as you point out, when you are in a Cy Young race, when you are going for awards, if he got to 60, that's one of the top 5 storylines this season. And also the dominance on the mound, that'd be a major feather in Christopher Sanchez's cap. So guess what? I think that Shohei Ohtani's chances of winning a Cy Young in the National League, maybe not significantly, but I think they just went up just now.
I love hate watching, and I didn't get to watch, but I love hate sharing.
Yes.
Christopher Sanchez gave up a run. D-Mac and Reiter 97 won the fan.
That just made my day.
I'm a big believer in admitting when I'm wrong. I really am, and I know it's rare. You've gotten to know me like it's it's going to be like a what's a I don't even know what a blue moon is. What did you know? You're a fax machine. What's a blue moon?
This is going for someone else I know.
Okay,
but yeah, I'm not really. What is a blue moon? It was a song by a country artist.
I think it's
a beer.
I think it's a kind of full moon that happens very rarely. Anyway,
blue
that's how
moon.
often I'm wrong. But I'm gonna sort of walk back something I've said before. I'm gonna say maybe I was wrong on this. I'm okay with Dave Roberts sitting Shohei Ohtani in the lineup occasionally, if, as we're trying to play interpreter here on Katie Woo's reporting, if empty the tank night means that Shohei gets to go 7 or 7 1/3, assuming that he's pitching well and the pitch count is reasonable. I want him to pitch 180 pitches a game, and you want him to give up 8 earned runs. I'm here for that. Like I want the Cy Young Award so badly for Shohei, and not even for Shohei, for me and all of us to experience that if empty the tank night means they're gonna give him a longer leash if he earns it as a starting pitcher. As much as I'd rather see Shohei all the time, I'm down for it.
We were talking about today early in the production meeting, Kershaw versus Ohtani, as far as the energy for their start days. And it will never get old to me watching a dude that can mash 50-plus bombs strike 10 guys out. It'll never. This is what the best player in Little League does, but it's at the big league level on the highest level. So I'm with you from that standpoint. I do want to throw a stat out at you.
Okay.
Is my number one thing for Shohei, and the reason why the Dodgers went from, you just won a 60-game World Series to, you're playoff chokers, was Shohei's bat in the lineup, is the number one thing that took this team and started a dynasty, which Miguel Rojas saved.
He did save it.
Which
That's
he saved.
unequivocally
right?
true.
It's the bat.
Inarguable.
And when Shohei Ohtani gets at least one hit with the Dodgers, they have a 750 win percentage.
Wow.
Just one hit. Doesn't need to be a home run. Doesn't need to be a triple. Doesn't need a double. One hit. That is a 121, 122 win pace. So that is why I'm like, this is the magic. But here's the thing, though. I don't want to live in a world where Shohei doesn't pitch and hit.
Let me ask you this, because I'm not a math guy. What is their winning percentage when he gets a win as a pitcher?
That's
there.
First of all, when Henry Chadwick invented the win and loss stat, I mean, it was very flawed.
You see what I did there, though?
Yeah, I did.
Do you want to know what a blue moon is?
I looked it up too.
Yeah, it refers to the presence of a second full moon in a calendar month.
So 29 days.
Very, very rare.
Really? So you're very rarely wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
You've gotten there. I have something I have to admit for you here on the show, and I sort of already said this to you on D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan off the air. Look, I'm excited about both. I'm more excited about the Dodgers game tonight than I am Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And by the way, I'm one of the people that one of the many millions of people who have made the Spurs game some of the most watched in NBA sort of recent history. I'm gonna have the Dodgers on the big TV and the NBA game on the small TV. That's wrong, right?
I respect that you said this, and it really here's the thing. Obviously, but it just goes to show, it just proves the theater that Shohei Ohtani brings, and he's just someone. But here's the thing, though. I mean, it's the NBA Finals. He's pitching. If it
were Lauer, I'd be like, whatever. Mute. No TV.
Come on now. Show Lauer some respect.
That was wrong.
He's one of because of Eric Lauer, we get to see Shohei Ohtani in a 6-man rotation. So he's helping the cause. I will say, for me, I'm double screening no matter what. But as far as the big screen, would I go with the big show? I kind of have to. Yeah. But I'm a big flipper too. I mean, in between innings,
you go back and forth.
I go back and forth
on the screen.
Even on the screen, even if even if it's a streaming situation, I will go back and forth. Because here's the thing, I'm gonna rewatch the Dodger game anyway. I usually give it a second watch if I can.
Oh yeah,
so I'll scrub through it.
Put in the time.
I'll scrub through it. So I know I'm gonna rewatch it. Like I said, who was my hero of the day? It was I can't wait to see the NBA Finals trophy, the Larry O'Brien on the court.
They're a finalist.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, people want to vote for the Reiter hero of the day. Tanner Scott, Emmett Sheehan, Raj Grobes, and the Finals court designers. NBA Finals court designers are the 4 finalists. You can vote at the Fan LA on YouTube or X.
My thing too is we've kind of been gushing over Wemby for the last couple of weeks, and I definitely have a thing for Victor Wembanyama. He definitely is a player that I'm obsessed with.
Yeah.
But I picked the Knicks. Now I got to pick against Wemby, so it's going to be a weird feeling for me. Hoping New York can steal Game 1.
It is going to be a great series, and I cannot wait to watch it on my tiny little secondary television.
Oh, here's a question. Then.
Okay.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
When Shohei gets pulled
in the 3rd inning, Dave
when he's
Roberts
at
takes him out after 41 pitches.
When he's at 8 2/3 innings of his perfect game.
Oh my God, I'll lose my mind. I'll throw the little TV
and
through the big
130,
TV.
thrown 140 pitches.
Yeah.
You'll throw your house into the street.
Yes, once Ohtani is done pitching, hopefully, somewhere in the 8th inning, you'll
flip over.
But by that time, the game will be over, and the Spurs will have won by 14.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if that's true.
It's possible.
I like the Knicks. I think it's close to 50-50. Do you know it's not 50-50? You know it's 100% that we're going to do a World Cup preview
let's
next
go.
year on D-Mac and Reiter.
I'm back to
Welcome back into the show. Welcome back into the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Mac and Reiter, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter. What are you eating there? I'm hungry.
Some chips. Sam hooked it up.
I might rock some In-N-Out Burger after the show.
I mean, tell him, Bill.
Plan.
Tell him. We're being tortured here.
There may or may not be an In-N-Out Burger truck within the proximity of our world that we cannot get to because you, the fan, are more important than us.
Sam's saying thumbs up.
Thumbs up?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think that means it'll still be here after the show. There you go.
Oh, hell yeah. Are you sure?
They love the show so much they're keeping it here. Yeah. Worst comes to worst, we can just drive to one. Right? We can always just drive to one.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it's so cool when it's like next.
Well, I can't have a flat tire, but yeah.
How did you get a flat tire in your car?
I think
what's going on? The Chargers?
I think maybe Derek Fisher slashed my tire. I don't know.
Did you give him the crazy look again?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you do. You
went
give
to
him
the bro hug on D-Fish. No.
You did go strong on the bro hug.
Yeah, I did.
He's very nice.
He is. Oh, man.
I think he really connected with you.
Based on that look. You do think, I told you I ordered those Derek Fisher Nike Up-Tempo shoes.
Oh, they show up?
They haven't gotten here yet, but when I get them here, do you know it'll be obvious that I got them because of him?
Only when you come in on purpose at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Like, oh, hey, man, good to see you. You should be like, I like your kicks. And then he'll look at yours.
Like, hey, oh. I've done it to Shohei Ohtani once, too.
How did it work?
It kind of did. I was wearing his New Balance shoes. I went by his locker, and that's when I found out that that's not the only brand of shoes he wears. Just put it that way.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you want to put it
Hugo Boss.
more explicit way?
Hugo
okay,
Boss, because he's sponsored by them, too. Also, maybe
I see.
some others. We'll see, but yeah. Yeah,
I'll never tell.
Yeah, good. I'll bring the Fisher
us.
Nikes in. Yeah,
just tell me. I won't tell anybody.
I got you, man. You're a big Air Force One guy.
But I do like the Air Force Ones.
You look good in some Air Force Ones.
Thanks, pal.
You do. You're probably riding Air Force One talking to presidents, right? With your
Yeah. Is that a shout? Is that a callback to when I interviewed a president at a urinal?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Bill Reiter stories ever.
You know them all. Are you ready? It's time for the World Cup preview between two best friends.
That's right. This is the countdown to the World Cup. I have New Balance 9060s like Ohtani does. I like them.
You like the New Balance?
Are they comfortable?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I wore them around Japan. I wore them. They were great.
How is
a lot
Japan?
of walking.
I want to go to Japan badly.
Japan's
Awesome.
amazing.
Yeah. Incredible.
We should go do a remote.
When are we going? Set it up.
Let's do it.
Let's
down.
go. You're down?
Tomorrow.
Hey,
the show.
Our boss Andrew.
Yeah.
Breaking news, pal.
Let's do it.
We're on our way.
Tokyo Dome.
I'm checking the time difference. I know it's currently 9:30 in the morning in Tokyo. So, we would go live at 6 a.m. in Tokyo.
You just mathed the math on me.
You did. 6 a.m. We'd be the morning show there.
It would be.
Yeah, I like it. Hey, different vibe.
We'll keep it global here.
Think it'd be a big crowd?
There might be.
Okay.
For sure. You're big in Japan. Barcelona's huge in Japan.
Are they?
Yeah, they really are. They're big everywhere, but
that makes sense because they did a tour there a couple years ago.
All you really see is Ohtani jerseys and Barcelona jerseys. I'm not even joking. It's super popular.
How about an Ohtani Barcelona crossover?
Oh, you want the Kobe treatment?
I would buy 50 of those.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, I would. Okay.
Well, this is the countdown to the World Cup, and we may be talking a little Barcelona here as well, because we're diving into Group G. Guys, we are 8 days away from the World Cup kicking off. So almost a week away. And we are going group by group as we prep for the World Cup. So today we're diving into Group G, which is actually going to have games here in Los Angeles. This is a loaded group with guys who are potentially big stars, big names that might be playing in their final World Cup. So the teams here are Belgium, who's currently ranked 9th, Iran, 21, Egypt, 29th, and New Zealand, 85th. These are all their FIFA World Rankings. This group is especially noteworthy because, one, as I mentioned, a couple games are here in LA, but two, the runner-up of this group plays the runner-up in Group D, which is the United States' group. So, guys, how would you feel if the U.S. had to match up with any of these teams in the round of 32?
I mean, not to get too much into the politics of the Iran thing would be fascinating. Egypt's got a really good player. Here's what I'll say. If New Zealand starts to just shock the world and play well, how do you feel about just I don't want to say throwing a game, but just, kind of falling back to the second spot in accident, U.S. men's national team. Christian Pulisic maybe misses a couple shots. If New Zealand's kind of sitting there in the 2-hole.
Throwing games in the World Cup might be a little
throwing
insane.
Games?
Yeah.
Is it throwing games if you're strategically trying to lose to get to a certain spot?
It's happened. I mean, in sports, yeah, it's like
strategery.
It happened. I mean, but what for the matchup standpoint, what does that do for him, you think?
if you play New Zealand in the round of 32, you have made the round of 16. I believe. I'll have to check my notes. You may not even have to show up. With all disrespect to the fine country.
If that doesn't say
that
the tournament's diluted, I don't know what does then, right?
No, I think. Look, I wouldn't hate. Honestly, the U.S. has been given the most favorable draw on the face of the earth because if they win their group, they play a someone who finishes 3, which you can't really predict. There are going to be 8 of the 12 groups. 8 of the third place finishers from the 12 groups are going to advance. One of those 8 are going to play the winner of the USA's group. It should be a pretty easy draw. So that's advantageous. But even if USA drops to 2, which, by the way, they could do. Turkey's really good. You were making fun of me because I was on X earlier, like going back and forth with somebody
you were getting into
about the
Yeah.
soccer.
What was it about?
It was just about like the various sort of permutations for the USA and what's our optimism level. You play Iran, and we'll get to Iran in a second, or Egypt. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Bersh, it's really good news. As long as you're not playing Belgium, FIFA has randomly selected a pretty good path for the United States.
Yeah, what do you think about Belgium? People are saying they're a last dance type with that group with
Well, you know
Lukaku.
what? Speaking of which,
That's right.
Bersh
Doug.
got some info.
Let's take a look at Belgium.
You just transitioned right into that, baby.
Thank you. This figures to be the final run for Belgium stars like Kevin De Bruyne and Romelu Lukaku.
Oh, that's a good pronunciation.
No, thank you. It paired with some of the most exciting young European players like Jeremy Doku, Lois Openda, Charles de...
Good luck.
Yep. I was going to say, don't compliment my pronunciations just yet, all right? We're just getting started. Charles de Ketelere.
CDK, man.
CDK. That's what I call him.
That guy can ball.
CDK.
Roll, man.
The GOAT.
So while they are loaded with this talent, some may see the squad's core transitioning as a weakness. Guys, what are your thoughts on this, the group favorites, Belgium?
So I am always going to fade Belgium for the most messed up of soap opera reasons. I don't know if you know this, Bersh, but and this is true. I'm telling you, Kevin De Bruyne and Courtois, who's the goalie, who's been injured. Do you know this story? I'm going to get it wrong, but one of them spent special time with the other one's wife or girlfriend when they were teammates. And they loathe each other with a burning passion. And there have been several times where Belgium has just had like these implosions, and people have blamed De Bruyne, who was a great Man City player, for basically being a bad teammate. But also he loathes one of the. So your pronunciation on soccer players, kind of my pronunciation on just general English words. They are a very often dysfunctional locker room, and so even though they have massive amounts of talent, I am not big on Belgium. Now we're going to get into the other teams. It's a very easy group, but I will fade Belgium.
Wow. Because they were the golden generation, right? And they're wearing, there's a lot of pressure to take advantage of anything. That is wild, though. I mean, for them to kind of have that tumultuous situation, just that you want to be in a good spot. Everything, you want to have all the ducks in a row. You want to be buttoned up heading into this tournament. Egypt, to me, is pretty fascinating, too, right?
I'm going to read this to you. Ready?
Yeah.
The tension, this is from our friend AI.
Okay.
He's great. She is they.
AI.
I don't know what AI is. It's an it, isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah.
The tension between Courtois and De Bruyne stems from a highly publicized 2013 scandal involving De Bruyne's then-girlfriend, Caroline Leon, who I just butchered her name. The rift created a long-standing Cold War within the Belgian national team, though both players have since moved past it. Sure they have. You know what? Courtois, keep De Bruyne's girlfriend's name out your mouth.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So dude basically got canceled?
Yeah, but then he is still on the team. I mean, this would be the equivalent. I'm trying to think what this would be the equivalent of if LeBron James, if Luka Doncic had started dating LeBron James's girlfriend, longtime girlfriend.
You can't have any of that stuff.
It's not okay.
You can't.
Teammates don't do that.
I mean, they don't. They certainly don't. I mean, I'm not going to say anything about. I mean, there's all the Delonte West rumors.
Oh, that's a good one.
Allegations, whatever you want to call them. But I mean,
D'Angelo Russell, remember
D'Angelo Russell and that was a wild one where that got exposed.
Outing Swaggy P's alleged personal life.
Karl Malone and Kobe's wife. There was an allegation there back in the day that somebody like a cowboy hat. He kind of had a weird line or something. So yeah, anytime you mess with someone's wife, certainly, or anything like that, especially heading into a tournament that only comes around once every 4 years. It's as significant as this.
On the next edition as the World Cup turns.
There you go. That's deserving.
I feel good about that.
Some scandal there.
Yeah, well, Egypt. That was a great question you asked.
That's right. Yeah, Doug, thank you for asking about Egypt. Let's talk about Egypt. Liverpool fans are, of course, familiar with Mo Salah, Egypt's best player. They also have Omar Marmoush of Man City. And Bill, they named young Barca Academy talent Hamza Abdelkarim to the squad as well. So
yeah, this guy's good, too.
The question for Egypt is this: can Mo Salah exploit the vulnerabilities of Belgium's transitioning squad?
I think Mo might be a little washed, although there's going to be all this sort of inspiration because he had such a falling out with Arne Slot at Liverpool. Okay, so you make fun of me. It's fine.
What?
I'm not rooting for Egypt per se, but this young guy, this young striker that plays for Barcelona's academy team, basically plays for the B team for Barcelona, is very highly regarded by Barcelona. It's a surprise he made the roster. People think he may actually get minutes. So I am going to watch and enjoy, not root for, Egypt because I want this young guy to be good. This is why I love the World Cup. You can just pick players and watch different countries.
So like changing the guard a little bit. Because
it is.
Mo Salah, I mean, he was all the hype.
This would be like...
So what's his wash percentage?
I think he's probably at 63% of the level that...
63?
Yeah. He was the best player in the world last year for half the season.
And does he think he still thinks he's really good?
Yes.
Think he's washed for Egypt? So you think he's in denial?
Yeah, I do think he's in denial.
Wow.
Okay.
That was great. What a shame that that you're not down 23-4 and going to cheer there.
But seriously though, Egypt for what do you, I mean for Mo Salah, like when he was with Liverpool a couple years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, did he not become the player that he thought he was going to be?
He was
just
amazing.
generally asking.
He was in the Ballon d'Or conversation.
Yeah, he was.
Not this last season, but the season before.
Oh, okay.
He just got old, dude.
It happens. It's a fast decline.
It is a fast decline.
Well,
Denial is pretty great.
Let's take a look here. The last two teams here, Iran and New Zealand. Most notably, New Zealand is actually the lowest ranked team by FIFA rankings in this World Cup. They're ranked 85th. It's the lowest of any team that qualified. And as for Iran, obviously the country has plenty going on with them right now outside of football. Two of their games will be here in LA. So guys, what are your thoughts on where Iran is at heading into this tournament?
So I didn't realize how good Iran was until this. I mean, 21 is pretty high. I mean, the United States of America is currently at war with Iran, right? There's sort of day to day. There's peace talks and there's bombs falling and there's all these things going on. I will say this, and I hope this doesn't come off as a political statement. I don't mean it that way at all. I do like the unifying power of sports. I know there's complicated realities across the world. I feel bad for Iran having to play in the United States. I mean, I think it's too bad FIFA did. They could have moved the games to Mexico or Canada. Those are also host countries. And so Iran playing in the United States, in LA, is that's a fairly unprecedented thing to be a country at war with another country competing on the soil of that country. That said, if the United States plays them, I hope we beat them 51-0, which we won't because they're pretty good.
Yeah. And people are saying that they're kind of an unknown as far as their roster and how well they're performed, but you add that added element to it, and you put in a context like that. It's going to be a game that is going to be more than just a World Cup game, and World Cup games already mean a lot.
They beat the United States 1-0 during a group stage match last time around, right? Was it last time around? And it was like a pretty whoa. So it's. Yeah, you can't take them lightly on the very off. I don't even know if it's an off chance. Like USA could absolutely fall to second in the group because I think Turkey's good. And I think they'll have the best player on the field in Goulet when the time comes. I mean, if Iran could finish second in that group, USA-Iran would be wild as a round of 32 matchup.
That would be really, really wild.
Oh, that was a good little World Cup thing. Let's close with, that was heroic by Bursch. You should give yourself a cheer. That was heroic. Put together a World Cup preview. And speaking of heroes, we are going to reveal the Reuter hero of the day. We're not in denial. That's coming up next. That was really good. On D-Mac and Reiter.
Keep your car running like a
Welcome back into the show, D-Mac and Reiter.